Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 299, Ancient Castle Exploration. Chapter 299, Ancient Castle Exploration. After hearing those words, Chu Feng couldn't help but be taken aback. He never would have thought that it was able to feel the white tiger slaughtering technique that was in his body. Haha, you don't need to worry. I won't be as proud as that guy. I don't mind recognize the same master, but if you want to receive my ability, I still need to test your courage. The black tortoise armor technique said. Test in what way? Chu Feng quickly asked. Follow this place and go straight forward. There is an ancient stone castle there. Deep within the stone castle, there is a box that is sealed. Bring that box to me, then I'll pass my ability down to you. Of course, it won't be that easy if you want to take that box. You have a 10 hours limit. If you can't do it, that can only mean that you and I aren't fated for one another. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the black tortoise armor technique strangely laughed loudly, and as he laughed, the fog that surrounded Chu Feng also backed away. When the fog completely disappeared, Chu Feng also returned to the vast cave world. However, the black tortoise armor technique already disappeared and could not be seen. Senior, is there something protecting it? Or does that mean that there is some mechanism? Chu Feng quickly and loudly asked, but it was useless as after the black tortoise armor technique left, it did not return. It was as if it completely disappeared and it did not leave a single trace. At that instant, Chu Feng couldn't help but cast his gaze towards the direction that the black tortoise armor technique said to go towards. There was a tunnel made out of the cave rocks. It was quite similar to the tunnels at the Emperor Tomb entrance underneath the Vermilion Bird City. Chu Feng did not hesitate as he took out the world spirit compass again and walked forward. He was truly powerless towards the attraction of a secret skill. Chu Feng, I feel like that secret skill is tricking you. But just at that time Eggy solemnly reminded. Eggy, what do you mean? Chu Feng asked. I feel like that secret skill is cunning. It would not pass its ability down to you in such a simple manner. Putting aside that the thing it told you to get is very difficult to obtain, even if you got it, it would not necessarily recognize you as its master. Perhaps it would even consume you. Eggy reminded. Really? What benefits does it gain from using me like that? Chu Feng was a bit confused. That's simple. The reason why it is staying here is very likely because it is stuck here. The thing that it wants you to take can possibly be the thing that can recover its freedom. You need to know that secret skills are very prideful. Unless it is an extremely powerful person, they would not be willing to submit. So, that causes some secret skills to not choose another master after it left its first master. So, with a body of freedom, it wanders around the world. Unless it meets a super strong expert who forces them into submission, they will not serve any other person. The secret skill just now said it was different than the white tiger slaughtering technique. It intentionally said that it was not proud, but that causes it to be more suspicious in concealing its pride. All in all, I feel that it will not easily serve you, and rather, it seems to be using you. Eggy explained. Indeed, the good things that is in range of touching will always cause people to doubt. However, right now, I don't even have another choice. Besides, what I'm currently afraid of is that the box it wants me to take won't be so easily taken. Chu Feng already walked into the huge cave tunnel. In front of him, densely packed huge symbols also appeared. These are anti-demon symbols. Is it possible that there is also an evil spirit here guarding? At that instant, even Eggy could not remain calm. Anti-demon symbols were used to restrict evil spirits, and those who were able to become evil spirits required at least the cultivation of the heaven realm. It was not something that Chu Feng could fight against. It seems like the black tortoise armor technique has really given me a difficult task. Chu Feng bitterly chuckled and he couldn't avoid becoming more careful. However, he did not stop his steps forward as he did not want to waste the time of 10 hours. After 2 hours of hurrying, the cave tunnel also started to become huge and the anti-demon symbols also gathered more closely. Which also meant that Chu Feng was getting closer and closer to that evil spirit. Finally, after 2 more hours of walking, the anti-demon symbols disappeared and a huge old castle appeared in front of Chu Feng. The old castle's shape was like a human skull. It was sinister and scary, and it gave people an extremely eerie feeling. In order to not attract attention, Chu Feng had no choice but to put away the world spirit compass and to conceal his aura. Carefully, he went into the entrance that was like a mouth. Chu Feng, listen to me. With your current strength, if you meet an evil spirit, you will, without a doubt, die. Evil spirits grasp the power of spirit formations, and despite having no spirit power, if it locks onto you, escape is pretty much impossible. So, if you meet an evil spirit, you must let me control your body or else both you and I will die by the evil spirit's mouth. If consumed by it, not only you, even I will certainly die. We will be absorbed and refined like source energy and we will disappear completely and thoroughly. Eggy gravely reminded. Chu Feng nodded his head. He had seen an evil spirit before and he knew the scariness of things like them. It was exactly as how Eggy said it was. They were not something that he could fight against. These were not times to fake strength, so when the time came, he would do what he needed to do. He would allow Eggy to control his body. Even if Eggy would receive a huge burden, as long as they could survive, at least he had methods to help Eggy recover. But if they were dead, it meant that they had nothing. After the decision, Chu Feng continued deeper into the ancient castle. The deeper he went, the more Chu Feng felt disturbed. He astonishingly discovered that there was only a single tunnel in the ancient castle. To avoid being discovered by the evil spirit, Chu Feng did not dare to use his spirit power for detection. Chu Feng was forced into being passive under those situations. But he had no choice. He could only continue straight forward, and finally, Chu Feng reached the end. At the end, a vast main hall appeared in front of Chu Feng's face. The style of the main hall could be described with one word: strange. Uneasiness seeped everywhere as if a terrifying evil spirit could appear in front of Chu Feng at any time. But Chu Feng did not have time to think about those things because his current gaze was already attracted to a huge chair at the end since there was an odd box on the chair. The box was very big and its shape was very strange. It seemed quite like a coffin, but that coffin had thousands of holes and it was 10 times the size of normal coffins. Damn it. There's a spirit formation on this chair. Seeing that the evil spirit was not inside of the ancient castle, Chu Feng quickly arrived in front of the huge chair. But he discovered that outside of the chair, there was a very impressive layer of protective spirit formation laid. Don't panic. With the spirit formation techniques that you currently grasp, you should be able to decipher it. But no one knows when the evil spirit will return, so you need to be quick. Eggy reminded. I can only do that. Chu Feng gnashed his teeth. To gain the secret skill, Chu Feng could only risk the danger of being caught by the evil spirit at any time to decipher the spirit formation on the huge chair. However, the more he deciphered, the more Chu Feng felt troubled. He felt that there was a pair of eyes staring behind his back, yet when he turned around to look, there was clearly nothing there. Chapter 300, Evil Spirit Recognizing Its Master. Chapter 300, Evil Spirit Recognizing Its Master. Within the eerie ancient castle, while embracing uneasy emotions, Chu Feng was nervously deciphering the chair's spirit formation. Finally, after a full 4 hours of deciphering, Chu Feng finally opened the spirit formation. At that instant, Chu Feng was drenched with sweat and even his clothes were soaked. He was truly nervous to the extreme. The 4 hours were certainly the hardest times for him to bear because he did not know when the scary evil spirit would appear and seal him within the main hall. But luckily, he finally succeeded. When he successfully opened the spirit formation, the coffin-like strange box could be touched by Chu Feng. But Chu Feng did not lose his rationality because of excitement. He first used his spirit power to carefully observe the strange box, and after he discovered that there were no abnormalities, he extended his hand to grab it and he wanted to carry the box away. But before even letting Chu Feng approach it, dazzling light was emitted from the box. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura was seeping out of the box. Chu Feng, run! There's an evil spirit inside this box. Suddenly, Eggy tensely yelled. What? Evil spirit? How is there an evil spirit here? Chu Feng was first taken aback, then after that, he suddenly realized something and he cursed greatly in his heart, damn. I've been tricked. Chu Feng had already reacted to the situation. He knew that there was always an evil spirit in the ancient castle. However, the evil spirit was imprisoned in the coffin-like box, and just now, he spent a full 4 hours for nothing else but thinking of ways to release the evil spirit that he was most worried and terrified about. The thing that Chu Feng was most helpless towards was that he had actually succeeded. He succeeded in releasing the sealed evil spirit. Obviously, he was played around by the damned black tortoise armor technique. But being angry was being angry, and Chu Feng's steps could not hesitate. He already used the Imperial Sky technique to the extreme, and he went in large strides as he escaped towards the outside of the ancient castle for his life. Haha, I'm released. Finally, I'm free. I never would have thought that there would be such a delicious human for me to enjoy just as I get out. The gods treat me quite well. Ha ha ha. As Chu Feng was running away, abnormally sinister laughter also rang out from behind Chu Feng. Simultaneously, a wave of extremely huge aura pressed towards Chu Feng with unimaginable speed. Chu Feng, quick! Hand your body over to me and let me bring you away from this place. Eggy restlessly yelled. But it was too late. Before Chu Feng was able to react to that, he was pressed to the ground by a wave of even stronger aura. When he put all he had into raising his head, he discovered that a frightening monster was standing in front of him and staring at him. It was a human-shaped monster. However, it was like a giant. It was 15 meters tall, with a pair of eyes even bigger than Chu Feng. Its face was abnormally sinister as well. The empty pair of eyes, sharp teeth, and red-colored gas that circulated around his body all told Chu Feng that it was not a person, but an evil spirit. Damn it. So this is the power of an evil spirit. Even my spirit power has been sealed, and my connection with Eggy seems like it has been cut, and I can't give my body to Eggy anymore. Chu Feng tightly frowned. In his entire life up until now, it was the first time that he faced such a terrifying opponent. With purely unique pressure, it sealed everything that Chu Feng had. Cultivation. Spirit power. He was even unable to communicate with Eggy. That caused Chu Feng to experience a certain type of feeling. The feeling of despair. Heh. You've become a Greycloak world spiritist at such a young age, huh? You do have quite some methods. Boy, don't be afraid. When I eat you, I won't let you feel any pain. The voice of the evil spirit was extremely horrifying. It was truly like a devil. Just by listening to its voice, it caused chills to go down Chu Feng's spine. You want to eat him? You are not qualified. But just at that time, a deep and ancient voice suddenly rang out. After that voice rang out, even the huge ancient castle trembled. Who? Following the sounding out of the voice, even the evil spirit's expression changed greatly. It couldn't help casting its fierce gaze towards the direction of the entrance. At that instant, Chu Feng could clearly feel the earth shaking underneath him. Once. Twice. Thrice. 4 times. Those were sounds of footsteps, but what power could cause the land to shake like that with every step? Under that situation, even the evil spirit became uneasy. It hurriedly grabbed with its big hand and squeezed Chu Feng into its palm. It actually wanted to take Chu Feng as an arrow-blocking shield. At the same time, the heavy steps came nearer and nearer, and Chu Feng was able to see 4 blood-red eyes appear in the direction of the entrance. It is possible that it's it. Chu Feng felt surprise because he already recognized the 4 blood-red eyes. Following the appearance of the blood-red eyes was a large area of fog. It caused Chu Feng to be unable to see its original body, but he had to admit that the aura it emanated was even more terrifying than the evil spirit who was holding Chu Feng in its hand. Who are you? Why have you intruded into my territory? Seeing that, even the evil spirit became timid. As it spoke, it backed away and shrunk. Just at that time, the fog finally retreated and an enormous thing appeared in front of Chu Feng and the evil spirit. However, the enormous thing had a very strange appearance. It was like a huge turtle, and sharp thorns filled the top of the turtle shell. But the most important thing was that on top of the huge turtle, there was even an abnormally scary big snake coiled around. The big snake and the turtle shared a single body. 2 pairs of blood-red eyes were staring at Chu Feng and the evil spirit. The special monster was clearly, without a doubt, the black tortoise armor technique. You don't even recognize me. The black tortoise armor technique disdainfully looked at the evil spirit. It's you. You're from that time. At that instant, the evil spirit had a full face of terror. Even though it had a very sinister face, its expression of fear could still be seen. Poof! Suddenly, the evil spirit had actually knelt onto the ground and started to beg towards the black tortoise armor technique. It even said with a tone of plead, "My lord, I did not know that you have come here. I offended much before. Please forgive me. Do you want to live or do you want to die?" The black tortoise armor technique asked. "Live. Of course I want to live." The evil spirit replied pettily. "If you want to live, that's simple. Open your eyes, you dog, and look carefully. From now on, he is your master. When you guard here, you do not allow any other person to pass through this place other than him. As for him, not only do you need to let him pass, you also need to listen to his commands." The black tortoise armor technique pointed at Chu Feng and said. Seeing that, the evil spirit did not dare to have a single trace of disrespect. It hurriedly put Chu Feng, who was in its hand, back to the ground, then spoke to Chu Feng with a respectful tone. "Your subordinate pays its respects to master." Chapter 301, Untouchable. Chapter 301, Untouchable. At least you understand something. However, I hope that you can do what you have said. Or else, you will know what the consequences are. Obediently guard here. Wait for the time when your master needs you, then just do your duty. The black tortoise armor technique coldly looked at the evil spirit, then a large amount of fog surged out of its body, engulfed Chu Feng, and then, the two of them disappeared. Only the evil spirit was left as it stared at where the black tortoise armor technique stood before with a panicked expression. After a while, it slowly closed its eyes. At that instant, its thoughts floated towards its distant memories. Time had passed for too long, and it did not remember how many years or months the thing happened for. It only remembered that under the command of several evil world spiritists, the army made out of evil spirits caused chaos in a certain land and plundered resources everywhere. Mountain ranges were stamped flat. Rivers were evaporated dry. Flames of battle were everywhere. Their army had always done what they wished to, and there was no one who could have stopped them. Not an inch of grass grew from the places that they had passed by. All life that they saw were slaughtered. However, they, who caused people to be fearful just by hearing their name, who caused the color of people's faces to change when mentioned, who almost completely destroyed an extremely powerful continent, was defeated by a male. Because the distance was too far, it did not see the appearance of the male clearly. It only remembered that with a single strike, he completely crushed their army. With a glance, it killed the evil world spiritists who commanded them. That male was so strong that it was indescribable. In the created world, he no longer seemed like a person. He seemed more like a god. Also, beside the male, there were also 4 ruthless and strong monsters. The black tortoise armor technique was one of them. Suddenly, then evil spirit sighed and gave up the thought of recovering its own freedom. It obediently returned deep into the ancient castle because it did not dare to not follow the orders of the black tortoise armor technique. At the same time, Chu Feng only felt that his body was floating in midair, seeming to be quickly shifting. When both of his feet landed on the ground and as the fog dissipated, he astonishedly discovered that he returned to the area where the illusion formation was earlier, and the black tortoise armor technique was also currently staring at him. The journey that required 4 hours for him was finished by the black tortoise armor technique in an instant. Senior, at that instant, Chu Feng had a stomach full of questions, yet he did not know where to start asking. You must be very curious as for why I let you release the evil spirit, right? The black tortoise armor technique smiled and said. Chu Feng fiercely nodded his head. Oh, that's just a small question. Compared to that, I'm guessing that you must be more curious what treasures are hidden in this place. Senior, is it possible that you know what is hidden here? Seeing that, Chu Feng hurriedly and closely asked. Haha, of course. Everything here was left behind by my former master. Everything here was personally created and laid by him. But sadly, I will not tell you because we promised him to not tell anyone about the secrets buried here. The black tortoise armor technique smirked and said. That caused Chu Feng to be extremely speechless, and he felt some insulting urges. He thought in his heart, if you're not going to tell me, why did you still ask whether I want to know it or not? Isn't that the same as playing around with someone? Seeming to see Chu Feng's helplessness, the black tortoise armor technique smiled and added, however, I can tell you that the treasure hidden here is an extremely strong treasure. It is a treasure that can cause a person to go mad, it can cause disputes in a family, it can cause lovers to kill one another, it can cause rains of blood and winds of stench, and it can even devastate this land here. As for you, the current you, don't have the qualifications to go even near the treasure. So, even if I tell you what it is, it would be useless. But you're very lucky. Lucky that you met me because more or less, I will help you out. For example, the evil spirit just now. Although it is only a watchdog that is located in the outermost circle, if it can be used by you, in the future, when you step into this place again, it will at least help you a bit. But sadly, after leaving my master's body, my strength has already decreased greatly. Right now, I exist only in name. I can scare some little minion like the one just now, but the guardians deeper in will not listen to my command. So, if you want to get the deepest treasure, you will still need to rely on yourself. After hearing the black tortoise armor technique's words, Chu Feng was shocked in his heart. If such a powerful black tortoise armor technique could not even command the guardians, how powerful would they be? If the evil spirit, who was able to pressure him to the point of suffocation and able to even cut off the connection between him and Eggy, was only a little minion, how terrifying would the existence of not a little minion be? At that instant, Chu Feng was completely stunned. He realized for the first time that he was so weak. Even if he was a character who could shake the earth in the Azure province, and even if he was a monster in people's eyes, when facing a real powerful person, he was not even a single ant. At most, he was only an insignificant speck of dust. At that moment, Chu Feng was truly curious. Who was the master of this place? What realm did he step into in order to be so powerful? Was it truly the martial emperor realm that Eggy said it was? However, for he who did not even step into the profound realm, how much time did he need to enter the martial emperor realm, which was like a legend? At that instant, Chu Feng self-deprecatingly discovered that his talent, which he was so proud of, the godlike speed of improvement and breaking through, the battle power that surpassed levels, really wasn't much. Because if he only relied on those, perhaps in his entire life, he would not be able to touch the martial emperor realm. He was a monster in other people's eyes, but if he was looked at by real geniuses, he was only a mediocre person. For example, the purple-clothed female who was even younger than him. The world was so big and the continent of the 9 provinces was merely a corner of an iceberg. It was quite difficult for Chu Feng to imagine how many geniuses were growing in the boundless and borderless world. And as for him, he did not truly step onto the wide stage. So, he had to become stronger. He had to become stronger and stronger. Although whether you gain the treasure in this place will still depend on yourself, I will still do what I can to help you. Right now, the biggest help that I can give you is to pass my ability down to you. The black tortoise armor technique's expression suddenly turned serious. Following that, its body had started to become illusionary, like how the white tiger slaughtering technique looked like as he became. A body of fog-like illusion in the white tiger mountain range. It actually and truly wanted to be attached to Chu Feng's body in order to hand its power over for Chu Feng to use. But senior, you are not related to me in any way, so why are you helping me like this? That was the biggest question mark in Chu Feng's heart. I have my reasons for helping you, like why the white tiger chose you. Our reason is the same, and as for what this reason is, in the future, you will naturally unveil it. Suddenly, the illusionary black tortoise armor technique pounced towards Chu Feng and it was entering Chu Feng's body. At the same time, a large amount of information was also starting to gather in Chu Feng's brain. Chapter 302, Indescribable Uneasiness. Chapter 302, Indescribable Uneasiness. Along with bursts of pricking pain, the cloud-like gas was rolling and surging around, and like waves, it drilled into Chu Feng's body. Large amounts of information also started to appear in Chu Feng's brain. That let Chu Feng understand the impressiveness of the black tortoise armor technique. If it was said that the white tiger slaughtering technique was the strongest attacking method, the black tortoise armor technique would be the strongest defense method. Its defense method was not only indestructible armor. If Chu Feng could completely grasp it, he could even create mist that would be able to meddle around with one's mind and from that, cause his opponent to die. Even if he could not kill the opponent, he could still disturb them in battle and greatly reduce their battle power. That was the wonderful area of the black tortoise armor technique. At the same time, the deep and ancient voice of the black tortoise armor technique also kept on sounding out next to Chu Feng's ear. Chu Feng, listen up. Normal people cannot get the treasure in this place. So, no need to be afraid of spreading the secret here because the people who can get the treasure are less within less. The guardians here and the obstructions here can separate people away from the treasure. Thus, do not aim for some quick achievements or short benefits. Before having a certain strength, don't rashly enter this place. If you want to know why the white tiger and I chose you, go find our 2 other old friends and make them be willing to serve you. At that time, the secret about us will naturally be revealed. I hope that we have not chosen the wrong person. The voice of the black tortoise armor technique became quieter and quieter. At the end, along with the disappearance of its voice, the fog lingering in front of Chu Feng's body also disappeared. Also, he left a mystery that Chu Feng had to unravel himself. So it turns out that there is some special reason why the white tiger slaughtering technique and the black tortoise armor technique chose me, huh? Their 2 old friends should be the 2 other secret skills, right? So indeed, there's a secret skill at every single entrance. Chu Feng stood where he was and his thoughts were unstable. What other reason can there be? Clearly, they saw your potential, or else the white tiger slaughtering technique and the secret skill hidden in the Azure Dragon Mountain range wouldn't have chosen you rather than another master. If it is insisting that it's a secret, it is very possible that some unimaginable thing would happen when the 4 of them gathers in one body, right? Just at that time, Eggy's sweet and beautiful voice suddenly rang out. Eggy, nothing happened to you. This is great. At that instant, Chu Feng was greatly happy because he discovered that the originally cut-off connection between him and Eggy was restored and he could feel Eggy's existence once again. What can even happen to me? The connection was only temporarily cut because of the evil spirit from the ghost spirit world. However, it has to be said that the evil spirit does have some ability. I'm afraid that normal people in the heaven realm would not be able to defeat it. Eggy said while curling her mouth. So that evil spirit came from the ghost spirit world. No wonder it looked like a ghost and was so terrifying. Chu Feng had an expression of enlightenment. Don't stare blankly and leave. You can no longer probe around this place. You must at least reach the heaven realm or don't come back to this place. Eggy reminded. In short, he already knew that the Emperor Tomb was deep and unfathomable. At least, he was quite some time away from being able to search it. Not only him, even the Jiang dynasty might not have that qualification. But after Chu Feng walked out for a short distance, he astonishedly discovered that a city appeared behind him. Focusing his eyes to look, it was the illusion formation that Chu Feng and the others stepped into earlier. Chu Feng was a bit shocked. Although he already experienced the trial of the illusion formation, when he saw the formation currently, chills still went down his spine because the formation was truly too horrifying. The illusion formation was originally invisible, so go. With the illusion formation, I believe that many people will not be able to pass through. Even if they can pass through here, they can't pass through the checkpoint later on. In this continent, there is truly no one who can go near that treasure. Eggy said with contempt. Chu Feng also felt that Eggy spoke quite reasonably because the illusion formation was only the outermost circle. The evil spirit that was described as a little minion by the black tortoise armor technique was already so strong, so he truly did not dare to imagine what the existence the guardian deeper in would be. Perhaps it was a monster that could completely destroy everything in this continent, right? However, as long as he thought of a monster that could destroy the continent of the 9 provinces, Chu Feng couldn't help but think that there also seemed to be a monster that was sealed in his spiritual world, and from Eggy's description, that monster was an existence that could cause chaos on the continent of the 9 provinces. Also, Eggy said that the sealed monster wasn't much in her eyes. From her tone, Chu Feng could feel that she didn't seem to be falsely boasting. She seemed to truly have had strength that allowed her to look down upon everything. However, such a powerful Eggy and the monster who could devastate the continent of the 9 provinces were sealed in his spiritual world. That made Chu Feng imagine how strong the person who did all that was. Was it his parents? Or his relatives? Or who? Father, mother, are you two still in this world? That question echoed in Chu Feng's heart. How much did he hope that his own parents were still in the world? It was the truth that he wanted to know the most. Since he had already explored, when he was returning, Chu Feng could hurry back without a single trace of fear. His speed greatly increased, and only after a few days, he arrived back at the entrance. However, on the road back, Chu Feng discovered quite a few corpses from the people of the Qilin Prince's mansion who miserably died by the mechanisms in the cave world. It could be seen that after he successfully opened the entrance, the Qilin Prince's mansion also sent quite a few experts over to search in this place. But sadly, no matter how much stronger their cultivation was, they who did not know spirit formation techniques were unable to dodge even the most simplest mechanisms. But the thing that Chu Feng did not understand the most was that after the news spread out, the ruler of the Qilin Prince's mansion, the lord of the mansion, had not showed himself. Normally, after opening the entrance to a treasure trove that very possibly hid endless treasures, even if it was that mansion lord, he would be incomparably moved and he should have immediately came to personally handle this matter. So, as he had not appeared yet, it obviously did not make sense. But Chu Feng was too lazy to think about those things. As the guards were caught off guard, he hiddenly left that place. Chu Feng already prepared to leave the Azure province. So, before he departed, he wanted to say his farewells to some people, and the first people he wanted to say his farewells to would be his relatives. After a short period of hurrying, Chu Feng finally returned to the city that Chu Guyu and the others were hiddenly living in. When he was entering the city, Chu Feng was still thinking. After taking out the rank 6 martial skills that Li Zhangqin gave him, he wondered how happy Chu Guyu and the others would be, and perhaps they would even have trouble falling asleep. Chu Feng, you finally appeared. We were so worried about you. However, just as Chu Feng entered the residence, Chu Yu ran out with a full face of panic. She hugged Chu Feng, and he could even feel that her body was trembling with some weeping noises coming from her mouth. Simultaneously, all the other Chu family members behind Chu Yu were both joyed and worried, and with lingering fear all over their faces, they looked at Chu Feng as if he came back from the gates of hell. Chu Yu, what are all of you doing? I'm perfectly fine and nothing has happened to me. Chu Feng really didn't know what to do because of Chu Yu and the others, and at the same time, he also felt indescribable uneasiness. Chapter 303, Heaven-Shocking Change. Chapter 303, Heaven-Shocking Change. Chu Feng, don't worry. We will forever be by your side. Chu Feng, you are forever part of our Chu family. We won't leave you. Yeah, Chu Feng. No matter when, you still have us, your family. No matter what you do, we will support you and never leave you. Just at that time, Chu Wei, Chu Cheng, Chu Zhen, and the others came out of the residence. Even Chu Guyu came out, and everyone was very emotional when they saw Chu Feng. At that instant, Chu Feng was finally aware that something was wrong. He felt that something must have happened. So, he asked, in these past few days, has something that I don't know about happened? Brother, do you really still not know? Chu Guyu thought of a possibility when he saw Chu Feng's blank face. Since the end of the 100 school gathering, I had always been cultivating in a hidden place. After coming out, I directly came here to find all of you. I don't know what has happened in the past few days. Chu Feng explained. Brother, follow me. Seeing that, Chu Guyu first cautiously scanned his surroundings, then prepared to walk deeper into the residence. But just at that time, Chu Feng waved his big sleeve and a boundless soundproof spirit formation appeared. It shrouded the area that they were in, then he said, Brother, just speak here. Chu Feng's expression changed into extreme uneasiness. He also really wanted to know what had actually happened. Brother, the things that happened in the 100 school gathering were real, right? You killed the number 1 disciple of the Lingyun school, Dugu Aoyun, and you even crippled the number 2 disciple of the Lingyun school, Feng Hao. Chu Dujiu seriously asked. That's right. Is the Lingyun school looking for trouble? Chu Feng asked. Not only the Lingyun school. Even the Qilin Prince's mansion is looking for you. Chu Guyu said. The Qilin Prince's mansion. After hearing those words, Chu Feng was greatly stunned. Although he also knew that the Lingyun school and the Qilin Prince's mansion had quite a good relationship, within the Qilin Prince's mansion, he had Qi Fengyang overseeing everything. Qi Fengyang was currently a Heaven Realm expert. His position should be even higher in the Qilin Prince's mansion, and his authority of words should be more important than the Lingyun school. So, why did the present Qilin Prince's mansion point the spearhead towards him? Brother, after the conclusion of the 100 school gathering, you haven't met Qi Fengyang again, and you haven't went to the Qilin Prince's mansion with him, right? Chu Guyu continued asking. I haven't. Chu Feng shook his head. Ah, Chu Guyu first helplessly sighed, then followed up and said, right now, the rumors outside are saying that you've joined up with Qi Fengyang and the both of you want to kill the lord of the Qilin Prince's mansion in order to help Qi Fengyang's scheme for power and to usurp the position. However, the head of the Lingyun school, Yan Yang Tian, arrived just in time, and only because of that, the two of you couldn't get away with it. Right now, Qi Fengyang has been caught and 10 days later, he will be beheaded in public. As for you, you escaped in the chaos and right now, the Qilin Prince's mansion is going everywhere as they try to catch you. They even ordered everyone related to you to stand out and publicly announce to the world that they cut off their relationship with you. Only then could they feel shame for becoming friends with an evil person like you, or else. Or else what? Chu Feng closely asked. Or else after they behead Qi Fengyang in public, they will behead and exterminate the families of all the people who have close relationships with you or those who have not declared to the world that their relationship is cut off with you. There is something like this. At that instant, Chu Feng tightly frowned. He never would have thought that such a huge change would happen in the short dozen of days or so. Qi Fengyang was caught and he was even going to be beheaded in the public. What was that for? He didn't go hiddenly assassinate the lord of the Qilin Prince's mansion, and when Qi Fengyang talked about the mansion lord, Chu Feng could tell that he was extremely loyal and it was impossible that he revolted. Within all of that, there must have been some hidden matters that were unknown, but as for what was actually happening, at that instant, Chu Feng didn't have time to think about it. He only knew that Qi Fengyang, his brother who helped him many times, was going to be beheaded by the Qilin Prince's mansion who he was loyal towards. Chu Feng, the Qilin Prince's mansion and the Lingyun school have clearly united. Not only do they want to take care of Qi Fengyang, they are also forcing you to appear. 10 days later, if you don't appear on your own, they will flip through the entire Azure province. If they can still not find you, they will kill everyone who is related to you. Right now, you must get the people around you who are important settled into an extremely safe location. Only after that can you be able to think how to save Qi Fengyang, or else not only will you die, even everyone next to you won't live. Don't think that the Qilin Prince's mansion and the Lingyun school will really forgive them even if they stand out to say that they have cut off their relationship with you. If they want to kill the people next to you, they have countless reasons and countless methods. That is because this place was their territory to start with and no one would dare to defy anything they do. Eggy gravely reminded as she seemed to know what things Chu Feng was going to do. Eggy, where do you think is the safest place I should get them settled into right now? Chu Feng scanned over the current Chu family members standing around him because he really did not want them to be affected because of himself. Right now, the best place to go is the Thousand Bone Graveyard. Not only is the Azure Dragon founder there to protect them, there is also the essence pool that can increase their cultivation. Eggy said. Thousand Bone Graveyard? How is that possible? The founder clearly told me to keep the news of him surviving in his world a secret, so how would it be possible for him to allow me to bring people close to me into the Thousand Bone Graveyard? To live and to even let him protect the safety of my family. Chu Feng felt that it was too insane. Something like that would not be possible to be achieved. Idiot. If it was before, perhaps it wouldn't be possible. But it is different right now. The Azure Dragon founder has a request for you, so he wouldn't refuse your own request. Besides, sending people close to you into the Thousand Bone Graveyard is equivalent to increasing the cards he has in his hands. Increasing the cards he has in his hands. What do you mean by that? Chu Feng did not understand. Think about it. The Azure Dragon founder has requests for you and he wants you to develop in order to revive him. But with his nature, he will absolutely not trust you completely. But if you send the people closest to you into the Thousand Bone Graveyard, if he opposes you, he can use your family as a bargaining chip to coerce you. At least, he can threaten you so that you must help him without playing any tricks. This is equal to handing your family over to the Azure Dragon founder for him to threaten you. Since the Azure Dragon founder is such a smart old guy, he should be able to clearly understand this debt. So, he will certainly agree. No matter how many people you stuff into the Thousand Bone Graveyard, he will agree. Eggy said. This, at that instant, Chu Feng hesitated a bit. Originally, he didn't feel much and he was only worried whether the Azure Dragon founder would agree or not, but after hearing Eggy's analysis, he also felt if the Azure Dragon founder really wanted to use him, sending his family into the thousand-bone graveyard was truly sending sheep into a tiger's mouth. Chu Feng. Extreme times calls for extreme methods. You can only guarantee their temporary safety if you send your family away from the Azure province right now. However, you can only do this to guarantee their temporary safety. Can you guarantee that they will be truly safe when they leave the Azure province? With your temper, even if you leave the Azure province, it would be hard to avoid making huge enemies. Perhaps a greater enemy than the Qilin Prince's mansion and the Lingyun school. You can escape, but can they escape? So, you must get your family settled in properly so you won't have any worries about troubles that come from the back. Although it is very possible that the Azure Dragon founder is using you, right now, you need to use him. He doesn't care about which methods he uses, so you don't care even more which methods you use. Chapter 304, Cool and Warmth of Human Emotions. Chapter 304, Cool and Warmth of Human Emotions. You need to understand clearly that before you can help him revive, he will absolutely not harm any of your relatives. During this period of time, your family will be absolutely safe. As for your talent, when you become a Purple Cloak World Spiritist, do you feel that you will be afraid of the Azure Dragon founder? At that time, if he truly wants you to help and if he has no malicious intentions towards you, then it's fine. But if he wants to use you and tear down the bridge after using you, you could also kill him instead. Eggy continued. At that instant, Chu Feng sank into deep thought. He felt that the words Eggy said made quite a bit of sense, but this related to the people close to him, so he still felt that it was too big of a risk. This time, I'll listen to you. Finally, after a while of serious consideration, Chu Feng still felt that Eggy's method was fine. So, on that day, Chu Feng escorted the Chu family members towards the Azure Dragon School, and because today was a special situation, even if Chu Feng was a disciple of the Azure Dragon School, he had to wear a conical hat to conceal his identity. Before even entering the Azure Dragon School, on the road as he climbed the mountain, Chu Feng saw large batches of disciples from the Azure Dragon School currently carrying bags on their backs while hurrying down the mountain. At the same time, he was able to hear their whispers. At first, I thought that the Azure Dragon School was going to rise greatly and that I would have a great future by entering this school. Who would have known that just after entering, I had to leave? Yeah, because of a single Chu Feng, we and others need to transfer to other schools. That Chu Feng really ought to die. It's that Li Zhangqing who's too stubborn. Clearly, as long as he stood out and announced that the Azure Dragon School was clear of any relationships with Chu Feng, it would be fine. But who would have thought that he stood out and at the end, said that the Azure Dragon School and Chu Feng was going to live together, and die together? Damn. Isn't he just ruining all of us? Who would say he isn't? The Qilin Prince's mansion and the Lingyun school already both stated that those who don't clear up their relationship with Chu Feng would be met with the catastrophe of family extermination. By doing this, it is equal in letting the Azure Dragon School meet the fate of school extermination. If we don't quickly clear this relationship up, we will be dragged down by it as well. I really hope that Chu Feng gets quickly arrested by the people from the Qilin Prince's mansion and dies. He truly brings death along with him. Let's not talk about this and let's quickly leave this zone of disaster. After hearing the words of those people, both of Chu Feng's fists couldn't help but tightly clench. However, after that, they gradually relaxed and opened, but his face was still quite ugly. When he was in his times of glory, all those people were zealously trying to set up a relationship with him to increase their flaunting capabilities. But when Chu Feng was in his times of hardships, they were the first to escape with their tails between their legs. They didn't even think about Chu Feng's safety, rather, they blamed Chu Feng for cutting off their future. Chu Feng, after some thinking, there's one thing that I should tell you. Suddenly, Chu Yu, who was next to Chu Feng, spoke. Chu Yu, what is it? Chu Feng asked. I heard that in the period of time before, Su Ro and Su Mei, the two sisters, announced that they cleared up their relationship with you and recognized a person like you as a disgrace. However, what? However, they did not personally say those words. Their father, Su Hen, said those words for them. Chu Yu spoke. I understand. Chu Feng lightly smiled and nodded his head. Although on the surface, his emotions did not have too big of a chance, a raging lump of anger was lit up in his heart. Chu Feng, that old useless lamp called Su-hen really needs some taking care of. I suggest that you suck him dry to kill him. Eggy felt unfairness for Chu Feng. I have my plans. Chu Feng did not reply about that because what he was thinking of was not how to take care of Su-hen. What he was thinking of was what situation the sisters Su-ro and Su-mei were in, and whether they were in danger or not. After that, with special methods, Chu Feng successfully brought the Chu family members to the area where the thousand-bone graveyard was. But on the road, Chu Feng saw what was true hotness and coldness of the world's attitude, and cool and warmth of human emotions. Pretty much all the disciples and elders from the Azure Dragon School left that area to clear their relationship with Chu Feng and the Azure Dragon School. After coming to the thousand-bone graveyard, Chu Feng did not go down with the Chu family members. He first opened the tunnel to enter the thousand-bone graveyard before them because he had to get permission from the Azure Dragon founder. At first, after hearing Chu Feng's words, the face of the Azure Dragon founder changed greatly and he was even a bit angry. Although he did not speak, Chu Feng already felt his intentions to decline. However, after stating the importance of those people to Chu Feng, the Azure Dragon founder was shaken. At the end, not only did he grant Chu Feng's request, he even promised that he would guarantee the safety of the Chu family members in the thousand-bone graveyard. He hit the iron while it was hot. Chu Feng also took the chance and requested to also allow Li Zhongqing and the other people from the Azure Dragon School to enter this place for shelter. This time, without even hesitating, the Azure Dragon founder permitted it. So, after getting his family settled nicely in the thousand-bone graveyard, Chu Feng left and went forward to look for Li Zhongqing, the old man who was willing to give up the entire Azure Dragon School for himself. At that instant, Li Zhongqing was standing on the peak of a palace while observing downwards from above towards the disciples and elders who were slowly leaving the school. Zhuge Liuyun and the 6 protectors were also next to him. As they looked at the large batches of human currents surging down from the mountain, complicated expressions were hung on the old people's faces. It was the so-called, the human heart is difficult to predict, and one's true feelings are shown when disaster strikes. But the truth always made one's heart ache. The people who always followed behind you, who bootlicked you, and who swore loyalty, left without a single care of righteousness when you met a calamity. Who had experienced such a feeling? If they leave, they leave. It's better for them to leave. With disciples and elders like these, the Azure Dragon School will have no way of truly becoming powerful. Zhuge Liuyun was afraid that Li Zhongqing would have burdened, so he went up to console. Oh, no need to look down on me like that, right? Why would I feel sorrow because disciples likes them left? Actually, I'm very happy because I know that my judgment isn't bad. Look at all the disciples that I had good impressions towards from the start. Aren't they remaining behind? Li Zhongqing turned his head around to look behind him. Nearby, there were 59 young core disciples standing there and 38 elders with quite good cultivation. Those were the good seedlings that Li Zhongqing hiddenly chose. Not only did those people have quite good martial cultivation talent, the most important thing was that they also had a loyal heart. They had the heart to share the hardships of the Azure Dragon School and the heart to die for the Azure Dragon School. With facts, it proved that Li Zhongqing did not pick the wrong people. At the times when the Azure Dragon School was going to face life and death, the disciples stayed behind. What time are we leaving here? You wouldn't truly want them to just stay here doing nothing while waiting for death, right? Zhuge Liuyun asked. Of course not. We wait until not a single person remain, then we start our journey. We must guarantee the survival of the outstanding people from my Azure Dragon School. Only they can revive my Azure Dragon School. Li Zhongqing replied. Ah, I wonder where that boy Chu Feng went. I hope that nothing happened to him. Zhuge Liuyun looked towards the distance and a touch of worry surged into his eyes. After hearing Chu Feng's name, almost everyone's faces couldn't help but turn emotional. Oh! You old people are here looking at the scenery, eh? But just at that time, a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind Li Zhongqing and the others. After hearing that voice, the faces of Li Zhongqing and the others rejoiced and they quickly turned their bodies around. After seeing the person clearly, their originally already happy faces became incomparably ecstatic. Chapter 305, Dragon Traveling Through 9 Heavens. Chapter 305, Dragon Traveling Through 9 Heavens. Chu Feng. Nothing happened to you. This is great. After seeing Chu Feng, Li Zhangqing, and the others were endlessly emotional. They quickly walked over and they started to look up and down, carefully and with detail at Chu Feng as if they were deeply afraid that Chu Feng suffered injuries. "Hey, am I not fine right now?" Chu Feng chuckled, and following that, he looked at the elders and disciples behind them and said to Li Zhangqing, "School head, these are the good seedlings that you said earlier. Not bad. Of course. No matter what time it is, my eyes will not be bad. However, this time, you seem to have caused quite a trouble. It looks like all of us will need to go along with you on some days of difficulty and homelessness." Li Zhangqing smiled as he patted Chu Feng's shoulder. Although he said those words on the surface, he did not have even the slightest intentions of blaming Chu Feng. "I'm afraid that none of you will be in any difficult and homeless days now." Chu Feng chuckled and said. "Chu Feng, you boy, what are you talking about?" After hearing those words, Li Zhangqing and the others couldn't help but be taken aback. "Just follow me." As Chu Feng spoke, he wanted to leave, but then he stopped his steps, turned around towards the good seedlings that Li Zhangqing picked, and said, "Call them as well." The crowd did not know what Chu Feng was doing, so even after Chu Feng brought them to that forest, they were still lost and confused. Only until Chu Feng started to lay a spirit formation to condense a spirit formation entrance out did Zhuge Liuyan react. With an astounding face, he pointed at the spirit formation entrance that Chu Feng laid with disbelief and said, "Chu Feng, you wouldn't have solved the mystery of the thousand-bone graveyard and found its entrance right. Chu Feng, is that true? You opened the thousand-bone graveyard." Seeing that, Li Zhangqing and the others also quickly went up to closely ask. As for the others, their faces changed greatly and astonishment filled them. What kind of place was the thousand-bone graveyard? It was a legend of the Azure Dragon School. There was not a single person in the Azure Dragon School who did not know about the thousand-bone graveyard, but no one could find it. The people who did see the thousand-bone graveyard mostly died. It was said that only a small number of people did not die, but they became idiots who went insane. If Chu Feng really opened the thousand-bone graveyard today, that was equal to solving the near thousand-year-old unsolved mystery of the Azure Dragon School. That naturally caused people to look forward to it, but they also felt that it was inconceivable and hard to believe. As he faced the crowd's expressions of yearning, Chu Feng finally lightly smiled and nodded his head, then said, "I did indeed find the thousand-bone graveyard, but I have not solved the mystery in there. However, I have good news to tell everyone here. Everyone can survive underneath this place. Because of the special structure at that area, it is absolutely fine even if everyone lives there for dozens of years. By hiding underneath, the people from the Qilin Prince's mansion and the Lingyun School will certainly not be able to find you, let alone harm you. Also, at that place, there is also something that can help everyone quickly make breakthroughs. The benefits that thing brings cannot be compared to origin medicines or profound medicines. However, the most important thing is that underneath, everyone will also see a person. A person that you undoubtedly will not expect. Chu Feng, who is it? Ye Chu Feng, who else can be in here? Don't stir up any suspense." The people whose blood started to boil by Chu Feng's words were extremely eager to know what person was actually under there to be able to let Chu Feng cause such huge suspense. "The school founder of my Azure Dragon School, the Azure Dragon founder." Chu Feng calmly said. "What? Chu Feng, what did you just say? Say it again." After hearing those words, almost everyone's pupils suddenly shrunk and they did not dare to believe the words that they just heard. Right now, the Azure Dragon School's founder is underneath here. Chu Feng reiterated it with emphasis. "Chu Feng, what joke is this? 1,000 years has already passed since the creation of the Azure Dragon School. How is it possible that the ancestor is still surviving?" An elder did not believe the words that Chu Feng spoke. "That's right. Chu Feng, there are some words that you cannot speak randomly." In reality, many people did not believe it as well. "If you don't believe, follow me and come. Look, then you'll know." Chu Feng lightly smiled and he didn't explain. He stepped into the spirit formation entrance first. After seeing Chu Feng disappear, Li Zhangqing and the others became even more nervous. They first looked at each other for a while, then following that, they tidied up their clothing, and when they felt that they were extremely orderly, they followed Chu Feng's steps and went down. After passing through the spirit formation, they discovered that Chu Feng was standing in front of them while smiling and looking at them. Beside Chu Feng, there was another person standing there. An old man who also had a smile on his face. That old man wore an azure robe, had a fly whisk in his hand, his entire body emitted faint radiance, and he also emanated extremely strong aura, like a saint. Disciple Li Zhongqing, the 22nd Azure Dragon School head, pays his respects to the school founder. At that instant, Li Zhongqing's excited body was trembling and he hurriedly knelt onto the ground and paid his great respects to the Azure Dragon founder. As for the 6 protectors, and the other elders and disciples, they were even so shocked that they could not take care of themselves. It was as though they were arriving into a realm of dreams as they blankly stared at the Azure Dragon founder. They even thought that everything in front of their eyes wasn't true, and only after a long while did they slowly come to their senses and quickly knelt and paid their great respects to the Azure Dragon founder. Everyone, rise. Be at ease. As for the Azure Dragon founder, he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance as he pulled Li Zhongqing and the others back up. After that, the Azure Dragon founder introduced the benefits of the essence pool to Li Zhongqing and the others and he told them how to cultivate within the essence pool. After knowing the abstruse effects of the essence pool, everyone was extremely excited because that could allow their cultivation to increase greatly. Especially Li Zhongqing. He even had hopes to charge towards the unreachable heaven realm. However, no one dared to ask about why the Azure Dragon founder was still living, where the 1,000-bone graveyard led to, or where the several tens of thousands of bones came from because they, who incomparably respected the school founder, did not dare to ask about those things in situations when the Azure Dragon founder would not speak about it. After understanding everything, Li Zhongqing and the others started to move the important goods of the Azure Dragon school into the 1,000-bone graveyard. They even accumulated a large amount of foods and resources because they did not know how long they were going to live in there for. As Li Zhongqing and the others were busy with all that, the Azure Dragon founder called Chu Feng out to a more quiet corner and said to him, Chu Feng, because of my special body, I have no way of leaving the 1,000-bone graveyard, so I'm afraid that I cannot help you regarding the predicament that you are facing this time. However, I have a present for you. Perhaps in critical times of danger, it can protect your life. As he spoke, the Azure Dragon founder pointed his finger towards Chu Feng's forehead. At that instant, Chu Feng's face instantly changed greatly and insane happiness surged into both of his eyes. Because, the Azure Dragon founder was currently imbuing a martial skill to him. It was a very profound bodily martial skill. Although the rank of the martial skill was not labeled, although Chu Feng had not cultivated it yet, just by knowing the cultivation methods of this martial skill, Chu Feng knew that it was a much more profound bodily martial skill than the Imperial Sky technique. Within the many martial skills that I have created in my life, this is the one I am most pleased with, but it is also the one that is the hardest to cultivate. It is a bodily martial skill that can resist the air to walk, but is different than the conventional bodily martial skills. It does not move according to one's own physical abilities. It relies on the martial skill itself to travel forward. I have not determined the ranking of this martial skill because it has infinitely neared rank 9 martial skills, but in reality, it is still lingering between that and rank 8 martial skills. This isn't the only rank 8 martial skill on this continent, but it is the strongest martial skill I can create. So, I was not satisfied with that and I didn't set a rank for it, nor did I pass it down to anyone. However, if you can grasp it, it will certainly become your best life-saving ability. As long as you can proficiently grasp it, I believe that very little people can catch up to you. The Azure Dragon founder seriously said. Ancestor, is there a name for this martial skill? Chu Feng already generally understood the mysteriousness of the martial skill. It was exactly as how he said it was. It was an unordinary martial skill. It was incomparable to typical bodily martial skills such as the Imperial Sky technique. As he faced Chu Feng's question, the Azure Dragon founder only lightly smiled and said, Dragon traveling through 9 heavens. Chapter 306, Black-Hearted Father. Chapter 306, Black-Hearted Father. After helping his family, Li Zhongqing, and the others settle in, Chu Feng left the Azure Dragon School and went forward to the Vermilion Bird City because currently, within the Azure Province, there were still 2 more people who Chu Feng could not let go. They were Su Ro and Su Mei, the 2 beautiful sisters. Relying on his sharp spirit power, when Chu Feng arrived outside of the Vermilion Bird City, he discovered that there were actually layers of detection spirit formations laid by a Greycloak world spiritist, and within the Vermilion Bird City, he felt that there were many people who did not belong to the Vermilion Bird City hidden within. All of that told Chu Feng that the current Vermilion Bird City was very possibly a trap, yet he had to jump into the trap or else he could not save the two sisters Su Ro and Su Mei. Chu Feng sneaked into the Vermilion Bird City and he first went to both Su Ro's and Su Mei's residences, but he discovered that the two of them weren't there. Because of that, Chu Feng couldn't help but start to worry, and at the end, he sneaked into Su Hen's residence and he wanted to find some clues from him. Indeed, the heavens do not disappoint those who persevere, and not long after Chu Feng sneaked into Su Hen's palace, Su Hen hurried back from outside and he even brought 3 guests along. It was a Greycloak world spiritist from the Lingyun school. As for the other 2 people, they were both old people. One had black hair as black as ink, and the other had white hair as white as snow. They were the peak experts of the Lingyun school, and they were 2 of the 12 protectors. They are indeed the people from the Lingyun school. Let's see what tricks all of you are playing with. Chu Feng did not immediately go out to question Su Hen. He concealed his aura, hid in a corner, and silently observed every single movement and action of the 3 people. Hey! Milords, please sit. After entering the hall, Su Hen was like a submissive servant and he nodded and bowed towards the 3 people from the Lingyun school as he poured tea for them. For the first time, Chu Feng discovered that the Lord of the Vermilion Bird City had such top-level bootlicking skills. City Lord Su Hen, it seems what you said wasn't too true. You said that Chu Feng loves your 2 daughters so much that he could go between life and death for them. So, after knowing that your 2 daughters cut off their relationship with him, he should certainly come here to ask why. But why, after so many days have passed, are there no news about Chu Feng? The white-haired protector asked. This. Perhaps Chu Feng has weak love and little righteousness, or perhaps Chu Feng already escaped the Azure province and left my 2 daughters behind. Su Hen chuckled and explained. Then that means that your 2 daughters have really loved the wrong person. But even if Chu Feng comes, he would only be sending himself to his death. City Lord Su Hen, your 2 daughters are 2 rare beauties, but sadly they have been contaminated by Chu Feng and they are still not willing to cut off their relationship with Chu Feng even up until now. I'm afraid that this will affect the future development of your Su family. After all, this time, it is the Lord of the Qilin Prince's mansion speaking, and he wants to completely kill every single person who is related to Chu Feng. The black-haired protector spoke. Milords, this. After hearing those words, Su Hen was not lightly frightened. He wanted to explain, yet he did not know how to explain and he started to stutter. Hey, City Lord Su Hen, you don't need to be afraid. Actually, right now, I have a method that can save both you and your 2 daughters. The black-haired old man smiled and said. Milords, please. Su Hen quickly asked. Although the 3 people in front of them were people from the Lingyun school, because their strength were overbearing and had a close relationship with the Qilin Prince's mansion, Su Hen truly did not dare to offend them. Rather, he was very afraid of them. As he looked at Su Hen's face full of fear, the black-haired old man said, the ones who harmed you were your 2 daughters, and the ones who can save you are still your 2 daughters. Without hiding the truth, Lord World Spiritist of my Lingyun school has not married yet even to this date. However, it was love at first sight towards your 2 daughters. If you marry your 2 daughters over to him, who would dare to even touch your Su family? The black-haired protector spoke. That's right. I received a secret news, and it was that the Greycloak world spiritist from the Qilin Prince's mansion suddenly disappeared. Right now, there is absolutely no information on him and it is very possible that he has met with misfortune. So, within the current borders of the Azure province, our Lord World Spiritist is the only Greycloak world spiritist. Even the Qilin Prince's mansion treats him respectfully and well. Su Hen. If you marry your daughter off to Lord World Spiritist, in the future, your Su family will certainly rise greatly. Just at that time, the white-haired protector spoke to urge as well. Lord World Spiritist, you truly want to marry my 2 daughters? Su Hen was also quite shocked as he faced the sudden news. That's right. City Lord Su Hen, if you are willing to marry Su Ro and Su Mei over to me, I will certainly not treat you bad. But perhaps he was too excited and happy. The Greycloak world spiritist took his hood off which was covering his face, and revealed his incomparably ugly appearance. It had to be said that the old guy's looks were truly, extremely ugly. Shrimp nose, triangular eyes, pumpkin head, pockmarked face, and he was even bald. Hugh. After seeing the appearance of the Greycloak world spiritist, Suhen instantly took in a breath of cool air. Most likely, it was also his first time that he had seen such an ugly old man. But after remembering his special identity, powerful strength, and strong background, he forcefully suppressed his shocked expression and said while smiling, "Not only will it be my honor to betroth my daughters over to you, Lord World Spiritist, it will also be the honor of my Su family's ancestors." As he spoke, Suhen walked out. Shortly after Suhen walked out, the white-haired protector spoke to the Greycloak world spiritist, "My lord, are you really going to marry those sisters? Right now, the school head and the mansion lord have given a death order, and as long as the person had a close relationship with Chu Feng, no matter if they announced that they cut off their relationship off from him or not, they were still to be beheaded." "Ah, you really don't understand me well, but will I not understand the character of Lord Schoolhead? However, Su Ro and Su Mei are rare beauties. Within all the girls that I have seen, these two girls are absolutely the most beautiful. The only person who can be compared to those two is only Yen Ryu from the Jade Maiden School. It would truly be a shame if such beauties were killed off. But wouldn't it be a bigger shame to not experience how they taste? In a while when Suhen calls them over, I will take that chance and bring the two of them into my room. You two also come as well to nicely enjoy these two rare beauties." The Greycloak world spiritist smiled and said lecherously, "Haha, thank you Lord World Spiritist." After hearing the world spiritist's words, the two old protectors were also endlessly joyful and they revealed lustful smiles as well. There were even some reactions from the lower body. It could be seen that the two of them already had malicious intents towards the sisters Su Ro and Su Mei. Damn. These three lewd old guys has plans with my Su Ro and Su Mei. Later on, I will certainly make all of you pay the price. Chu Feng, who was hiding in a corner and saw every single thing, was already consumed by anger and cracking noises sounded from the clenching of his fists. There's also that Su Hen. He's the most worthless one. Chu Feng, you must finish Su Hen off or else who knows how he will deceive your Su Ro and Su Mei again. Eggy's little face also reddened from anger as she grinded her teeth. She truly could not accept it. Su Hen, as a father, was selling his own daughters in such a way. Don't worry. Not a single one should even think of escaping. In reality, even if Eggy did not remind him, Chu Feng was already determined. It had to be said that Su Hen's efficiency in doing work was rather fast, and with a split moment, the closed door was reopened. With a full face of solicitousness, Su Hen walked in and there were even two beauties with absolute prettiness and extremely good figures following behind him. They were Su Ro and Su Mei. Chapter 307, Nerves That Can Cover the Sky. Chapter 307, Nerves That Can Cover the Sky. After Su Ro and Su Mei appeared, the expressions of the three old things from the Lingyun school instantly changed greatly. Every single one of them smiled as if a flower blossomed in their hearts and all anger was released. Their lewd eyes started to spin around randomly as they restlessly swept over Su Ro's and Su Mei's faces of absolute beauty as well as their figures worthy of pride. Beautiful. Too beautiful. City Lord Su Hen, you truly gave birth to a pair of good daughters. The Greycloak world spiritist no longer had the manner of a big character. He rubbed his hands, licked his lips, and walked towards Su Ro and Su Mei. My lord father, where's Chu Feng? Where did Chu Feng go? However, Su Ro and Su Mei did not even pay attention to the three old men and with excited expressions, they were searching for another person's figure within the room. Chu Feng. Chu Feng isn't here. Even if he dares to appear in this place, he will only be an icy cold corpse. After hearing the two words Chu Feng, the face of the Greycloak world spiritist became a bit ugly because he knew that the sisters Su Ro and Su Mei already gave their hearts for Chu Feng. So, from jealousy and envy, he truly hated Chu Feng straight to the bones. Su Hen, you have tricked us again. What reason do you have by deceiving us to this place? At that instant, Su Ro was the first to react. She pointed at Su Hen and questioned. She no longer called Su Hen as father because she really felt that the male in front of her eyes was not worthy of being their father. Reason. Su Hen, have you not told them yet? The Greycloak world spiritist first looked at Su Hen, then smiled and Su Ro and Su Mei and said, my too precious, your father has already agreed to give you two to me. From now on, the two of you are mine. Hey. What? Su Hen, is this true? After hearing those words, Su Ro became, without a doubt, terrified. Father, how can you treat us like this? Do you even take us as your daughters? At the same time, the little face of the usually cute Su Mei paled from anger. Even her eyes ruddied slightly because in these past few days, the sisters truly received quite a few wrongs. Ah, little Ro, little Mei, I as your father am doing this for the sake of you. Chu Feng he committed crimes and treason. He had actually joined up with Chi Fengyang to assassinate the mansion lord. There is no place for him to say within the continent of the 9 provinces. Sooner or later, he will be caught and executed. As for you two, your relationship with Chu Feng before was too close. If the relationship doesn't get completely cut off, you will only be dragged down by him. However, right now, Lord World Spiritist has had his eyes on you two and he is willing to take you two as his wife. Not only is this good luck for you, it is also good luck for our Su family. Su Hen explained. Rubbish. You aren't even a person. You are not worthy being our father. Su Ro pointed at Su Hen and furiously insulted. Father, I never would have thought that you were this kind of person. I truly feel ashamed by having you as my father. Su Mei also had a face full of grievance. Okay Su Hen, your 2 daughters are too stubborn. I need to fix them up, or else if they speak nonsense in the future, even I can't protect them. At that instant, the Greycloak World Spiritist was a bit impatient. With a thought, a layer of spirit formation surrounded Su Ro and Su Mei within. No matter how much they struggled, they had no power to escape. At the same time, the black-haired protector and the white-haired protector also threw Su Ro and Su Mei who were binded by spirit formations onto their shoulders. As they spoke, the 3 old things started to walk out of the palace. Milords, seeing the 3 old men's attitude, Su Hen, who had quite a bit of life's experiences, instantly understood what the 3 old men were going to do. He quickly walked forward, and he was deeply afraid that the 3 old guys would taint his own daughters just like that. Su Hen, what are you doing? Do you want your Su family to be like the Gong family from the Black Tortoise City, to have your entire family exterminated? Seeing that Su Hen had actually dared to obstruct, the Greycloak World Spiritist's face instantly sank. I don't dare. That terrified Su Hen and he quickly went out of the way and denied. He even apologized at once. But after seeing Su Ro's and Su Mei's gaze full of hatred and their reddening eyes, Su Hen still bit down his teeth and said, however, my 2 daughters are still young. If you don't dare, then scram. If you disturb my interest, I'll annihilate your Su family. The Greycloak World Spiritist coldly snorted, then passed the door and exited. But just at that time, a boundless spirit formation suddenly shrouded the main hall and blocked the path of the 3 old guys from the Lingyun school. When they faced such a change, it caused the white-haired protector and the black-haired protector to be stupefied a bit as they turned around and said to the Greycloak World Spiritist, "My lord, what are you doing? This wasn't laid by me." The Greycloak World Spiritist had shock across his face because not only was the spirit formation which enveloped the main hall a grey-colored spirit formation, the quality of the spirit formation was even quite a bit better than his. You 3 old things truly have nerves that can cover the sky. You dare to even touch my people. Just at that time, a loud and clear voice suddenly resounded out from the main hall. After hearing that voice ring out, the faces of pretty much everyone on scene changed greatly, and after they looked towards the direction of the voice, they were even more stunned. Chu Feng, it's you. As they looked at the young man standing in the corner of the main hall, the 3 old men from the Lingyun school were incomparably surprised. They never would have thought that Chu Feng, who they were so painstakingly searching for, would actually appear in front of them by himself. When Su Ro and Su Mei saw Chu Feng, their faces were full of joy, but after joy, the sisters' faces were full of concern. It was because the 3 old monsters from the Lingyun school were truly too strong. Even though they knew that the current Chu Feng had so much battle power that it could rise to the sky, they were still worried whether Chu Feng would be able to defeat the 3 old guys or not. However, compared to them, Su Hen had a face full of terror and fear filled his eyes. Even his body was trembling because he was really too afraid of Chu Feng. Especially when he remembered Chu Feng's identity of Mr. Greycloak, and after he remembered the warning that he gave him, he was even more frightened. Truly, cannot be found even after searching to the ends of the world, yet no effort is required to obtain it. Chu Feng, we were searching so hard for you, but now you actually send yourself straight to the door. On that day, Qi Fengyang saved you. Today, let's see who will save you this time. The white-haired protector was incomparably mad with fury, and the scene of Chu Feng crushing Dugu Aoyun to death that day was still clear in his mind. As long as he thought of that, the anger within his body started to surge everywhere. After Chu Feng appeared, he was already unable to control his own emotions. He attacked first. Before that, he threw Su Ro who was on his shoulder over to Su Hen, then emanated his aura of the 9th level of the profound realm, and with a leap, he pounced towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng, today, this will be called returning a debt of blood with blood. At the same time, the black-haired protector also threw Su Mei who was on his shoulder over to Su Han. He displayed a profound bodily martial skill, and in addition to a savage attacking martial skill, he oppressed towards Chu Feng. Those two, as expected as part of the famous 12 protectors of the Lingyun school. They were truly in the peak of the profound realm, and immediately after the might of the attacks came out, the entire palace trembled as if it would split at any second. If it wasn't for the spirit formation Chu Feng laid, the entire palace would have been destroyed. Chu Feng. After feeling the horrifying might from the two people, Su Ro's and Su Mei's little faces were deathly white from fright. They couldn't avoid screaming and they were deeply afraid that Chu Feng would be unable to block the attacks of the two. But just at that time, Chu Feng's body moved and the ground underneath their feet couldn't help but tremble. Following that, a burst of boundless pressure came along with it. Chu Feng's hands changed into an eagle's claw and it suddenly stretched out and locked onto both protectors' throats. Then his arm waved and with a bang, the two of them ferociously crashed onto the ground. The strong power slammed them to the point that blood sprayed out of their mouths and the bones in their entire body shattered. After the two old men landed on the ground while being half dead, Chu Feng spat with contempt and coldly said, "What you should be thinking of is whether there is anyone who can save you." Chapter 308, Oppressive Killing Intent. Chapter 308, Oppressive Killing Intent. Seeing the two protectors in the peak of the profound realm being defeated by Chu Feng with one strike, the Greycloak World Spiritist showed his teeth and his expression was called wonderful. But it was quite understandable after some careful thinking. After all, no matter how much stronger the two protectors were, they were absolutely not stronger than Dugu Aoyun. If Dugu Aoyun couldn't even defeat Chu Feng, how could the two of them be able to? Whoosh, thinking to that point, the Greycloak World Spiritist did not attack Chu Feng and instead, he used an extremely strong martial skill to attack the spirit formation that Chu Feng laid. He actually wanted to escape. But as he faced the Greycloak World Spiritist's miserable appearance, Chu Feng did not do anything to him. He only stood where he was and silently stared at him, as if he was looking at an amusing clown. Damn it, damn it. Despite one powerful attack after the other was thrown out, despite one layer of ripple after the other was spread out, despite the Greycloak World Spiritist using up everything he had and using up all sorts of methods, he had no way of breaking the spirit formation that Chu Feng laid. It caused him to feel a bit of panic and anger. Suddenly, the Greycloak World Spiritist turned and became a gust of wind. He dashed towards Su Ro and Su Mei. Since he had no results from escaping, he planned to use Su Ro and Su Mei as hostages. But how could Chu Feng give him that chance? With a flash of light under his feet, in a blink, he arrived in front of Su Ro and Su Mei. Following that, he threw a punch towards the incoming Greycloak World Spiritist and it directly landed onto his chest. Ah! Strong power forced the Greycloak World Spiritist back. Crackling noises came from his chest, and even his internal organs were currently being crushed and crumbled. That pain was truly heart-tearing and lung-splitting. However, that was merely the beginning. How would Chu Feng so easily let anyone who had any ideas with Chu Feng's women? Before the Greycloak World Spiritist even landed, with lightning speed, he darted behind him again. He grabbed his robe and fiercely threw him onto the ground. After he fell onto the ground, Chu Feng first stuck his left foot out, and with cracking noises, he snapped his left leg. Then his right leg also suddenly dropped down, and with more cracking noises, he snapped his right leg. After that, Chu Feng grabbed his crotch area. He tightly held the vulgar thing within his hand. Chu Feng, what are you going to do? With that, the Greycloak World Spiritist panicked. It didn't matter if it were the other body parts, as he could heal them, but if that place was destroyed, there was no way of recovering it. The genitals, they were the root of life. Those things could not be joked around with. Do what? This is the result of touching my women. You will be a eunuch when alive, and hard to be a ghost when you're dead. As Chu Feng spoke with a full face of fierceness, his hand suddenly clenched. With a pu, a large amount of blood sprayed and shot out from his hand. That thing was squeezed into blood. Ah! The pain under his groin caused the Greycloak world spiritist to endlessly shriek and to never-endingly miserably wail, because that was not only physical pain. It was also the pain in his soul. He knew that his life was finished, and even if he could continue living, he was fated to become a crippled person. So, he loudly yelled at Chu Feng, "Kill me! Kill me! Even if I become a ghost, I will not forgive you. Don't worry. Even if you don't plead, I will still kill you." Chu Feng chillily smiled, formed a fist with one hand, and threw it towards the old man's head. With a bang, his skull exploded like a watermelon, and it exploded into pieces. Just that time, suddenly, a strand of light that was quite difficult to detect drilled out from the exploded head. Chu Feng was already prepared for that situation. He raised his hand, grabbed, and the light was grasped within his hand. Damn Chu Feng! Let me go, let me go. At that instant, within Chu Feng's palm, the voice of the Greycloak world spiritist sounded out again. But this time, within his voice, he no longer had the heart to wish to die. Rather, it contained incomparable fear. It was the consciousness that he condensed before dying. As long as the consciousness was there, he would be able to survive. But if this consciousness was destroyed, he would certainly completely die. I remember telling you that you wouldn't even be able to be a ghost. Chu Feng coldly smiled, and his hand suddenly squeezed. This time, the Greycloak world spiritist made his last miserable cry and forever left the world. After killing the Greycloak world spiritist, Chu Feng walked towards the two other protectors who still survived with some breaths left. He arrived in front of them and asked, "Where is Chi Fengyang right now?" "I don't know." The black-haired protector ferociously howled, and he had a full face of resolution. Pucci, but before he even finished speaking, Chu Feng raised his feet and completely crushed his head. "How about you? Do you know where Chi Fengyang is right now?" Chu Feng looked towards the white-haired protector. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything that I know, I'll tell you everything that I know. Speak now." Chi Fengyang entered the heaven realm, and that caused the master of the Qilin prince's mansion to be extremely nervous. He was nervous that Chi Fengyang would threaten his position, so he joined hands with my school head, Yen Yang Tian, and captured Chi Fengyang. Then, with Chi Fengyang committing treason as the reason, they locked him up. In a few more days, he will be executed. Right now, Chi Fengyang is imprisoned within the Qilin prince's mansion. Pucci, however, Chu Feng abruptly kicked, and like the black-haired protector, he died the same way. After killing the three of them, Chu Feng took their cosmos sacks from their waists, then absorbed and refined their source energy. Only then did he cast his gaze towards Su Hen and slowly walked towards him. Currently, both of Su Hen's feet were trembling. This entire body was trembling. After he, who was originally already afraid of Chu Feng, personally saw him kill the three experts in the peak of the profound realm with ruthless methods, he could truly imagine how miserable his death would be. Poof! Suddenly, the city lord of the Vermilion Bird City knelt to the ground and endlessly kowtowed to Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, please spare me, please spare me. I was truly forced and had no other choice. I had no intentions of harming you. For the sake of Little Ro and Little Mei, please spare my life and give me a chance to change and start over. It's fine no matter what you do to me, Chu Feng. However, you ignored your daughter's happiness many times in order to continue living in this world. You truly aren't qualified to be a father." Chu Feng slowly walked over with a pressing killing intent. "Little Ro, Little Mei, quickly plead for me. I know that I have wronged, and I won't force you to do anything else in the future. I will listen to you two no matter what I do." Seeing that it was useless begging to Chu Feng, Su Hen climbed towards Su Ro and Su Mei, hugged his two daughters' legs and started to wail. "Chu Feng, don't kill my father. No matter how many thousands or tens of thousands of wrongs he did, he is still our father. He's the only close family member we have in this world. Su-mei was the first to go soft-hearted as she cried and begged for Su-han. Chu-feng, spare his life. No matter what, he is still our father. If he wasn't here, we wouldn't be here. No matter what he did wrong, we can only choose to forgive. Su-ro also spoke. At that instant, Chu-feng stopped his steps. After that, he opened both of his arms and a wave of strong attraction power surged out and sucked the sisters Su-ro and Su-mei into his embrace, leaving only Su-hen where he was. Chapter 309, Believe in Him. Chapter 309, Believe in Him. Chu-feng, I beg you. Don't kill my father. As Su-mei, who was hiding in Chu-feng's embrace, hugged Chu-feng, she raised her sweet and beautiful little face to look at Chu-feng with her already tearful eyes. Her gentleness and softness was currently used to the limit. Chu-feng, spare him. After him, he's our father. Su-ro also begged. The eyes of her, who was usually strong, also started to turn red. It could be seen that deep in her heart, she also had very strong feelings towards Su-han. The so-called blood is thicker than water, and it was indeed like so. As he faced the pleading of the two of the people whom he loved, the anger in Chu-feng's heart also started to gradually disappear. The killing intent that he emanated out was also gradually retracted. He said to Su-ro and Su-mei, even if I let him go, the people from the Qilin Prince's mansion and Lingyun school will not let him go. Chu-feng, you must have a way, right? Bring my father along. I believe that he will change and start anew. Su-mei begged and said. Chu-feng, bring my father with us and let's leave together. Together, we will give him a chance. Su-ro was also begging. At that instant, Chu-feng was in a slightly difficult situation because he truly did not want to bring a person who he did not trust over to that place. But after seeing the two beauties in front of him, he still bit down and said to Su-hen, you should be happy that you have two good daughters. Finally, Chu-feng let Su-hen go. Not only did he not kill Su-hen, instead, he prepared to bring Su-hen along with the sisters Su-ro and Su-mei back to the Azure Dragon School, and he planned to get all of them settled in the Azure Dragon School. Before leaving, Chu-feng gave Su-hen some time to let his Su family disperse. Although by doing this, the Su family would disappear and the Su family members would be homeless, their lives would be kept. Seeing that his Su family, which ran the Vermilion Bird City for many years, scatter like that, Su-hen's face was all complicated. He who almost died seemed to no longer be greedy like before, and it was as if he came to a realization about something. After that, since Su-ro and Su-mei pleaded, he picked up their elder brother Su-long from his place as well, and with their family of 4, they hurried towards the Azure Dragon School. Chu-feng, thank you for leaving me with my life. On top of the white-headed eagle, Su-hen was sitting next to Chu-feng, and he seemed to want to say something, but at the end, he could not. No need to thank me or anything. I left you with your life only because of your two daughters. Chu-feng, know what the feeling is to have no father, so I don't want them to have a taste of that feeling as well. I know that even up until now, you can't let the Su family go, you can't let so many Su family members go, but you need to know that to you, the most important people should be your two daughters and your son, because when you are close to death, they are the only people who will be willing to stand out to protect you. Chu-feng seriously reminded. You're correct. I was too confused before. In the future, I will certainly do my best to compensate for them. Su-hen had regret across his face. Also, I need to remind you this. To people, the most important thing is dignity. If you live life like you just did without any dignity, you will never, ever, have anyone truly look at you with good eyes or good impressions. For forever, you will only be called here and there like a dog by others. When needed, they would use you. When unneeded, they would kill you at any time. Chu-feng added. Hey, perhaps you are correct, but when a person doesn't have enough strength yet need to protect a family of old and young, they are truly powerlessly. Su-hen smiled very helplessly. Chu-feng's heart was suddenly shaken when he saw Su-hen like that. Although he was indeed greedy for life and scared of death, in reality, he wasn't as horrible as imagined. He was only using his own methods to protect him and his family, to protect his clan. However, it was only that his method was too weak and it was not approved by Chu-feng. But when a person didn't have sufficient strength nor a powerful background, what could they do if they wanted to protect themselves and their family? Perhaps most people would be like Su-hen as well. being forced to yield in order to maintain safety, and ignoring the long-term damages for the short-term benefits. Because, if they wanted to live, they truly had no choice. With some careful thinking, Chu Feng felt that he truly could not completely blame Su-Han because in this world, there were no small number of people who sold their sons and daughters in order to live. Although having not enough strength was part of the reason, the most important part was that this world was too real, and reality was too cruel. After a while of hurrying, Chu Feng successfully sent Su Rou, Su Mei, Su Long, and Su Han to the Thousand-Bone Graveyard. At that instant, Chu Feng's tense heart finally relaxed. No matter if he was going to live or die after his journey, at least currently, there was a safety guarantee for the people who were most important to him. After nicely settling them in, Chu Feng was going to leave, but no matter what, Su Rou wanted to go out to send Chu Feng off. Chu Feng, do you truly need to go? I know that Senior Chief Fengyang gave you kindness as heavy as a mountain, but you clearly know that in this journey, you won't have much luck. Yet you still want to go. This isn't a smart action, and I believe if Senior Chief Fengyang knew, he would also not be willing to let you do this. Within the mountain forest over the Thousand-Bone Graveyard, Su Rou was tightly gripping Chu Feng's hand. Both of her eyes reddened, and 2 rows of tears flowed down her charming face. She knew what Chu Feng was going to do, and she truly did not want Chu Feng sending himself to death. Just stay here, guard, and look after little Mei and my family. In this place, you can gain even stronger power, and I entrust all of them with you. Chu Feng pulled Su Rou's hand away. Must you really do this? However, Su Rou grabbed Chu Feng's hand again and she held on even tighter. At that instant, Chu Feng did not overly explain. He only lightly smiled and said, if I don't do this, I won't be Chu Feng. You understand me? After hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Rou was a bit moved. She did indeed understand Chu Feng. It wasn't that he wasn't rational enough, but he would choose to put down his rationality many times to ignore anything, to ignore the consequences in order to do the things that he felt were right. That was how he did things. That was Chu Feng. We will be here and wait for you to come back. Su Rou finally let go of his hand and her cuteness caused one's heart to ache. Good, I will return quickly. Chu Feng gently wiped the tears away from Su Rou's face, then lightly kissed her forehead. Su Rou also no longer bothered him and she turned around and entered the Thousand-Bone Graveyard's spirit formation entrance. After Chu Feng left the Thousand-Bone Graveyard, he rose into the air. He stepped in the sky and stood on the horizon. Reminiscently, he looked at the Grand Azure Dragon School, the place that taught him about martial cultivation. He did that because he did not know whether the Azure Dragon School would still be remaining the next time he returned here. Suddenly, Chu Feng leaped and became a row of light as he flew towards the distant horizon. He did not ride on the white-headed eagle because currently, he was quite low on time. Under situations like that, obviously, his Imperial Sky technique would be quicker than the white-headed eagle. At the same time that Chu Feng left the Azure Dragon School, Su Rou returned to the Thousand-Bone Graveyard. When she entered the Thousand-Bone Graveyard and her vision returned to normal, she discovered that everyone in the Thousand-Bone Graveyard already stood in a row while looking at herself with complex faces. Some people who were younger couldn't hold the sorrow in their hearts and started to silently sob. Sister! Suddenly, Su Mei leaped into Su Rou's embrace and loudly cried. Her cry was abnormally sad and from that, almost everyone on scene couldn't help reddening their eyes. At that instant, Su Rou's eyes also reddened as well but she forcefully held it back and did not cry. She stroked Su Mei's black and shiny hair and said, we need to believe in him. Chapter 310, Show, Quiet. Chapter 310, Show, Quiet. Actually, after some counting, the day to the execution of Chief Fengyang in the Qilin Prince's mansion hadn't arrived yet so even if Chu Feng rode Little White to the Qilin Prince's mansion, he would still make it. The reason why Chu Feng was so hurried was because his current target was not the Qilin Prince's mansion, but the Valley of 100 Bends. Chu Feng had to save Chief Fengyang, but he was absolutely not going to blindly send himself to death. In a situation such as that, the first thing that Chu Feng thought of was actually not to charge into the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Cave with a single pike and horse. He first requested for help from Chief Fengyang's old friend, the mysterious expert hiddenly living within the Valley of 100 Bends. This is Chu Feng. Senior, something has happened, and I wish to pay you a visit. Senior, I hope that you can meet with me once. Senior. Senior. Senior, are you here? I have something that I want to discuss with you. Chu Feng arrived at the peak of the mountain, but he did not directly break into the spirit formation to enter. He stood over the vast white clouds and extremely politely paid his respects to the hall. After the matters that happened last time and from Chi Fengyang as well, he understood a bit more of the situation. Chu Feng felt that the mysterious expert who was hiddenly living in seclusion was very possibly a strange person. Facing a person like that, he had to follow etiquette. With some slight incautiousness, it could very possibly cause that person to be furious. However, after having no results from yelling for so long, Chu Feng had no choice but to forcefully intrude. He first bowed, then said, "Senior, I truly do have a request for something. Please forgive me for my impoliteness." As Chu Feng spoke, he broke past the spirit formation and arrived outside of the hall within the clouds. At first, Chu Feng yelled a bit more, but after still having no results, he spread his spirit power out. However, he astonishingly discovered that on the surface of the palace, there was an extremely powerful spirit formation. That spirit formation was too strong. Not only was it difficult to break through, it could even cut off spirit power. "Senior, I do not know whether you are here or not, but right now, Senior Chi Fengyang is in huge trouble. 2 days later, he will be executed in the Qilin Prince's mansion. I hope that for the sake of the relationship between you two, you can save his life." As he was in a situation in which he had no way of stepping into the hall, Chu Feng could only loudly yell, but he received no reply. "Chu Feng, just leave it. Don't beg him anymore. Didn't Chi Fengyang say it? This person understands the things in the Azure province better than anyone else. I believe that even without you informing him, he already knew about what happened to Chi Fengyang. But no matter if he is in here right now or not, he must already know about Chi Fengyang's matter. He chose to remain silent, so that means that he is a person who cares very little about relationships, and he wouldn't reveal his identity for the sake of Chi Fengyang's life." Eggy advised with hidden anger. At that instant, Chu Feng was in a really difficult situation. It wasn't that he did not understand that reason, but he still wanted to fight for it because right now, the mysterious expert was his only hope in saving Chi Fengyang. However, with some calculations of time, Chu Feng was forced to leave that place. Before leaving, Chu Feng, who was unwilling to admit defeat, still left a letter at the entrance. Similarly, it was begging for the expert to go forward to save Chi Fengyang's life. At the end, Chu Feng left with no results and his journey over there was wasted. As he brought that disappointment, that helplessness, Chu Feng resolutely advanced to the Qilin Prince's mansion. He vowed to save his sworn elder brother, Chi Fengyang. Time passed, and with a blink of an eye, the day of Chi Fengyang's execution arrived. On that day, in the sentencing ground outside of the Qilin Prince's mansion, big characters from cities, powers, and schools from all directions gathered here. Almost everyone in the Azure province who had a head and face came. They did not want to miss out the moment of execution of such a shockingly big character in the Azure province, Chi Fengyang. Outside of the vast sentencing ground, people formed mountains and oceans. Chi Fengyang was binded by special chains all over his body and even his mouth was sealed tight. Injuries were over his entire body, his aura was extremely feeble, and he was laying down on top of the 14-meter-tall sentencing stage. Above his body was a big and sharp guillotine. Chi Fengyang was going to be split into two by the guillotine. Ah, such a good character dying like this is truly a pity. Yeah. Another Heaven Realm expert, so difficulty appeared in my Azure province, but he will now actually die in such a way. There's nothing worthy of pity here. He cannot escape from the crimes that he had committed. If he successfully killed Lord Mansion Master, wouldn't that be even bigger pity? No matter how much stronger Chi Fengyang is, he wouldn't be stronger than the Mansion Lord, right? At that instant, some people felt pity for Chi Fengyang, but some people also felt that Chi Fengyang deserved it. But as everyone was hurrying towards the sentencing stage, Chu Feng hiddenly sneaked into the inner sections of the Qilin Prince's mansion. The lord of the Qilin Prince's mansion was a member of the Lin clan. He was called Lin Moli, and most likely exactly because of that special reason, he could not tolerate Chi Fengyang, who also entered the Heaven Realm, because that did indeed threaten the position of him being the mansion lord. But to Chu Feng, that was not the important part. The important part was that Lin Moli had a son. It was his only son, and Lin Moly doted on him extremely. But regrettably, his son was trash. Not only was his martial cultivating talent extremely horrible, he was also addicted to woman. He was the trashiest existence in the young generation of the Qilin Prince's mansion. Baby, you're too beautiful. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Be obedient and don't move wildly. I will take you as my wife and grant you wealth and money. I will grant you endless resources and let you become a martial cultivation expert. No. Milord, please let me go, please let me go. I don't want wealth and money, I don't want endless resources, and I don't want to become a martial cultivation expert. I only want to go home. Within a luxurious palace, on top of a big bed, there was a female who was young and beautiful. She was curled up in a corner while trembling and sobbing. On the other side of the bed, there was a fatty who had incomplete clothing, and he was currently staring at that woman with tiger-like eyes. It was as if a wolf was staring at a sheep. Like looking at his own prey, he already drooled from lecherousness. That was the son of Lin Moly, Lin Chong. Damn woman. You don't give face and you don't want face. If you don't obey me, do you believe that I will kill your entire family, then throw you into the army camp and let my guards of the Qilin Prince's mansion take turns with you until death? Seeing that the soft way didn't work, Lin Chong's face changed and he went for the hard way. No. Don't harm my family. Indeed, after hearing Lin Chong speak like that, the woman knelt onto the ground and begged in fright. Then be obedient and don't move. You must cooperate. The women I dislike the most are those who don't cooperate. The women who didn't go along with me all got fed to my pet. As he spoke, Lin Chong pointed towards a corner in the room. There was a fierce beast with a sinister appearance and blood-red eyes. The fierce beast was currently eating something. Looking at it more closely, it was a person. Lin Chong did speak the truth. The women who did not cooperate with him were indeed all fed to that fierce beast. However, he did not tell the young woman that even those who did cooperate with him were also fed to the fierce beast. I'll listen to you, I'll listen to everything. The young woman was terrified. As she sobbed, she nodded and started to take her clothing off and prepared to comply with Lin Chong's actions. But just as Lin Chong was preparing to enjoy the beauty in front of his eyes, his cherished fierce beast suddenly made a miserable cry. Turning his head around to look, Lin Chong's face couldn't help but greatly change because his cherished pet already presently became a pile of muddled flesh. There was even a young man standing next to the pile of muddled flesh with an evil smile. Insolence! Who are you? You dare to harm my pet? At that instant, Lin Chong was furious. He stood up and prepared to yell for someone. Whoosh! But just at that time, like a ghost, Chu Feng appeared in front of Lin Chong. He used his hand to cover Lin Chong's mouth and fiercely pressed himself to the bed and strangely smiled and said, "Shoo, be quiet. I'll bring you to play something more exciting." Chapter 311, Chu Feng enters the stage. Chapter 311, Chu Feng enters the stage. Within the sentencing grounds outside of the Qilin Prince's mansion, there were more and more people gathering. At the same time that they were staring at Qi Fengyang on the sentencing stage, they would also look at the two people who were standing in front of the sentencing stage. One of those two people wore a robe, and the other wore golden armor. Both of them gave off unordinary atmosphere and they had the cultivation of the heaven realm. Respectively, they were the head of the Lingyun school, Yen Yang Tian, and the lord of the Qilin Prince's mansion, Lin Moly. Those two were the strongest characters in the Azure province. Them being at the same place was such a rare scene, so naturally, many people would feel excited because of that. But sadly, those people could not hear the whispers of those two. From what I see, we should quickly kill Qi Fengyang first. If this gets dragged out for too long, it will only increase hidden troubles. Lin Moly looked at Qi Fengyang and his eyes were full of worry. Mansion Lord, you don't know how monstrous that Chu Feng is. This child must be removed. Or else, with the methods that he grasps, he will be able to surpass us too in less than 3 years. At that time, the ones who will be in a bad situation will be us. Yen Yang Tian explained. Even if there is a bad situation, the one who will be in that will be you. Chu Feng in your Lingyun school has grudges, but he doesn't have any grudges with my Qilin Prince's mansion. Lin Moly coldly snorted. Even though the person he was facing was Yen Yang Tian, he was still very prideful. After all, putting aside strength, in terms of status, he was the true ruler of the Azure province. "Oh, Mansion Lord, don't say it in such a way. If it was before, Chu Feng and your Qilin Prince's mansion did indeed have no grudges. Rather, there were some friendly relationships. But the present is different from the past. You are going to kill Chu Feng's sworn elder brother. With his nature, if he takes revenge, your Qilin Prince's mansion will certainly be in a more miserable state than my Lingyun school." Yan Yang Tian sneered and said, "You. No wonder you did whatever you could to urge me to get rid of Qi Fengyang. So you were intentionally pulling me down with you." At that instant, Lin Moly felt a bit angry. "Ah, Mansion Lord, don't say it like that. Am I not doing this for you? Qi Fengyang is the chief of the Qi clan, and you are a Lin clan member. Are you not worried that in the future, he will usurp your position?" Yan Yang Tian smiled and defended himself. "Then do you dare to be sure that Chu Feng will certainly come and save Qi Fengyang? Will he truly be idiotic to this state and come forward to his death?" Lin Moly had some doubts. "From my understanding after investigating Chu Feng, he is a person like that. But do not say that he is idiotic because he is a little demon who has quite some methods. Even if you and I guard here, we cannot be careless." Yan Yang Tian smiled and said, "My lord, this is bad." Just at that time, a prince's mansion guard ran over with a panicked face. "What is it?" Seeing that, Lin Moly's eyebrows lightly furrowed. "Lord Lin Chong has disappeared and the fierce beast he raised has been killed by someone." The guard nervously replied, "You group of trash. If you can't even look after a person, what's the point of having you here?" After hearing those words, Lin Moly's face instantly changed greatly, and as he spoke, he was going to leave. "Where are you going?" Seeing that, Yan Yang Tian quickly blocked his path. "Of course it is to find Chong'er. He is my only son and I cannot let any incidents happen to him." Lin Moly replied, "You cannot do that right now. How can you leave at this time? Perhaps this is Chu Feng's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain." Yan Yang Tian said. After hearing those words, Lin Moly was even more worried. "So," he angrily said, "then I need to look for him even more. If anything happens to my Chong'er, will you carry that responsibility? If Qi Fengyang gets saved by Chu Feng and when the two of them come back after many years, the people who die will not only be your Chong'er. It will be your entire Qilin Prince's mansion and my entire Lingyun school. Besides, your Chong'er might not have been taken away by Chu Feng. Mansion Lord, I ask you to clearly understand the current situation." Yan Yangtian's expression was grave, and he reminded Lin Moly with every single word and sentence. At that instant, Lin Moly was a bit shaken. Being the ruler of the Azure province, he could naturally determine which one was more significant. At the end, he endured the anxiousness in his heart and stayed behind, silently waiting for the arrival of noon. Silently waiting for the appearance of Chu Feng. However, time passed by bit, and Chu Feng, from start to finish, had never appeared. That caused Lin Moly and Yan Yang Tian to be uneasy because what they were afraid of the most was Chu Feng not appearing. If he appeared, they were 90% confident that they could kill Chu Feng and they could remove the hidden disease. But if Chu Feng did not appear, then from this day forth, they would live through every day, every hour, in uneasiness because they would not know which day the genius who broke common scene, the horrifying god of killing, would slaughter his way back and kill all of them with ruthless methods without leaving anything behind. It is noon. Finally, a loud yell rang out, and at that instant, everyone's hearts were raised to their throats because the time of Qi Fengyang's execution had arrived. The Heaven Realm expert was going to be killed. At that instant, Yan Yang Tian and Lin Moly were extremely uneasy because Chu Feng did not appear. It meant that Chu Feng gave up on saving Qi Fengyang, and in the future, their days and nights would be lived in anxiousness. As for Qi Fengyang, he only gradually closed his eyes. He already confirmed the result. This result was actually the one he looked forward to the most. At least he would not affect anyone else. However, as for the crowd who did not know about the inner matters, they had complicated emotions as they tightly stared at the huge guillotine. They awaited for the descent of the guillotine and the scene of Qi Fengyang being cut into two. Mansion Lord. At that instant, the person responsible for the beheading cast his gaze towards Lin Moly. As for Lin Moly, he first looked at Chi Fengyang, then he said with a full face of helpless, "Kill." Whoosh! But immediately after Lin Moly spoke, a cold light flew over. The speed was fast, and the power was strong. It directly shot through the guard's head and the person responsible for the execution died on scene. At that instant, everyone was shocked. They couldn't help casting their gaze towards the direction in which the cold light flew from, and at that instant, they could clearly see the figure of a young man with his feet in the air while standing and floating. That young man was exactly Chu Feng. The current Chu Feng was hung in midair. The Azure Dragon School's long robe on his body fluttered along with the wind, and on his shoulder, there was even a huge gunny sack. With an evil smile on his face, he swept over the crowd and said, "Excuse me everyone. I, Chu Feng, have come late." Chu Feng. It is actually Chu Feng. How does he dare to come to this place? How is he able to walk in the air? Heavens! Could it be that Chu Feng also entered the heaven realm? No, that's not right. His aura is still clearly in the third level of the profound realm, and it is the same as when he fought with Duguoyun. Chu Feng's appearance caused yells of surprise from everyone. No matter if they recognized Chu Feng or not, at that instant, they were dumbfounded and disbelief filled their eyes. "Chu Feng, you've got quite the nerve to come here. You actually dare to appear in front of me." But compared to others, Yen Yangtian was greatly joyful, and without saying anything more, he flew up and arrived behind Chu Feng to block his escape. "Let my brother Chi Fengyang go and I'll temporarily not chase after today's matter," Chu Feng calmly said without being the slightest bit afraid. "Humph, Chu Feng, quite big words you have there. What capabilities do you have to speak to me like that?" Lin Moly arrogantly smiled widely. After seeing Chu Feng, his tense heart was finally eased. With what? With him. Chu Feng only coldly smiled and suddenly threw the gunny sack on his shoulder away. Then, a body appeared in front of everyone's faces. That person was a big fatty. He was completely naked and he did not wear a single thing. On his waist, there was a big sign, and the sign just happened to obstruct the view of his groin. The most important thing was that on the sign, with fresh, red blood, there were 4 big words written on it: "I am a pervert." Then when one looked at his face, they would see that it was Lin Moly's son, Lin Chong. Chapter 312, You Forced It. Chapter 312, You Forced It. The current Lin Chong was tormented a bit miserably. His hair was made quite similar to a chicken's nest, and he was beaten up to the point that his nose turned blue and his face swelled up. He was being held in the air by Chu Feng grabbing his neck, and he was painfully struggling, yet he was powerless to escape. Chonger. After seeing Lin Chong, the face who changed the greatest was none other than Lin Moly. He pointed at Chu Feng and fiercely said, "Chu Feng, quickly let my Chonger go or else I'll cut your corpse into 10,000 pieces." "Oh. I say, Mansion Lord, who are you scaring right now? If I don't let him go, you will cut my corpse into 10,000 pieces, but then if I let him go, won't you split my corpse with 5 horses? Damn. I haven't even seen you before, yet you let word out and said that I tried to assassinate you. You gave an order to kill me, not even letting people who are related to me go. At the end, I appear in front of you right now, and goddamn, you still let out such nonsense. I'll say this to you. Speak less rubbish, and let my brother Chi Fengyang go or else I'll skin your trash son alive." As Chu Feng spoke, he took out a dagger from his waist. The dagger flashed with cold glare and it was extremely sharp. Chu Feng took it from Lin Chong's bedroom when he passed by it. For scaring people, this thing was more useful than the bow of 100 transformations that Chu Feng could condense out at any moment. "You dare." Seeing that, the face of Lin Moly, who doted extremely on Lin Chong, instantly changed greatly from fright and he threatened with an angry bellow. "Humph. I don't dare. Look clearly. See whether I dare or not." But Chu Feng only coldly snorted, and following that, his arm suddenly dropped down. The dagger in his hand turned into a row of white light and it streaked past Lin Chong's hand. After streaking past, Lin Chong instantly made a miserable cry which was like a ghost crying and a wolf howling because 3 of his fingers were already cut off by Chu Feng. The agony caused his head to be full of sweat, and his tears and snot also flowed out because he who stood high on top had never felt such pain. "Chu Feng, I will kill you." That scene did not anger Lin Moly lightly. His old face turned purple from fury, and his face wished it could eat Chu Feng alive. What did you say? I couldn't hear it clearly. Chu Feng coldly smiled and his blade cut down again. This time, he cut off 2 of Lin Chong's remaining fingers. At that instant, Lin Chong was even louder, and with sobs, he yelled towards Lin Moly, "Father, quickly release Senior Qi or else your son, I, will be tortured to death by him. Release him. Release Qi Fengyang." Seeing his precious son in such a miserable and painful state, Lin Moly's heart ached even more and he quickly ordered the release. "No, he cannot be released." In response, Yan Yang Tian quickly yelled. "What I say here goes. I said release him. Quickly release him." Lin Moly was also angered. To him, there was nothing else more important than his son. Naturally, the guards of the Qilin prince's mansion would not dare to go against Lin Moly's intentions. They hurriedly untied Qi Fengyang's ropes and dragged him down away from below the guillotine. "Stay away from the sentencing stage." Chu Feng furiously howled. Lin Moly, who was deeply afraid that his son was going to be harmed, did not dare to be slow. He quickly ordered everyone on the sentencing stage to leave and he himself also quickly left the sentencing stage. Only after everyone was far away from the sentencing stage and himself did Chu Feng hold Lin Chong with one hand and arrive onto the sentencing stage. At that instant, Chu Feng could truly feel how weak Qi Fengyang was. It could be seen that in these days, he did not suffer any small amount of torment. At least, the current Qi Fengyang did not have the slightest bit of battle power remaining. "Brother, your younger brother, has come late." Chu Feng supported Qi Fengyang up and guilt filled his face. "Oh, you damn boy, I knew you would come, but now's not the time to put up an act like that. Since you have come, you need to bring me out alive or else even if I become a ghost, I won't forgive you." Qi Fengyang was very weak, but he was very happy because that at least meant that he did not help Chu Feng for nothing before. That he, Qi Fengyang, did not choose the wrong person. "Don't worry. Even if you become a ghost, you have me, your younger brother, who will come with you." Chu Feng calmly smiled, then his gaze became abnormally sharp. He first scanned around the crowd, then his gaze landed on Yan Yang Tian who was standing in midair and he loudly said, "Move. Today, don't even thinking of leaving here alive." But Yan Yang Tian did not move at all. He guarded his position and killing intent filled his gaze. "I told you to move." Seeing that, Chu Feng did not have mercy. He raised his hand, grabbed Lin Chong's arm, then twisted back. With a snap, Lin Chong's arm was forced into a V shape. Damn! Yan Yang Tian quickly scram. Lin Chong grimaced from the pain and he angrily and loudly cursed. "Yan Yang Tian, move. This is an order." At the same time, Lin Moly, who loved his son and was extremely anxious, also roared at Yan Yang Tian. Facing Lin Moly's forceful attitude, Yan Yang Tian was tightly frowning and he was stuck in a difficult situation. But at the end, he still cooperated and not only did he retract his ceiling pressure, he also obediently backed away to the side. Seeing that, Chu Feng propped Qi Fengyang with one hand, and grabbed tightly onto Lin Chong with the other. After that, light flashed under his feet and with a swish, he explosively shot out like a meteorite. He madly ran towards the horizon in the distance, and the direction he was escaping towards was the Valley of 100 Bends. "Want to leave? It won't be that easy." At the same time, Lin Moly and Yan Yang Tian almost moved at the same time and their speed were even quicker than Chu Feng as they chased after him. Heavens! Chu Feng has actually saved Qi Fengyang with his own power. This boy has so much nerves that it can cover the sky. But on that topic, he is able to walk on air with his cultivation, so is it possible that he got the inheritance of the Imperial Sky Sage? After Chu Feng and the others left, the originally completely silent sentencing ground instantly went into an uproar and everyone was stupefied by the scene that happened just now. Chu Feng, a young man being only 16 years old, courageously intruded into the sentencing grounds of the Qilin Prince's mansion, and with his own power, he took Qi Fengyang away from the hands of the 2 Heaven Realm experts, the Lord of the Qilin Prince's mansion, Lin Moly, and the head of the Lingyun School, Yan Yang Tian. That just simply sounded like a legend. Although Chu Feng did rely on special methods to do all that, but purely that resourcefulness, that bravery, that strength could not be found on many people. So, that caused a large number of people at that moment to not feel that Chu Feng was doing any unrighteousness. Rather, many people displayed admiration. Especially the younger generation. Some even idolized him because Chu Feng's current actions were something that they dreamt of doing, yet did not dare and could not do. As people felt shock for the various things that Chu Feng was doing, he was running in the air for his life. As he ran, he howled towards Yan Yang Tian, who was getting nearer and nearer. If you continue following me, do you believe that I will kill Lin Chong? Kill. Go ahead and kill. Not only was Yan Yang Tian not afraid, he even mocked him with cold words. Lin Moly, tell him to back away or else I'll kill your son right here. Chu Feng knew that Yan Yang Tian did not care about the life and death of Lin Chong, so he cast his gaze towards Lin Moly, who was behind Yan Yang Tian. Mansion Lord, do not be threatened by this boy. Today, he must not be able to escape or else the future troubles will never end. At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as just your son dying, but an entire clan. Seeing that, Yan Yang Tian also quickly urged, and as he spoke, he continued approaching near Chu Feng. Simultaneously, the pressure of the horrifying heaven realm also started to hiddenly envelop Chu Feng. After hearing Yan Yang Tian's advices, even Lin Moly started to hesitate. Although his precious son was important to him, if he were to compare his son to the entire Qilin prince's mansion, that decision was actually not hard to make. Seeing that Lin Moly was already shaken and Yan Yang Tian was pursuing relentlessly, Chu Feng's brows tightly furrowed and he was aware that the situation wasn't good. So, his face couldn't help turning sinister and a touch of decisiveness flashed into his gaze. He grabbed Lin Chong with one hand and raised him highly up. After that, layers of profound power unceasingly surged from his palm and he ferociously said to Yan Yang Tian and Lin Moly. You two have forced me on this. Today, you better not let me escape or else even if you hide to the ends of the skies or the corners of the oceans, in the future, I will still kill both of you. As he spoke, Chu Feng suddenly tightened his palm and the terrifying profound power surged into Lin Chong's body. He swelled up bigger and bigger, and at the end, with a huge explosion, Lin Chong became a mist of blood that floated in the air. Chapter 313, Demonic Wings. Chapter 313, Demonic Wings. The fresh, red mist of blood floated around in the air and the perverted Lin Chong already completely died. Chu Feng did not give him a single chance to survive. At that instant, Lin Moly and Yan Yang Tian were both taken aback and they were astounded by Chu Feng's action. Yan Yang Tian never would have expected that. He never would have expected that Chu Feng really dared to kill Lin Chong because after all, Lin Chong was currently Chu Feng's only tool of protection. As for Lin Moly, saying that he had the greatest reaction was the closest description. The son he doted on so much, the son whom he treated like a treasure was killed by someone at that moment. He was even killed in such a way that there wasn't even a corpse or any remains. How could he possibly be able to remain calm? Chu Feng, I will cut your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Suddenly, Lin Moly howled towards the sky and his furious bellow was like thunder yet also like the sound of the king of beasts. Even the air trembled slightly from the shaking as if it was going to collapse at any time. The birds and beasts within dozens of miles ran and flew in random directions. At the same time, two waves of horrifying heaven realm pressure covered the sky and earth as it surged out. It was pressure from the gathering of heaven power. That special power surged in the air and one could clearly see that even the air was slightly quivering, as though it was afraid of the wave of savage power. Damn it. The pressure of the heaven realm is truly too strong. Before the pressure had actually even arrived, Chu Feng was able to feel the huge power. Even his blood was boiling and his organs were twisting. The bones in his entire body were creaking and making sounds as if his entire body was going to shatter. Although the current Chu Feng borrowed Egyi's power and he was an expert in the third level of the profound realm, when facing powerful people in the heaven realm, he was able to truly feel how weak he was, to the point that he could not even take a single strike from them. Chu Feng had not the slightest bit of doubt that if the two waves of pressure were to approach, without them even using any other methods and with purely the pressure, it could crush him to death alive. It could crush him so that his bones would turn into powder and he would become a mist of blood. But Chu Feng was not an idiot. Almost at the same time that he killed Lin Chong, he already linked with Egyi and gave his body over to Egyi to control. So, when Chu Feng's pupils shrunk, his body was already completely taken over by Eggy. Mansion Lord, don't kill him and leave him with his life. This Chu Feng has too many secrets on his body, and not only does he have the bodily martial skill to walk on air, I'm afraid that he also grasped secret skills from the legends. Let's first find out what secrets he has on him before slowly torturing him to death. At that instant, Yen Yang Tian was even secretly sending a mental message to Lin Moly, and he felt that Chu Feng's little life was already completely grasped within his hand. His greedy heart caused his goal to land on the secret skills on Chu Feng's body. After hearing those words, Lin Moly, who was originally filled with the flames of fury, recovered a bit of reason. Naturally, he was going to let Chu Feng pay the price, but at the same time, he wanted to get the special methods from Chu Feng's body. It would have great benefits for both his Qilin Prince's mansion and for him. ****. But just at that time, black-colored gas suddenly surged out from Chu Feng's body. The appearance of the gas was like a black cloud that covered the sky. At the same time, it brought along sounds that were like ghosts crying and wolves howling, as well as bone-piercing chilliness. That chilliness was not icy cold, but it indescribably strange. The most important part was that after the black-colored gas appeared, Chu Feng's aura rapidly rose, and it was over several times stronger than before. This feeling is very strange. It is as if all the dark energy in the world is gathering here. Could it be that there is a demon in Chu Feng's body? As they faced such a change, even Yen Yang Tian and Lin Moly's expressions changed greatly, and they were frightened. It was because at that instant, the aura Chu Feng emitted was too strange. It was not something that humans should have. Even the cruel fierce beasts or monstrous beasts did not have such frightening aura. In the instant that Lin Moly and Yen Yang Tian were being shocked, Chu Feng's body abruptly leaped forward and he became a strand of light. With the black-colored gas, he explosively shot towards the distant horizon. The speed was fast, and it simply caused one's tongue to be tied. It was more than several times quicker than the Chu Feng before, who was using the Imperial Sky technique. Quickly chase, and he cannot be able to escape. Kill him. Kill him now. He cannot be left alive. At that instant, Yen Yang Tian and Lin Moly were terrified because within the black-colored gas, they felt unprecedented horror. That threatening feeling simply made one's hair stand up and one's bones to chill, as they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. When such a gas came from Chu Feng's body, naturally, it caused them to be endlessly nervous. They set their determination to kill Chu Feng right now. They could absolutely not give any chances for breathing or for turning the situation around, because they truly did not know what kinds of methods that could defy the heavens remained in the young man's body. But the time was too late, and the black-colored gas already started to condense, and it became a pair of huge black-colored wings that extended from Chu Feng's back. The black-colored wings were several times larger than Chu Feng's body. A single one was dozens of meters long, and black-colored feathers filled them. Other than the feathers, black-colored gas surrounded them, and it was like the ignition of flames. The most important part was after the black-colored wings appeared, with every flap, it would create a violent hurricane. Not only did the strange hurricane increase Chu Feng's forwarding speed, it even obstructed Lin Moly and Yen Yang Tian. Damn it. Is it possible that this boy isn't a person? How can he have such strange power? Are these even methods that a human has? Yen Yang Tian, who was even chatting happily before, was currently putting all he had in his old life to chase. He no longer had his earlier calmness, and he did not dare to have a single strand of restraint. Because even if it was him, he already currently used all the methods he had, but he was still pressured if he wanted to catch up to Chu Feng. At that moment, he was being left behind bit by Chu Feng, and the speed in which he was doing so became quicker and quicker. Bastard! Stand still. Today, I will skin you alive. Compared to Yen Yang Tian, Lin Moly already entered an enraged state. The fury that was suppressed filled his body once again, and it filled his heart. It was because he could not tolerate that. He could not tolerate that his son was killed in front of his face, yet he could only watch as the killer left in such an arrogant way while he was completely powerless. He had to kill Chu Feng. So strong. So this is Eggy's power. Eggy, aren't you a bit too strong? At the same time, Chu Feng was also stunned by Eggy's methods, because at that instant, the method she displayed was absolutely several times more exceptional than his Imperial Sky technique, and it was simply not even discussable together. Although his body was being controlled by Eggy, Chu Feng could still feel that the two Heaven Realm experts were currently being left behind by Eggy from far away. The distance between them even got further and further. At least in terms of speed, they clearly could not match her. But just at that time, Chu Feng, who was being controlled by Eggy, suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The black-colored gas that lingered around Chu Feng's body also instantly diminished quite a bit. "Eggy, are you okay?" Seeing that, Chu Feng instantly tensed up because he knew that something happened to Eggy. "Damn it. I can't maintain this state for too long, and your body can't bear my demonic wings as well," Eggy bitterly said. "Then quickly stop. Let me control my body again." Chu Feng was aware that the situation was bad, so he started to loudly yell. He wanted to regain control over his body, and he didn't want to let Eggy risk her life in order to continue struggling. Chapter 314, Lending a Hand as an Exception. Chapter 314, Lending a Hand as an Exception. "No. If I hand your body back to you, will you be able to escape from their hands? If you get caught by them, both you and I will die. Since death is at either left or right, why not let me stake it all against them?" However, Eggy did not even give Chu Feng the chance to seize his body back again. She unyieldingly wiped the blood on the corner of her mouth, and a touch of resolution flashed into her eyes. After that, with the grinding of teeth, she continued to control Chu Feng's body and did all she could to urge the black-colored wings at her back to do its best to fly forward. "Eggy, you." At that instant, Chu Feng's heart really ached. He could feel that Eggy was putting her life on the line. She was doing it for him. However, the feeling of hiding behind a woman while being completely helpless was not fun. In a situation like that, Eggy's power became weaker and weaker. The black-colored gas that coiled around her turned fainter and fainter. Her absolute advantage in speed also started to diminish, and at the end, completely disappeared. Not only were they unable to throw the two people behind them away, instead, the distance that was uneasily pulled apart was shrinking bit by bit. "That brat's speed has become slow. Quick, grab onto this chance and eliminate him with one strike. We cannot give him the tiniest chance to breath." Yen Yangtian, who was incomparably panicked at first, instantly rejoiced when he saw that not only did Chu Feng lose his previous horrifying speed, he even started to sway in the air, seeming that he was going to fall at any time. As he madly yelled, he used the heaven power in his entire body and used all the power in his body to chase Chu Feng. "This time, do not give him any chances to escape. I will first split him into 8 pieces, then cut his corpse into 10,000 pieces, then tear him into shreds, then crush him into blood and foam." The current Lin Moly had violent fury surging in his eyes, and his entire body was emitting bone-piercing killing intent. Also, without holding anything back, he staked everything to chase after Chu Feng. Suddenly, another mouthful of blood was spat out from Chu Feng's body. At the same time, the black-colored wings behind Chu Feng's body also immediately disappeared, and his body started to fall straight into the mountain forest below. Will I truly lose to 2 such weak humans? Heh, this is too funny. At that instant, Chu Feng was still unable to control his own body, but next to his ear, he could hear Eggy's voice that contained extreme bitterness and weakness. Damn it, damn it. However, he could not do anything because Eggy's awareness was already hazy and the control over Chu Feng's body could not be given back to him. So, Chu Feng could only feel but not do anything while he and Chi Fengyang on his shoulder rapidly dropped. Finally, Chu Feng and Chi Fengyang landed within the mountain forest, and the strong force caused a huge pit to be created in the ground. It gave rise to a burst of strong fumes, and within the forest, the wild birds scattered and the wild beasts escaped in random directions. Haha. Damn brat, so even you have your times of exhaustion. Let's see where you escape this time. At the same time, Yen Yangtian quickly followed. As he looked at the rolling thick smoke below, he was endlessly ecstatic, but he no longer dared to have the slightest trace of carelessness. He first used his own pressure to envelop everything below, and only after guaranteeing that Chu Feng's only escape was sealed, he gradually descended. Just at that time, Lin Moly also caught up. As he was filled with fury, he jumped straight into the thick smoke and angrily bellowed, "Chu Feng, hand your life over." Lin Moly waved his big sleeve and blew the vast smoke away. However, after everything was able to enter their eyes, no matter if it was Lin Moly or Yen Yang Tian, both of their expressions changed greatly. They grimaced and their appearances were abnormally wonderful. It was because they discovered with astonishment that despite a huge pit was there, Chu Feng's figure wasn't there. Chu Feng was actually not there, and he disappeared without any explanation. Where's the person? Where's the person? Where did he run off to? Come out. Lin Moly grabbed a bit onto insanity as he started to madly howl. Look, there are words over there. Just at that time, Yen Yang Tian jumped over and pointed his fingers towards the deep pit. Following the direction of Yen Yang Tian's fingers to look, even Lin Moly was shocked. Within the deep pit, there were indeed 8 big words. The 8 big words were written with powerful strokes while containing the airs of completion. The content of the 8 words were, Azure Dragon Mountain Range, Life and Death Battle. This, after seeing those 8 big words, Yen Yang Tian and Lin Moly first took in a breath of cool air, then following that, they looked at each other and discovered that in both of their gazes, blankness, uneasiness, and fear surged similarly. What do we do? Is it possible that someone saved Chu Feng? Lin Moly was frightened by such a sudden scene and he instantly recovered his rationality and he was no longer as mad as before. That isn't it. If there was truly a more capable person who helped, there would be no need for Chu Feng to around in such a big circle. Chu Feng certainly used some special methods to conceal both of our eyes and escaped. After all, that brat does originally grasp many inconceivable methods. Yen Yang Tian explained. Then what should we do now? Lin Moly, the Grand Lord of the Qilin Prince's mansion, had actually lost a sense of what to do. What else can we do? There is only one path that can be walked, and that is towards the Azure Dragon School. Yen Yang Tian cast his gaze towards the Azure Dragon School. 2 days later, within the Valley of 100 Bends, within the halls in the clouds, Qi Fengyang confusedly opened his eyes. His memory still remained on the scene in which Chu Feng was carrying him on his back while escaping and falling into the mountain forest. He had not the slightest bit of recollection regarding the scenes that came later. You're awake. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Raising his head to look, it was his old friend. The master of this hall, the mysterious expert, the Blue Cloak world spiritist. How about Chu Feng? Where is he? You should have saved him, right? Qi Fengyang stood up with a tsing, and at that instant, his body already completely recovered and he was anxiously searching for traces of Chu Feng. Don't worry, I already saved him. The mysterious expert calmly smiled and said. Hey. Brother Heng Yuan, I knew that you wouldn't have just left me to die. Only after hearing those words did a smile appear on Qi Fengyang's face. He asked, Where's Chu Feng? Where did you take him to? I sent him to a place that he should have went to. The mysterious expert calmly sat on the rocking chair made of bamboo. He held a broken fan and started to fan himself. A place that he should have went to. Qi Fengyang had confusion across his face. I, Jiang Hengyuan, once swore that I wouldn't interfere with the matters of the Azure Province and that I wouldn't participate in the affairs of the Azure Province. I only aimed to search for the divine body. I broke the rules that I set this time in order to save you and Chu Feng. The reason why I saved his life wasn't for your sake. It was for the sake of him being a good seedling. He already has such talent at such an age. As long as he can continue to develop, his future achievements will not be any worse than the young generations of other provinces. I'm afraid that one day, he will even catch up to the little monsters in my dynasty because within this boy's body, there seems to be some type of special power. As for what it is, even I can't say for sure. However, what I had my eyes on wasn't that. It was that he was willing to risk his own life in order to save you. Not many people have such spirit, so he was worth my help. Jiang Hengyuan explained like that. At that instant, Qi Fengyang only faintly smiled and he no longer asked about Chu Feng. He started to chat with Jiang Hengyuan about some normal familial matters. He understood Jiang Hengyuan. His help this time was indeed an exception, and for Chu Feng to have such evaluations from Jiang Hengyuan stated that Chu Feng was currently, without a doubt, in a safe zone. Simultaneously, in a place which was very distant from the Valley of 100 Bends, Chu Feng opened his eyes in a daze and rubbed his swollen and aching brain while scanning his surroundings. But after clearly seeing everything in front of his eyes, his complexion couldn't help changing greatly and his eyes instantly grew round. Unbelievable shock surged within his eyes and he said with incomparable astonishment, "Where is this place?" Chapter 3:15, Resource Treasury. Chapter 3:15, Resource Treasury. High-quality profound medicine, medium-quality profound medicine, low-quality profound medicine. Top-quality origin medicine, high-quality origin medicine, medium-quality origin medicine, low-quality origin medicine. Top-quality spiritual medicine, high-quality spiritual medicine, medium-quality spiritual medicine, low-quality spiritual medicine. Apart from those cultivation resources, there were also all types of healing remedies, nurturing tonics, including special armor, and weapons created with special materials. At that very instant surrounding Chu Feng, those treasures were organized tidily and the present Chu Feng was unexpectedly within an enormous treasury. What is this place? There is such a large amount of resources. I'm rich. I am truly rich. Chu Feng's mouth was opened widely from shock because he truly fell into a mountain of gold. Wah, Chu Feng, you've become rich. There are so many profound medicines. Just at that time, Eggy's voice also sounded out in Chu Feng's brain and the state of her voice was called, a vigorous dragon and lively tiger. Not only did she not seem injured at all, rather, she seemed even healthier than before. Eggy. You're awake. Nothing happened to you. This is truly great. After hearing Eggy's voice, Chu Feng was also incomparably joyful because within his memories, Eggy used forbidden methods in order to save him, but at the end, fell into the mountain forest because of the lack of strength. Yeah. I am actually fine, and nothing happened to me. This is very strange. Chu Feng, wasn't it you who saved me? Similarly, Eggy also had a full face of confusion and her pair of shiny eyes blinked a few times while emanating puzzledness. I don't know what had actually happened. According to the situation that time, we should have already been undoubtedly dead. Why has nothing happened to either you or me right now? We even arrived inside a treasury like this. That's right, where did my elder brother Chi Fengyang go? Why isn't he here anymore? Chu Feng remembered about Chi Fengyang only after thinking back to the scene before. He quickly stood up and searched everywhere, but he could not find any traces of Chi Fengyang. From that, Chu Feng couldn't avoid being a bit worried. This is... At that instant, Chu Feng suddenly discovered that there was a paper slip in the area where he was laying before. He picked it up to look, and there were only a few rows of simple words written on it. However, it instantly caused Chu Feng's tense heart to ease. Chi Fengyang is already safe, so there is no need to keep having him in your mind. As for where this place is, you will know after you go out. But I advise you that before going out, you better loot every single thing in here or else you will regret it. Who left this paper slip behind? Chu Feng was a bit shocked as he confirmed that he was saved by someone. No need to think about it, Chu Feng. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that mysterious expert in the Valley of 100 Bends who saved you. Chi Fengyang has already been taken away by him and I'm sure that he was the one who brought you to this place. Eggy calmly analyzed. It was him. Chu Feng had no way of confirming, but after some detailed thinking, within the people who he knew, other than that person, there was truly no one else who could save him. Whatever. Put the things in here away first or else you would be disappointing that person's meticulous efforts, right? Chu Feng was not any righteous gentleman and he only lived for himself and the people around him. So naturally, when such fat meat came to the side of his mouth, he would not let it go. He stood up and first walked towards one of the walls because on that wall, the things that were densely hung on it were all cosmos sacks. If Chu Feng wanted to collect so many treasures, cosmos sacks were something that could not be omitted, and obviously, the cosmos sacks over there were all prepared for Chu Feng. No sooner said than done, Chu Feng did not move the slightest bit slow and he started to collect the treasures like how the great wind swept away the clouds. With one wave, he gathered the things he could use, and with the other, he gathered the things he could not use. At the end, he separated them into 2 big bags and threw them over his shoulder. Although there were only 2 bags, within them were all little delicate cosmos sacks. Treasures filled every cosmos sack and from that, it could be imagined how many good things there were collected within Chu Feng's 2 big bags. But even so, Chu Feng did not take all the treasures away from the treasury. Of course, the things he left behind were only things that he didn't really take notice of, such as things like spiritual medicines and spiritual beads. They were not of great help towards Chu Feng, so it was fine even if they were not taken. Heh. This time, quite a bit of profit has been made. With so many profound medicines, perhaps even I can break into the profound realm. The current Chu Feng was extremely excited. The smile on his little face was even more dazzling than the sun. It was simply the first time in his life that he had seen so many profound medicines. Chu Feng successively broke through 2 levels of cultivation within the essence pool, and he was presently in the 9th level of the origin realm. He was only 1 step away from the profound realm, but Chu Feng knew that with the nature of the several divine lightning within his dantian, he needed to pay quite a big price in order to successfully enter the profound realm. Before, Chu Feng was in quite a difficult position because if he used profound medicines to break into that realm, he truly required an extremely enormous amount. But with his current amount, that problem seemed to be solved. Chu Feng felt that even if he could not break into the profound realm after refining all of the profound medicines, it would absolutely not be too far off. Making a breakthrough would only be a matter of time. Heh. Let's see who provided such a grand amount of resources for me. Chu Feng prepared to leave after looting everything. He was already sure that it was a certain power's treasury, but he did not know which power it was which had such abundant resources. Although the spirit formation there was very strong, with Chu Feng's methods, it was quite easy to open as he went towards the outside from the inside. After sneaking out of the treasury, Chu Feng saw 4 familiar figures who stood in front of him with faces full of panic. They were 4 old people, and every single one of them had gray-white hair with vigorous spirits. They were part of the 12 protectors of the Lingyun school. It's you. The 4 protectors hurriedly ran over to investigate the situation because they heard the opening sounds of the big doors to the treasury. After seeing Chu Feng, they immediately revealed faces that were even more stunned than Chu Feng's. At that instant, Chu Feng also finally reacted to what had happened. No wonder that person left the paper slip and said that Chu Feng would regret it if he didn't loot everything. He did indeed make sense. After all, this was the treasury of Chu Feng's archenemy, the Lingyun school. You damn little brat. As you lured the tiger away from the mountain, you took the chance to rob my Lingyun school's treasury. Today, we will kill you. The bodies of the 4 old people trembled from anger, and immediately, they rushed over to start throwing fatal attacks towards Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng only coldly snorted as he was not afraid in the slightest. With Eggy's power that surged throughout his body, Chu Feng already entered the 3rd level of the profound realm, and with a thought, the blade of the void dragon's cry was used. Boom! Visible pressure descended from the sky, and not only did it completely disintegrate the attacks from the 4 old people, even their bodies were instantly crushed. They already died and did not have any chances to condense their surviving consciousness. Even old garbage like you 4 want to kill me. Chu Feng disdainfully shot a glance towards the 4 old people, then he walked outside. As he walked, Chu Feng also saw some Lingyun school elders, but since even the 4 protectors couldn't defeat Chu Feng, how could they stop him? At the end, they received the same ending as they were all killed by Chu Feng. After some little troubles, Chu Feng finally walked out of the resource treasury. At that instant, what appeared in front of his eyes was indeed the hosting grounds of the 100 school gathering back in the day, the Lingyun school. Chapter 316, Returning a Present. Chapter 316, Returning a Present. After coming out of the treasury, he did not rush to leave that area. Instead, he carefully strolled around the Lingyun school because from the words, luring the tiger to leave the mountain, he got some information out of them. He wanted to confirm to see whether the old guy Yen Yang Tian returned to the Lingyun school or not. If he didn't, then he could cause huge chaos in the Lingyun school because other than Yen Yang Tian, there was no one who could threaten, or even stop, the current Chu Feng within the Lingyun school. I wonder if Lord Schoolhead and the others arrived at the Azure Dragon School now or not, and how the battle situation is. This time, pretty much all the experts of my Lingyun school were sent, and all of them rode away on top-quality white-headed eagles. Looking at the time, they should have arrived at the Azure Dragon School by now. I'm sure that the Azure Dragon School has already been stamped flat by my Lingyun school, right? They deserved it. They are simply looking to die by daring to oppose my Lingyun school. Immediately when Chu Feng walked out, he heard 2 core disciples proudly discussing about their own school in a manner as if they were venting their anger out. Yen Yang Tian went to my Azure Dragon school. At that instant, Chu Feng's expression changed and his eyebrows tightly furrowed. He thought of a possibility. A possibility that was within expectations yet unwished to happen. So, he no longer hid around. He suddenly flew out from the corner, pointed at the two core disciples in front of him and loudly said, "You two, stand still. Who is making all this damn noise?" Every single one of the disciples of the Lingyun school were the masters of arrogance. They did not lower their heads as they walked, they wished they could raise their faces straight up into the sky. Especially the core disciples. They had no ends to their pride, so how could they tolerate anyone loudly yelling at them like that? So, with hearts full of fury, the two disciples suddenly spun their bodies around. Their fierce face could really scare a group of children to death. But when they faced Chu Feng, who had an evil smile on his face, they were instantly stupefied. Their eyes were widened so roundly and they no longer had their previous bloodlust. Replacing it was never-ending fear, and as they trembled while backing away, they pointed at Chu Feng and said, You. They were so scared that they could no longer speak. The current Qilin Prince's mansion allied with Lingyun School to apprehend Chu Feng, so his portraits were already posted throughout the Lingyun School. Thus, no matter if one already saw Chu Feng before or not, everyone knew Chu Feng's appearance. In addition to the various deeds that Chu Feng did before, he already left a terrifying shadow within the young generation's hearts in the Azure province. How was it possible that they weren't afraid? They almost wet themselves. Seeing that they two of them were going to yell loudly, Chu Feng hurriedly leaped forward and arrived in front of the two in a blink. He used his hand to cover both of their mouths and evilly smiled and said, "That's right, I'm Chu Feng. But I have a question I want to ask you too. Where did you just say Yen Yang Tian went?" As the #1 school of the Azure province, no matter if it was in terms of the numbers or strength of the elders or disciples, the Lingyun school was far from being comparable by the other schools. The Lingyun school was the true overlord within so many schools. Even if the other schools worked together, they would still be unable to shake the position of the Lingyun school. That was how powerful they were. At that instant, in the core zone of the Lingyun school, within a luxurious and spacious main hall, the strongest elders from the Lingyun school's core zone and even inner court gathered along with the most excellent core disciples in the Lingyun school. With some early estimations, there were several tens of thousands of people. The leader was one of the 12 protectors. He stood on top of the tall stage which was in the middle of the main hall and towered above to look at his surroundings. He loudly said, "Chu Feng, the disciple from the Azure Dragon School, killed a disciple from my Lingyun School and also attempted to assassinate the lord of the Qilin Prince's mansion. His nerves could cover the skies and his crimes cannot be forgiven. Right now, the head of my Lingyun School is leading the elite army of my Lingyun School while working together with the Qilin Prince's mansion. They are advancing towards the Azure Dragon School to kill Chu Feng and to eliminate his accomplices. They are the evils of the Azure province. As for us, we are the core power within the current Lingyun School and we have obligation to protect the peace of my Lingyun School. So, before Lord School Head returns, I hope that everyone here can increase alertness to prevent anyone from entering to harm my school's disciples while the school is empty. Lord Protector, don't worry. Even if the school head isn't here, my Lingyun School is still the overlord of the Azure province and no one would dare to come here to make a mess." That's right. Even if there is someone who comes forward to cause a mess, we will kill them to the point that they'll be crapping and wetting themselves. We will let them know our strength, and we'll let them know that the dignity of my Lingyun School does not allow any blaspheming. At that instant, no matter if it was the Lingyun School's elders or disciples, they self-confidently loudly yelled. But just at that time, the shut big doors to the main hall was suddenly shattered and opened. Simultaneously, a figure also rushed into the main hall like a ghost and arrived onto the tall stage. With one foot, it kicked the protector down to the ground and he was stepped under that foot. That person was exactly Chu Feng. With the wave of his arm, boundless spirit formation sealed all the exits of the main hall, and after that, he swept his fierce gaze over all the Lingyun School's elders and disciples. He evilly smiled and said, "The overlord of the Azure province, have you been well since last time?" Chu Feng. The sudden change caused many people to be astonished, but when they saw who the person who came in was and the protector who was being stepped under his foot, they instantly became incomparably panicked. Every single one was dumbfounded from fright, and their previous confidence, their previous wild arrogance was, at that instant, no more. Run! Finally, someone yelled out loudly, and the current elites of the Lingyun school were like birds frightened by the sound of a bow. They started to do all they could to madly run towards the exits of the main hall. But it was useless. The exits were already sealed by Chu Feng. The spirit formation that Chu Feng laid was an impassable copper and iron wall, and every single person in that place was locked in. Chu Feng, what are you planning to do? At that instant, the protector who was being stepped under Chu Feng's foot was incomparably alarmed as he loudly yelled. Although the people in that place weren't the strongest people in the Lingyun school, they were still the future hope of the Lingyun school. Especially the core disciples. They were the important targets of protection of the Lingyun school because whether the school could rise greatly in power in the future depended on them. At that moment, those people were all stuck in that place, so how could the protector not be worried? After all, Chu Feng and the Lingyun school were currently like water and fire, and they did not mix. Even idiots could imagine what Chu Feng was going to do when he appeared at that place. What I am planning to do. As he faced the protector's questioning, Chu Feng first lightly smiled, then he suddenly stamped down and shattered the protector's head. Fresh blood sprayed and shot out over the tall stage. Following that, Chu Feng raised his head and he swept his gaze of killing intent towards the densely packed figures in the main hall and coldly said, Yan Yang Tian is currently leading the army of the Lingyun school to destroy my Azure Dragon school's 1,000 years of foundation. However, what I only want to do in this period of time is to return a present to him. Chapter 317, Widespread Slaughtering. Chapter 317, Widespread Slaughtering. Boom boom boom. The Azure Dragon Mountain Range, within the Azure Dragon School. The flames of battle never ended and booms rang out everywhere. Within the circumference of 100 miles, both birds and beasts were frightened. Outside of the Azure Dragon Mountain Range, one could also clearly see the rolling thick smoke that rose to the sky, and they could feel the slight trembling of the earth under their feet, as if there was an earthquake. That situation shocked the powers and citizens around the Azure Dragon School. No matter if it were cultivators or commoners, as they looked at the distant ancient mountain range that was enveloped by fumes, they kept on sighing. Ah, the school that has been erected for 1,000 years gets destroyed in such a way. In the future, it seems like my children and grandchildren will need to rely on other schools for cultivation. This is a matter that couldn't be helped. Who told the Azure Dragon School to offend the Lingyun school, right? They must pay for their crimes, so we can only hope that the flames of this battle will not also affect us innocent people. At that instant, people's faces hung different emotions. Some felt pity, some felt regret, some felt worried that the battle would also affect themselves, but the thing that had to be admitted was that in the future, there would no longer be an Azure Dragon School in the Azure Dragon Mountain Range. If the young people in that piece of land wanted to do martial cultivation, they could only walk a longer road to go towards other schools. To them, it was truly a huge loss. At that instant, within the Azure Dragon School, the people from the Lingyun School and Qilin Prince's mansion were destroying everything in the Azure Dragon School as they wished, because almost everyone in the Azure Dragon School left. The ones who remained were only people who did dishonest activities, so the Azure Dragon School was like an empty city. Where were there any intentions of a battle of life and death? He was simply playing around with them, and they were tricked. So, no matter if it was the people from the Lingyun School or the people from the Qilin Prince's mansion, they were extremely furious. Only wild destruction could vent the anger out in their current hearts. Especially Lin Moli, whose son got killed by Chu Feng. It was as if he went into a rage, and with the strength of the Heaven Realm, he went around the Azure Dragon School's core zone and caused chaos by himself. The gorgeous structures were no longer the same after he threw attacks at them, but he was still ravaging. We were tricked. We were tricked by that brat Chu Feng. At the start, he never planned to fight against us with his life, yet we believed him. Hey, Yan Yang Tian stood in the air while looking at the people who were devastating with everything they had. However, a bitter smile was hung on the corners of his mouth and his face was abnormally gloomy. He wasn't so gloomy because he was tricked. It was because today, a huge root of disaster was buried, a hidden disease that was impossible to heal. That was why he was so gloomy. He knew that Chu Feng was still going to return, but when Chu Feng reappeared in front of his face, the one who would die would certainly be himself. Suddenly, Yan Yang Tian insanely howled. The ear-piercing sound shook the air until it was trembling, and even the Lingyun school disciples and the Qilin prince's mansion guards found it hard to endure it. They couldn't help but cover their ears and painfully rolled on the ground. Only after a long while did he stop howling. However, the current him was like Lin Moly. His face was filled with fury, then his entire person was like an arrow which left the bow as he shot into the Azure Dragon School and started to unrestrainedly destroy everything in the Azure Dragon School to calm his uneasy emotions. At the same time, within the main hall of the Lingyun School, corpses stacked up to form mountains and the blood flowed to form rivers. Chu Feng was still sitting on top of tall stage. Not a single drop of blood stained his robe, and as he sat on top of the protector's body, he smiled while looking at everything below. Chu Feng personally killed several tens of thousands of people. Some were old, some were middle-aged, and some were people who were around the same generation as Chu Feng. All of them had extreme good martial cultivating talent, and they were the elites who had very strong potential. But currently, they all died by Chu Feng's hands, but Chu Feng's face did not change in the slightest because of their death. This was a matter of position. It had no relation to morality, only grudges. On the battlefield, a soldier that had mercy towards the enemy was not a good soldier. Chu Feng wasn't a soldier, but in this place, it was his battlefield. The people from the Lingyun school were Chu Feng's enemy, so Chu Feng would not have mercy towards his enemies. He would not have the tiniest bit of self-blame by killing them, because in Chu Feng's heart, his enemies deserved to die. Suddenly, with a thought from Chu Feng, large amounts of spirit formation power started to surge out of his body. Following Chu Feng's command, more large amounts of strange symbols were condensed out. With special patterns, they started to wander around in the ocean of corpses. It was a huge spirit formation. With lightning-fast methods and after laying another spirit formation, Chu Feng removed the spirit formation that sealed the main hall, leaped down from the tall stage, gradually walked towards the outside of the hall, and lightly said, "Even though we were enemies, this time, I'll give all of you a dignified funeral." Hugh. Just as Chu Feng walked out of the main hall, the spirit formation started to activate. Flames that rose to the skies surged out from the formation, and it quickly lit the corpses up and ignited the entire palace. Look. The main hall is on fire. What happened? This isn't good. Quickly go fight the fire. Seeing that the most sacred palace was being burnt by raging flames, many elders and disciples of the Lingyun school instantly panicked. They hurriedly ran towards the main hall, and they even rang the big bell as they wanted to fight the fire. However, they did not know that a demon with thick bloodlust was grasping a formless death god's sickle as he awaited for their approach. This time, Chu Feng truly prepared for a widespread slaughtering. The Lingyun school was extremely big, and the abilities of Chu Feng himself were limited. So, Chu Feng set his target all onto the Lingyun school's core disciples and core elders. The ones he wanted to kill were the elites of the Lingyun school, but even so, Chu Feng could not completely kill them all. Since he could not kill them all, Chu Feng chose destruction. He started to destroy the most sacred, most important place in the Lingyun school. He wrecked the luxurious and dazzling palaces, burnt mysterious techniques and martial skills, and after the time of a full day and night, he turned the Lingyun school upside down, then he swaggeringly left whenever he felt like it. Then after 2 more days, several hundred huge white-headed eagles from the east of the Lingyun school appeared. They were the elites of the Lingyun school, and after they were led by Yen Yang Tian and flattened the Azure Dragon school, they were returning back victoriously. At that instant, Yen Yang Tian was not flying. By himself, he sat on the white-headed eagle in the front. He did not speak anything while he had his eyes closed for resting. No one knew what he was thinking about. On the other hand, the elders and disciples all had pleased faces and they started to announce their achievements. But it has to be said that this Azure Dragon school is rather large. One would really not think that it was a second-rate school before. So what if it's big? Was it still not flattened by us without leaving a single strand of fur behind? That's right. Those who offend my Lingyun school in the Azure province will only end up like this. That Chu Feng so impudent, but this time, didn't he just run away with his tail between his legs? I couldn't even see his shadow. Several young core disciples were proudly bragging. As for the elders, although they weren't as open as the disciples, after hearing them talk about that, their faces also brimmed with smiles of pride. It was because after that matter were to spread out, at least it would stabilize the Lingyun school's position of being the overlord of the Azure province, and it would let everyone know what result one would get if they were to oppose the Lingyun school. Look, what's that? But just at that time, a disciple with sharp eyes suddenly stood up. He pointed at the direction of the Lingyun school and extremely anxiously yelled. What are you making such a big fuss of, heavens? This, when others saw it as well and reacted to it, their faces similarly changed greatly and they were incomparably shocked as they appeared abnormally terrified. After Yen Yangtian opened his eyes, even his pupils abruptly shrunk. On his originally calm demeanor, uneasiness surged. Without saying anything, he rose into the air and after leaving the white-headed eagle, he quickly flew towards the Lingyun school. At the same time, other people steered the white-headed eagle underneath them with all they had and hurried towards the Lingyun school with their fastest speed. At that very instant, their hearts were filled with uneasiness. Although they had not seen everything clearly yet, they already knew that the Lingyun school they were so proud of was attacked by someone. Chapter 318, Road of Extinction. Chapter 318, Road of Extinction. Heavens! This, why did this happen? Who did this? When Yen Yangtian and the strongest elites of the Lingyun school returned and saw the current state of the Lingyun school, their faces turned pale white one after the other and fury and sorrow was within their eyes. Although the current Lingyun school was not flattened, but saying that it could no longer be recognized was reasonable. Especially the core zone. The place that was the most luxurious and was the most invested towards already got destroyed into a complete mess. The corpse of core disciples and core elders scattered everywhere and every single person was in such a wretched state that one could not bear looking at them. Martial skills building, cultivation building, all of them were ravaged. All of the martial skills were burnt into nothing and cultivation resources were destroyed. Despite there were very few people who died or were injured within the inner court disciples and elders, they were still not lightly frightened. Many people escaped the Lingyun school and they were deeply afraid of being dragged down by it. The ones who remained were currently urgently saving and healing as they were led by the elders. Quick, go rescue, go rescue. After being at a loss for quite a while, Yen Yangtian slowly came to his senses and loudly yelled. And from then on, the elites on top of the white-headed eagles quickly rushed down and started to help the people that hadn't died yet. However, when he was ordering others to rescue, Yen Yangtian gradually descended from the sky. He went over an area of ruined land. He did not say a single thing and he sank into silence. Lord Schoolhead, this isn't good. Over half of my school's elite disciples and elders have died, and even the resource treasury has been looted completely with nothing left behind. Several protectors ran over with faces full of panic, and even they could not remain calm. Because this time, the Lingyun school's losses were really too big. The outstanding disciples and elders that had been developed for many years were almost completely slaughtered. Even the resource treasury that had been accumulating for many years was looted completely, and the excellent quality martial skills were burnt as well. The Lingyun school, the grand, #1 school of the Azure province was made into that state by someone. Putting aside that today's losses were heavy, causing their vitality to be greatly harmed, if this matter were to be spread out, the Lingyun school would become the laughing stock of the Azure province. Who was it? Whose deed was this? I must strip his skin and extract his tendons. Yen Yangtian suddenly furiously howled. His voice spread past 100 miles and everyone could feel his anger. Lord Schoolhead, I know who did it. I know who did it. Suddenly, several core disciples ran over with panic across their faces. They were even propping a person up. It was a rather well-known elder in the core zone. But currently, that elder had heavy injuries all over his body, cultivation that could not be kept, and he was also on the border of life and death. However, he was still conscious. Elder Lu, who was the one that actually did this? At that instant, before letting Yen Yangtian speak, the several protectors could not wait any longer as they went up to closely ask. It was Chu Feng. Elder Lu spoke Chu Feng's name with an extremely feeble tone. What? Chu Feng, it was actually him. After hearing that name, not a single person's complexion on scene did not change greatly. Following that, another protector quickly asked again, other than Chu Feng, who else? Was it Qi Fengyang? Was Qi Fengyang also there? No, there was no one else. Only Chu Feng. All of you, run. He is simply the devil, the most terrifying person that I had ever seen. He will still return, and at that time, no one will be able to run. After speaking those words, Elder Lu's head tilted to the side, and his body fell onto the ground. Thoroughly, he no longer breathed and he was already dead. At that instant, the people on scene all took several steps back and they were so shocked that they could no longer stand stably. The legs of two of the protectors went soft, and with a poof, they sat limply on the ground. On their faces, indescribable colors of terror surged as they were appalled. Only after a while did those people recover from such shocking news. Everyone cast their gazes towards Yen Yang Tian, the head of the Lingyun school. The backbone in their hearts. Heh. Without removing a great enemy, there will be endless future troubles. I, Yen Yang Tian, have committed a grave mistake, and it would be that I shouldn't have offended Chu Feng. My Lingyun school is destroyed by my hands. I, Yen Yang Tian, am finished. I personally sent this life's future to the grave. However, just at that moment, Yen Yang Tian had an ash-like face as he muttered to himself with a bitter smile, and he started to slowly walk towards the outside of the Lingyun school. School head, what are you doing? Seeing that, everyone was frightened because they could see that the present Yen Yang Tian's mental state was slightly unstable. But he was the head of the Lingyun school. Their backbone. If something were to happen to him at this time, who else could take control of the situation? What should they do? Who was going to fix their current broken circumstances? But Yen Yang Tian did not even care about the increasing number of elders and disciples following behind him. He only kept on walking west. Only after walking out of the Lingyun school did he suddenly stop his steps to speak to the people behind him. Everyone, leave. Cut off your relationship with the Lingyun school, or else he will still come back. At that time, no one will be able to stop him. No one will be able to return alive. The Lingyun school will also completely go extinct, and even your family will be affected by it. After saying those words, Yen Yang Tian leaped, rose into the sky, and flew towards the western horizon. No matter how the protectors, elders, and disciples of the Lingyun school yelled, he did not even turn his head around. Today's matter very quickly spread throughout the Azure province and became the most shocking news of the province. The Lingyun school was destroyed. Destroyed by a young man. That young man was the person who killed Dugu Aoyun and gained the title of being the strongest school head in the 100 school gathering. He was also the person who saved Qi Fengyang by himself from the sentencing grounds of the Qilin prince's mansion. Chu Feng. Relying on his own power, Chu Feng destroyed the #1 school in the Azure province, killed countless elite disciples and elders, and shook the foundation of several hundred years. News regarding the head of the Lingyun school, Yen Yang Tian, was even all lost at that time. The #1 school of the Azure province was immediately like a group of dragons without a leader, and they went into complete chaos. Many disciples and elders started to leave the Lingyun school to rely on other schools. They even said to outsiders that they were instructions left by the school head, Yen Yang Tian, before he departed. If they didn't cut off their relationship with the Lingyun school, sooner or later, they would be met with the disaster of school extermination. That matter was too shocking. However, to other schools, it was undoubtedly a good thing. The Overlord-level school's foundation was destroyed, and the Heaven Realm school had abandoned his own school and escaped. It gave other first-rate schools a rare chance. Even though there were some people who chose to remain behind in the Lingyun school, after all, there were quite a large number of people who left, and since their cultivation resources were destroyed, it was absolutely impossible for the Lingyun school to rise again from the East Mountains. To the many Azure Province's schools, it meant that they were welcoming a new era. An era to fight over the position of being the #1 school. But no one would forget that the person who created this era was a young man called Chu Feng, and the person who also destroyed the Lingyun school was also a young man called Chu Feng. Only because it offended the young man called Chu Feng, the Lingyun school, the #1 school in the Azure province that had been erected for several hundred years, walked towards the path of extinction with extremely quick speed. Chapter 319, Cultivating with a Calm Heart. Chapter 319, Cultivating with a Calm Heart. The so-called, for the matters of the world, if there are people who are happy, there are people who are sad. The news of Chu Feng destroying the Lingyun school caused all other schools to be incomparably joyful, but as the real overlord of the Azure province, the Qilin prince's mansion who also offended Chu Feng, sank into unprecedented terror. Mansion Lord, what should we do? Yen Yangtian has already escaped, and look at us. In the broadest hall within the Qilin prince's mansion, Lin Moli sat on the head seat and all the experts who had fame, strength within the prince's mansion were all in there. However, the current them no longer had their arrogance of being high up on top. Every single one revealed fearful faces and they were extremely uneasy. They were all terrified by the matter of the Lingyun school. They were terrified by Chu Feng's actions. They were deeply afraid that after the Lingyun school, their Qilin prince's mansion would come next, that they were included within the next wave of people being slaughtered. What is there to be afraid of? Don't forget, we are the Qilin prince's mansion, and we have the Jiang dynasty behind us. No matter how much nerves Chu Feng has, he will not dare to do anything against my Qilin prince's mansion unless he doesn't want to continue in the continent of the 9 provinces. Lin Moli suddenly stood up and his powerful palm abruptly dropped. He shattered the chair underneath his body as he angrily roared, causing the entire hall to tremble. It still had to be said that after hearing his roar, everyone in the hall quieted down and their panicked expressions also calmed a bit. After that, Lin Moli spoke a lot more to the crowd. Such as already reporting Chu Feng's matter to the Jiang dynasty, that they would prepare to help the Qilin prince's mansion catch Chu Feng, that Chu Feng could no longer protect himself, that it would be impossible for him to rise from the East Mountains, that he would sooner or later get killed, etc. Those words successfully comforted the shaken hearts of the Qilin prince's mansion experts, but the experts did not see Lin Moli's full face of terror and extreme uneasiness in the instant he turned around. As Chu Feng's achievements were being noisily spread and as the outside world was being flipped upside down, underneath the Azure Dragon mountain range, there was this section of untainted land. Li Zhangqing and the Azure Dragon elites, Chu Yu and the Chu family, as well as Su Rou, Su Mei, and the 2 others, were living quite well within the Thousand-Bone Graveyard. After Chu Feng told everyone about the matter of him taking Qi Fengyang away and destroying the Lingyun school with the assistance of a mysterious expert, everyone in that place was extremely happy. Chu Feng, you boy, you are too outstanding. You have actually brought back so many treasures, but it's just that these things are too precious and I would feel quite bad if I were to take them. Li Zhangqing looked at the rare treasures in front of his eyes and he had smiles all over his face from excitement. His old wrinkles pleated together and he looked just like a meat-filled steamed bun. It was because there were many good things placed in front of his face. Large amounts of origin medicine, special weapons, and also protective equipment. All of them were taken from the Lingyun school's resource treasury, and currently, he gave them all to Li Zhangqing for free. School head. Since I, Chu Feng, caused the Azure Dragon school to be flattened and 1,000 years of foundation to be destroyed in a single moment, I truly feel endless shame in my heart, so if you take these, I will feel a bit better. Chu Feng said with an apologetic face. Ah, you idiot boy. What they destroyed was only an empty frame. My Azure Dragon school's foundation has all been moved to this place. These are the roots for re-establishing my Azure Dragon school. Li Zhangqing cast his gaze towards a nearby place. There was a simple shelf over there, but all sorts of martial skills and mysterious techniques were neatly placed on that shelf. There was also the Azure Dragon School's resource register. These things were truly what a school needed to establish itself. But, Chu Feng still felt rather bad. There are no buts. These are just worldly materials and they are just the foundations for the rise of my Azure Dragon School. The ones over there are the true necessities for the rise of my Azure Dragon School. Li Zhangqing then looked towards the direction of the essence pool. Ever since entering this place, all the young generation disciples of the Azure Dragon School as well as the elders started to cultivate as they were in the pool, gaining great benefits. After that, Li Zhangqing patted Chu Feng's shoulders and said, "And you are the hope who will lead them and strengthen my Azure Dragon School. Lord School Head, don't worry. From today on, I, Chu Feng, will build an even grander Azure Dragon School on the Azure Dragon Mountain Range. At that time, not only will my Azure Dragon School be the overlord of the Azure Province, it will also have its part in the continent of the 9 provinces." After hearing Li Zhangqing's words, Chu Feng's knot in his heart was undone and he solemnly vowed to guarantee. The reason why Chu Feng did not directly leave but rather return to this place again after destroying the Lingyun school was First, to let everyone who worried about him know that he, Chu Feng, was fine, and also that the Lingyun school received a rare heavy blow and paid the price that should have paid. Second, after experiencing the pursuit by Yen Yang Tian and Lin Moli, Chu Feng was deeply aware that how weak he was in front of the heaven realm. So, Chu Feng wanted to learn the dragon traveling through 9 heavens that the Azure Dragon founder passed down to him. That martial skill was very profound, and if Chu Feng were to completely grasp it, even if he could not reach the powerful speed of Eggy's demonic wings of that day, in front of heaven realm experts, he could at least have some chances to escape. After all, where Chu Feng was heading towards was a completely unknown land. Chu Feng could not hope that kind-hearted people would help him if he met danger. So, Chu Feng could only rely on himself. He had to guarantee that he had a certain life-saving method before departing. Using an entire day, Chu Feng refined all the profound medicines that he got from the Lingyun school. It caused change to happen from Chu Feng's dantian, which was silent for a long time, but at the end, Chu Feng was still unable to break into the profound realm. But Chu Feng was not discouraged. It was not far from what he had predicted, and although he was unable to break through, Chu Feng could still feel that it was not far off. If he got a few more high-quality profound medicine, he should be able to make a breakthrough. At that instant, Chu Feng was in a place deeper in than the essence pool. That place was quieter, and it was the best place for him to cultivate. He closed his eyes and from that, used his mind to control the origin power within his body. A layer of azure-colored gas visible by the naked eye was currently lingering around Chu Feng. They surged out from Chu Feng's body, then interweave and fuse together. More and more gathered, and gradually, it formed fog that was azure-colored. The fog surged underneath Chu Feng's feet and slowly lifted him up from the ground. He floated in midair, and he continued floating higher. But the thing that was most mysterious was that as the azure-colored fog carried Chu Feng and floated up, it was actually changing and becoming a snake-like dragon-like form. One could even feel the aura of life from it. Whoosh! But suddenly, the fog disappeared like smoke and clouds, and Chu Feng also fell down from midair. Damn it. This dragon traveling through 9 heavens is rather hard. Chu Feng's face was very ugly, because the difficulty of control over the dragon traveling through 9 heavens surpassed his imagination. Even if it was him, he could not quickly grasp it. Right now, he did not even reach the simplest first stage. Clap clap, but just that time, bursts of loud and clear applause rang out behind Chu Feng. Chapter 320, The Fusion of Ice and Fire. Chapter 320, The Fusion of Ice and Fire. Ancestor. Turning his head around to look, Chu Feng discovered that it was the Azure Dragon founder. As he clapped, he walked towards him and there was even a smile of admiration hung on his face. Radiance shot in all directions from the Azure Dragon founder's body, and he was completely different than normal consciousnesses. It was as if he was still truly living with extremely horrifying power hidden within his body. Impressive. My dragon traveling through 9 heavens was originally a martial skill with heaven power based as the root, so normally, only people in the heaven realm should be able to learn it. Although I hypothesized that if one's spirit power was extremely strong, they could specially concentrate, control, and even use their profound power. But I never would have thought that you would be to reach that stage while only being in the origin realm with only origin power pregnant in your body. The Azure Dragon School's face was filled with praise. Ancestor. Does the current me really have no way of cultivating this dragon traveling through 9 heavens? I am able to feel that this is an extremely strong bodily martial skill and I really want to grasp it. Chu Feng said. Oh, of course it's a very strong bodily martial skill. It's a martial skill that I gave fruit to from a secret skill. Its original form is a secret skill. The Azure Dragon founder lightly smiled, and following that, his body quickly floated up. Underneath his illusionary feet, boundless azure-colored gas had actually been condensed out. The gas surged more and more, and at the end, it was condensed into the appearance of a huge dragon. That huge dragon was a dozen meters or so long. Although it was shaped by the condensation of gas so its eyes were empty without light, its body emanated a type of strong vitality as if it originally had a spirit. A single claw could cut open a mountain peak, and a roar could shake 10,000 creatures. But that wasn't really much. He then saw the Azure Dragon founder stand on the head of the huge dragon with both of his hands behind his back. His robe fluttered as though he was the master of the huge dragon, and suddenly, he pointed towards the distance and loudly yelled, "Go!" Roar! The huge dragon instantly angrily howled, and following that, its huge claws slashed through the air. The might of the dragon swayed to cause wind, then it became a row of light, and it had actually disappeared with a blink. Heavens, what a fast speed! At that instant, even Chu Feng was stupefied. Because at that moment, he could not feel the slightest bit of the Azure Dragon Founder's aura, but deep in the Emperor Tomb, Chu Feng could still hear the roar of the huge dragon. It meant that the speed of the Azure Dragon Founder was already fast to the extreme, and even Chu Feng's naked eye could not pick it up. Another angrily roar caused a wave of wild wind to be lifted. That wind was strong, and even Chu Feng found it difficult to stand still as he was blown by it, and he couldn't help but back away. And at that moment, the huge dragon reappeared in front of Chu Feng's face, while the Azure Dragon Founder was still standing on the head of the huge dragon as he smiled and looked at Chu Feng. The Azure Dragon Founder waved his sleeve, and the huge dragon turned into a lump of gas, and it was absorbed into the Azure Dragon Founder's body. But he slightly helplessly shook his head, sighed, and said, without my original body, it is impossible for me to display the power of this martial skill. It is only 1/10 of how it was when I was alive. What? Such strong might is actually only 1/10 from when he was alive. Then when the ancestor was living, how strong was he? Chu Feng widened his mouth from shock, and following that, he fiercely gulped. He was truly stunned by the strong methods of the Azure Dragon Founder. That was a real expert. Worthy of being the #1 person in the continent of the 9 provinces back then. Chu Feng, I just showed the dragon traveling through 9 heavens to you. How was the feeling? The Azure Dragon Founder smiled and asked. Impressive. It is really impressive. It is the most profound martial skill that I had ever seen. Chu Feng had admiration across his face. He admired the Azure Dragon Founder's strength, and he also admired how he used the dragon traveling through 9 heavens so naturally. Oh, I said it before, but this is only a copy of a secret skill. If I was still living, I would have displayed that secret skill for you to see, and then, you would have known what true impressiveness would be. But regretfully, the secret skill is in my corpse, and it has been sealed. Only after you revive me can I pass it down to you. Before that, it is best for you to train well with this copy. The Azure Dragon Founder said. But you said that this dragon traveling through 9 heavens requires at least heaven power in order to use it. What should I do? Chu Feng asked while requesting for a solution. Of course there's a way. Like I just said. Your spirit power is extremely strong, and the quality of the origin power in your body is high as well. The two combine into one, and it can cause your origin power to become strong, perhaps even stronger than the profound power of normal profound realm cultivators. That is also why your battle power is so exceptional. Right now, I have a training method that trains you on how to concentrate to gain more control over your origin power. As long as you can completely grasp your origin power, it won't be any problem for you to grasp the early step of the dragon traveling through 9 heavens. The Azure Dragon Founder said. Then what should I do? After hearing his words, Chu Feng started to get impatient because he truly wanted to grasp the profound dragon traveling through 9 heavens. Follow me. The Azure Dragon Founder indifferently smiled, turned around, and walked deeper into the Emperor Tomb. Seeing that, Chu Feng also followed. Actually, he was very excited at that moment because within the Emperor Tomb, the Azure Dragon Founder made a boundary for their range of movement. He did not permit them to step out of the boundary. And Chu Feng, who always had his mind on the treasures of the Emperor Tomb, was naturally very curious as for what things were outside of the boundary. Currently, the Azure Dragon Founder was actually personally leading Chu Feng to pass that boundary, so obviously, Chu Feng was very excited because it meant that there was certainly something outside of the boundary. Chu Feng, the reason why they call this the 1,000-bone graveyard is because they don't know anything. But I'm sure that more or less you understand, and you should have already been aware that this is a huge tomb. It is the grave of an absolute expert, and where we are right now is only the entrance to the tomb. Tombs are based on ranks according to the size of the system as well as the danger factors within. Based on my personal experience, this tomb is of an Emperor Tomb level. The Azure Dragon Founder said. Emperor Tomb. Despite already knowing that it was an Emperor Tomb before, after the Azure Dragon Founder gave his confirmation, Chu Feng still felt a bit shocked. If even the Azure Dragon Founder who was strong got forced to his current state, it could be seen how terrifying the Emperor Tomb was. To be honest, there were truly a lot of people who entered this place back in that year. Pretty much all the peak experts on the continent of that era were gathered, but sadly, no one returned alive. If I didn't get that magical pearl, in reality, even if I became a broken spirit, I would have already been dissipated, not to mention being able to keep my current strength. But Chu Feng, actually, we discovered 3 magical pearls that year. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon founder smiled and spoke. 3. Where are the other 2? Chu Feng felt shocked. If one pearl was already so magical, how would the other 2 be? But he was more curious as for why there were 2, yet such a capable person such as the Azure Dragon founder did not take them. Was it possible that he could not have taken them? Or were there other reasons? At that instant, Chu Feng was truly curious to the extreme. As for the Azure Dragon founder, he also stirred up some suspense this time. He chuckled, then said to Chu Feng, "No need to rush. You will see the 2 other pearls very soon." Chu Feng did not ask any more after hearing that. He only followed the steps of the Azure Dragon founder and walked deeper in. At the end, in front of Chu Feng, a huge cave world appeared. It was so vast that one could not see the borders, and it was even vaster than the cave world underneath the Black Tortoise Mountain range. But at that very instant, the thing that attracted Chu Feng's eyeballs the most was not the vast underground world. It was the huge and bizarre lake within the underground world. The reason why the lake was said to be bizarre was because on one half, it was ice. The ice was thick, as though it froze straight to the deepest parts of the lake, and it emitted extremely bone-piercing chilliness. As for the other half of the lake, flames rose to the sky. A large area of fire snakes rolled and raged while making ear-piercing and fierce howls. It created a sharp contrast with the ice from the other side. Truly, ice and fire existed together, and the fusion of ice and fire was happening right in front of his eyes. Chapter 321, Causing a Disaster. Chapter 321, Causing a Disaster. Half of the vast lake was ice, half were flames. Such a strange scene was shown in front of Chu Feng's face at that instant. Why is there a lake like this here? Chu Feng was dumbfounded from shock because that scene did not make sense at all. This scene is being caused by the 2 horrifying pearls. On that year, the 2 pearls killed no few of us. Even I was heavily injured by them, and at the end, I became my current state. The Azure Dragon founder explained. It was actually that strong. Chu Feng couldn't help but take in a breath of cool air. If even the Azure Dragon founder died because of the 2 pearls, then how fierce would the 2 pearls be? Of course they were strong. At first, when we saw the 3 pearls after we charged through layers of obstructions and killed several evil spirits, we even thought that we got the treasures, but we never would have thought that it was a calamity of slaughtering. However, luckily the ice pearl and the fire pearl seemed to have a link with the pearl that was in my hand, so even though their power was very strong, after a short while, they still lost their terrifying power and fell into the lake, transforming and causing the current appearance. To be more precise, the 2 pearls have already died, but their remains are still here. They also have a certain level of threat, as they also have special powers. And the place that I want you to cultivate in is here. Although they have already died, some of their special power still survives. In this place, both cold air and hot air exist together, and they will disturb your spirit power. However, it is beneficial towards strengthening your ability to control spirit power. As long as you can control your spirit power on command on this ice and fire lake, there shouldn't be any problems for you to use the dragon traveling through 9 heavens. Okay, start the training. As the Azure Dragon founder spoke, he turned and left. He did not seem to plan to personally give pointers to Chu Feng, but after walking for a short distance, he said to Chu Feng, "This is the final boundary. Do not go deeper. In that place, there exist some things that even I cannot defeat right now." After saying those words, the Azure Dragon founder floated away and left, and Chu Feng, who had extremely strong curiosity, intentionally circled around the ice and fire lake after the Azure Dragon founder left to check out what was behind the lake. Then, he finally knew why Chu Feng was not permitted to continue going forward. Because behind the ice and fire lake, anti-demon symbols already started to appear. The area of the symbols was extremely vast, and one could not see the end as they looked. That more or less meant that deeper in, there was a very strong evil spirit or many evil spirits. The Emperor Tomb is truly too far out of my reach. Right now, I should still focus on cultivating my dragon traveling through 9 heavens. In front of the Emperor tomb, Chu Feng always felt that he was especially tiny. Even more so after hearing the words of the Black Tortoise Armor technique, meeting with the Azure Dragon founder, and personally seeing the transformed bizarre lake caused by the 2 pearls in the Emperor tomb. He more and more understood how weak and small he was, and how petty his own power was. However, Chu Feng was not discouraged. After all, he was still currently too young. As long as he was willing to work hard and willing to create chances, becoming strong was only a matter of time. So, Chu Feng started to go towards the strange ice and fire lake. This thing is truly odd. Before even getting near, Chu Feng felt 2 waves of strange aura pouncing towards him. One was bone-piercing chilliness, one was scorching hot heat. The 2 gases that should not be existing together was actually oddly blending into one. But luckily, Chu Feng was able to resist against that strange gas. Finally, Chu Feng arrived on top of the lake. Although Chu Feng's physical body was able to hold the strange gases away, his spirit power was disturbed by the gases and it became difficult to control. It was like how the Azure Dragon founder said. Chu Feng was truly affected by the strange energy there, and as a Greycloak world spiritist, he who originally had extremely strong spirit power was actually unable to concentrate on his spirit power. But that was the training that the Azure Dragon founder wanted Chu Feng to do, to be able to control his spirit power on top of the ice and fire lake. If he succeeded, Chu Feng's control over his spirit power would be increased to another stage and he would also have a chance to use the dragon traveling through 9 heavens. Like that, from that day forth, Chu Feng would come on top of the ice and fire lake every day for training, and that training lasted for a month. It could also be said that it was the martial skill Chu Feng spent the most time on for cultivation. But luckily, Chu Feng did not waste that time of 1 month. From the beginning, he was unable to condense his spirit power, but gradually, he was able to easily control it. Currently, Chu Feng could freely control his own spirit power as he was on top of the ice and fire lake. Succeeded. I've finally succeeded. Now I can finally control my spirit power in whatever way I wish it to. The present Chu Feng was standing in the middle area of the ice and fire lake. One side was bone-piercing cold, one side were raging flames. Chu Feng surrounded himself with origin power and formed an invisible shield to prevent his body from corroding from the cold and flames. Suddenly, with a thought, Chu Feng's spirit power was like the tide as it spread out from his brain and probed towards the ice and fire lake underneath him. After successfully grasping his control over his spirit power, he did not rush to cultivate the profound martial skill, the dragon traveling through 9 heavens. He wanted to detailedly feel the ice and fire lake transformed by the 2 horrifying pearls. Chu Feng's spirit power penetrated through the flames, penetrated through the ice layer, and it went straight into the deep areas. The deeper he went, Chu Feng could more strongly feel that the bone-piercing chilliness and the horrifying heat was becoming more and more powerful. Crap! Suddenly, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly widened and his entire body couldn't help but tremble once. Within his eyes, unprecedented terror and uneasiness surged. When his spirit power reached the deepest part of the lake, he felt 2 forms of life. Those lives seemed to be deeply sleeping for 1,000 years, but because of his spirit power, they suddenly awakened. Boom! Just at that time, a huge explosion rang out from under Chu Feng's feet. At the same time, a wave of strong power rose into the sky. The strong power brought Chu Feng straight into the air, and simultaneously, around Chu Feng, there lingered chunks of ice that filled the air as well as surging flames. The ice and fire lake that had been sealed for 1,000 years was revived. Damn it! I seem to have done something that cannot be reversed. At that instant, without thinking much, Chu Feng already knew what happened. Obviously, the 2 horrifying pearls from that year did not die. They only slept at the bottom of the lake, and without any intentions of doing so, Chu Feng awoke them. Thinking that so many experts died by the 2 pearls and even the Azure Dragon founder was killed by them, Chu Feng did not need to think much. He quickly adjusted his body in midair and used the Imperial Sky technique as he quickly ran towards the direction of the Azure Dragon founder. But before flying away for not too long, another explosion rang out behind him. At the same time, a wave of extreme cold and a wave of scathing heat, the 2 auras, also flew out from the lake together. Turning his head to look, Chu Feng's pupils abruptly shrunk and fear surged on his face because he could clearly see that a blue-colored pearl and a red-colored pearl were like the eyes of two devils as they flew towards him with unbelievable speed. Chapter 322, Die Together. Chapter 322, Die Together. Chu Feng, quick. Let me control your body, or else with your current speed, it will be impossible to escape their pursuit. Eggie started to yell as she saw that the situation was not going well. No, it's too late. But Chu Feng's face was like ash because he could clearly see that the two horrifying pearls, almost with a blink, appeared in front of him. Even if it was Eggie, there was no way to get rid of them with speed like that. Just at that time, the two pearls already collided against Chu Feng's body. The strong power directly threw Chu Feng straight to the ground from mid-air and caused a deep pit to be created on the ground that was even made of special materials. Damn it. These two things actually want to enter my body. Ah. The two pearls truly had life. Clearly, the round-shaped pearls that were only as big as a chicken egg were currently like sharp blades as they pierced through Chu Feng's origin power shield and entered Chu Feng's physical body. At that instant, they were flying towards Chu Feng's dantian. At that moment, Chu Feng could distinctly feel two bursts of power wanting to occupy his body and take away his awareness. It wasn't like Eggie's, and it was obviously from the two horrifying pearls. The two pearls did not simply want to kill Chu Feng. They wanted to control Chu Feng. The two pearls were too horrifying. One contained chilliness that could freeze everything, the other contained flames that could burn everything. And they even had life. However, it was unclear as for what they were. They were like two monsters who were abnormally strong yet had unknown identities. In front of them, Chu Feng was extremely minuscule. He didn't even have any chance to fight back, and he could do nothing as they invaded his own dantian, the sacred land that condensed his cultivation. Wah! But suddenly, within Chu Feng's dantian, the unmoving 8 huge lightning beasts that occupied that place were as though they reawakened. They emanated terrifying aura that did not belong to this land, and they started to powerfully envelop them within his dantian. After the aura started enveloping, the two pearls that almost invaded Chu Feng's dantian acted as if they were frightened as they quickly ran out from his dantian. However, despite leaving the dantian, they did not leave Chu Feng's body. The chilliness and heat interweaved and engulfed every single part of Chu Feng's body. At that instant, Chu Feng felt that the blood in his entire body was boiling, as if the golden-colored lightning in his blood was also resisting against the power of the two pearls. However, as the two waves of power were being resisted against, Chu Feng was going through huge agony. The pain that Chu Feng felt was like a heart-tearing or lung-splitting as he rolled around on the floor. He kept on throwing his own body against the ground, causing huge pits to be formed as he was loudly howling. Chu Feng, what is happening to you? Just at that time, two beautiful figures ran over from afar. It was the sisters Su Ro and Su Mei. The flower-like sisters held a dish of food in their hands. Ever since Chu Feng started to cultivate in this location, the pair of sisters would come here every day to give delicious dishes to Chu Feng. However, at that very instant, when they saw Chu Feng who was like that, their faces paled from fright as they threw the dishes in their hands onto the ground and started to, without any care of their own safety, run towards Chu Feng. Little Ro, Little Mei, don't come over. Run. Seeing that, Chu Feng quickly yelled at the two people. Although he did not know why the two pearls wanted to take over his body, he knew that the two pearls must have their own reasons. Currently, seeing that they failed in taking over his body, the pearls would certainly want to take over another person's body. This time, as Su Ro and Su Mei approached, they were simply like searching for their own path of death. Indeed, after hearing Su Ro and Su Mei's voice, the two ice and fire pearls had actually flew out of Chu Feng's body and rushed towards Su Ro and Su Mei. Their speed was quick, and with two streaks of red and blue through the air, Su Ro and Su Mei fell to the ground following the sounds. Little Ro, Little Mei. Seeing Su Ro and Su Mei fall onto the ground and started to painfully shriek, Chu Feng did not pay attention to his own injuries as he quickly stood up and ran forward. Little Ro, Little Mei. After Chu Feng came near and saw the current Su Ro and Su Mei, his originally tense expression became even more incomparably panicked. Even his nose started to stuff up and his eyes started to flicker with tears. Because presently, Su Ro's originally snow-white skin became blue-colored, and on top of her blue-colored skin, a layer of thick frost was condensed. The frost started to spread and it reached Su-Ro's long skirt and froze her entire body. As for Su-Mei, extremely great change happened to her as well. Her skin that was as clean as snow already became the color of red flames, and from her body, there were even layers of heat emitted. The faces of the two were filled with agony. Seeing that the two girls he loved was enduring such torment yet he himself was useless and powerless, how could Chu Feng's heart not ache? He loudly yelled inside, "Eggy, Eggy! Quickly think of a way. How can they be saved? Quickly help me." But compared to Chu Feng's complete panic, Eggy seemed abnormally calm. The calmness was simply not normal, and she urged with a tone of extreme bitterness to Chu Feng. "There are no methods. These two things are too strong, and with your cultivation, you cannot suppress them. They want to take over Su-Ro's and Su-Mei's physical body and to borrow their body as a vessel to survive. Chu Feng, quick run. Right now, their awarenesses are already muddled and very quickly, they will collapse soon. When their physical bodies get thoroughly taken over, they will completely die. At that time, the two things that took over their physical body will certainly kill you." "No. I can't leave. How can I abandon them and not care about them?" However, not only did Chu Feng not escape, he even opened his arms and brought Su-Ro and Su-Mei from the ground tightly into his embrace. At that instant, bone-piercing chilliness was on one side, and scorching heat was on the other. Neither one of them was good to endure, and either one could harm Chu Feng's body. Yet Chu Feng hugged more and more tightly because his body's pain was far from his heart's pain, as he faced the ones he loved being taken over bit by bit, yet he was useless by being powerless. Chu Feng, just at that time, Su-Ro actually spoke. Her lips were covered with frost, and as she spoke, she had an extremely vicissitudinous voice, but she still urged Chu Feng as she said, "Quickly run. I can feel that my body is going to be taken over by some terrifying thing. I'm afraid that it will harm you. Chu Feng, I feel very hot, like being burned by flames. A lump of fire entered my dantian and it's engulfing my body right now. Chu Feng, quickly let me go. Stay farther away from me or else I will injure you." At the same time, Su-Mei also made a very feeble voice. "No. I won't leave. Even if death comes, we will die together." Chu Feng was very resolute, despite the clothes on his left was being burnt to ashes and his skin was being scalded bit by bit, despite the chilliness on his right entered his body and even frost condensed in his bones, he hugged the two beauties tighter and tighter without a single trace of regret. Chapter 323, Sealed for 2 years. Chapter 323, Sealed for 2 years. Chu Feng, you bastard. I won't stop you if you want to die, but don't drag me down with you. Eggy started to insanely howl when she saw Chu Feng was determined to die. Chu Feng was in quite a predicament as he heard Eggy's yell. He could not bear leaving Su-Ro and Su-Mei, but he also didn't want Eggy to be harmed because of his own actions. Damn it. These two pearls have actually survived. I was truly careless. Suddenly, an aged voice rang out, and when Chu Feng raised his head to look, he couldn't help but rejoice. It was the Azure Dragon founder. The current Azure Dragon founder was standing on an Azure Dragon while the robe on his body fluttered without wind. After seeing Su-Ro and Su-Mei's conditions, although he was very shocked, he did not panic too much, and he had many manners of a peak expert. Chu Feng, move. The Azure Dragon founder loudly yelled. Chu Feng did not dare to be slow as he hurriedly let Su-Ro and Su-Mei who was in his embrace go. Just at that time, with the wave of the Azure Dragon founder's big sleeve, a blue-colored spirit formation was condensed out. With strange and special patterns, it enveloped both Su-Ro and Su-Mei. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Quickly following that, the Azure Dragon founder wrote 2 seal characters in the air continuously. The character seal was condensed and created by symbols and it stood in the air, as if it had life. Then, the Azure Dragon founder pointed at Su-Ro and Su-Mei and lightly yelled, seal. The 2 characters seal landed respectively on Su-Ro's and Su-Mei's spirit formation. At that instant, Su-Ro's and Su-Mei's expression had actually seemed less painful, as though the horrifying pearls in their bodies were controlled. Not bad. Chu Feng, your school founder's spirit formation methods are pretty decent. I'm guessing if he was still alive, he would absolutely not be a simple blue cloak world spiritist. He should have infinitely neared the level of a purple cloak world spiritist. Eggy said while giving a rare praise. As for Chu Feng, he was stunned by the Azure Dragon founder's methods. Being also a world spiritist, what Chu Feng chose to do when faced with Su Rose and Su Mei's situation was to die together with them, because other than that, he really did not know what else to do. He was very powerless. But the Azure Dragon founder, who did not even have a physical body right now, the Azure Dragon founder who was only a consciousness, relied on his own world spiritist techniques and temporarily suppressed the two pearls in their bodies. It had to be said that this was the huge difference in strength. Fortunately, even though the two pearls have not died yet, they aren't as strong as back then. But even so, they are still not something that I can suppress. If I want to control them, I will need to rely on that pearl. As the Azure Dragon founder spoke, he waved his big sleeve again. A gust of wind rose up from Chu Feng's feet and blew him, Su Rou, and Su Mei into the air, then they landed on top of the huge Azure Dragon. With the roar of the huge dragon, Chu Feng felt that the scene around him became blurry. But after an instant, he returned to where everyone was resting at. He arrived in front of the crystal coffin that stored the Azure Dragon founder's remains. Bang! At that instant, the Azure Dragon founder raised his hand and palmed, and he actually shattered the crystal coffin that preserved his own remains. At the same time, the pearl on top of the Azure Dragon founder's remains also gave out extremely dazzling brilliance. Ancestor, this is... Seeing that the Azure Dragon founder destroyed his own coffin immediately, Chu Feng's face was filled with doubt. But later on, he finally knew what the Azure Dragon founder wanted to do. After shattering his own crystal coffin, with practiced methods, the Azure Dragon founder started to lay a spirit formation. It wasn't a simple spirit formation, but a sealing spirit formation. It was a very high-level sealing formation, so high-level that Chu Feng could only tell what type it was, but he could not even touch that sealing formation. Even if he knew the method of laying the formation, it would be impossible for him to actually lay the formation. After laying the sealing formation, the Azure Dragon founder individually put Su Rou and Su Mei on both sides of his remains. After urging the sealing formation, the pearl emitted dazzling brilliance and it materialized. It became a huge crystal casing that shrouded Su Rou, Su Mei, as well as the remains of the Azure Dragon founder. Chu Feng. Although the power of the two pearls aren't as strong as before, with the current me, I have no way of completely suppressing them, let alone extracting them from Su Rou's and Su Mei's bodies. Sealing them right now is the only method to save them right now. But with my power, although I can temporarily lock their life force in their bodies, I can only guarantee that they will survive for 2 more years in the sealing formation. That also means that if I open the sealing formation right now, it is very possible that they will immediately die. But if I completely seal the sealing formation, 2 years later, they will die as well. Right now, give me a forthright answer. Do you choose to let them die right now, or to give them 2 more years? The Azure Dragon founder seriously asked. No. I don't want them to die. Chu Feng was frightened by the words that came from the Azure Dragon founder. I am letting you choose. Right now, or 2 years later. Quickly speak. If you don't, I will undo the sealing formation right now and destroy them along with the 2 pearls. The Azure Dragon founder's attitude became forceful. No. Don't. Seal them, protect their lives for now. Seeing that, Chu Feng completely panicked and he quickly begged. That's right. Only then did the Azure Dragon founder nod his head in satisfaction. Following that, he opened his arms, then immediately overlaid several thick chains that had surged out from his body. The chains were not normal chains. They were transparent chains condensed by spirit formations. At that instant, with clanking noises, they coiled around the crystal casing. At the end, they twisted around it densely and almost the entire crystal casing was covered. One could only see Su Rou and Su Mei who were within through the cracks. Seal. Finally, the Azure Dragon founder drew a huge seal character and it landed on the enormous sealing formation. Finally, it completely locked the sealing formation. At that instant, almost everyone already came over as they nervously looked at everything the Azure Dragon founder was doing. Especially Su Hen and Su Long. Their faces were extremely ugly. Although everyone knew something must have happened, no one dared to go up to ask. They only silently watched. Chu Feng, you are still young. Remember, as a man, no matter what event you meet, you must not panic as you face danger. In reality, I wasn't even sure that I could destroy the 2 pearls, so even if you didn't choose to seal, I would have sealed the 2 of them with the 2 pearls. However, the reason why I asked you just now was because I wanted you to have such an experience that you cannot forget. An experience in which you had to choose the life and death of a person close to you so that next time, when you face a situation similar to this, you can be more at ease. The Azure Dragon founder said to Chu Feng. To him, it was as if he was teaching Chu Feng in a classroom. He was not concerned about Su Ro and Su Mei lives. Ancestor, is there any way to save them? But to Chu Feng, the thing he was most concerned about right now was whether he was able to save the sisters Su Ro and Su Mei. It is almost impossible. The pearl will always be sealed in there, but with my ability, I can only guarantee that they will survive for 2 more years as they don't eat nor drink in that state. 2 years later, they will undoubtedly die, unless. Chapter 324, Grand Dynasty Army. Chapter 324, Grand Dynasty Army. Unless, the Azure Dragon founder hesitated for a bit. Unless what? Chu Feng anxiously asked closely. Unless you can become a Purple Cloak World Spiritists within 2 years, because you can take the 2 pearls out of their bodies at that point. Or else, they will doubtlessly die. But are you confident that you can become a Purple Cloak World Spiritist within 2 years? To be honest, no matter how much more talent you have, it is almost an impossible thing. The words that the Azure Dragon founder said more or less struck blows at Chu Feng. At that instant, Chu Feng's face was also filled with complications. He no longer spoke because he was indeed not confident that he could become Purple Cloak World Spiritist within 2 years. Chu Feng, don't be discouraged. It is indeed very difficult to become a Purple Cloak World Spiritist within 2 years, but with your talent, there shouldn't be much of a problem to become a Blue Cloak World Spiritist. Do you still remember the monstrous beast locked in the Azura Ghost Tower in the Spirit Province? Don't forget, it was a Purple Cloak World Spiritist, and it had a request for you. As long as you become a Blue Cloak World Spiritist, perhaps you would be able to help it get free. At that time, wouldn't it be fine to ask it to save Su Ro and Su Mei? Just at that time, Eggy seriously reminded. That's right. Eggy, you're right. Little Ro and Little Mei can still be saved. As long as I can get the thing that the monstrous beast left behind, perhaps I can very quickly become a Blue Cloak World Spiritist. At that time, it will work if I save it then ask it to save Little Ro and Little Mei. After hearing Eggy's reminder, Chu Feng also came to the realization and his originally face that was like ash instantly surged with a hint of hope. Chu Feng, you wouldn't truly feel you can become a Purple Cloak World Spiritist within 2 years, right? The Azure Dragon founder lightly furrowed his brows when he saw a strand of hope surging within Chu Feng's gaze. Because with his entire life's worth of time, he could not step into the Purple Cloak realm. So, he deeply knew how difficult that realm was. He did not doubt that Chu Feng could become Purple Cloak World Spiritist, or else he wouldn't have entrusted his rescue on Chu Feng, but to do that within 2 years was almost an impossible thing. Ancestor, indeed, I cannot become a Purple Cloak World Spiritist within 2 years of time, but I will do my best to think of other methods to save Su Ro and Su Mei. The 2 of them are too important to me and I must save them. So, in the period of time that I am not here, I hope that you can take care of the people close to me. As Chu Feng spoke, he swept his gaze towards the surrounding people. Don't worry. As long as I am here, no one will be able to harm them. Absolutely no problems will happen to the 2 sisters in these 2 years. However, although I don't know what method you have that can save them, I hope that you can remember before saving them, you must guarantee your own safety first or else all will be for naught. The Azure Dragon founder advised. Ancestor, don't worry. I have my plans. After that, Chu Feng simply took care of his own injuries, then explained to the crowd what had actually happened. Only then did he say his farewells to everyone and left the Thousand Bone Graveyard. He officially left that place, and stepped onto a road that was filled with unknown dangers, yet was a road that had to be walked on. It was the road towards the Qin province. The continent of the 9 provinces was split into the Azure Province, Tang Province, Song Province, Ming Province, Han Province, Sui Province, Spirit Province, Yuan Province, and Qin Province. The Qin Province was rather far from the Azure Province. One required to go through the Spirit Province which was in between in order to reach it. As for why Chu Feng needed to go to the Qin province, it was because the monstrous beast in the Azura Ghost Tower told Chu Feng that there was a treasure which could polish up spirit power, and that treasure was in the Qin province. Chu Feng's goals of his current journey was very clear. To find that treasure, then to perfect his spirit power so that he could more quickly become a Blue Cloak world spiritist. Then, return to the Azura Ghost Tower, coordinate with the imprisoned monstrous beast, and after saving it, request help from the mysterious and unfathomable monstrous beast so it could save the sisters Su Ro and Su Mei from the hands of the pearls. Although that plan seemed to be very simple, Chu Feng knew that within it, there were certainly thousands of difficulties and tens of thousands of risks because at first, the place that the treasure was hidden in was an unclear place called the Thousand Monster Mountain. I will leave here soon, and who knows when I will return to this place. As Chu Feng sat on the white-headed eagle, he looked at the familiar land and scenery underneath as his thoughts were extremely complicated. This time was different from last time when he went to the Spirit Province. Last time, he was only there for the White Cloak World Spiritist qualification exam, but this time, he had a heavier mission, and the time he was leaving for was longer as well. Chu Feng, do you want to go to the World Spirit Guild and ask for assistance? Although they don't have any Purple Cloak World Spiritists there, I'm sure they can help a bit. Eggy said. No. I'm not too familiar with the World Spirit Guild, so I'm afraid that greed will rise from their hearts if they see the treasure left behind by the monstrous beast and that they will take it for themselves. Chu Feng replied. And then, after hearing Chu Feng's words, Eggy felt that it was extremely reasonable as well. After that, she giggled and said, "It looked like you've matured quite a bit, huh? I have indeed not been mistaken. Boy, you will have quite a future." Eggy was even like a pistachio. She who knew Chu Feng had heavy worries in his heart did not stop comforting and amusing Chu Feng on the road. That caused his pressure to be diminished quite a bit, and confidence in which he could save Su Ro and Su Mei also increased quite a bit. This aura. But just as Chu Feng was going to leave the border of the Azure province, he suddenly tightly frowned and quickly steered Little White towards a lump of cloud in the distance and drilled in since Chu Feng could feel an extremely powerful aura approaching. Indeed, after Chu Feng hid in the white clouds, huge bangs rang out from the nearby horizon. That sound seemed to be like thunder, but it seemed more like the sounds of 10,000 horses galloping. The sound of them galloping in the air. Heavens! That is. Although Chu Feng was hidden in the white clouds, he was still able to see everything outside. At that instant, he astonishedly discovered that at the end of the horizon, a large group of people and horses appeared. People and horses that walked in the air. The group of people neared 10,000, and on the bodies of every single person, they wore a golden-colored robe. That robe was not armor, but it was more gorgeous than armor and even harder than armor. Underneath the near 10,000 people, every single one was riding an excellent horse. The horses were a lot bigger than normal ones, and they were also abnormally domineering, as if they were the kings within horses as they had unordinary auras. The most important thing was that the horses could stay in the air with extremely quick speed. However, that wasn't even much. Other than the horses that could walk on air, there was even a huge golden-colored chariot. The thing that pulled the chariot was not a horse. It was a huge beast. A huge beast that could walk on air, and if Chu Feng was not mistaken, it should be a monstrous beast that reached the heaven realm. A heaven realm monstrous beast was tamed by someone and became a slave that pulled a chariot. That caused people to be rather shocked. And when Chu Feng cast his gaze towards the army banner that was fluttering around, he finally knew the origin of the group of people, because on top of the golden-colored army banners that had dragons and phoenixes carved and drawn on them, there were two big words. Jiang Dynasty. Chapter 325, Cold-Faced Jiang Han. Chapter 325, Cold-Faced Jiang Han. Jiang Dynasty. After seeing the words on the army banner, Chu Feng's heart couldn't help but tighten because it was the first time he saw people from the Jiang Dynasty. The first time he saw the ruler of the continent of the 9 provinces. It had to be said that the army of the Jiang Dynasty, in terms of might, was completely incomparable to any power Chu Feng had ever seen before. Putting aside the powerful strength and excellent quality, people would feel fear purely from the unique atmosphere that they gave off. Chu Feng had heard before that the people from the Jiang Dynasty were not ordinary people. They had special blood, battle power that surpassed others, talent that surpassed others, and they were far superior than normal people in all areas. Even saying that everyone in the Jiang Dynasty was geniuses would be appropriate. That was the main reason why the Jiang dynasty was able to rule over the continent of the 9 provinces for so many years. Strange. Why have the Jiang dynasty's army appeared in this place? Did they come to my Azure province for something, or are they just coincidentally passing by? Chu Feng was deeply stunned by the Jiang dynasty's might. Although he did not feel fear like how normal people did after seeing the Jiang dynasty's grand army, Chu Feng still had to admit that the Jiang dynasty was truly not simple. Who cares? After all, you already prepared to leave the Azure province and your family has been arranged well. Even if the people from the Jiang dynasty are going to the Azure province, it would be unrelated to you. Eggy said. Chu Feng nodded, but he had a thought in his heart. If the Jiang dynasty was only passing by, then whatever. But if their target was truly the Azure province, most likely, it would be for the Emperor Tomb. After all, the Qilin Prince's mansion had already discovered the Emperor Tomb. When they discovered that they did not have the ability to open it themselves, for assistance, they would certainly report that news to the Jiang dynasty. By doing so, even if they could not get the treasures from the Emperor Tomb, at least the Jiang dynasty would still give them some rewards. But Chu Feng was not too worried because he who knew how scary the Emperor Tomb deeply understood that even if it was the army of the Jiang dynasty, they would still be unable to enter deep into the Emperor Tomb. Only if they sent out their peak experts did they have a chance to get some benefits from the Emperor Tomb. So, after the Jiang dynasty army left, Chu Feng also rushed out of the white clouds and continued towards the Qin province. As for where the Jiang dynasty army went, as predicted by Chu Feng, they came to the Qilin Prince's mansion. However, the thing that was different from Chu Feng's guess was that this time, the Jiang dynasty did not come by invitation. Quickly call for the mansion lord. The army of the Jiang dynasty grandly and mightily descended from the sky. They truly looked just like soldiers and generals from heaven that came down to the mortal world. It caused people to be endlessly afraid, and at that very instant, the overlord of the Azure province, the Qilin Prince's mansion, was already in chaos. The formerly prideful people from the prince's mansion were all terrified to the extreme. My lords, I am Lin Moly. I didn't know that you would honor your presences to this mansion, so I didn't come out to greet you. Please forgive my mistakes. Lin Moly also panicked. If only 1 or 2 people from the Jiang dynasty came, he could still bear with it. But currently, a genuine Jiang dynasty army came to his Qilin Prince's mansion. That caused him to not know what to do and he was extremely terrified. Uncontrollably, he felt uneasiness. And just at this time, from the golden-colored chariot that was pulled by a monstrous beast, a male wearing a golden-colored robe gradually walked out. It was a young man. 2 meters tall, well-built body, golden dragon crown on his head, black hair that draped along his shoulders, and a face as white as snow yet gave people an abnormally icy cold feeling. Especially his eyes. They emitted incomparable overbearingness and ferociousness, causing one to not dare to look straight into his eyes. Lord Jiang Han. After seeing that male, Lin Moly's face instantly turned deathly white like paper and there wasn't any trace of the color of blood anymore. Within his eyes, indescribably, fear surged. It could be seen how scared he was towards the young man in front of his eyes who was even so much younger than him. Lin Moly, do you know your crimes? The cold-faced male called Jiang Han asked with an equally cold tone. My lord, what do you mean? Lin Moly was terrified. When he was asked by Jiang Han in such a way while he was already originally extremely uneasy, it caused him to be instantly scared to the point he did not know what to do, nor how to respond. Whoosh! But before even letting Lin Moly finish speaking, Jiang Han suddenly raised his hand, formed an eagle's claw with that hand, and endless suction power emitted from his palm. Instantly, it plucked Lin Moly from the ground and into his palm. At that very instant, Jiang Han used a single hand to tightly grab onto Lin Moly's brain. No matter how the heaven realm Lin Moly struggled, he could not escape his palm. At that instant, Jiang Han cast his icy cold gaze towards the people from the Qilin Prince's mansion who knelt on the ground with faces full of fear and said. The lord of the Qilin Prince's mansion, Lin Moly, was assigned to rule over the Azure province by the imperial court. However, when he discovered a mysterious tomb in the Azure province, not only did he not immediately report it to the dynasty, he even privately opened the tomb, planning to keep the dynasty's treasure for himself. This is a crime of death, and he should be beheaded right now. My lord, have mercy. My lord, have mercy. After hearing Jiang Han's words, Lin Mole's face turned purple from fear as he started to loudly beg for his life. However, Jiang Han did not even care about him. His palm suddenly grasped, and with a bang, in front of the many people from the Qilin Prince's mansion, he crushed the head of Lin Mole, the lord of the Qilin Prince's mansion, into pieces. "My lord have mercy, my lord have mercy." At that instant, everyone from the Qilin Prince's mansion on scene started to kowtow for their lives and started to beg for their lives. They were deeply afraid that they would receive the same ending as Lin Mole. Because in the continent of the 9 provinces, the Jiang dynasty was the only boss, and they were the only laws. No one dared to offend them, because as long as you offended them, there would only be one result: death. Listen up everyone. From today on, the Azure province will be directly managed by my Jiang dynasty. All of you can still serve my dynasty, but if any of you have any trace of disloyalty, in the future, you will end the same as how Lin Mole ended today. Jiang Han's voice was like thunder and his tone was like ice as he loudly said to the crowd, "We are willing to serve the dynasty. We do not dare to have half a bit of selfishness." Seeing that, the Qilin Prince's mansion crowd acted as though a heavy burden had been lifted as they kowtowed with faces full of gratitude. After that, the Jiang dynasty's army took over everything in the Qilin Prince's mansion. They truly planned to personally manage the Azure province. At that instant, within an extremely luxurious palace in the Qilin Prince's mansion, Jiang Han was all ready to go. He seemed to be planning to go somewhere, and behind him, there was an aged old man with white and gray hair. That old man had very strong aura, clearly also a heaven realm expert. But in front of Jiang Han, he seemed abnormally petty as he asked with a very respectful tone, "My lord, everything is arranged. Do we go investigate that tomb?" "No. The tomb is already under our control, so we can go at any time. On the other hand, since I've arrived at the Azure province right now, I must go pay someone a visit." Jiang Han's tone was icy cold as if there was not a single trace of emotion. Even if it was someone from his own clan, he acted the same. "Do you need me to accompany you?" The old man seemed to know who Jiang Han was going to look for, so he pettily requested for instructions. "No need, I myself am enough." Jiang Han waved his hand, and after that, a wave of wind rose and his body disappeared completely. He did not even leave a single strand of aura, and he was already heading towards where he wanted to go. Chapter 326, Arriving at the Qin Province. Chapter 326, Arriving at the Qin Province. Within the Azure Province's Valley of 100 Bends, outside of the hall in the clouds, Jiang Han was quickly approaching. However, he did not enter the spirit formation outside of the hall without permission. With a face of respect, he stood on top of the clouds and said with a respectful tone, "My lord, I am Jiang Han, and I have come to pay you a visit. Enter." From within the temple hall, Jiang Hengyuan's voice rang out. It was not high nor low, not light nor heavy. Only then did Jiang Han dare to go forward. As he walked, all the protective layers were open. Even the door to the hall was opened. Within the hall, Jiang Hengyuan was playing chess with another person. As for who that person was, it was naturally Qi Fengyang who was saved by Jiang Hengyuan that day. Finished. Jiang Hengyuan did not look directly at Jiang Han. As he played chess, he spoke to inquire. "My lord, I have already followed your instructions and it has been finished. Lin Mole has been killed on scene by me." Jiang Han respectfully replied. Lay a good concealing spirit formation in the entrance to the tomb. Lead your army and personally guard there. Without my order, don't open it for now. Jiang Hengyuan said. "My lord. Before sealing the entrance, should we go and look around it to determine the ranking of the tomb?" Jiang Han spoke. "No need to determine it, it's an emperor tomb." Jiang Hengyuan calmly said. "What? It is actually an emperor tomb." After hearing those words, Jiang Han's face changed greatly and he was stunned. He seemed to have already understood why Jiang Hengyuan told him to seal the entrance of the tomb to not permit him to lead his army to open it. "Come. Let me introduce you to him. This is Qi Fengyang, the chief of the Qi clan in the Qilin Prince's mansion. After moving your army to the Black Tortoise Mountain range, hand the Qilin Prince's mansion over to him for management." Jiang Hengyuan cast his gaze towards Qi Fengyang. "I pay my respects to Senior." Jiang Han humbly paid his respects to Qi Fengyang. To people that Jiang Hengyuan introduced, even if his strength was inferior to his own, he did not dare to have a single strand of arrogance. Rather, he had to politely treat him. Since you're here, might as well eat a meal before leaving, right? Jiang Hengyuan lightly smiled, then walked towards the kitchen. Jiang Han also smiled and nodded his head towards Qi Fengyang, then also followed. My lord. When I came here, the ancestor told me to pass word to you. The divine body has not appeared in many years, and the abnormality that year was very possibly only an abnormality and that no divine body had descended. So, he hoped you can quickly return to the dynasty after solving the matter of the tomb to help the emperor handle the matters within the clan. Jiang Han said. For no cause or reason, why would an abnormality appear in the sky? Actually, I understand the ancestor's painstaking efforts. He just doesn't want me to continue suffering in this place, so that's why he wants me to go back to the imperial court. However, you see it as well. I am very well in this place. Free and at ease with no worries. Besides, if I didn't insist on staying in this place, it would be impossible for the emperor tomb to be discovered in the Azure province. Jiang Hengyuan smiled and said. Hearing that, Jiang Han really didn't urge him anymore. He only curiously asked, My lord, is the divine body really that important? Is it worth it for you to wait in such a desolate location, to hide your name to guard this location for many years, just to look for traces of that person? Everyone in my Jiang imperial clan has emperor-level blood, and in the recent years, many geniuses have also appeared. If they were diligently developed, perhaps they would not be inferior to the so-called divine body. Ho! As he faced Jiang Han's questioning, Jiang Hengyuan first lightly smiled, then followed up and said, I can't say for sure as for how powerful that divine body is. After all, I have not personally seen it. All sorts of records regarding divine bodies only exist in records. However, that year, when the divine body just descended and when we prepared to head towards the Azure province, the ancestor said a sentence to me. The divine body must be found, regardless of the cost. If the divine body cannot be used by my dynasty, then what we face in the future can very possibly be the disaster of clan extermination. They dare. No matter if that person has a divine body or not, as long as they are born in the continent of the 9 provinces, they are the people of my Jiang dynasty. Would they dare to commit treason and great crimes, while offending the superiors in a lower position? That person would simply be looking to die. Jiang Han had a face full of unacceptance. Ho, those with divine bodies have the airs of a king. They would absolutely not be willing to be underneath another person. If they receive kindness when they were young, even if that person cannot be used by the dynasty, they will still be grateful in their heart. However, if my dynasty cannot give kindness to them, and rather, cause hatred and grudges to grow in their heart because of the unfair world, they would certainly have the thought to pacify the chaotic world, and to rule the world. And if they want to rule the continent of the 9 provinces, the Jiang imperial clan will obviously be that person's biggest obstacle. If you were the one with the divine body, would you get rid of that obstacle? Jiang Hengyuan smiled and asked. This divine body is so troubling. Why not kill him before he develops? Within Jiang Han's gaze, killing intent surged. It is indeed troubling, and at first, the ancestor had carefully thought of it as well. If the divine body was found, should he be killed, or should he be developed? However, ultimately, he chose to develop because if an exceptional genius appeared in front of you, who could bear killing off such a good seedling? Jiang Hengyuan indifferently smiled, then patted Jiang Han's shoulders and said, also, do not ever doubt the power of divine bodies. If you truly feel that the divine body is inferior to our emperor-level blood, why not recall the 9-colored divine lightning that year? Let me ask, within the imperial clan, who has that power? This, after hearing Jiang Hengyuan's words, even Jiang Han's face changed. His originally fierce eyes started to uneasily flicker. It was because he would never forget the heaven-shocking scene that night. The aura of destruction emanated by the 9-colored divine lightning engulfed the entire continent. That aura, even if he thought about it again currently, he would still feel fear. That time, even he who had martial cultivation achievements worried whether the continent would be destroyed by the 9-colored divine lightning just like that or not. So, later on, as per Jiang Hengyuan's instructions, Jiang Han moved the Jiang clan's dynasty army to the Black Tortoise City and he personally guarded the entrance to the Emperor Tomb.
As for Qi Fengyang, he returned to the Qilin prince's mansion and became the lord of the Qilin prince's mansion. That news was undoubtedly explosive. The traitor who was almost beheaded in the prince's mansion recently became the lord of the mansion with a blink. That was truly too shocking. But as long as they recalled the ones who supported Qi Fengyang's back was the Jiang dynasty, the shock they had turned into not as shocked as before. Rather, they felt that Lin Moly was too pitiful. Pitiful as he offended a person that he should not have offended. Not only did he lose his position of the mansion lord, even his little life was not kept and his entire head got crushed and exploded. Just as great transformations happened in the Azure province, after the journey of several days, Chu Feng passed through the Spirit province and entered the land of the Qin province. Although the continent was divided into 9 provinces, the area of land of the 9 provinces were all different. Without a doubt, the Azure province was the smallest within the 9 provinces. The Spirit province was very big, but it was said that the Qin province was the province with the vastest area of land within the 9 provinces. Because he was hurried in his current journey, he did not prepare enough food. So, after the journey of several days, Chu Feng's stomach was already rumbling from hunger and it was really hard for him to continue on. He couldn't help but reduce his flying speed. He wanted to search for a place below that could fill his stomach, and as he was there, he also wanted to inquire about the direction to the 1,000-monster mountain. Haha, finally, a small town has been found by me. That's not right. Why are there so many people gathered there? Chapter 327, I go to the 1,000-monster mountain. Chapter 327, I go to the 1,000-monster mountain. In front of Chu Feng, a small town appeared. But looking from afar, Chu Feng discovered that outside of a huge mansion in the small town, there were many people gathered. Those people were in a long line, as if there to get something. As he came to that location for the first time, to avoid any unnecessary troubles, Chu Feng did not display his strong cultivation. Rather, he secretly descended from the sky, then walked into the town. This time, Chu Feng discovered that it was truly only an ordinary small town. It was even inferior to the leaning mountain town that his Chu family lived in before. In this town, most of them were commoners and there wasn't even a restaurant. However, there was a huge mansion in the town. At that instant, several hundred citizens were lining up like a huge dragon. They gathered outside of the doors of the huge mansion to collect food. Ah, Lord Li is truly a good person. He gives out food every month to us poor people. There were many natural disasters this year and the production of food was greatly diminished. If it wasn't for Lord Li who provided us food to help us, I'm afraid that we would have already starved to death. From the citizens' discussions, Chu Feng found out that free food was being given out in this place, and looking at Lord Li's residence, despite not being dazzling in gold and jade, he did seem like a wealthy person. At least his residence was quite a bit stronger than the other citizens' grass houses. This meant within Lord Li's home, even if he didn't have luxurious delicacies, he still had delicious food such as chicken, duck, fish, etc. So, Chu Feng did not line up. As he was being stared by countless people's different and strange gazes, he walked towards the Li mansion's doors. Halt. To pick up food, you must line up. Who allowed you to cut the queue? Seeing that, several residence guards, big men who had tall and large bodies, pointed at Chu Feng and shouted. The several strong men had the cultivation of the 2nd level of the spirit realm. Although their cultivation was extremely petty, it was quite good when compared to the citizens who did not have any cultivation. I am not here to pick up food. I am here to buy food. Chu Feng lightly smiled and said. Buy food. After hearing those words, from within the courtyard, a middle-aged man with an 8-shaped mustache who wore gorgeous clothing walked out. After the middle-aged man saw Chu Feng's beautiful clothing and young face, instantly, his eyes lit up as he quickly chuckled and said, Young hero, may I ask how much food you wish to buy? I only want to buy a single meal of food. Bring your family's best wine and meat over and make me a meal. I guarantee that I won't treat any of you badly. Chu Feng said. Okay, young hero, please come this way. Seeing that, the middle-aged man with the 8-shaped mustache invited him in with an evil smile on his face, and he also yelled at the big men next to him, What are you staring blankly at? Quickly go to the kitchen and order them to prepare a table of top-level dishes for this young hero. The quicker the better. Who was Chu Feng? Although he was young, he was the person who flipped the entire Azure province upside down. Naturally, he could see that H-shaped mustache felt that he was a wealthy person. Chu Feng's age was also really young, so the men wanted to take the chance to cheat him. However, Chu Feng was too lazy to bother with him because currently, he was really hungry. He only wanted to eat a good meal. As for money, Chu Feng was not even lacking in money. Following that, Chu Feng was invited into a pretty nice hall. It also had to be said that H-shaped mustache's working efficiency was rather good. Very quickly, many dishes filled the table. Perhaps because Chu Feng was too hungry, or because their dishes were very pleasant smelling, as Chu Feng looked at the table of dishes, golden stars could truly appear in front of his eyes. As he drooled, he pulled back his sleeve and revealed his arm, preparing to fill himself with all the food. Wait. But just at that time, H-shaped mustache suddenly spoke. He chuckled while smiling and saying to Chu Feng, "Young hero, it's not that I don't believe you, but quite a few ingredients have been spent on this table of good dishes. Usually, my family's lord wouldn't dare to be so extravagant, so if you can't take out something that has equal value, I can't really give a good explanation when I get back." Damn. Chu Feng got angry. You think that I don't have enough to eat your meal? So, Chu Feng put his hand towards the cosmos sack on his waist and wanted to just casually take something out to stupefy H-shaped mustache. Crap. Although it seemed like an insignificant touch, Chu Feng's face changed because he astonishingly discovered that within his cosmos sack, other than the world spirit compass and some other backup equipment, it was completely empty. There wasn't even fur. At that instant, Chu Feng recalled at first when he was in the Thousand Bone Graveyard, he tidied up his cosmos sack. He handed the things he felt were useless over to Li Zhongqing, and the profound medicines and whatnot that he left for himself were all used up when he cultivated. Currently, Chu Feng was truly unable to take out an item of equal value to pay the table of dishes. After all, what he left behind were things he needed to use, and all of them were priceless materials. Putting aside that giving it to this H-shaped mustache would be very troubling, even if he took it out, that man might not be able to recognize what it was. I say, young hero. You aren't planning to eat and run, right? Seeing that, H-shaped mustache shot his gaze sideways. The previous solicitous smile completely dissipated, and replacing it was a hint of dark fierceness. At the same time, several big men also rushed in from outside. Looking at how they were, they seemed to want to attack Chu Feng. At that instant, Chu Feng was furious as well. He thought of his identity, his strength. Yet he was actually being looked down upon by the group of beggars. Chu Feng's first thought was to raise his hand and throw a punch to lift their roof off and away so that they could see his own strength and deeply realize their mistake. But thinking in more detail, Chu Feng discovered that he was indeed unreasonable. Eating a meal without money to pay the bills was a fact, and it was truly not too good to use force to solve the problem. Although Chu Feng was not afraid of things, he wasn't an evil person who did nothing but commit crimes. Naturally, he could not do so overbearing and arrogant things while bullying the weak. What are all of you doing? But just at that time, from outside of the hall, an old man's stern yell rang out. Following that, an old man in his 60s walked in. That old man wore very ancient clothing and his appearance was very dirt-like as well. He really seemed like an old man who walked around striking gongs in the night to indicate time. However, when that old man appeared, no matter if it was H-shaped mustache or the several big men, they instantly turned more humble. Lord, this guy wants to eat and run. Obviously, H-shaped mustache was very afraid of that old man as he quickly went up to explain. At that instant, Chu Feng finally knew that the old man who did not look like anyone special was the lord of this big residence, the lordly who was said, by the citizens, to be kind and like to give his wealth out for others. Really, the so-called, those who come are guests. It is but a single meal, so is there truly a need to ask for money, and to even attack him? Why aren't you apologizing to this guest? However, after hearing H-shaped mustache's explanation, Lord Li was even angrier as he pointed at their heads and harshly reprimanded. In a situation like that, H-shaped mustache and the other big men could only apologize to Chu Feng one after the other. On the other hand, it caused Chu Feng to feel slightly bad. Friend, you aren't a native person, right? Where are you heading towards? Lord Li sat next to Chu Feng and smiled while asking. The current Chu Feng already did not restrain himself as he started to stuff himself with food as he swept away everything. Only after hearing Lord Li ask did he wipe his mouth that was full of oil and said, "I am indeed not a native person. I came from Spirit Province and I want to go towards the Thousand Monster Mountain." "What? Thousand Monster Mountain?" After hearing the 3 words, Thousand Monster Mountain, not only Master Li, almost the faces of everyone on scene changed greatly as they were not lightly frightened. Lord Li's body even swayed and he almost fell off from the chair. If Chu Feng didn't have quick hands and sharp eyes, and caught him, he was certainly going to fall down with 4 of his limbs pointing towards the sky. Chapter 328, Help Him Out. Chapter 328, Help Him Out. Friend, I didn't hear wrong, did I? You said that you wanted to go to the Thousand Monster Mountain. Lord Li had shock across his face, and within the gaze that he looked at Chu Feng with, it was filled with curiosity and alarm. How was he even looking at a person? He was simply looking at a monster. And from the reactions of Lord Li as well as the people on scene, Chu Feng could guess that most likely, the Thousand Monster Mountain was an unknown land, or a forbidden zone. So, with a clever thought, he said, "Actually, without hiding anything, I am a martial cultivator. When I was in the Azure Province, I heard that the Thousand Monster Mountain in the Qin Province was a strange land and it had great benefits towards martial cultivation. So, with a far and hard journey, I came to this place because I wanted to experience the glory of the Thousand Monster Mountain." Martial cultivator? A little brat like you. However, after hearing the 2 words, martial cultivator, 8-shaped mustache and the other big men instantly hiddenly shot gazes of disdain. Obviously, they did not believe that Chu Feng was a martial cultivator. "Friend, I don't know whether or not the Thousand Monster Mountain has great benefits towards martial cultivation, but the Thousand Monster Mountain is a forbidden land for humans. It is the world of monstrous beasts. The prestigious prince's mansion had once ordered that any power or person were not allowed to enter the Thousand Monster Mountain without permission. Or else, if they angered the monstrous beasts in the Thousand Monster Mountain, a huge battle would be initiated." Master Li gravely reminded as he was deeply afraid that Chu Feng did not know good or bad and would enter the Thousand Monster Mountain. Prestigious Prince's Mansion. They're the ruler of the Qin Province. Chu Feng curiously asked. "Friend, it seems like this is truly the first time that you've come to the Qin Province, and you seem to not know anything about it." Seeing that, the old man was first taken aback, then later on, he explained in detail. The prestigious prince's mansion was originally called the prestigious villa and it is the #1 power in my Qin province. Because the prestigious villa got stronger by each day and had already surpassed the original ruler of the Qin province, the thick ground grass prince's mansion, the dynasty removed the ruling power of the thick ground grass prince's mansion and handed the Qin province over to the prestigious villa for managing. After hearing the words of Lord Li, Chu Feng was also able to understand the strength of the prestigious villa. To be able to use their own development to exceed the dynasty's recognized ruler meant that the prestigious villa did indeed have some methods. At least the Lingyun school was unable to do that. The monstrous beasts in the Thousand Monster Mountain are truly that powerful. Even the strongest body of power don't dare to offend them. Chu Feng tried to inquire more news about the Thousand Monster Mountain. Of course. The monstrous beasts in the Thousand Monster Mountain are really scary. The monstrous beasts within have already ruled over the Thousand Monster Mountain for almost 1,000 years. I heard that the number of monstrous beasts that are living in there reach several million. Every single of them are extremely savage and some can even transform into a human shape. Especially the 4 great monster kings inside the Thousand Monster Mountain. They have extremely strong power, and even the lord of the prestigious prince's mansion fear them. But luckily, their activities stay within the Thousand Monster Mountain or else the citizens of the Qin Prince would come across misfortune. And also because of that, the prestigious villa gave an order and stated that no one is allowed to step in the Thousand Monster Mountain or else, if it stirs up the anger of the monstrous beasts and causes them to attack humans, it would be a huge crime worthy of family extermination. Lord Li continued saying. So it's like that. It seems like Lord Li, you truly understand quite a bit regarding the matters of the Qin province. Chu Feng couldn't help but admire Lord Li a bit. One's knowledge was usually quite limited, so those in lower positions would know less. Especially the little town that Lord Li and the others were in. It was the border area of the Qin province, so normally, as they had the status of commoners, they shouldn't know a lot. Oh, actually, I heard it from my grandson. My grandson is a core disciple of the second-rate school, the Illusionary Thunder School. To be honest, my family were originally poor citizens, but because my grandson has quite some potential, that is why we can have our current wealth. As he mentioned his own grandson, Lordly had pride across his face. Lord, Lord. But just at that time, bursts of yelling suddenly rang out within the hall. Following the yells, a thin and weak young person quickly ran over. So it's Wang Er. What happened? Why so hurried? Lordly chuckled and asked when he saw the person who came was. It could be seen that he treated the servants in the mansion quite well. It's a letter from the Illusionary Thunder School. The male called Wang Er handed the letter over. It's my grandson. At that instant, Lordly was greatly joyed. After taking the letter, he tore the letter open in a very practiced way and started to read it with a full face of happiness. However, Chu Feng discovered that Lord Li's face became more and more off. First, it was a bit pale. Then, it was a bit blue. At the end, it was a bit purple and even his body started to tremble. At the end, his body leaned to the side and he fainted away. Lord Li, are you okay? Luckily, Chu Feng extended his hands and propped him onto a chair. That scene also frightened the people from the Li mansion and they hurriedly went over to check out what happened to Lord Li. On the other hand, Chu Feng picked up the letter Lord Li dropped on the floor. After reading, Chu Feng generally understood the situation that happened as well as the reason why Lord Li fainted away. That letter was not sent by his grandson. It was secretly sent over by one of his grandson's closest friend in the Illusionary Thunder School. The rough contents of the letter was that Lord Li's grandson, accidentally, offended the young school head of the Illusionary Thunder School. Currently, he was imprisoned and his friend hoped that Lord Li could think of a way to save him. However, how could Lord Li, a person who was born into a poor family, have the strength to help his grandson get out of imprisonment? The current wealth he had was all brought to him by his grandson. Besides, to them, the Illusionary Thunder School was an untouchable enormous monster. They would be afraid even if they merely thought about them, not to mention going to such a place to save their own grandson. So, Lord Li could not be blamed for fainting away after getting hold of that news, because to him, it was truly like a thunder in a clear sky. A terrifying nightmare. Oi! What's the name of Lord Li's grandson? Chu Feng asked the man with an 8-shaped mustache. What's that for? 8-shaped mustache looked at Chu Feng with alert. I'm asking you for his name. Chu Feng's pupils shrunk and a touch of cold glare appeared. 8-shaped mustache was terrified by Chu Feng's gaze. With a poof, he sat limply on the ground. He did not dare to even conceal anything as he said with a trembling voice, he's called Li Datu. Which direction to the Illusionary Thunder School? Chu Feng asked again, and 8-shaped mustache told him the direction to the Illusionary Thunder School as well as the distance from here to there. After hearing everything, Chu Feng left with quick steps. As for the servants of the Li family, they had faces full of confusion as they did not understand why the young man, with such a young age, was asking about things like that. On the other hand, the man with an 8-shaped mustache blankly sat there and for a long time, he did not come to his senses. He was still submerged within the horror that was brought along with Chu Feng's gaze. As for why Chu Feng asked about those things, naturally, it was to help Lord Li. Chu Feng could see that Lord Li was a good person. A true good person, and the citizens of the entire town agreed with that. Putting aside that he told him about the things regarding the 1,000-monster mountain, he even gave him a meal. Purely based on his goodwill and his exceptional character, Chu Feng felt that there was a need to help him out. Chapter 329, Completely Subdued. Chapter 329, Completely Subdued. The Illusionary Thunder School was actually not far from the Li family. For ordinary citizens, if they were to ride on carriages, they would require several days' worth of time. But with Chu Feng's speed, he only required a short half-day. So after half a day of hurrying, Chu Feng already currently arrived at the so-called Illusionary Thunder School. Chu Feng came here to save someone, so he did not enter openly but carefully snuck in. Also, Chu Feng discovered that despite being a second-rate school, the Illusionary Thunder School's elders and disciples did not have weak strength. They were absolutely not inferior to the first-rate schools in the Azure province. Although such a school could not threaten Chu Feng and he could even completely destroy that place with Egyi's power, after all, the Qin province was different from the Azure province, and Chu Feng still had to keep low profile when he first came here. Thus, relying on unique methods of world spiritists, Chu Feng secretly sneaked into the core zone of the illusionary Thunder School and arrived in a colorful garden. The first step in saving Li Data was to first find the person who locked him up, the young head of the illusionary Thunder School. One step at a time, he approached, and Chu Feng finally found several figures. It was a group of males and females, all of them being young. Their cultivations were not weak as well, being all in the profound realm. Especially a male with a crest hairstyle. His cultivation already reached the 6th level of the profound realm. That cultivation was truly not weak, or at least within the Azure province, only a few people in the young generation reached that stage. However, within the borders of the Qin province, he had actually so casually become the young head of a second-rate school. From that, it could be seen how big of a difference there was in strength between the Qin province and the Azure province. At that instant, Chu Feng originally wanted to immediately rush up to give a lesson to the young school head before asking the whereabouts of Li Datu, but after he heard the content of their conversation, Chu Feng couldn't help but hold such urges back because within their conversation, Chu Feng heard the sensitive 3 words, Thousand Monster Mountain. I never would have thought after staying hidden for so long, the prestigious villa still cannot stand it and they will start their attacks on the Thousand Monster Mountain. Yeah, the so-called a single mountain cannot hold 2 tigers, a single province cannot hold 2 kings. Although the monstrous beasts in the Thousand Monster Mountain don't interfere with the matters of the various powers in the Qin province and they are only staying in their small piece of land, the ruler of the Qin province, the prestigious villa, will naturally be unwilling to have a group of existences that they cannot control on their own land. Thus, starting a battle with the Thousand Monster Mountain was only a matter of time, so the current scene isn't too strange. But it has to be admitted that the prestigious villa does have some methods. It actually set up a marriage gathering and took out all the excellent beauty geniuses with outstanding strength. Right now, the entire young generation of the Qin province are heading towards the prestigious villa, and even the peak geniuses from other provinces are coming. Is that real or fake? To take care of the Thousand Monster Mountain, the prestigious villa had actually used such methods. Joining up with the powers from other provinces for help. 1,000 trues and 10,000 certains. Although they did not say to make alliances with other powers, if this so-called marriage gathering succeeds, naturally, they will have a relationship of an alliance with other powers. I'm sure that as long as the prestigious villa has attacking intentions towards the Thousand Monster Mountain, the great powers from the other provinces would not sit and wait. After all, within that mountain range, there are many treasures. Setting up an alliance with the peak powers of the other provinces. That is just like a double-edged sword. If things do not go well, it will truly be giving up the bride and losing an army, receiving double losses. Aren't they a bit too careless by doing this? Naturally, I'm sure that the prestigious villa will have their own considerations, so there is no need for us to worry about these things. On the other hand, I heard that the future chief of the Jie clan from the Spirit province, Jie Qingming, has already arrived in the Qin province, and his goal is to join this marriage gathering. Jie Qingming. He's a really outstanding genius. I heard that when he was in the 9th level of the Profound Realm, he had once defeated an expert in the Heaven Realm. The current him should have already entered the Heaven Realm, right? Not only Jie Qingming. The peak characters of the young generation from the Tang province, Song province, Yuan province, Ming province, and Sui province have also come to the Qin province, and their goal is to join this marriage gathering. Heavens! I never would have thought that the rallying power of the prestigious villa would be this strong. This time, aren't the strongest of the young generations in the continent of the 9 provinces all gathered in the Qin province? I truly want to take a look at the glory of those monsters. But sadly, I heard that only people in the younger generations are allowed to participate in the marriage gathering. Other than the monsters who received the invitation, if one wanted to join this marriage gathering, they would need to pass layers of screenings. It looks like we won't have any hope like that. After hearing the conversation between the several people, Chu Feng couldn't help but rejoice. He hiddenly said, I never would have thought that the prestigious villa would actually prepare to attack the Thousand Monster Mountain. They are even gathering people from all areas. Truly, even the heavens are helping me. It had to be said that Chu Feng's current journey brought him quite good news. So, he didn't bother continue listening to the group of people's useless words, so he leaped, and like a ghost, appeared within the pavilion that the three people were. So looked at the male with a crest hairstyle, smiled, and asked, "You're the head of the illusionary thunder school?" The sudden scene caused the several people there to be terrified. Especially the young head of the illusionary thunder school. His face changed greatly as he pointed at Chu Feng and said with panic, "Who are you?" Bang, however, without saying anything, Chu Feng raised his hand and threw a fist. It directly collided with the face of the young head of the illusionary thunder school. The strong power caused him to be fierce, drop to the ground, and he who had the cultivation of the 6th level of the profound realm had half of his mouth's teeth forcibly shattered. "When I ask you a question, reply honestly. God damn, don't answer with a question and ask who I am," Chu Feng coldly said after hitting the young school head with the single punch. And at that instant, the faces of the several young males and females were already pale white from fright. Everyone was aware that Chu Feng was an expert, since he was able to defeat the young head of the illusionary thunder school, who was the strongest within them, with one strike. So, at that instant, they did not speak any words and they started to run away. However, with a thought from Chu Feng, he spread out his gray-colored spirit formation and enveloped everyone within. Not to mention wanting to escape, even their voices could not be spread out. "I ask you again. Are you the head of the illusionary thunder school?" Chu Feng also did not bother with the group of people who wanted to escape as he pointed at the male in front of his eyes who had a crest hairstyle and interrogated. I am." This time, the young head of the illusionary thunder school did not dare to have any hesitation. He covered the side of his cave and obediently replied. "In period of time before, have you imprisoned a core disciple called Li Datu?" Chu Feng asked. "Li Datu? I don't know." The head of the illusionary thunder school quickly shook his head. "I'll let you not know." However, Chu Feng threw a hook straight towards his face, and it caused the young school head, who very uneasily climbed back up, to fall back down to the ground. It also caused the teeth on one side of his mouth to be shattered. I'll speak. All the disciples in the illusionary thunder school that offended me gets imprisoned in the underground prison. The person you spoke of must also be there." This time, the young head of the illusionary thunder school was completely subdued. Chapter 330, Young Man. Chapter 330, Young Man. Within the illusionary thunder school, the second-rate school, it was the same as usual. The disciples and elders all had smiles on their faces. The ones who cultivated, and the ones who chatted, showing the scene of thriving and flourishing. However, no one knew that the young head of their illusionary thunder school was currently suffering a young man's beating and devastation behind the illusionary thunder school's back garden. "Stop hitting, I beg you. I'll give you whatever you want." The young head of the illusionary thunder school presently had a blue nose and a swelled face. Purely from looking at his outer appearance, one could not even tell that he was the young school head who had the elegant demeanor before. In reality, even his voice changed, and it was even more unpleasant than a pig being killed. "Who do you take me as? Do you think I'm here to rob you, to take the tiny bit of wealth you have on you?" Chu Feng disdainfully and coldly snorted, but as he spoke, he extended his hand towards the young school head's cosmos sack. Simultaneously, he scanned his gaze towards his surroundings, towards the young males and females who had pale white faces from fright. "Little brother, please accept this with smiles." It had to be said that the group of people were rather cooperative. Every single one quickly took off their cosmos sacks and directly gave them to Chu Feng. Not bad. At least you have a tiny bit of insight." After Chu Feng put all the cosmos sacks into his pocket, he nodded his head in satisfaction. To be honest, although the statuses and positions of the several people should be quite good and the things in their cosmos sacks were fine, when facing Chu Feng, who had extremely harsh requirements towards cultivating resources, their things could not even catch his eyes normally. But right now, the reason why Chu Feng took their cosmos sacks away was because the current Chu Feng had an embarrassingly little amount of money. Coincidentally, their cosmos sacks could fill his own up. After putting the several people's cosmos sacks away, Chu Feng cast his gaze towards the young head of the illusionary thunder school, who had a battered-up face, and coldly said, "You, listen up. Today, I'm taking away Li Datu, so you better act as if nothing had happened. If you dare to harm Li Datu or his family, then the ones who will suffer will not only be you. Your father will be included,
as well as your entire illusionary thunder school. As Chu Feng spoke, ferociousness was revealed in his eyes. They emitted icy cold killing intent, and with a single glance, it would cause one to feel that chilliness entered their body and feel fear from deep in their heart. It caused others to feel that his words were absolutely not joking, and since he could say it, he could do it. Quickly following that, Chu Feng stuck his palm out again and forcefully grabbed the commanding badge on the waist of the young illusionary thunder school. He said, "I'll borrow this for a while. Also, all of you, rest here for a while. Half a day later, this spirit formation will automatically be removed." After saying those words, Chu Feng prepared to leave, but the young head of the Illusion Thunder School closely asked, "Who exactly are you?" Hearing that, Chu Feng turned his head around, lightly smiled, then said, "I am Azura." After speaking, Chu Feng leaped, stepped out of the spirit formation, and swiftly left. He left the young head of the Illusionary Thunder School and the others behind as they were standing where they were while being dumbfounded. Deep fear towards Chu Feng still lingered around on their faces. From this day forth, within their brains, they would forever remember the figure of a young man. Azura, who was even younger than them yet had such terrifying strength to the point of abnormality. There were many people imprisoned within the prison in the Illusionary Thunder School. They were locked in that place because of all sorts of reasons, but if one had to say who were the most miserable out of the people were confined within that place, it would absolutely be none other than the people who offended the young school head. In this place, they wouldn't receive any punishment, but they were forbidden from cultivating. If they were locked in for their entire life, it meant they were sending their life's future to the grave, and those who offended the young school head would always receive that ending. Look. That person seemed to enter this place because he offended the young school head. Then he's dead. Even the gods cannot help those who offended the young school head. The prisoners within a cell were pointing and discussing about a thin and weak young man who knelt in the cell's corner without speaking. "Oi. Boy, what's your name?" After knowing that the young man entered because he offended the young school head, the several prisoners looked at one another, then surrounded the young man with malicious intents. I'm Li Datu." "Seniors, what's the matter?" The young man was obviously terrified by those people. Within the prison, things such as prisoners beating other prisoners were very normal. Since he offended the young school head, for bootlicking, many people would attack him. So, that was why many people who offended the young school head got beaten to death in the prison. "What? You're called Li Datu? This is the first time that I've heard of such an ugly name. Come over and kneel down, then slap yourself 1,000 times." One male pointed at Li Datu and loudly yelled. "Seniors, we have no grievances nor hatred between us, so why do you need to make things so difficult for me?" Although Li Datu was cowardly, he did not lower his head easily. Telling him to kneel and slap himself was one of the things that he was determined not to do. "God damn. I tell you to slap yourself, so slap yourself. You dare to speak such rubbish? Beat him." Seeing that Li Datu did not follow what he told him to do, the male was furious and after raising his leg, he kicked Li Datu to the ground. Following that, everyone in that cell surrounded him and started to throw fists and kicks at him. "Stop. What are you doing?" Just at that time, the old elders who guarded walked over, opened the cell, and pointed at the people in the cell while sternly yelling. However, behind those elders, there was a graceful young man with a young face. "Elder. This boy offended the school head, and not only did he not repent, he even dared to speak such disrespectful and rude words, and insulted the school head. As a member of the Illusionary Thunder School, naturally, we have the obligations to give him a lesson for the school head. Yeah. Elder, this boy is too dishonest. We should truly punish him well. Locking him in for his entire life isn't even much." Seeing that, the same school disciples who attacked Li Datu quickly solicitously explained. It was all intentional. Although they were also locked into that place because they committed wrongs, it was actually effective to gain the good impressions from the elders by beating up prisoners who offended the young school head. At that instant, Li Datu lowered his head and did not speak because he knew that he was out of luck again. As he faced their cunning explanations, he did not even have any chance to defend himself. Certainly, not only would he not get any assistance from the elders, he would even get some painful punishment. However, just as Li Datu thought his luck was out, and just as the males who were beating him up thought that they were going to rewarded,
The elder guards cast their gaze towards the young man next to him and respectfully asked, "My lord, look. This." Chu Feng lightly smiled, then said, "The school head said it. Those who dare to attack Li Data will get their hands and feet snapped. Do you question that?" As he spoke, Chu Feng flipped his palm and the school head's commanding badge appeared in his palm. "Yes, sir." After seeing the commanding badge, the several elders instantly steeled their hearts and they did not dare to hesitate in the slightest anymore. And as they turned around, their gazes revealed ferociousness and their faces brought killing intent. Without mercy, they headed towards the several males. At that instant, all sorts of heart-tearing and lung-splitting yells endlessly rang out, and all males, as they did not know what to do, got their hands and feet forcibly snapped by the elders. As for that Li Datu, he even widened his mouth from shock. He blankly stood where he was, and his face was at a loss while he was astonished. Only until the nearby young man brought him out of the cell, left the illusionary thunder school while riding on his white-headed eagle, then flew towards his hometown did he finally understand that he was saved, and he seemed to be saved by the young man. Chapter 331, Prestigious Villa. Chapter 331, Prestigious Villa. After saving Li Datu and bringing him away, with the white-headed eagle, Chu Feng sent Li Data back to the small town. To avoid any unnecessary troubles, Chu Feng did not directly send him back to the town. He landed outside of the small town. Also, to prevent the head of the illusionary thunder school from taking revenge, Chu Feng gave Li Data one of the cosmos sacks he took from the young head of the illusionary thunder school and the others. As he held the cosmos sack, Li Data was so moved that he didn't know what to do because he could not think of the reason why Chu Feng would help him. So, after a while of hesitation, he curiously asked closely, "Young hero, why did you help me?" Oh, as he faced Li Data's question, Chu Feng lightly smiled but did not reply. He leaped onto the white-headed eagle, and when the white-headed eagle flapped its huge wings and prepared to rise into the sky, then, Chu Feng said to Li Datu, "Go back and say this to your grandfather in my place, thank you for treating me to the meal." At the same time that his voice finishing sounded out, the white-headed eagle already rose into the air, and with an ear-piercing cry, it rushed deeper into the Qin province. As for Li Datu, he wasn't a person who was dumb, so he knew that his grandfather must have done something, so that the mysterious young man would save his life. After clearing up the ins and outs of the situation, without any more hesitation, Li Data quickly went towards the small town that his family lived in. First, he needed to understand what his grandfather had actually did. Next, it was to quickly make a plan for his entire family so they could quickly leave the small town, to quickly distance themselves from the range of power of the illusionary thunder school. Within the small town, Lord Li already awakened. However, because his grandson offended the young head of the illusionary thunder school, got locked in prison, and it was unknown whether he was currently alive or not, Lord Li truly was devastatingly sorrowful and endlessly sad. As an old man born as a commoner, fame, profit, and wealth meant very little to him. Even without his current family's property, he could still live through the days poor. But if something truly happened to his grandson, there would no longer be any meaning in living. "Grandfather, grandfather." Just at that time, a familiar voice suddenly rang out outside the door. Closely following that, Li Datu also hurriedly entered the room. After knowing his grandfather sank into a coma, Li Datu was extremely worried as well. "Datu, is that you?" I'm not dreaming, right?" After seeing Li Datu, Lord Li even thought that he was dreaming. He felt that it wasn't reality. "Grandfather, it's me. I'm Datu." "Lord, it's young master." "It is really young master, he has returned." Li Datu quickly nodded his head, and at the same time, the servants in the room were also endlessly joyful. "It's really Datu. But weren't you imprisoned?" Seeing that it was truly his grandson who returned, Lord Li was both ecstatic and confused. He felt that there was certainly something strange about it. "Grandfather, didn't you ask someone to save me?" Li Datu answered with a question. "I asked someone to save you." "I didn't. Datu, you know the situation in our family. The reason why we have our current family wealth is all because of you. How would it be possible to ask someone to save you from the illusionary thunder school's prison?" Lord Li firmly denied. "Grandfather, you didn't ask someone, you saved me. Then recently, have you treated a young man to a meal?" Li Datu continued asking. In today's morning, there was indeed a young man who came from the spirit province and ate a meal in the mansion. Datu, why did you ask that? The one who saved you wouldn't have been that young man, right? Lordly was a bit stupefied as he was being asked. There shouldn't be any mistake. Grandfather, since you helped others with kind heart, that's why the expert came and saved me, because after saving me, the young man even told me to represent him to thank you for treating him for his meal. Datu already completely cleared up the truth of the situation. Datu, what you said was all true. That young man saved you. But his age, how is it possible? At that instant, Lord Li's face was filled with astonishment. He could still remember Chu Feng's young face as well as his extremely small age. Although Chu Feng called himself as a martial cultivator, even if he was one, it would not be possible for him to have the strength to save his grandson from the illusionary Thunder School, right? If Chu Feng was truly that strong, that was a bit too terrifying. It wasn't a matter that an ordinary citizen could accept. And when faced with the questioning of Lord Li and the others, Datu nodded his head with confirmation that filled his face and said, "It was a young man, and it is certainly the young man that you talked about as well. Grandfather, this time, you unintentionally saved my life." Seeing Datu so sure, everyone couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air, and they had choice but to believe that the one who saved Datu was the young man who ate a meal within the mansion this morning. However, compared to the pure shock of others, the male with the 8-shaped mustache as well as the several big men had their faces filled with lingering fear. As long as they recalled that, they had eyes but didn't recognize Mount Tai, and almost attacked a martial cultivation expert who had a special identity, they would still feel extremely frightened with endless fear that abided. After that, Datu also listened to Chu Feng's instructions. On the same day, he hurriedly brought his grandfather as well as his close family away from the small town. However, Chu Feng did not know anything about the reactions of the Li family in their mansion because Chu Feng's current goal was very clear. It was to enter the Thousand Monster Mountain, and after knowing that the Thousand Monster Mountain was a danger land where monstrous monsters proclaimed themselves as the rulers, there was only one chance for Chu Feng to enter the Thousand Monster Mountain. It was to enter through the prestigious villa. Although the Qin province was very big, with the speed of the top-quality white-headed eagle, Little White, after a few more days' worth of time, Chu Feng finally arrived at the prestigious villa. Although the prestigious villa was named as a villa, it was a true enormous power. On top of a mountain range, several huge cities were created. Not only did the cities cover a large area of space with grand might, every single one of them were even connected. No matter if it was in terms of might or area, it was the most extreme out of all the powers that Chu Feng had seen. However, because of the marriage gathering, currently, people formed mountains and oceans outside of the prestigious villa. The young geniuses of the 9 provinces were gathered, and right now, even wanting to enter the prestigious villa was a huge problem, not to mention getting the qualifications to participate in the marriage gathering. Damn. This scale, all of them can't find a wife. Why have so many people come here for the liveliness? The current Chu Feng was standing within an ocean of people. As he looked at the road towards the prestigious villa that had a long dragon of humans in which the end could not be seen, he tightly frowned and his face turned slightly blue. Because Chu Feng truly did not know how long he would need to enter the prestigious villa if he were line up. Besides, not only did one need to line up to enter the prestigious villa. In reality, for many people, they trekked a long distance to this place and painfully waited for a long time in the queue, but they were driven away in the first investigation checkpoint because their status or position was insufficient. And after seeing such strict examinations, Chu Feng, who came from the Azure province, truly did not know whether he was able to gain the qualifications to enter the prestigious villa. Oi, that boy over there. Are you going to line or not? If you're not going to enter, don't block the road. The people behind you still need to enter the line, right? Just as Chu Feng was hesitating, the people behind him started to impatiently yell. You damn! When Chu Feng, who already did not have a pleased mood, heard that people even dared to howl at him, the anger suppressed in his heart rushed out with a whoosh. He turned his head around and was going to start insulting, but when he cast his gaze behind that person, his eyes couldn't help but light up and his face instantly turned happy. Chapter 332, Relics of the Monster King. Chapter 332, Relics of the Monster King. Focusing his gaze and looking over, within the original crowd of people who were like mountains and oceans, they opened a wide path. The ones going along the path were pairs of men and horses. The ones who led were two middle-aged males who rode on golden-colored battle horses. The auras of the two males were unordinary, and they were both powerful people in the peak of the profound realm. They were the people from the prestigious villa. Although the prestigious villa was strong, those in the peak of the profound realm were still absolutely top-level characters in the prestigious villa. So, after people like them appeared, who would dare to block their path? As for why the two people from the prestigious villa appeared at that place, it was because they were opening a path for the body of power behind them. That power was not simple, and it was one of the rulers of the Spirit Province, the people from the World Spirit Guild. This time, there weren't many people from the World Spirit Guild who came. There wasn't even 200 people, and all of them were males. The oldest doubtlessly did not reach 30 years old, and they were all still in young generation, being of mediocre level. And the reason why Chu Feng was so happy was not only because he saw people from the World Spirit Guild, it was also because he saw a familiar person within the group of people. It was the person who was similarly aged as Chu Feng, being both young men, the one named as being the most outstanding genius within the young generation of the World Spirit Guild, Gubo. Gubo. After seeing Gubo, Chu Feng quickly waved his hand as he went closer. Halt. However, before even letting him speak, the two people from the prestigious villa who were opening the path stopped Chu Feng with unkind faces. Chu Feng. Seeing Chu Feng, Gubo was truly incomparably joyful. He hurriedly went up and said to the two prestigious villa experts, "Elders, this is my friend. He's part of my World Spirit Guild." Oh. At that instant, the two people from the prestigious villa did not immediately let Chu Feng in. They cast their gaze towards the young men who was also in the peak of the profound realm behind Gubo. Those people were clearly the representative characters of the World Spirit Guild who came on this journey. "Gubo, you recognize him. Why have I never seen him before?" Seeing that, a male with a white face asked Gubo. "Big Brother Wang, he's the person who stepped onto the peak of the Azura Ghost Tower last time, Chu Feng." Seeing that, Gubo quickly explained. "What? He's Chu Feng." After the words came out, pretty much everyone in the World Spirit Guild cast their amazed gazes towards Chu Feng. To normal people, perhaps they would not know what the Azura Ghost Tower was all about, but to the people from the World Spirit Guild, they deeply knew the impressiveness of the Azura Ghost Tower. The news of Chu Feng climbing the Azura Ghost Tower last time already spread around in the World Spirit Guild, so many people wanted to personally see what kind of character Chu Feng was. "Elders, he is indeed part of my World Spirit Guild, so I hope you can help me out." After assessing Chu Feng, the white-faced male walked forward and said to the people from the prestigious villa, "Ah, you're too polite. It is only giving an extra spot out. It's fine." It had to be said that the white-faced male had quite a bit of face, because after speaking, the two elders from the prestigious villa quickly let Chu Feng into the World Spirit Guild's group. Soon after, under countless gazes of admiration and envy, Chu Feng followed the World Spirit Guild's group. No need to line up, no need for examinations. He directly stepped into the prestigious villa. After entering the prestigious villa and by the arrangements of Gubo and the others, Chu Feng even got a luxurious palace for himself to live in. Within the palace, there were even beautiful female servants serving there. It could be said to be top-class treatment for important guests. Chu Feng, what a coincidence. I never would have thought you would come to his place as well. Are you here for the marriage gathering? As Chu Feng was resting in the palace, Gubo asked with excitement that filled his face. "Heh, I just came past here. By chance, and incidentally, I heard that this prestigious villa was hosting a marriage gathering or something, and on a curious whim, I came here for the liveliness. But I never would have thought that the rallying power of this prestigious villa would be so big, being able to call so many people here. I just discovered that there seemed to be quite a few people from other provinces and powers, but I never would have thought that even you came." Chu Feng sighed as he pretended that he did not know anything. "Chu Feng, you should know the reason why the prestigious villa is setting up this marriage gathering, right?" Gubo asked. "Reason? Isn't it a chance for single males to find a beautiful wife? What other reason can there be?" Chu Feng continued to feign idiocy. Seeing that, Gubo first sent the female servants in the palace away, then only after laying a soundproof spirit formation did he come near Chu Feng's side and said in a low voice, "Chu Feng, think carefully. If this is truly only a simple marriage gathering, would it be able to attract so many young generations from so many powers to this place? Is it even possible that there are no beauties in other provinces? Besides, for those who are able to enter this place, which one of them would be unable to find a wife? After hearing your words, that is indeed true. What are they actually doing here? Don't keep me in suspense. Chu Feng closely asked with a face of confusion. Without hiding the truth, in this Qin province, there are treasures. The Thousand Monster Mountain. According to rumors, many years ago, a monster king appeared within the Thousand Monster Mountain. That monster king had powerful strength. With the raise of the hand or foot, mountain peaks could collapse and the earth could crumble. He had the abilities to call upon the wind and rain. However, it's said for a human, the greater the ability, the greater the ambition. Monstrous beasts are no exception. That monster king always wanted monstrous beasts to rule over this land, and because of that, unavoidably, there was a conflict with the Jiang dynasty. That battle was truly the so-called, shocking the heaven and earth, causing ghosts and gods to sob. From rumors, the Thousand Monster Mountain that year had actually had a really large area. The reason why it shrunk so much to the current stage is because it was caused by the battle between the Monster King and the dynasty's emperor back then. At the end, although it was the emperor who gained victory in the battle as he killed the Monster King, thus pacifying the rebellion of the monstrous beasts, the emperor was also heavily injured, and after a short while, he passed away. Before he left, he gave an order out to warn his successors, the other powers in the continent of the 9 provinces could become an enemy to the monstrous beasts in the Thousand Monster Mountain. The other powers in the continent of the 9 provinces could plunder the resources in the Thousand Monster Mountain, but the Jiang dynasty absolutely could not take the lead to attack the Thousand Monster Mountain. They could not plunder the resources in the Thousand Monster Mountain, and they could not step into the Thousand Monster Mountain again. There were many different opinions why the old emperor of the Jiang dynasty gave such a warning to his successors before he left. Some said that the emperor respected the Monster King's battle power, and felt that despite having plenty of ambition, he was still a top-level character. Although he personally ended the life of the Monster King, he did not want his successors to disturb the peace of the Thousand Monster Mountain. Some people also felt that the emperor discovered the secret of the Thousand Monster Mountain, and since that place was very possibly an ominous location, he didn't want his successors to enter the Thousand Monster Mountain anymore. But no matter what reason it was, because the Jiang dynasty didn't go attack the Thousand Monster Mountain anymore, and they did not even step half a step into the Thousand Monster Mountain. However, that is still not the important reason. The important reason is back then, the Monster King attacked countless schools and robbed no small amount of treasures. Right now, the treasures are still in the Thousand Monster Mountain. Also, it is rumored that the reason why the Monster King was so strong was because it found the relics of a martial cultivation expert within the Thousand Monster Mountain, and within it, it received a great chance and even got an elite armament. Although the Monster King is already dead right now, the elite armament and the resources it looted that year are still in the Thousand Monster Mountain. The place where it found its chance very possibly still exists. Chapter 333, Prestigious Invitation Letter. Chapter 333, Prestigious Invitation Letter. There's actually something like that. Could it be that coming here this time, it wasn't for any marriage gathering, but for the treasures in the Thousand Monster Mountain? Chu Feng finally understood how the prestigious villa was able to rally the strongest powers from everywhere in the 9 province to this place. So it turned out that everyone didn't come here for some marriage gathering, nor was it for any true alliance. It was for the treasures in the Thousand Monster Mountain. Although it's said like that, it is clearly not as simple as imagined. The prestigious villa wants to use the power of others to get rid of the thorn that is the Thousand Monster Mountain to take the treasures within the Thousand Monster Mountain, but they also don't want everyone to come to the Thousand Monster Mountain, the land of treasures, to take a part of the profit. So, that's why they set up the so-called marriage gathering. That also means only the people and powers who gain the approval of the prestigious villa can have a chance to enter the Thousand Monster Mountain. Gu Bo explained. That feels so troubling. From what I see, why not directly join up with the strongest bodies of powers and attack the Thousand Monster Mountain altogether? The people that this marriage gathering can mobilize are only the powerful people within the young generation. Even if they are genius-level characters, they still wouldn't be able to defeat the group of monstrous beasts within the Thousand Monster Mountain, right? Chu Feng felt slightly puzzled. You don't understand.
Actually, the strongest few powers in the 9 provinces have a hostile relationship. Everyone wants to fight over the title of the number 1 power in the 9 provinces, so unless there isn't any choice, they will absolutely not truly ally together. At most, they will temporarily join hands, but there will still be a lot of exploitations and worries. Besides, if the several big powers openly join hands, there will be suspicions of rebellion, and it would be hard to avoid the Jiang dynasty from being displeased. At that time, everyone would have to face the consequences. And this marriage gathering isn't only for allying with the several big powers. It is open to everyone in the continent of the 9 provinces, and there is even no age restriction. As long as one has strength, they can come to this place. That's a benefit. The hidden experts who lives in seclusion within the mountains and forests and also doesn't belong to any school or faction can come and take a part of the reward. The geniuses and monsters with peak strength can also come and take a part of the reward. If any accidents happen to any geniuses within the 1000 Monster Mountain, the responsibility does not get carried by the prestigious villa. It gets carried by the monstrous beasts within the 1000 Monster Mountain. So, the power behind that genius would absolutely not ignore and not do anything about the monstrous beasts in the 1000 Monster Mountain. In simpler terms, since the prestigious villa wants to take care of the 1000 Monster Mountain yet doesn't have sufficient strength, it has to ally with other people and powers who do have strength. However, since there is the giant, the Jiang dynasty, who is standing by the side, there are many restrictions if they wanted to ally with other powers. Besides, temporarily joining hands with powers against the enemy is always a double-edged sword. If one place is handled poorly, there will be double losses and their own vitality will be harmed. But the prestigious villa set up this marriage gathering, and the biggest thing it does is reduce the degree of self-damage. If there's something that goes wrong, they can be clean of all responsibilities. Dubo explained. So it's like that. Only after hearing Gubo's explanation did Chu Feng understand the specific situation about the marriage gathering. It had to be said that Gubo, who came from the World Spirit Guild, was much better informed in terms of information than Chu Feng. Besides, because of face, even peak-level powers will only send people of the young generation to join this marriage gathering. However, in here, there is no one who has strength that doesn't surpass others. Chu Feng, you should know that the prestigious villa sent out 8 prestigious invitation letters, right? Gubo continued speaking. Prestigious invitation letters? I don't know. What are prestigious invitation letters? Chu Feng truly did not know. Seeing that, Gubo didn't ridicule him for having blocked off information. He continued explaining, then I'll tell you. Although my World Spirit Guild was invited over, but for example you and me, as well as many people in the young generation of the World Spirit Guild, we still need to pass some tests before we can truly enter and participate in the so-called marriage gathering, and only then do we have the qualifications to enter the 1000 Monster Mountain. But the people who received the prestigious invitation letter do not require any tests or examinations. It could be said to be a symbol of strength and position. But the prestigious villa sending the 8 prestigious invitation letters isn't any secret. What I want to tell you is who the 8 invitation letters invited. Gubo said. Who are they? Chu Feng got more and more curious. These 8 people can be said to be truly famous people within the young generation of the current continent of the 9 provinces. Tang Province. The number 1 disciple of the Yuan Gang School, Tang Yixio. Song Province. The number 1 disciple of the Fire God School, Song Qingfeng. Yuan Province. The number 1 disciple of the Hidden White Sect, Bai Yunfei. Ming Province. The number 1 disciple of the Free and Unrestrained Valley, Lu Xiaoyao. Sui Province. The number 1 disciple of the Sword God Valley, Murong Yu. Also the Jia clan member, the future chief, Jia Bufan's elder brother, Jia Qingming. As well as the number 1 person in the young generation of my World Spirit Guild, Su Zhongyu. Those people are very strong. Some already entered the Heaven Realm, and even those who haven't, they are in the peak of the Profound Realm. Some grasps unique strong methods, and some even grasp elite armaments. They are existences who even those in the old generation do not dare to easily offend. However, within those people, Chu Feng, you must be careful of a person, Jia Qingming. Jia Qingming has already stepped into the Heaven Realm, and not only does he have the elite armament of the Jia clan, the Armor of Thorns, he is even a Blue Cloak world spiritist. That person is so strong to the point that he can disdainfully look at the people from his own generation.
The most important thing is that extremely dotes on his little brother, Jie Bufan. Last time, you attacked Jie Bufan in the Azura Ghost Tower. This time, if you meet Jie Qingming, I'm afraid that he will not let you go. However, you don't need to be too worried. You're part of my World Spirit Guild, so this time, if we can smoothly gain the qualifications to the marriage gathering and successfully enter the Thousand Monster Mountain, it will be fine as long as you keep on following us. Because, my World Spirit Guild's big bro Su Zhongyu stepped into the Heaven Realm not too long ago and he is also a Blue Cloak World Spiritist. With him there, even if Jie Qingming wants to touch you, he will still need to think about it 3 more times. Gu Bo seriously reminded. Chu Feng nodded his head. He knew that he unintentionally offended a huge enemy. The Heaven Realm. Chu Feng deeply knew how terrifying people in that stage were. Yen Yangtian and Lin Moli, who were people in the first level of the Heaven Realm, could force him to that state, let alone the strongest genius in the Jie clan, Jie Qingming, who had elite armament within his grasp. Gu Bo, that's not right. You said that there were 8 prestigious invitation letters, but you only stated 7 people. Who's the 8th? Suddenly, Chu Feng curiously asked. Brother Chu Feng, you should be able to guess who the last person is. Gu Bo said. I can guess it. However, Chu Feng's head was filled with fog. Yeah. Think carefully. There are 9 provinces in the continent of the 9 provinces. The Han province is occupied by the Jiang dynasty, and that giant won't participate in the activities of other powers because from the bottom of their hearts, they look down on us. As for the number 1 disciple of the prestigious villa, Lu Zhizuan. Although he is very strong, since this marriage gathering is open to the outside, it would be impossible for him to receive an invitation letter. Think about it. Other than the strongest people in the young generation within those provinces, which other province was not mentioned? You're talking about my Azure province. That's right. The person who was invited by the last prestigious invitation letter was from your Azure province's young generation. Chapter 334, The Future's Number 1 Person. Chapter 334, The Future's Number 1 Person. Is it truly a person from my Azure province's young generation? Gu Bo, are you sure this isn't a joke? Chu Feng was several times more stunned as he heard Gu Bo's firm tone. As a person from the Azure province, Chu Feng could not possibly understand even more about the young generation of the Azure province. Within the Azure province's young generation, he really could not think of a person who had the qualifications to receive the so-called prestigious invitation letter. Of course I'm not joking. Chu Feng, you're from the Azure province, so you should be able to guess who received this prestigious invitation letter, right? After all, the name of a character like that should have already spread throughout the Azure province and be invincible within their own generation. Gu Bo said. Gu Bo, who exactly is the person you are talking about? Naturally, Chu Feng was unable to guess which person received the prestigious invitation letter. It's Zhang Tianyi. Gu Bo said. Zhang Tianyi. After hearing that name, Chu Feng couldn't help but be greatly shocked because he had heard of that name before. Several years ago, there was a genius who appeared in the Azure Dragon School. When that genius was 16 years old, he was already the number 1 disciple of the Azure Dragon School. The famous Wings Alliance within the inner court of the Azure Dragon School was also established by this person called Zhang Tianyi. However, soon after Zhang Tianyi became the number 1 disciple of the Azure Dragon School, he left the school and no longer appeared. So many years had passed and there was no one who knew where he went. Yet at that instant, Gu Bo had actually said Zhang Tianyi's name. Also, from his words, Chu Feng could tell that the Zhang Tianyi he was talking about should have come from the Azure province. So, Chu Feng was thinking whether the Zhang Tianyi he knew and the Zhang Tianyi from Gu Bo's words were the same person or not. Chu Feng, you should have heard of this person called Zhang Tianyi, right? Seeing Chu Feng's shocked expression, Gu Bo also felt extremely surprised and he couldn't help asking back. I have indeed heard of the name Zhang Tianyi, and he was originally in the same school as mine. However, he left the Azure Dragon School many years ago and there were no more news about him in the Azure province. So, I'm not sure if the Zhang Tianyi you're talking about is the same as the one I know. Chu Feng replied with the truth. That's strange. A character like him shouldn't be unknown in the Azure province. But Chu Feng, is the Zhang Tianyi you're talking about a martial cultivation genius? Gubo continued asking only after thinking for a while. He did indeed leave a legend behind in the hearts of the Azure Dragon School's disciples. He is a rare martial cultivation genius. Chu Feng replied. If it is like that, I feel like it is very possible that it's the same person because in the recent year, Zhang Tiany's name completely rang throughout several big provinces. Even if he did not go to my spirit province, the peak powers of my spirit province still heard that an outstanding genius appeared in the Azure province. Gubo said. What actually happened? Chu Feng impatiently asked very closely. This matter is quite a long story. At the earliest, it was something that happened in the Tang province 1 year ago. Although the Tang province's Yuan Gang school isn't the ruler of the Tang province, it is still the #1 school of the Tang province. The strength it has is extremely powerful, and the #1 disciple of the Yuan Gang school, Tang Yixio, is even a rare genius. Once before, with the cultivation of the 9th level of the Profound Realm, he battled an expert in the 1st level of the Heaven Realm for 3 days and 3 nights without the outcome being decided. However, just 1 year ago, on the elated day of the Yuan Gang school's celebration, a young man arrived at the school and challenged Tang Yixio. As they faced that male's actions, everyone on scene felt that it was idiotic because that person's age was close to Tang Yixio's. They were both of the same generation. However, within the Tang province, there was no one in the young generation who could contend against Tang Yixio. So, many people felt that the male was looking for humiliation, and Tang Yixio even calmly agreed to the battle. However, the unexpected thing was that the male had the same cultivation as Tang Yixio, as he also had the cultivation of the 9th level of the Profound Realm, and within 10 short rounds, he defeated Tang Yixio. After defeating Tang Yixio, that male left his name behind. Zhang Tiany from the Azure province. Gubo said. He was actually that strong. At that instant, even Chu Feng couldn't help being greatly shocked. Tang Yixio being able to have a battle with a Heaven Realm expert for 3 days and 3 nights without losing and with the cultivation of the 9th level of the Profound Realm already stated that he was an extremely outstanding genius. The Heaven Realm was very different from the other realms. It was a boundary that was very hard to step over. Without being an apical genius, one would be unable to do what Tang Yixio did. However, Zhang Tiany, who was in the same realm as Tang Yixio, had actually defeated Tang Yixio within 10 rounds. What did that mean? It meant that Zhang Tiany was not only slightly stronger than Tang Yixio. He was a super genius who was an even greater genius than an apical genius. But that was not the end. Soon after Tang Yixio's event, the #1 genius of the Song province, Song Qingfeng, met the same fate. He was challenged by Zhang Tiany when he arrived at the school, and within 10 moves, he was defeated. Quickly following that, the #1 genius of the Yuan province, Bai Yunfei, as well as the #1 genius of the Ming province, Lu Xiaoyao, were all challenged by Zhang Tiany, and not a single person could surpass 10 rounds by the hands of Zhang Tiany. Gubo continued saying, and a complexion of admiration covered his entire face. And at that instant, Chu Feng also couldn't help but take in a breath of cool air. Currently, he already basically confirmed that Zhang Tiany was the Zhang Tiany from his Azure Dragon school, but he never would have thought that Zhang Tiany was a genius in such a stage. To be honest, right now, Zhang Tiany's name has already spread throughout the provinces, so I never would have thought that no one knew that he did such things in your Azure province. Suddenly, Gubo smiled. The powers in the Azure province are weaker than other provinces, so it makes sense that we are being shut off from information. Although Chu Feng spoke like that, his face also had a bitter smile. Don't say it like that. Several hundred years ago, the Azure province was always the strongest province in the 9 provinces. Especially the Azure Dragon founder 1,000 years ago. He was an existence that even the Jiang dynasty feared. Although the Azure province has been in the decline for the recent 200 years, right now, hasn't an exceptional genius like Zhang Tiany appeared. Besides, other than Zhang Tiany, there's also you, brother Chu Feng. Gubo smiled and said. Me. Brother Gubo, don't joke around. Being also in the young generation, yet can only listen to the achievements of others. When it's said like that, it is truly sad. Chu Feng bitterly smiled. Currently, in the Azure province, he was indeed a top-level character, but that was only because he relied on Egyi's power. If Egyi wasn't here, Chu Feng would only be a little cultivator in the 9th level of the Origin realm.
Perhaps he would have his place in the Azure province, but in the grand stage of the continent of the 9 provinces, his own cultivation could simply not be taken onto the table. Brother Chu Feng, how can you think like that? Yes, right now, Jia Qingming, Zhang Tianyi, as well as my World Spirit Guild Su Zhongyu are indeed very strong, and they are representative characters in the young generation, but how old are they? How long have they been martial cultivating for? How old are we? How long have we been martial cultivating for? 5 more years, 7 more years, 10 more years, when we grow up, when we reach their current age, how would it be possible that we be inferior to the current them? Brother Chu Feng, I'll say this to you. I, Gu Bo, have this confidence. A few years later, Big Bro Su Zhongyu's current position in the World Spirit Guild will be mine. But I believe even more that when I become a well-known person in the young generation of the continent of the 9 provinces, Brother Chu Feng, you will certainly become the number 1 person in the young generation of the continent of the 9 provinces. Don't forget. You're the person who climbed to the top of the Azura Ghost Tower. Gu Bo extremely sincerely vowed as his face was filled with confidence. Chapter 335, Lewd Oldman. Chapter 335, Lewd Oldman. Chu Feng, even I, Gu Bo, deeply believe and do not doubt that you are a genius, so you can't doubt yourself because the facts prove that your talent is really far above me and Jie Bufan. 1 year ago, I and Jie Bufan were already in the 7th level of the Origin Realm, and with the time of 1 year, the two of us have both stepped into the 9th level of the Origin Realm. There is only the distance of 1 step from the Profound Realm, and everyone felt that the two of us are geniuses as we can reach this step at this age. However, Chu Feng, you and I are similar in age. 1 year ago, you were only in the 1st level of the Origin Realm yet could resist against the pressure that neither I nor Jie Bufan could resist in the Azura Ghost Tower. You were even able to beat Jie Bufan like a dog who was 6 levels of cultivation over you. Right now, with the time of 1 year, you stepped into the 9th level of the Origin Realm from the 1st level of the Origin Realm and caught up to both my and Jie Bufan's realm of cultivation. I deeply express my admiration towards such martial cultivation speed because I feel that within the people in the same age, there is already no one who can be compared to you. As Gu Bo spoke, he was a bit moved because he already discovered earlier, as Chu Feng did not conceal his cultivation, that Chu Feng's current cultivation was the same as his, being also a cultivator in the 9th level of the Origin Realm. That speed caused him to feel shock and sigh with admiration. Brother Gu Bo, thank you for your reminder. I, Chu Feng, am very happy to know a friend like you. After Gu Bo's words, Chu Feng also smiled from happiness. It wasn't that he didn't understand Gu Bo's meaning. In reality, Chu Feng was, from start to finish, full of confidence and expectation about his future. However, he never would have thought that Gu Bo would actually approve of him so much. After all, people like Gu Bo who were extraordinarily born with extremely strong talent should originally be extremely prideful of themselves. However, Gu Bo didn't. Instead, he acknowledged Chu Feng's strength and even felt that Chu Feng was stronger than him. Just now, he even unrestrainedly passed down the information he got from the World Spirit Guild to Chu Feng. It showed that he trusted Chu Feng a lot. So, that was why Chu Feng was happy. Chu Feng felt that Gu Bo was a friend that he could make, and in the present, what he needed the most were friends in which he could open his heart to. Real friends. In the later periods of time, for almost every day, Gu Bo came to where Chu Feng was to chat with him, to discuss about spirit formation techniques as well as things about martial cultivation. The relationship between the two also got closer and closer, and they became friends that talked about everything possible. And as Chu Feng and the others were comfortably passing by the days in the prestigious villa, the marriage gathering selection was also happening. Finally, after a while of screening, within the outer city of the prestigious villa, several tens of thousands of people already surged in. Those people came from every single place, and most of them were those in the young generation. However, there were also people who were older. But no matter what their ages were or where they came from, they were equipped with a certain strength, and they all had the same goal. It was for the prestigious villa's marriage gathering. On this day, they were all gathered within the outer city of the prestigious villa because the marriage gathering qualification test that was planned for a long time was going to start today. Look. Isn't that the lewd old man Wang Chong? Why is he also here? Heavens! Such a famous senior expert has actually come to join a marriage gathering like this. That's too unacceptable, is it not? Rubbish.
What kind of senior expert is he? He's a despicable and shameless human failure who has done every type of evil possible. What is the prestigious villa actually thinking of? How can they let such a guy in? Aren't they just letting their own ladies get defiled by such a beast? Suddenly the crowd went into an uproar. Chu Feng slanted his gaze and looked over. He saw a white and gray-haired short old man who was walking into the crowd as he was stared by countless gazes and mocked by all sorts of words. The old man acted as if he didn't hear the words of others. From start to finish, his mouth was brimming at an angle caused by the corners of his mouth raising up. His eyes restlessly swept over the prestigious villa beauties that were on the tall stage. He was indulged in looking, and without restraint, he even stuck his tongue out and licked his lips. He seemed just like an old rogue. However, although the old man wasn't respectful despite being an elderly person, Chu Feng astonishingly discovered that his strength was extremely frightening. He was an expert in the heaven realm. Gu Bo, who's this old man? Why is he so famous? It seems like many people recognize him. Chu Feng curiously asked Gu Bo, who was next to Chu Feng. That old man is called Wang Chang. He also has a nickname called Lewd Old Man. He is a rapist whose lust can cover the sky, and he is also an escapee from the many provinces. Wanted posters have pretty much been posted everywhere in the 9 provinces, and the women he has defiled are uncountable. Gu Bo explained in detail. How can such a person possibly come into the prestigious villa? At that instant, Chu Feng finally understood why those people had such disgust towards the lewd old man. It was because he was truly an unlikable guy who committed countless sins. This lewd old man is very smart. Although his interests are beauties, he also knows his limits. He will absolutely not extend his dirty hands towards powers that are stronger than him. Exactly because of that, although the lewd old man has done the extremes of bad things, but he has not committed any crimes in the Qin province, nor does he has any grudges with the prestigious villa. So naturally, the prestigious villa will not deny him entry. Besides, the reason why the prestigious villa started this marriage gathering was originally so that they could invite some people to help them handle the monstrous beasts in the Thousand Monster Mountain. There is no reason for the prestigious villa to not accept a heaven realm expert such as the lewd old man. Gu Bo explained. So it's like that. It seems like humans and dragons are mixed together in the marriage gathering, and all sorts of people will be here. Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh. More and more, he felt that the marriage gathering wasn't as simple as he imagined. And after the lewd old man started a not small commotion, the prestigious villa manager elders finally appeared. 5 elders appeared, and they all had the cultivation of the heaven realm. The one who led even stepped into the 2nd level of the heaven realm. And according to Gu Bo's words, the elder in the 2nd level of the heaven realm was absolutely not the strongest existence in the prestigious villa. From that, one could tell the strength of the prestigious villa. But the most important part was that elder told Chu Feng and the other tens of thousands of people what one had to do in order to gain qualification to participate in the marriage gathering. First, I represent the head of the villa and thank everyone here for coming here, despite the distance, to join my prestigious villa's marriage gathering with a sincere heart. In order to return everyone's sincerity, in this marriage gathering, my prestigious villa meticulously chose 100 excellent female disciples. They all have their special traits of beauty, and their cultivation and talent are well known within their generation. I cannot show their excellent points with words one by one, but I dare to guarantee to all of you that the females in my prestigious villa's marriage gathering this time are absolutely the most outstanding ones in the continent of the 9 provinces. They will undoubtedly be worthy of any male in the world. And right now, they are waiting for all of you in the main city. As for whether you have a chance to gain their favors and who exactly will be able to bring a beauty back will depend on your own strengths. Chapter 336, Attracting Reward. Chapter 336, Attracting Reward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just as the old man finished speaking, the ground in front of the crowd started to slowly shift with ear-piercing rumbling noises. Finally, 2 huge entrances appeared. So it turned out that underneath the ground, there were 2 deep and wide tunnels that led towards a vast underground palace. Everyone, these 2 tunnels lead to my prestigious villa's limitless underground palace. Everyone, you only need to pass through this limitless underground palace to be qualified to participate in this marriage gathering. And because there are many people who are going to take part in his test, in order for fairness, the limitless underground palace is split into 2 levels. One level is suitable for profound realm cultivators and those who are 18 years old. Those people must enter the profound level limitless underground palace. The other level is suitable for origin realm cultivators and those who haven't reached 18 years of age. They can choose to enter the origin level underground palace, and as long as they can pass it, similarly, they can gain the qualifications to participate in the marriage gathering. Also, if those who haven't reached 18 years of age feel that the origin level underground palace is too simple and feel that it is injustice towards their own strength, they can choose to enter the profound level underground palace. However, those are already 18 years old can absolutely not enter the origin level underground palace. And no matter if it is the origin level underground palace or the profound level underground palace, the first person to pass it will get a generous reward. For the origin level underground palace, the first one to pass will be awarded a prestigious badge. The person who has a prestigious badge can receive the most superb treatment within the range of my prestigious villa's control. They can exit and enter my prestigious villa at any time they wish without being stopped. Other than the prestigious badge, the first person to pass can also get 10,000 origin beads as reward. As for the first person to pass the profound level underground palace, not only can that person get a prestigious badge, they can also get 10,000 profound beads as reward, the manager elder loudly said. What? It's 10,000 profound beads. After hearing those words, almost everyone on scene revealed expressions of elation. Even Gubo and the others who were born in the World Spirit Guild couldn't help but excitedly lick their lips and said, "This prestigious villa is truly wealthy and imposing. Indeed, if they give out something, it'll be in a huge scale." Heavens, they used profound beads as a reward, and it's even 10,000 of them. But compared to others, the one who was most shocked was none other than Chu Feng. Chu Feng, who came from the most lonely province in the continent of the 9 provinces, the Azure Province, he had never even seen what profound beads were. He even flipped the strongest school in the Azure Province, the Lingyun School, upside down, yet he could not even find a single profound bead. But at that very instant, the prestigious villa had actually taken 10,000 profound beads as reward. Such a reward was simply far from achievable even with everything the Lingyun School had. From that, it could be seen how big the distance was between the prestigious villa and the Lingyun School. No wonder the Lingyun School could title themselves as overlord in the Azure Province, but was unable to even step onto the stage of the continent. It was because when compared to the top-level huge powers such as the prestigious villa, the Lingyun School was simply too weak. Chu Feng, with 10,000 profound beads, not only can it allow you to easily break into the profound realm, perhaps it can even bring you to another level and directly step into the second level of the profound realm. This is truly great. If you are able to enter the second level of the profound realm, your cultivation and mine will only be separated by 1 level. Even without relying on my power, you can still be able to call yourself as king within the powerful people in the profound realm. It is indeed not a mistake by coming to this prestigious villa. You are going to be huge profits. In reality, not only Chu Feng, even Eggy was endlessly excited. The 10,000 profound beads are indeed attracting, but you've seen it as well. Within the tens of thousands of people here, over half of them are in the profound realm, and many are in the peak of the profound realm. Within them, who knows how many have the strength that is far above Duguoyun's. Besides, other than them, there's also the lewd old man Wang Chang. With that heaven realm expert, it isn't easy to get first place. Chu Feng first sighed, then quickly after, he decisively said, "But the attraction power of the 10,000 profound beads is really too big. No matter what, I still need to give it a try." Everyone. The reward for first place is in the exit area of the passageway. The first person to pass can get it. However, I need to remind all of you that this limitless underground palace is the result of many of my prestigious villa's senior several hundred years of transformation. Not only is it extremely big inside, it is extremely dangerous. After entering, those who do not have sufficient strength can very possibly lose their life. So, if there is anyone who know the difficulty and wish to retreat, it is best to not step in or else life and death will be left up to fate. If there is anyone who meets with misfortune within the limitless underground palace, my prestigious villa is not responsible. The limit of the test is 10 hours. After 10 hours, those who pass through either of the limitless underground palace and participate in the marriage gathering that comes after. But those who are unable to pass are all disqualified. Okay. Useless words are finished now. I will wait and see who will get the 2 prestigious badges. Immediately after the manager elder finished speaking, the tens of thousands of people in the middle of the plaza started to move. They separated into two batches and surged towards the entrances to the two tunnels. There were two entrances to the tunnels. In the origin level entrance area, there was a layer of special spirit formation. The spirit formation was created after combining with special equipment. It could invisibly assess a person's age. So, when many people who already reached 18 years of age wanted to take advantage of the chaos, as they chose to enter the origin level underground palace, were all stopped by the invisible spirit formation. Some were even harmed, and the people who wanted to exploit it had their qualification instantly cancelled and chased out of the prestigious villa. Oh! Isn't this the Azure Province bumpkin Chu Feng? I never would have thought that even you would come here. You have truly come here to get something that you will never get. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice rang out. Looking towards the voice, a familiar person was seen. The person who was gradually approaching Chu Feng was a Jie clan member, Jie Bufan. The current Jie Bufan was the same as Gu Bo, being also in the 9th level of the origin realm. There were also several Jie clan members following behind him, and they were people in the profound realm. I even wondered who it was. So it's the trash who was completely frightened by me after being beaten up by me in the Azura Ghost Tower. Chu Feng disdainfully shot a glance at Jie Bufan. Haha, what a joke. At first, you were only able to defeat me because you were not bound by the suppression in the Azura Ghost Tower. If now, being outside the Azura Ghost Tower, are you able to? Want to give it a try? Chu Feng was not afraid of Jie Bufan because currently, behind him, there were also Gu Bo and the other people from the World Spirit Guild. Besides, with Chu Feng's current strength, not to mention Jie Bufan, he did not even put the several clan members in the profound realm behind him in his eyes. Very well. Right now, I'll be waiting for you inside. If you have the guts to, come in. After leaving those words behind, Jie Bufan walked towards the profound level underground palace's entrance, and after the people behind him coldly glared at Chu Feng, they also followed, and one after the other, they followed the human current and stepped into the profound level underground palace. Chapter 337. Beat you up even more miserably. Chapter 337, Beat you up even more miserably. Despite facing Jie Bufan's provocation, Chu Feng lightly smiled, and unhesitantly followed. But just at that time, Gu Bo grabbed onto Chu Feng and said with a bit of worry, Chu Feng, if you want to give him a lesson, you can at any time, and there's no need to fight right now. You're afraid that he will ambush me? Chu Feng said. Not only am I afraid that he will ambush you, but it's just that the profound level underground palace is indeed unsuitable for us. Besides, that Jie Bufan intentionally waited for my World Spirit Guild seniors to enter the underground palace before provoking you. Clearly, he has malicious intents, and I'm afraid that the people who are waiting for you in there will not only be those people. Gu Bo reminded. Don't worry. As long as that Jie Qingming isn't here, not a single Jie clan member can do anything to me. Chu Feng calmly smiled, then quickly walked towards the profound level underground palace. How sensitive was Chu Feng's spirit power? He already found out that Jie Bufan and the others were hiddenly staring at him. However, as long as there were no one in the heaven realm, Chu Feng was not afraid in the slightest. Gu Bo, this boy is arrogant enough. We should still not bother with him. Big Bro Zhao and the others just instructed us to enter the origin level underground palace. We cannot defy them. Seeing that, the several young men behind Gu Bo who were similarly not 18 years old said. No. I cannot abandon him. However, as honor does not permit one to hesitate and look back, Gu Bo followed Chu Feng over. Seeing that, the remaining young generation of the World Spirit Guild looked at one another and hesitated a bit. But as they looked at Gu Bo's departing back, they still bit down on their teeth and followed as well. The underground palace was very big and it was also very intricate. There was a heavy feeling of an underground castle, but even if it was a castle, it was a super huge castle. But that wasn't the important part. The important part was that soon after Chu Feng and the others entered the underground palace and before entering the zone of checkpoints, their paths were blocked by a group of people, and they were exactly the Jie Bufan and the other Jie clan members. However, just as predicted by Chu Feng and Gu Bo, the ones who appeared at that instant were not only the several few people. There were over 20 or so. Within the 20 or so people, only Jie Bufan himself was in the 9th level of the origin realm. All others were actually in the profound realm, and 2 of them even stepped into the 3rd level of the profound realm while emanating oppressive auras. Damn it. There is indeed an ambush. As they saw the Jia clan members who surrounded them all around, the several people from the World Spirit Guild started to cast gazes of blame towards Chu Feng because they knew that this time, it was likely that they wouldn't be able to pass the underground palace within the time limit. And all of that would have been caused by Chu Feng. And after seeing the terrified faces on the World Spirit Guild's crowd, Jia Bufan smiled as he was pleased and said, "Bu Go, today, I am settling a debt with Chu Feng. It is unrelated to your World Spirit Guild, and if you leave right now, you'll still make it. Jia Bufan, I think that you haven't cleared up the situation. Chu Feng is already part of my World Spirit Guild. His matters are the matters of my World Spirit Guild, so how can it not be related? I advise you to not do anything rash or else my World Spirit Guild will absolutely not leave this alone." Gubo also knew that the situation wasn't good, but he did not retreat. Instead, he stood in front of Chu Feng. At that instant, there was no need to mention how warm Chu Feng's heart was. The so-called true feelings are seen with disaster strikes. Seeing that Gubo was able to stand in front of himself in such a time showed that such a brother was worthy to make. Gubo, I, Chu Feng, am indeed a part of the World Spirit Guild, but I still want to solve today's matter by myself. Chu Feng stood out, stuck his arm out, and pushed Gubo behind him. Quickly after, he smiled while looking at Jia Bufan and said, "Jia Bufan, I think you just said that I was able to defeat you that day in the Azura Ghost Tower is because I had an advantage, right? Is that not true?" Jia Bufan coldly snorted, and when the matter of that day was mentioned, traces of fury couldn't help but surge in his gaze. Whoosh! But just at that time, Chu Feng attacked like lightning. He raised his leg, and kicked Jia Bufan's chest. The strong power directly threw Jia Bufan onto the ground. With a bang, Jia Bufan ferociously fell on the ground. Quickly after were some painful cries because at that instant, cracking noises kept on coming from his breastbone and it was already forcefully broken by Chu Feng's kick. He was no longer able to continue participating in the underground palace's qualification test. And after stepping Jia Bufan under his feet, Chu Feng indifferently smiled and said, "Actually, I want to say that outside of the Azura Ghost Tower, I can beat you even more miserably." Heavens, the sudden scene that arrived caused everyone to widen their mouths from terror. No matter what you said, Jia Bufan was still a genius within the young generation of the Jia clan members. His battle power within the people in the same age was top level, and only Gubu from the World Spirit Guild could fight against him. But at that very instant, in front of Chu Feng, Jia Bufan did not even have the chance to return any attacks. What did that mean? It meant that Chu Feng's battle power was far above Jia Bufan's, and simply comparable to the profound realm. "Brat, you're looking to die." But compared to the pure amazement of the World Spirit Guild's crowd, there was none of that on the faces of the Jia clan members. The 20 powerful people in the profound realm attacked all at once as they surrounded Chu Feng. "All of you, kneel down." But just at that time, Chu Feng coldly snorted and at the same time, a wave of brutally strong pressure swept out and instantly engulfed the 20 or so people. And after they were engulfed by it, the pressure formed by origin power really forced all the 20 or so profound realm Jia clan members to kneel onto the ground and it was difficult for them to climb back up. They completely lost any power to fight, and several of them even forcibly lost consciousness from that pressure. At that instant, the people from the World Spirit Guild whose mouths were already widened roundly were even more amazed, to the point that they could not care for themselves. Their eyes endlessly flickered while emitting incomparable shock. It was because they could clearly feel that Chu Feng's aura was only the 9th level of the origin realm, but at that instant, he was actually able to use his pressure to easily cause those in the profound realm to fall to the ground. Such battle power that defied common sense truly caused disbelief for people. Look. That young man's strength is so strong. Who exactly is he? He can actually rely on the cultivation of the 9th level of the origin realm to defeat a group of cultivators in the profound realm. Impressive. Those people aren't simple cultivators. They're the Jia clan members who come from the Spirit Province. This young man can actually use his pressure to suppress them so that they cannot return any attacks. Isn't that battle power a bit too strong? It seems like in this marriage gathering, there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers.
The glory of an apical genius can be seen so quickly. But I just wonder which province he comes from and what his name is. In reality, the action that Chu Feng and the others caused also attracted the attention of others. Many people even gave up the chase for being first, stopped their steps, and started to observe. But Chu Feng did not care about the discussions of the crowd. He said to Gubo, "Brother Gubo, I thank you for being able to stand out for me, but believe me, this profound level underground palace isn't enough to cause difficulty for me." After saying those words, Chu Feng leaped and rushed towards the deep parts of the underground palace as he impatiently charged towards the attracting reward of being first. And as he saw Chu Feng's body that completely disappeared with a blink, Gubo ashamedly smiled and said, "So Chu Feng's battle power that defies common sense is unrelated to the Azura Ghost Tower, and he is truly this strong. I, Gubo, still underestimated you." After that, Gubo did not continue deeper into the underground palace. He brought the World Spirit Guild's group back out from the entrance and re-chose the origin level underground palace. It was because they didn't have Chu Feng's strength. In order to guarantee that they would be qualified to participate in the marriage gathering, it was safer to choose the origin level underground palace. Chapter 338, Slight Mastery of Dragon Traveling. Chapter 338, Slight Mastery of Dragon Traveling. The design of the limitless underground palace was very mysterious. The mechanisms were limitless. In other words, when the first person passed through here, they had to charge past the mechanism. But after that person passed through, the mechanism would not be destroyed and it would still exist. That formed a rule. If one wanted to pass through the hurdle, they had to rely on their own abilities. Follow an expert's butt, run behind them, and after they destroy the hurdle, pick up the advantage and pass with deception. Don't even think about those things. Also, the limitless underground palace was extremely large. The hurdles at the beginning were not too bad, and those in the profound realm would not be pressured. However, when they reached the middle, most of the people in the 5th level of the profound realm were stopped by them. As for the later parts, they were even more difficult. With such difficult hurdles, if Chu Feng wanted to use his own cultivation of the 9th level of the origin realm to walk around in the limitless underground palace, it was a nearly impossible thing. So, Chu Feng could only borrow Egyi's power to walk around the limitless underground palace. Chu Feng's actions could be said to be cheating, but in reality it was also not. Egyi was one of Chu Feng's world spirits, so she was also one of Chu Feng's abilities. It was just like the people who had elite armaments protecting them. Compared to the people who had the same level of strength, it was like having an absolute advantage. If two people were fighting, were elite armaments not allowed if they had one? Of course that was not possible, so gaining benefits by borrowing Egyi's power was a reasonable action. The current Chu Feng already used his Imperial Sky technique to the extreme. With his own detection power of a world spiritist as well as Egyi's cultivation of the 3rd level of the profound realm, no matter what mechanisms they were, they could not trouble Chu Feng. In a situation like that, countless people started to be passed by Chu Feng, and when they saw the person who passed them was actually a young man, not a single person weren't extremely shocked as they deeply remembered the face of the young man because they felt that that person would very possibly be a genius whose name would be spread in the continent. This isn't working. It isn't a way for this to continue on. There are too many experts who participated in this marriage gathering, and because Jie Bufan and the others wasted some time, with my current methods, I have no way of catching up. However, Chu Feng presently was tightly furrowing his brows because he was able to feel that there were still many martial cultivation experts in front of him. Those people grasped special methods, and some had bodily martial skills that were no weaker than his Imperial Sky technique. In that situation, not to mention getting the first place prize, Chu Feng would not even be able to cram in the top 10. It seems like I can only stake it on this or else this journey will be for nothing. At that instant, Chu Feng grinded his teeth, and had actually suddenly stopped his quickly forwarding steps. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and simultaneously, he closed his eyes. Why is this boy standing and not moving? Wasn't this the boy who just passed me? What is he doing? He only has the cultivation of the 3rd level of the profound realm, so I'm sure that the terrifying speed just now was certainly because he used some forbidden methods, and right now, he is getting the rebound right. Chu Feng stopping his steps and not going forward caused many people, who were passed by Chu Feng, to catch up to him. Seeing that Chu Feng stood there without moving, many people guessed one after the other and some people even spoke to mock him.
However, not a single person stopped to observe. They gave it their all to continue madly running forward. Actually, any one of the people who were able to reach this stage could be said to be famous people in the profound realm. All of them had enough confidence to pass through this underground palace and to gain the qualifications to join the marriage gathering. And the reason why they were giving it their all was naturally because they drooled over the 10,000 profound beads. In the continent of the 9 provinces, most likely not a single person would not be moved by 10,000 profound beads. So, they were giving it with everything they had and charged towards the 10,000 profound beads. But how would they know that even though Chu Feng seemed calm on the surface as he stood there, in reality, change that was turning the sky and earth upside down was happening within his body? The profound power that surged within Chu Feng's body was currently quickly shrinking, causing characteristical change that had never happened before. And the profound power that was changed characteristically was, right now, condensing under Chu Feng's feet. Suddenly, a large area of azure-colored fog appeared under Chu Feng's feet. The fog surged and rolled like clouds and mist. However, the azure-colored gas was not simple fog, because at the same time it churned around, it was condensing into a shape, and it was actually an azure dragon. That azure dragon was 5 meters long, both of its eyes were empty, its body was blurry, but it was indeed a shape of a dragon. Although from its outer appearance, the azure dragon that the azure dragon founder condensed out that day, which looked like a real dragon, had far more might and domineeringness than the azure dragon Chu Feng condensed out, its body also similarly contained spiritual energy, as if it was a real dragon that had life. Haha, I succeeded. As he saw the azure dragon under his feet, Chu Feng was unceasingly joyful. With a strike towards the ground with both his feet, Chu Feng rode on top of the azure dragon. Because the azure dragon was too small, standing was clearly not as comfortable as sitting. But it had to be said that riding the azure dragon was much more comfortable than riding a horse. But being able to ride it wasn't the important part. The important part was with a thought from Chu Feng, the azure dragon had actually become a row of light and started to fly. With a blink, it already disappeared. Aao. The azure dragon under Chu Feng was like a little dragon that was just born. Although the atmosphere it gave off wasn't strong, its speed was extremely quick, and at the same time, it was also able to make low roars that had a bit of overbearingness. In a situation like that, the people that just caught up to Chu Feng were all passed by him again, and this time, the speed that he passed them was many times quicker than before. They did not even have a chance to see Chu Feng's appearance clearly. They only saw a row of azure light brush past their bodies, and after that, they no longer saw any traces of him. What was that? Is it someone in the heaven realm? Since then, almost everyone who were passed by Chu Feng were dumbstruck by Chu Feng's strangely fast speed from surprise. A large portion of the people felt that it was a powerful person in the heaven realm, or else it would not be possible to have such fast speed. But some people also felt that it was only their hallucinations because the azure-colored object passed with a flash. It was really too fast, and it was unclear whether it truly happened, or if their eyes were broken. Haha, I never would have thought that this dragon traveling through 9 heavens would be so profound. I haven't even mastered it yet, I can already reach such speed. If I do master it, wouldn't even heaven realm expert be unable to do anything to me? The current Chu Feng was in endless elation. In terms of speed, the dragon traveling through 9 heavens already completely surpassed the imperial sky technique. At the end, he could not even catch up to any life forms in front of him. It meant that Chu Feng very possibly became the #1 person in the underground palace. But Chu Feng did not dare to underestimate his opponents because he clearly remembered the powerful person in the heaven realm, the lewd old man Wang Chang, was the first to step into the underground palace. And up until now, Chu Feng still did not discover the traces of the lewd old man, which meant that he, Wang Chang, was always in front of Chu Feng, and he also flung Chu Feng far behind himself. So, not only did Chu Feng not reduce his speed, he even gave it his all and did the preparations to compare against the heaven realm expert, the lewd old man. At least in terms of speed, he had to surpass him. Chapter 339, Young Genius. Chapter 339, Young Genius. Chu Feng's hand was grasping the dragon's horn while he was riding on the dragon's back. With light-like speed, he quickly surged in the underground palace. He was truly too fast. So fast that just as the limitless underground palace's mechanisms were activated, Chu Feng already disappeared like the light. However, the limitless underground palace was truly too big. Even if he used the dragon traveling through 9 heaven, the extremely profound bodily martial skill, and was able to dodge any mechanisms, from start to end, he still felt that there was a very long distance to the exit of the limitless underground palace. Without him knowing, 2 hours had already passed since Chu Feng entered the limitless underground palace. However, even as he flew with such quick speed, he still did not reach the end. Chu Feng truly suspected whether the limitless underground palace was even bigger than the prestigious villa which was above ground. Truly as expected of the painstaking efforts of the seniors of several generations, because they truly dug it deep enough. And after quickly traveling for a further distance, in front of Chu Feng, there were actually no more mechanisms. However, Chu Feng entered an endless underground world in which he could not tell the direction. The thing that ached his head the most was in this place, Chu Feng's world spirit compass was actually ineffective. His spirit formations techniques were not useful, and in this place where one could not see the sun, yet wanted to figure out the direction and wanted to find the endpoint of the underground palace, it was truly too hard. Damn. What is this prestigious villa doing? A single test has been made to such difficulty. Are they even letting people pass it? At that instant, Chu Feng felt extremely helpless and even a bit irritated. If even he found it difficult to determine the direction, wouldn't it be even harder for the people, who he left far behind, to want to find the end point when they came to this place? So, Chu Feng felt that even if many people could pass through the difficult mechanisms, if they wanted to get out of the underground palace within the limited time, it was still very difficult. In this test, it was fated that many people would fail. But Chu Feng did not care about other people's successes or failures. What he was worried about was him being stuck in this place and the reward of being number 1 getting taken away by someone first. Chu Feng, don't panic. If even you get locked in here, I'm sure that the lewd old man will have a very hard time finding the exit as well. Right now, what you are betting on is speed and luck. As long as your speed is fast enough, it wouldn't be a difficult thing for you to go around in this place, but to want to quickly find the exit still requires some absolute luck. Eggy reminded. There's no time to waste. For the 10,000 profound beads, I can only bet on this. Chu Feng gnashed his teeth and rushed deeper into the vast underground world. At that instant, Chu Feng could deeply feel that he was like a headless fly that flew randomly in this world, yet there was nothing he could do. Boom boom boom, but just as Chu Feng entered the underground world for a short while, he heard bursts of rumbling noises from afar. The rumbling was extremely deafening, and Chu Feng was able to hear that there were people fighting. Experts were fighting. There was indeed someone who entered his place before me. Why is there a battle here? Could it be that they already found the exit, and they are fighting over the price of being first? After hearing the noises, Chu Feng did not panic. Instead, he secretly rejoiced, turned his body, and rushed towards that direction. Simultaneously, he also laid a layer of spirit formation around his body. It was able to completely conceal his aura, and if one did not carefully observe, they could even be unable to see Chu Feng. It was a concealment spirit formation that only Greycloak world spiritists could lay. And when Chu Feng neared, he astonishingly discovered that the rumbling had already dissipated. In a situation like that, Chu Feng also did not dare to spread out his own spirit power to observe. He had to meticulously hide his aura, approach bit by bit, and use his naked eye to see what had actually happened. But when Chu Feng came close, his pupils abruptly shrunk and an expression of extreme shock emerged onto his face. In a distant place, there were imposing and majestic big doors. Without question, the big doors were the exit to this underground palace. And from a nearby place, 2 people stood. Clearly, those 2 people were fighting over the right to approach the big doors. One of them was a short old man who had an evil smile on his face. That person was none other than the infamous lewd old man, Wang Chang. But the reason why Chu Feng was so shocked was because the one opposing the lewd old man was a young man. That young man wore gorgeous clothing, had a white and handsome face, and looking at his tender appearance, he seemed to be even a bit younger than Chu Feng. However, when such a young man stood in front of Wang Chang who was in the heaven realm, not only was he not afraid, instead, within his gaze, there was even a trace of contempt. Haha, I never would have thought that a genius like you appeared in the continent of the 9 provinces who is able to fight on par with me. Boy, what's your name, where did your master come from,
and where did you come from?" The lewd old man Wang Chang suddenly loudly laughed, but his eyes were never-endingly assessing the gorgeously garbed young man, seemingly trying to find a flaw in his opponent. "You are not worthy enough to know my name. Also, you are also unable to fight on par with me. I was just testing you just now." But the results were very disappointing. So it turns out that the infamous lewd old man, Wang Chang, is only a normal character. Indeed, you can only bully the weak, the ones with mediocre cultivation, or even citizens that had never done martial cultivation. The corners of the young man's mouth rose into a cold smile. The disdain in his gaze also became a bit denser. "What an arrogant brat. Today, I will give you uneducated thing a good lesson in place of your family." Being humiliated by such a small young man, the lewd old man's expression changed as he was furious and he emanated the aura of the heaven realm. Even the air twisted and cracks appeared from the slabs under their feet which were made out of special materials. Quickly after, they were shattered from the stress. The lewd old man was truly furious. The aura he emanated was a lot savage than Yen Yangtian's and Lin Moli's. It could be seen that even though they were both in the first level of the heaven realm, the strength of the lewd old man was far above Yen Yangtian's and Lin Moli's. "Humph. You've done the ends of horrible deeds, and your conscience has been completely lost. Today, I will carry out judgment for the heavens and remove an evil like you." However, as he faced the berserk lewd old man, the young man only faintly smiled then lightly waved his sleeve. A layer of profound power engulfed out from his body. The 9th level of the profound realm. Chu Feng was greatly shocked. He never would have thought that the young man who seemed to be even younger than him would actually have the cultivation of the 9th level of the profound realm. But that wasn't even much. The scariest thing was after the profound power swept out, it interweaved with the heaven power that the lewd old man emanated out. The two invisible powers already shaped in the air. Even explosions were compressed from the air, causing bursts of rumbling. Layers of ripples kept on spreading out from the two as the middle. It blew the special rocks from the ground up, and the young had actually fought heaven power with profound power, and fought equally so. "Chu Feng, take the chance right now and sneak in. The reward of being first will be yours." And as Chu Feng was deeply attracted to the young man's brutally strong methods that defied common sense, Eggy's voice suddenly rang out next to Chu Feng's ears. Chapter 340, Royal Bloodline. Chapter 340, Royal Bloodline. Eggy's beautiful voice and solemn tone caused Chu Feng to react as if he woke up from a dream. Although the two people in the distance were brutally strong and either one of their strengths was far above his, they were currently fighting for life and death, so they weren't able to be distracted. A situation like that worked well for Chu Feng. As long as Chu Feng was able to resist the pressure they created and pass through that pressure, he would be able to gain the benefit of the fisherman and take away the 10,000 profound beads. "Sorry you too." As he thought of that, Chu Feng did not hesitate. He walked forward and started to carefully circle around to pass. He wanted to walk towards the exit of the underground palace while avoiding their circle of battle. However, their auras were really too strong and they pretty much sealed the roads to the exit. In a time like that, Chu Feng could only risk being discovered by them and step into the circle of battle enveloped by their pressure. So strong. The pressure from these two people are too strong. I just entered their region of pressure yet it's already so powerful. If they cast their pressure towards me at full strength, I'm afraid that even if I used Eggy's power, I would not be able to resist against it. At that instant, Chu Feng tightly clenched his teeth and concentrated all his spirit power into maintaining the concealment spirit formation lingering around his body. If that spirit formation was destroyed, with their observation powers, they would certainly discover Chu Feng immediately, and at that time, Chu Feng would undoubtedly be dead. But luckily, the more the two fought, the farther they went. If it was only remnant pressure, Chu Feng could still hold it back. In those circumstances, Chu Feng finally walked successfully onto the path that led to the exit, and finally, he arrived in front of the big doors. In front of the big doors, there was a green-colored jade stage. The jade stage was not even half a meter tall, and there was a golden-colored badge stuck on it. On the front of the badge, there was Presti, and on the back, there was Jaius. Clearly, it was the prestigious villa's prestigious badge. When the prestigious badge was stuck into the jade stage, it was like a key.
Intuition told Chu Feng that as long as he pulled the prestigious badge out, the huge doors that were 10 meters tall would open. But that wasn't the important part. The important part was that in the area behind the prestigious badge, there was a cosmos sack. After lifting up the cosmos sack, Chu Feng rubbed it once, and a bead that was as translucent as crystal landed into Chu Feng's palm. The bead was extremely beautiful and it contained extremely strong profound power within. Perhaps even several hundred high-quality profound medicine would not be as strong as the profound power in that single bead. So this is a profound bead. Haha, it is truly a good thing. Chu Feng at that instant was incomparably excited because there were still 9,999 more profound beads in the cosmos sack that were exactly the same as the one in his palm. Undoubtedly, Chu Feng had made a huge profit this time. It was the largest amount of wealth he had ever gotten since he was born. Haha, Chu Feng, quickly pull out the badge and leave this place. Let that old thing and the little guy continue fighting. At the same time, Eggy was also endlessly happy. That won't work. If I go out right now, everyone will know that I am the first person to pass and that will attract many people's attention. That will be extremely detrimental to me. The most important part is that the lewd old man Wang Chong and the mysterious young men will also know that I took the opportunity and exploited them as they were fighting. Right now, I already offended the people from the Jie clan, so I can't make any more big enemies in this place, or else in the future, when I enter the 1,000-monster mountain, I'm afraid without even monstrous beasts attacking me, I will die by their hands first. Then what now? You can't just leave the 10,000 profound beads and not take them, right? There's only one way. Act as if nothing happened. Where I came from is where I will return. As Chu Feng spoke, he put the cosmos sack that was full of profound beads away, and quickly after, he headed towards the location where the two people were fighting. You can't. This is too dangerous. There is no need to put yourself in such danger. Eggy urged heavily. Don't worry. I have the dragon traveling through 9 heavens on me. If I get discovered, I can still escape from the scene. If I don't get discovered, I can avoid making too big enemies. Chu Feng firmly said. And after hearing Chu Feng's words, Eggy felt that they were very reasonable as well. If he directly exited right now, the two great enemies were certainly made and it would be hard to avoid conflicts in the future. But right now, if he could walk back, he would be able to avoid future conflicts. So, Eggy did not urge him otherwise. However, just as Chu Feng walked a short distance back, a brutal wave of ripple came sweeping by, and after withstanding the ripple, Chu Feng astonishedly discovered that the lewd old man Wang Chong was currently laying in a distance with a blood everywhere on his body. One of his arms was snapped off. Looking back at the young man, his body was emitting faint radiance, as if a god descended to the mortal world with might that could not be blocked. On his forehead, there was a golden and dazzling character, the royal character. That's an royal bloodline. No wonder he's so fierce, it's because he grasps such strong bloodline power. Eggy explained. You're from the Jiang dynasty. You are from the Jiang dynasty. At that instant, the face of the lewd old man was already filled with fear and his voice of speaking was trembling. He was terrified by the young man's strength and identity. It's not too late for you to know right now, but the result is actually the same. Today, you are set to die by my hands. The young man had a light smile on his face as he gradually got closer to the lewd old man. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. However, the lewd old man flipped his hand and a black-colored pill appeared in his palm. It was a forbidden medicine. The lewd old man swallowed the forbidden medicine, then after that, the heaven power in his body instantly increased greatly. Then in a blink, he disappeared, and he escaped. Want to escape? It won't be that easy. However, the young man coldly snorted, and quickly after, the tip of his feet touched the group and he also disappeared from where he stood. Undoubtedly, he was chasing after the lewd old man. So it turns out that a person from the Jiang dynasty snuck in this place. No wonder he was so strong. Just now, the aura emitted from his body was very special. That's the power of bloodlines. After the two people left, Chu Feng hurriedly ran towards another direction, but at the same time, he felt admiration towards the young man's special power. To be able to force a heaven realm expert while being in the profound realm showed that the bloodline power the Jiang dynasty grasped was indeed not simple. Indeed, no wonder the Jiang dynasty was able to develop as it wished towards powers in all directions, yet there were still no powers able to move the Jiang dynasty's position. After getting the 10,000 profound beads, Chu Feng did not hurry to leave this place. He hid in a quiet corner to rest and counted the time. Only until he felt that the 10-hour limit was almost up did he quickly go towards the exit. When Chu Feng walked out the exit, he discovered that there were a large number of people gathered there. After they saw Chu Feng, within their gaze, there was more or less some amazement. But that amazement did not reach the stage of shock. So, for most people, after looking at Chu Feng once, they cast their gazes towards other directions. The reason it was like that was because the time Chu Feng came out was exactly on time. They were amazed because of Chu Feng's very young age, and to be able to pass the stage with that age showed that Chu Feng was a genius. However, there were many geniuses in that level, so it was still unable to attract too much attention from others. If Chu Feng held the badge and became the first to come out, doubtlessly, the gazes of those people would not purely have a bit of amazement. They would have incomparable shock. But right now, what Chu Feng did not want the most was to attract some unnecessary commotions. He wanted a low profile. Brother Chu Feng. Just at that time, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Focusing his gaze and looking over, he saw Gubo and the other people from the World Spirit Guild's young generation currently walking towards himself with a light smile. It could be seen that they also successfully passed the qualification test. Chapter 341, Breaking Past the Obstruction. Chapter 341, Breaking Past the Obstruction. Gubo, you passed. Chu Feng was very happy when he saw Gubo because after getting along with him for the past few days, Chu Feng already saw Gubo as a good brother, so naturally he hoped that Gubo could pass the test. Not only did he pass, Gubo is the person who passed the origin level underground palace first and got the prestigious badge. Before even letting Gubo reply, a young man behind him spoke with a face full of pride, as if the person who got first was him. Brother Gubo, truly, congratulations. Chu Feng was not too surprised by that result, and on his face, he only had happiness that came from his heart as he felt happy for Gubo. It was because not only did Gubo have dominating strength, his spirit formation techniques were outstanding as well. Being able to get first place in the origin level underground palace was within Chu Feng's expectations. Brother Chu Feng, if you also chose the origin level underground palace, this number one place would have belonged to none other than you. Gubo was very humble, and the people from the World Spirit Guild did agree quite a bit on Gubo's words. No matter what doubts they had in their hearts before when they heard about Chu Feng's achievements, when they personally saw Chu Feng defeat the group of profound realm experts like dogs, with the cultivation of the 9th level of the origin realm, they felt admiration, or even fear, from their hearts towards Chu Feng. And when facing the special gazes of the crowd, Chu Feng only lightly smiled, then quickly after, shifted the topic and asked, "My brother Gubo got first place in the origin level, then who got first place in the profound level?" Chu Feng, a black horse has appeared this time. As that matter was mentioned, Gubo's and the others' faces instantly changed greatly. Black horse. What actually happened? The lewd old man Wang Chang didn't get first place. Chu Feng acted as if he knew nothing and asked. No. This time, it's a young man. A young man who is only 15 years old. He got first place. When Gubo said those words, he had a complicated face on because it was a young man who was even younger than him and Chu Feng. It meant that a real genius stepped onto the stage because no matter how he got first place, in terms of talent, he already surpassed all the geniuses in the continent of the 9 provinces. Yeah. What's his name? Similarly, Chu Feng was very intrigued with the young man. Jiang Wusheng. Gubo extremely solemnly said those 3 words. After knowing the name, Chu Feng hidden said in his heart, so it's Jiang Wusheng. He's indeed part of the Jiang dynasty. After that, Chu Feng, Gubo, and the others, all entered the main city of the prestigious villa. It also meant that they already gained the qualifications to join the marriage gathering. Within a residence for resting, Chu Feng first laid some spirit formations and after doing some preventive measures, he impatiently took the cosmos sack with the 10,000 profound beads out. At that instant, Chu Feng was a bit excited in his heart because he felt that the 10,000 profound beads could absolutely help him break into the profound realm, and possibly even step into the second level of the profound realm. What is happening? I feel that they are clearly already full, but why am I still unable to break through? However, what had happened wasn't as successful as imagined. He clearly felt that the profound power consumed by the divine lightning in his dantian should already be enough to break into the profound realm, yet Chu Feng was still unable to. And currently, other than never-endingly consuming the profound beads in order to continue feeding the divine lightning with profound power, Chu Feng did not have any other methods he could use. But it had to be said that the breakthrough this time was much more difficult than any single one in the past. After Chu Feng was still unable to break through, despite the fact that Chu Feng completely refined the 10,000 profound beads and the boundless profound power was all consumed by the 8 divine lightning in his dantian, Chu Feng completely panicked. Damn it! Where did something go wrong? So much profound power has clearly been saved up, and clearly a breakthrough should already be possible. But why can't I? Chu Feng's forehead was permeated with sweat from panic as he anxiously walked back and forth on the ground. Chu Feng, don't panic. Carefully feel the things in your dantian. Try to link up with them, to understand them. It is not possible for the journey of martial cultivation to be so smooth. It is not possible for it to be so simple. When any person wants to break into a new level or realm, they must comprehend that realm. This requires a long process. Many people are unable to step into the heaven realm, and many people are even unable to step into the profound realm or origin realm. That is because their comprehension power isn't sufficient, and they cannot comprehend the origin power and profound power in between the sky and the earth. But you are different. You don't need to comprehend the origin power or profound power, you don't need to link up with them. You only need to link up with the things in your dantian and make them be able to be used by you. Just as Chu Feng did not know what to do, Eggy's sweet and gentle voice suddenly rang out. The current Eggy seemed abnormally calm, like a clear lamp that gave directions in the darkness, and pointed towards where Chu Feng should go forward towards. That's right. In the road of martial cultivation, there are indeed layers of obstructions. One can only step into a completely new realm and welcome new power by continuously destroying the obstructions. And as for me, the methods of breaking through before were too easy, and because of that simplicity, it caused me to feel that as long as I have sufficient resources, I could unlimitedly break through, and it even made me feel that as long as I have sufficient resources, breaking through was something that should expectedly happen. But I was wrong. Even if I have special divine lightning in my dantian, wanting to break through isn't that simple. Eggy, thank you. I know what I should do. Chu Feng was quickly and thoroughly enlightened, and he no longer anxiously walked back and forth. He crossed his leg and sat directly onto the floor. He started to stabilize his heart, and with his entire body and heart, he started to feel the 8 huge lightning beasts in his dantian. Chu Feng was unable to determine what the 8 huge lightning beasts looked like, but Chu Feng was able to feel that they all had their own intelligences, they all had their own appearances, yet they were all one. The huge lightning beasts interweaved together and became a lump. 7 of them were very peaceful, as they were in hibernation, but one of them was very fidgety. It was currently very restless, as if it wanted to escape the lump of bodies. It's you, huh? You want to merge with my body and give me new powers. Don't hesitate. Believe me. I won't disappoint you. Give your power to me. I will certainly let your power blossom with radiance. Chu Feng sensed where the problem was, and he was instantly elated. He quickly spoke in his heart to try to link up with the huge lightning beast. Roar suddenly, as if it understood Chu Feng's words, the huge lightning beast immediately roared furiously. The sound resonated next to Chu Feng's ears, as if it could pierce through the heavens and shake the world. The most important part was after the furious roar, the huge lightning beast, with savage lightning power, it separated from the other 7 huge lightning beasts and surged out from the dantian. At that instant, Chu Feng could distinctly feel that the appearance of the huge lightning beast did not have a fixed shape. It could change at any time. It also did not have any eyes, but it was able to figure out the direction. What was condensed was blue-colored lightning, and it emanated extremely terrifying power. Chapter 342, Third Level of the Profound Realm. Chapter 342, Third Level of the Profound Realm. Suddenly, the huge lightning beast's figure moved and it drilled into Chu Feng's heart. He did not feel any pain yet, but his body trembled and he felt that his entire body was paralyzed. However, even so, Chu Feng could still feel that the blue-colored huge lightning beast was already starting to break down in Chu Feng's heart and starting to become countless tiny blue-colored lightning. They swam in his veins, quickly occupying all of Chu Feng's blood, and merged together. At that instant, Chu Feng was even able to feel that world-shaking change was happening to every single part of this body, including his dantian. His eyes were brighter, he could see things clearly in the night. His hearing became more sensitive, he could even hear the rustling noises of the grass when blown by the wind. His body became stronger, his strength became more powerful. Enormous change happened to his entire body. He was able to feel the profound power that lingered around him and permeated the world. Indeed, Chu Feng broke through and successfully stepped into the profound realm. But that was not the end. At that very instant, change was also happening to the 7 huge lightning beasts in Chu Feng's dantian. The profound power consumed by them was currently changing into entirely new power. They melded into his body, and with such transformations, Chu Feng's cultivation also started to increase. 1 level. 2 levels. 3 levels. With one breath, Chu Feng broke through 3 levels in the profound realm. From the 9th level of the origin realm, he entered the 3rd level of the profound realm. Success. I succeeded. Eggy, do you see it? I succeeded. Chu Feng was incomparable ecstatic, and on his face that was formerly filled with worries, unprecedented elation surged and appeared. Haha, so strong. It's actually even stronger than my expectations as you directly entered the 3rd level of the profound realm. Right now, you no longer need to borrow my power, and you can still be named as king within the profound realm. On Eggy's face, similarly, there was joy, and the sweet smile on her face of absolute prettiness would undoubtedly be able to bewitch countless people. But sadly, no one was able to see the little beauty smile that could turn the world upside down. Haha, it seems like my power is slightly above when I borrow yours, Eggy. Chu Feng chuckled, then quickly after, golden-colored lightning emerged into his eyes. When the lightning appeared, Chu Feng's bones throughout his body groaned and his muscles were expanding sharply. His aura directly went from the 3rd level of the profound realm to the 4th level of the profound realm. After that, with another thought, within Chu Feng's eyes that were filled with golden-colored lightning, blue-colored lightning emerged. After the blue-colored lightning appeared in his current eyes, the golden-colored lightning had actually shrunk into a tiny golden-colored lightning snake. It interweaved with the blue-colored lightning and became a pattern from the interweavement of the blue-colored lightning and golden-colored lightning. The pattern was gathered over the pupils. Without looking in detail, one would not detect it, but if it was detected, most likely, people would be shocked because it was not a simple pattern. It seemed more like 2 huge beasts, which had power which defied common sense, deeply sleeping within Chu Feng's pupils. The most important part was that after the pattern was formed, Chu Feng's aura had actually violently rose again, and from the 4th level of the profound realm, he stepped into the 5th level of the profound realm. You actually broke through again. Quite impressive. It seems like you've got a new power, and right now, you can break through 2 levels. So that means your true cultivation isn't the 3rd level of the profound realm, but the 5th level of the profound realm. Feeling the change in Chu Feng's body, Eggy was also greatly shocked. She did not expect that after breaking into the profound realm, Chu Feng would get a new power which caused him to be able to continuously break through 2 levels of cultivation. The 5th level of the profound realm is still too weak when compared to Jiang Wushang from before. After all, this cultivation is still far from being able to fight against the heaven realm. Chu Feng was very satisfied with the power he got from his own divine lightning, but as long as he thought of Jiang Wushang, he still felt that he was lacking a lot and he had to continue working hard. At least currently, within the same generation, he was not the strongest. Jiang Wushang being strong is within expectations. As the overlord of the continent of the 9 provinces, the Jiang dynasty's accumulation of several thousands of years is not imaginable by you. Jiang Wushang is a rare genius, and I'm sure even within the Jiang dynasty, he is an outstanding existence. A person like that gets the best development since birth. Not only will there be specialized people guiding him in martial cultivation, he can even receive the most excellent cultivation resources. As long as he can think of it, he can get it. So, it is reasonable that he has his current achievements. But you're different. Although you started martial cultivation at the age of 10, before 15 years old of age, you didn't even have much improvement. Why didn't you have much improvement? Because your body is special, yet you didn't have any resources that could be provided for your special body to cultivate. This is the point where you are inferior to him, because in terms of the starting point, you were already a huge chunk behind him. However, with a bit more than 1 year of time, you stepped into the third level of the profound realm from the second level of the spirit realm, and the martial cultivation resources that you acquired were all fought for by yourself. This is the distance between you and him. You rely on yourself, while he relies on his entire clan. As Egi said that, her face was filled with pride. She felt pride for Chu Feng. Heh. Egi, thank you for your consultation. Actually, you don't need to worry about anything. I have always had this confidence, and one day, I will leave this continent of the 9 provinces. I will step onto the stage of the world because I still need to find my parents and I still need to find my family. I will find out who sealed you in my body, and no matter who that person is, I will think of a way to get that person to open your seal to return your freedom. Chu Feng said with a light smile. After hearing Chu Feng's words, Egi's heart ached a bit and she went into silence. Actually, compared to that Jiang Wushang, I am more curious what stage she reached right now. After all, she has a divine body. Chu Feng's thoughts couldn't help floating back 1 year when he met the purple-clothed young female in the White Tiger Villa. The young female was the same as Jiang Wushang, being even younger than Chu Feng, but her strength was extremely terrifying. 1 year ago, she was already so strong. So 1 year later, Chu Feng truly did not know what stage she developed into. After all, what she had was the same body as the master of the Emperor Tomb in the Azure Province, a divine body. Knock knock knock. Brother Chu Feng. Just at that time, sounds of knocking and yelling rang out from the other side of the palace door. From the voice, Chu Feng was able to hear that it was Gubo. Chu Feng quickly opened the doors, and only then did he discover that currently, the sky was dark, and without him even knowing, he had actually spent so much time. Gubo was standing in front of his palace door. After seeing Chu Feng, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Brother Chu Feng, let's head out. The marriage gathering is going to start soon, and don't miss such an exciting moment. Also, my World Spirit Guild's big brother Su Zhongyu has already arrived and he even wants to see you." Chapter 343, Marriage Gathering. Chapter 343, Marriage Gathering. It seems like a good show will finally appear. Only after hearing Gubo's words did Chu Feng suddenly come to a realization. If it weren't for Gubo who reminded him, he really would have almost forgotten that tonight was the official beginning of the marriage gathering. Also the day that the prestigious villa's 100 beauties show their faces to them. Yeah, without any incidents tonight, the prestigious villa will announce the start of the battle between them and the 1,000 Monster Mountain. Also, using the name of the marriage gathering, they are going to pull all of us into this battle. Gubo said. Oh, isn't it what you, I, and everyone hope for? Chu Feng smiled and a touch of yearning emerged into his eyes. Perhaps. Let's go and see my big brother Su Zhongyu. He is looking very forward to seeing you. Gubo also smiled, and while hugging Chu Feng's shoulders, the two good brothers headed towards the hosting location of the marriage gathering. The main city of the prestigious villa was extremely large, and there was even the beautiful night scenery with bright lamps as well as big and gorgeous houses. But tonight, the most beautiful and most lively place in the prestigious villa was not within the main city. It was on the summit of a mountain peak outside of the main city. White clouds were all underneath the mountain peak as they rolled and surged around. The mountain peak was surrounded by waterfalls that flowed straight down, and on the summit of the mountain peak, there was a great celebration with mountains and oceans of people. This place was the hosting location of the marriage gathering. However, after passing the underground palace test, after sieving through the several tens of thousands of people, only less than 1,000 people remained. But those who passed the test were all able to be titled as geniuses. There was not a single person there who was mediocre. This is rather lively. It seems like the prestigious villa did diligently prepared for a long time. Coming to the summit of the mountain peak and looking at the paradise-like natural beautiful scenery that surrounded the mountain peak, then looking back at the large and glorious human-made structures on the summit of the mountain peak, Chu Feng knew that all of that certainly used up quite a bit of wealth and manpower from the prestigious villa. And at that very instant, because the prestigious villa's 100 beauties had not appeared yet, the males that came from the powers everywhere gathered close together and chatted. After all, the people gathered in this place were the so-called famous people of the young generation on the continent of the 9 provinces. Some could very possibly be the ruler of various places in this continent, so many people were willing to take this rare chance to make some friends. And other than the many young handsome geniuses that successfully gained the qualifications to participate in the marriage gathering, there were also many disciples from the prestigious villa gathered on the spacious summit of the mountain peak. Also, most of them were female disciples. The female disciples had something special about them. Although they wore the clothing of the prestigious villa, every single one of them were adorned by beautiful clothing, and naturally, they had their reasons for it. Although the disciples from the prestigious villa had very high status and position, after all, the people who gathered in this place were the geniuses of the same generation that came from many places in the entire continent. Naturally, the female disciples' heart would be moved, and perhaps within the geniuses, they could meet their future ideal husband. Most of young geniuses were very willing to chat and create relationships with the prestigious villa's beauties. After all, there were only 100 gorgeous beauties, which also meant in the near 1,000 people, only 100 had the chance to marry the 100 gorgeous beauties. However, many people did not want to return empty-handedly, so naturally they would be willing to get acquainted with the beautiful prestigious villa disciples. At least, if they were unable to be chosen by the 100 gorgeous beauties, there would at least be an extra choice for them. Why wouldn't you go for it? I never would have thought that even the old generation has come. At the same time, Chu Feng also noticed that within some special buildings, there were people in the old generation laughing and talking. The auras of the old people were not low. The weakest was in the peak of the profound realm, and Chu Feng was actually not even able to detect the depths of some of them, so without a doubt, they were experts who stepped into the heaven realm. Most of them arrived just today. There are also quite a few elders from my World Spirit Guild, and I'm sure that they're afraid any misfortune will fall upon their own family's young generation, right? But it has to be said that this marriage gathering hosted by the prestigious villa will be very successful. At least, many experts will be pulled into the battle between them and the 1,000-monster mountain. Gu Bo first sighed and smiled, then added. That's right. Chu Feng, I received news just now. After the conclusion of the underground palace test, and when the staff were searching for people stuck in the underground palace, they discovered the lewd old man Wang Chang's corpse. It's no wonder the old guy didn't get first place, so he was killed. However, I wonder who did it. After all, in the limitless underground palace today, only he was in the heaven realm. Something like that actually happened. Chu Feng faked amazement, but he still felt shock in his heart because he knew who the culprit was. Undoubtedly, it was the young man who came from the Jiang dynasty, Jiang Wushang. Look! Tang Yixio and Song Qingfeng have come. Suddenly, the shriek of female disciples came from the crowd. Quickly afterwards, the females from the prestigious villa became a human tide as they ran towards the road that led up to the mountain. They're the strongest people in the young generation in the Tang province and Song province. Let's go over and see. And after hearing those two names, the expressions of the young geniuses that came to participate in the marriage gathering changed, and they followed the human current and rushed over. The geniuses who received the prestigious invitation letters have come. Want to go over to take a look? Gu Bo asked. Sure, why not go over and look? After all, they are famous people in the young generation. Chu Feng smiled, and started to stride and walk forwards behind the crowd of people. After passing through the crowd of people, Chu Feng was able to see 4 tall, big, and handsome males currently walking towards the summit of the mountain peak while being escorted by many elders and disciples. Although the 4 males had light smiles on their faces, they were still unable to conceal their arrogance, and from the whispers of the surrounding crowd, Chu Feng knew where the 4 people came from. The Tang province is Tang Yixio. The Song province is Song Qingfeng. The Yuan province is Bai Yunfei. The Ming province is Lu Xiaoyao. The 4 of them can be said to be the ones in the young generation to have the highest profile in their activity styles. From what I've heard, at first, because all of them spoke and humiliated the Azure province, that's why they were challenged by Zhang Tianyi and were all defeated by him. Gu Bo quietly said. Next to Chu Feng's ear. Humiliating the Azure province, no wonder. After hearing those words, Chu Feng lightly furrowed his brows and remembered the faces of the 4 clearly because he who came from the Azure province already had a horrible impression on the 4 of them. At the same time, he had better impressions towards Zhang Tianyi. Whoosh! Suddenly, a row of light brushed past the top of the heads of the four geniuses as well as the many people from the prestigious villa. At the end, that person stood in the middle of the crowd. It was a young man who was similarly old as the four geniuses. He should be around 20 years old, but compared to the beautiful clothing of the four geniuses and handsome appearances, the young man seemed rather ordinary. He wore very normal clothes, he wasn't tall, and he wasn't handsome. Even the clothes he wore were roughly made cloth clothing, and it could be said that there was not a single good point on his body. But from the strength he just displayed, people knew that he was not an average person. Because, from the aura he just displayed, it showed that he was in the first level of the heaven realm. The young man was actually an expert in the first level of the heaven realm. However, compared to the male's powerful strength, Chu Feng was deeply attracted to the weapon behind his back. It was a wooden sword, but it wasn't a normal wooden sword. Extremely complex patterns were on it as well as terrifying energy. He had seen a similar object on Jie Bufan's body. The armor of thorns Jie Bufan wore before also emanated the special aura, which meant that the wooden sword behind the cloth-clothed male's back was elite armament. Chapter 344, Might of Elite Armaments. Chapter 344, Might of Elite Armaments. Murong, the young head of the Sword God Valley, Murong. Unless the thing behind his back is elite armament, the divine wood sword. After the cloth-clothed male appeared, it caused many people to yell in surprise. So it seemed he was the number one person in the young generation of the Sui province. Murong, you've truly gotten tired of living. You dare to cross over my head. Murong, you truly have big nerves. You think that you can be lawless by being the young head of the Sword God Valley. At the same time, the four geniuses had faces full of fury. They pointed at Murong and loudly howled. Obviously, Murong's actions just now caused them to be extremely displeased. It was clearly all of you who blocked my path, so I had to leap over your heads. But if you have to say that I stepped over you, then I can't do anything about it. After all, there is one sentence in the world, and that is, bringing humiliation to oneself. Murong disdainfully smiled, and then didn't pay attention to them and prepared to continue walking towards the summit of the mountain peak. Murong, you stop right there. But before letting Murong move, the four geniuses sprung and surrounded Murong. At that instant, everyone subconsciously backed far away because they were aware that there were conflicts between the five geniuses, and they seemed to want to attack. In a situation like that, the elders from the prestigious villa did not stop them, and similarly, they entered the ranks of the observing crowd. In reality, even the seniors and experts from the powers everywhere who were resting on the summit of the mountain peak also walked out as they wanted to see the battle between the famous people of the young generation. Good dogs don't block the road. Move. Murong said with abnormal domineeringness without even furrowing his brows. Murong, you're truly arrogant enough. You think only you've entered the heaven realm. The four geniuses coldly snorted, then emanated a wave of boundless aura. It caused even the surrounding air to twist. It was heaven power. The four of them had actually also stepped into the heaven realm. So strong. As expected. Of the people who received the prestigious invitation letter. If they already entered the heaven realm at such an age, how outstanding would their future achievements be? I truly admire those senior and junior sisters. To be able to have a chance to join together with such geniuses. If one were able to become a wife to such geniuses, what other wishes would they have in their life? After the four people displayed their strengths, the observers on the side were fine, as at most they were amazed. However, every single of the females let their imaginations run wild. But they could not be blamed. After all, a large portion of the females would want to find a husband they wish to have as a powerful person to rely on. So what if you entered the heaven realm? Weren't you still beaten like a dog by Zhang Tianyi? The disdain in Murong's eyes did not diminish. Rather, the corners of his mouth were raised to form a curve with a hint of ridicule. Murong, you truly know no ends to your arrogance. Today, in your father's place, I will give a conceited person like you a good lesson. As the most shameful thing was mentioned, the four geniuses were so angry that their eyes sprayed fire, and without speaking any more useless words, they directly attacked. The four of them did not use any martial skills. They only simply exchanged punches and kicks, but every single style and move contained heaven power. Every single punch and every single kick would open mountains and shatter rocks as they had endless strength. Perhaps even a normal punch could completely destroy a grand palace, and perhaps a casual kick could cut off rivers. And that was the strength of a person in the heaven realm. You overestimate yourselves. Muronyu coldly smiled, then quickly after, he pulled the divine wood sword out from behind his back. When the divine wood sword entered his hand, it immediately gave off strange light. Countless symbols lingered around, then they blended into Muronyu's body. At that instant, the strange light symbols melded with Muronyu and his aura greatly increased. At the same time, Muronyu pointed his sword at the four people. A wave of boundless pressure descended from the sky and instantly, under the four people's feet, sand and rocks flew and a huge deep pit appeared. The four chosen geniuses could also not be able to resist against the pressure and they were forcibly pressed down to the ground, and could not stand up. Heavens! That Muronyu is actually so strong. With one strike, he defeated the four peak geniuses. No. It's not that Muronyu is strong, it's the divine wood sword that's strong. The might of this elite armament is too powerful. With the elite armament, not to mention Tang Yixio, Song Qingfeng, and the others, I'm afraid even experts in the second level of the heaven realm would need to avoid clashing. Impressive. Too impressive. According to legends, elite armaments are based off of the unique martial power that martial lords have, made with strange minerals in the world as the raw materials, and created by the formation that a purple cloak world spiritist condenses. The might it has can shake the world, so it can't be helped that it causes people to admire the powers which own elite armaments, which all become the overlord of an area. Yeah, treasures like that have been passed down from the ancient times. Right now, on the continent of the 9 provinces, there is no one who can create such treasures. I'm afraid that in the entire continent of the 9 provinces, there wouldn't be over 10 elite armaments. Most of them are grasped within the hands of the Jiang dynasty, and only 2 of them are grasped by other powers. It would be the divine wood sword of the Sword God Valley, and the armor of thorns of the Jie clan. When Muronyu's elite armament appeared, it caused innumerable people to sigh in admiration and they were deeply attracted by the elite armament's unique power. But compared to them, several old people outside of the crowd revealed ugly faces. Clearly, they were the elders of the 4 apical geniuses. At that instant, if they went out, it wouldn't be good. If they didn't go out, it wouldn't be good either, so they sank into a realm of embarrassment. So this is the true might of elite armaments. It is indeed a good thing. At the same time, Chu Feng was also deeply attracted to the might of the divine wood sword. Chu Feng was able to feel how strong the formation it contained was. Power that was far above heaven power was contained within it. Perhaps it was like how people said it was. In the elite armament, maybe it did contain martial power that only martial lords could grasp. Brother Murong, relying on elite armaments to suppress people doesn't seem to be too appropriate, right? Just at that time, a light laugh suddenly rang out, and quickly following that, a path speedily appeared within the groups of people. At the end of the path, a male with elegance was gradually approaching. That male was 2 meters or so tall, but his body was not too muscular. Rather, he was tall and handsome. His face was not the same as the other 4 geniuses, and he didn't have a little white charming face. He was filled with the manliness of males. The handsomeness of men. The most important part was that the male emanated a unique atmosphere. It was an atmosphere of, looking down on the world and I'm the most powerful. It caused countless females to be attracted to him, and even some males were bewitched by his atmosphere. Jie Qingming. At that instant, without the need for Gubo to speak, Chu Feng already guessed the identity of the male because there was even a group of people who tailed behind him. They were the Jie clan members, and from his age and atmosphere, without even guessing, Chu Feng knew that doubtlessly, he was the future chief of the Jie clan, Jie Qingming. Jie Qingming, on the other hand, you have the qualifications to exchange blows with me. Why not also take out your elite armament and try it out with me? Within the gaze that Murongyu looked at Jie Qingming with, it similarly also emanated maliciousness. My thoughts exactly. Suddenly, Jie Qingming's body flashed and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Murongyu. At the same time, a layer of blood-red colored gas, containing horrifying aura, started to spread with Jie Qingming as the middle, and it attacked Murongyu straight on. Chapter 345, Cultivation Exposed. Chapter 345, Cultivation Exposed. The blood-red colored gas was extremely violent. Tens of thousands of thorns were contained within it, and if one were to be stuck by the red-colored gas, they would certainly have thousands of wounds and die with mutilations. Whoosh! As he faced such a horrifying attack, even Moroney's expression slightly changed and fear appeared within his eyes. He leaped back to dodge it and escape the previous circle of battle. Simultaneously, he lifted the oppressing pressure from the four geniuses. Moroney has actually been forced back. Such a tyrannical Moroney has been forced back by Jie Qingming. Impressive. It's said that Jie Qingming is the #1 person in the young generation of the continent of the 9 provinces. Looking at it today, it is indeed so. After Jie Qingming attacked, it caused everyone to be astonished. Being also in the first level of the heaven realm and having an elite armament as well, Jie Qingming was able to induce fear into Moroney. It could be seen that his strength was indeed on another level above Moroney. After Moroney backed away, Jie Qingming did not chase to fiercely beat him. Rather, he put the red-colored gas away and helped the 4 people on the ground up one by one and politely asked, "Brothers, are you uninjured?" "Yeah. Brother Qingming, thank you for helping. Moroney is too worthless. Relying on the elite armament, he becomes completely lawless. If he didn't have the elite armament, I would have certainly beat him up well. Ah, but sadly, you don't have any elite armaments, and I don't have any elite armaments. Only Brother Qingming can cause him to be fearful." The 4 apical geniuses were extremely grateful towards Jie Qingming, and as they spoke, they couldn't help casting malicious gazes towards Moroney because this time, they truly lost face because of Moroney. Humph! On the other hand, Moroney first coldly snorted, but then he no longer did anything. Instead, he put his divine wood sword in his hand away behind his back and said, "Jie Qingming, your controlling power over the elite armament is indeed above me, but that is only because you stepped into the heaven realm before me. Before long, I will also be able to thoroughly control my divine wood sword, and at that time, I will fight against you again. I welcome it at any time." Jie Qingming was not afraid in the slightest. He displayed unique domineeringness as if he was the king of the young generation. Afraid of nothing, and sweeping over everything. Jie Qingming's performance caused the beauties on scene to be completely captivated by him. Even the people from the old generation from all sorts of places kept on praising him. "Big Brother Qingming, that brat over there is Chu Feng. He's the one who heavily injured Jie Bufan." But just at that time, a Jie clan member ran over to Jie Qingming's side and pointed his finger towards Chu Feng who was within the crowd. "Oh! Brother Qingming, isn't Jie Bufan your younger brother? This brat injured your younger brother. He is truly imprudent. Let me, your brother, give him a lesson." As they heard those words, before letting Jie Qingming say anything, Tang Yixiu, Song Qingfeng, Bai Yunfei, and Lu Xiaoyao who were just saved by Jie Qingming all cast their unkind gazes towards Chu Feng. "Everyone, thank you for your kind intentions, but this is my family's business so I want to personally handle it." Jie Qingming first indifferently smiled towards the 4 people, then quickly after, he cast his gaze towards Chu Feng. At that instant, Chu Feng was able to feel 2 formless sharp blades piercing through his body straight towards his heart. He almost lost consciousness and almost knelt to the ground. But luckily, Chu Feng's spirit power was extremely strong, and there were even the divine lightning rolling and surging around in his blood. He was able to resist against the formless pressure only because of that, and he only took 1 step back. But Chu Feng's current face instantly turned deathly white. Big droplets of sweat permeated his forehead and he was even gasping for breath, as if a horrific battle took place. "Chu Feng, are you okay?" Seeing that, Gubo quickly supported Chu Feng and his eyes were filled with worry. Being also a world spiritist, he was able to feel that Jie Qingming's gaze just now contained extremely powerful pressure. "I'm fine." Chu Feng shook his head and hiddenly said in his heart, "This Jie Qingming is too strong. The gaze just now seemed to see through everything I have. It almost caused my mind to collapse. So this is the strength of Blue Cloak world spiritists. The 3rd level of the profound realm. You do have a bit of strength, but you dare to heavily injure my younger brother with just this. Your nerves truly cover the sky." Jie Qingming coldly snorted, and he had actually seen through Chu Feng's real cultivation just now. "What? The 3rd level of the profound realm? Brother Chu Feng, you've stepped into the profound realm." After hearing those words, Gubo was greatly shocked. Chu Feng admitted silently by nodding his head as he faced Gubo's closely followed question. Heavens! You truly entered the third level of the profound realm. And after Chu Feng confirmed it, Gubo's mouth widened even more as he stared at Chu Feng with disbelief and felt that it was not real. After all, 1 year ago, Chu Feng was still in the first level of the origin realm. With the time of 1 year, as he caught up to his own cultivation, he was already seen as an exceptional genius. But right now, he had actually stepped into the third level of the profound realm and flung him far behind. That completely surpassed his expectations. The third level of the profound realm. That child. He stepped into the third level of the profound realm at that age. It seems like he's also quite an outstanding genius. He is indeed a genius, but he seemed to have injured Jie Qingming's younger brother and offended Jie Qingming. With this, no matter how much more of a genius he is, I'm afraid that no one can save him. Yeah. Jie Qingming is the #1 person in the young generation. The #1 genius in the current continent of the 9 provinces. That young man actually dares to offend Jie Qingming. He's truly looking to die. The class of geniuses are always arrogant and proud, but the arrogance and pride will always cause them to walk towards their path of demise. This boy is such an example. At the same time, Chu Feng already attracted everyone's attention, and when they saw Chu Feng's young appearance while actually having the cultivation of the third level of the profound realm, almost everyone felt that Chu Feng was a genius. But there were also many people who felt Chu Feng was undoubtedly going to die in the future since he offended Jie Qingming. So, most of the people, with an attitude of looking at drama, waited to see how Jie Qingming was going to give Chu Feng a lesson. Chu Feng, you injured my younger brother, causing him to be unable to pass the Limitless Underground Palace's test and unable to participate in this marriage gathering. You really are quite heartless. Are all the people from the Azure province uneducated like you and find pleasure in destroying other people's future? Jie Qingming walked in front of Chu Feng, and with a thunder-like yell, he interrogated Chu Feng. The deafening voice shook Chu Feng's ears to the point that they ringed. Layer after layer of invisible voice waves were currently attacking his body. However, from Jie Qingming's words, it also mocked another person from the Azure province. Zhang Tianyi. It could be seen that Jie Qingming did not appear to be pleased with Zhang Tianyi. Jie Qingming. Don't think about flipping the right and wrong. Clearly, Jie Bufan and the others surrounded and attacked Chu Feng in the Limitless Underground Palace and had malicious intents towards him. Because of self-protection, Chu Feng injured Jie Bufan. If you have to blame someone, you can only blame your Jie clan members overestimating their strengths. Over 20 experts in the Profound Realm were all defeated by Chu Feng with the strength of the 9th level of the Origin Realm. What's this? Right now, since there is no one who can do anything to Chu Feng in your Jie clan's young generation, only you can personally come out. Just at that time, Gubo stood in front of Chu Feng and started to fiercely reprimand Jie Qingming. Chapter 346, Archenemy. Chapter 346, Archenemy. I'm talking to Chu Feng right now. How is it your turn to speak so much? As he faced Gubo's questioning, Jie Qingming lightly furrowed his brows and a touch of cold glare emerged into his eyes. It is only a fight between those in the young generation. If one's ability is inferior to others, then they should be thoroughly convinced. So, how is it your turn to interfere, Jie Qingming? Just at that time, another voice came from the crowd. That voice was as gentle as water, yet also contained thunder-like explosive power. It was another person in the heaven realm. Slanting gazes to look over, within the crowd, a group of people walked over. It was the people from the World Spirit Guild. The person who led was a handsome male who seemed to be gentle. He held a feather fan and waved it in front of his chest, showing an elegant style. If it was said that the atmosphere Jie Qingming gave off was domineeringness that did not back down, then that male's unique atmosphere was as gentle as the flow of water. But it had to be admitted that everyone could feel that the seemingly gentle male should not be offended. Big Brother Zhongyu. After seeing that person, Gubo rejoiced as if he saw his savior. Su Zhongyu. The #1 genius of the World Spirit Guild. At the same time, many people recognized the person who arrived. The yearning within their gazes became stronger and stronger because everyone knew that the young generation of the World Spirit Guild was not on friendly terms with the young generation of the Jie clan. Jia Qingming and Su Zhongyu were archenemies for many years. Every time, when the two of them met together, some conflicts would more or less happen. So, when the two of them gathered together at that moment, people knew that a good show was going to start. Su Zhongyu, why are you meddling in other people's businesses? Jia Qingming turned his head and cast his unkind gaze towards Su Zhongyu. Jia Qingming, Chu Feng, and Gu Bo are both part of my World Spirit Guild. Protecting them is what I should do, so how can you say that I'm meddling in other people's businesses? Su Zhongyu indifferently smiled, and a bit of mockery was within this words. Fine. I would rather like to see if you, Su Zhongyu, are able to protect them. Jia Qingming didn't speak any useless words, and with a thought, the red-colored gas surged out from his body once again. The might of the elite armament reappeared, and it was even quicker than before, and even more terrifying than before. Jia Qingming obviously wanted to treat Su Zhongyu as he did to Morongyu. He wanted to control his enemy with one strike and to quickly finish Su Zhongyu off so that he and the World Spirit Guild would have no more face. Jia Qingming, it seems like you know that you cannot defeat me with your own body's cultivation, so you directly use the power of the elite armament. However, your calculations are off because you're not the only one with elite armament. As he faced the red-colored gas that pounced towards him head-on, contained thousands of thorns, and was like a ferocious wild beast, Su Zhongyu only disdainfully smiled, and quickly after, with a thought, his body started to emit golden-colored radiance. The golden-colored radiance was extremely dazzling, just like the sun. The most important part was that when the golden-colored radiance appeared, people could still hear bursts of angry roars. They seemed to be the roars of a dragon. Unexpectedly, there was a golden dragon lingering within the golden-colored radiance. Boom! The golden-colored gas and the red-colored gas collided together, and instantly, the mountain peak under their feet trembled and swayed. The horrifying power emanated by the elite armaments had actually interweaved together. Elite armament. It is really a elite armament. Why does your World Spirit Guild have a elite armament? At that instant, even the face of Jia Qingming, who was formerly filled with confidence, changed because within his memories, the World Spirit Guild did not have any elite armaments. That's the elite armament from the Jiang dynasty, the Golden Dragon armor. With an extremely huge price, the head of my World Spirit Guild traded with the Jiang dynasty and gained it. The reason was to not let big brother Su Zhongyu lose to Jia Qingming, who's in the same generation. Gu Bo leaned forward towards Chu Feng's ear and hiddenly said, "Oh." At that instant, Chu Feng couldn't help but be taken aback because he could imagine how big the price would be in order to trade elite armament from the hands of the Jiang dynasty. It could be seen that because of face, the World Spirit Guild spent quite a bit of wealth. Su Zhongyu actually also has an elite armament. I never would have thought that the World Spirit Guild hid that so deeply and did not reveal it. I've heard that when Jia Qingming fought against Su Zhongyu at first, he never used the power of the elite armament. He wanted to use his own power to defeat Su Zhongyu, but it was useless, as it was a tie every time and the win or loss was undeterminable. And right now, the two of them both have elite armaments. Which also means that similarly, the win or loss will be undeterminable as well. From this, wouldn't the spot of being the young generation's strongest person in the continent of the 9 provinces be taken by both Jia Qingming and Su Zhongyu together? It was exactly the same as what the crowd said. Su Zhongyu and Jia Qingming had alike talent, alike strength, and even their spirit formation techniques were alike. Always, the outcome of their fights were hard to determine, and right now, as they clashed with elite armaments, it was the same. Currently, the two of them wanted to defeat their opponent, so they put their full power into the elite armament on their bodies. In a situation like that, blood-red-colored patterns appeared on Jia Qingming's clothes. The patterns became denser and denser, and faintly, it became a blood-red-colored piece of armor. It gave off the feeling of being indescribable as well as horrifying power that was extremely frightening to people. But Su Zhongyu did not display weakness as well. The golden-colored radiance that he gave off did not diminish, but people were still able to faintly see that he who was in the middle of the golden-colored radiance had a golden-colored armor on his body, and around the armor, there was even a golden dragon lingering with unordinary grandeur. As the two fought, cracks appeared on the mountain peak under their feet, and with the two of them as the middle, layers of ripples kept on sweeping away. In that state, not to mention Chu Feng and the others, even some powerful elderly people were forced back as it was difficult to resist against the might of elite armaments. This isn't working. The might of the elite armaments are too strong. If this continues, I'm afraid that this entire mountain peak will be destroyed. As they looked at the quickly spreading cracks, the elders from the prestigious villa started to worry. Suddenly, even the sky started trembling. Raising their heads to look, people astonishedly discovered that a wave of power that did not belong to elite armaments was currently condensing in the air, and after looking, there was even a person standing there. That person's body was covered by dazzling brilliance and his appearance could not be seen clearly. One could only see that his clothes were fluttering left and right and his hands were speedily changing. Also, he even said some words. Prestigious. Sky. Opening. Hand. Suddenly, immediately after speaking, that person became a row of light and descended from the sky. It directly darted into the circle of battle between Jie Qingming and Su Zhongyu. Boom! After that person landed, a berserk energy ripple was instantly created. The ripple went wild, as if it could split the sky and the earth. In that situation, Chu Feng, who stood at forefront, felt a fatal threat, as if the ripple itself could split him apart. But luckily, with the combination of powers from the senior experts hidden within the crowd, they laid a blue-colored spirit formation in front of the crowd, and only then were unnecessary injuries avoided. Chapter 347, Intimidation and Oppression. Chapter 347, Intimidation and Oppression. So strong. So this is the confrontation between the strongest geniuses in the continent of the 9 provinces. Looking at the devastating energy ripples that were howling like ferocious beasts in the area contained by spirit formations, Chu Feng deeply felt the huge distance between him and the geniuses in the heaven realm. However, Chu Feng was even more curious about the identity of the person who entered the circle of battle and broke away the might of Jie Qingming's and Su Zhongyu's elite armaments, because Chu Feng had used his spirit power before to examine that person, and he discovered that he was also a young male. Also a person of the young generation. In reality, not only Chu Feng. Pretty much everyone on scene completely locked their intrigued gazes within the spirit formations and they wanted to see who it was. Finally, after the energy ripples dissipated and the experts who laid the spirit formations unlocked the spirit formations, at that instant, 3 bodies also appeared within everyone's line of sight. As for the third person, exactly the same as Chu Feng's feeling earlier, it was indeed a young male, and from his clothes, everyone was able to figure out his identity. Clearly, it was the number 1 disciple of the prestigious villa, Lu Zhizhuan. So it's Lu Zhizhuan. He was able to enter the circle of battle of 2 geniuses, who have elite armaments, without being injured. Is it possible that he also has one on him? No. It's not possible for the prestigious villa to have an elite armament. Did you not hear the name Lu Zhizhuan said earlier when he arrived? It's the prestigious sky opening hand. He used the prestigious villa's unique skill, and with that unique skill, he broke apart the might of their elite armaments. It's really the prestigious sky opening hand. I never would have thought that this martial skill truly has might that is comparable to elite armaments. Discussions rose from the surrounding people, and Chu Feng was extremely curious what kind of unique skill was able to break the might of elite armaments apart. So, he inquisitively asked Gu Bo, what martial skill is the unique skill they're talking about? It possesses such domineering might. Chu Feng, I'm sure you know, in the continent of the 9 provinces, the strongest martial skills are rank 8 martial skills. However, rank 8 martial skills are extremely rare. So rare that even powers like my World Spirit Guild and the Jie clan do not have any. But the prestigious villa possesses such a rare martial skill. So, it can be said that other than the Jiang dynasty, the prestigious villa is the only power that has a rank 8 martial skill, so naturally, this rank 8 martial skill became the prestigious villa's foundation treasure. However, this prestigious sky opening hand is challenging to cultivate. There are very few people in the prestigious villa who grasps this martial skill, and also because the casting time of the martial skill is too long, it is not possible for it to be used in a one-on-one fight. While using it, they must have someone protecting them. But it has to be said that the might of the prestigious villa is very horrifying. As long as one can use it successfully, it will be like the might Lu Zhizhuan showed earlier. It would be comparable to the might of elite armaments. Of course, the reason why Lu Zhizhuan was able to use the prestigious sky opening hand fully just now is because he had sufficient time to put the rank 8 martial skill into use. Gu Bo explained in detail. The prestigious villa's prestigious sky opening hand is indeed outstanding. Brother Zhizhuan, it seems like if I clash against you in the future, I must have an elite armament on me or else I will certainly not be able to defeat you. Su Zhongyu spoke, but a bit of unkindness was within his tone. Obviously, he felt displeased towards Lu Zhizuan's interference. Brother Zhongyu, don't joke around. Although my prestigious villa's prestigious sky-opening hand has extremely strong might, everyone knows that it is very complicated and difficult to use in a one-on-one situation. Lu Zhizuan explained while smiling. Oh. From what you've said, if your prestigious sky-opening hand can be used anytime, the two of us will truly not be able to defeat you. Just at that time, Jie Qingming also spoke, and within his words, there were sharp ridicule. Brother Qingming, Brother Zhongyu, please don't make things difficult for me. I know that interfering with your fight without permission isn't appropriate, but after all, this is still the place where the marriage gathering is hosted. The might of the elite armaments you two have are too strong, and if this hosting location for the gathering gets destroyed, it is truly difficult for me to explain it to the head of the villa. Lu Zhizuan apologetically smiled and said, Brother Zhizuan, it's not that I, Jie Qingming, am not giving you face and must fight on your prestigious villa's territory, but the reality is that someone broke the rules of your prestigious villa, yet your villa didn't handle the matter. Can I still not take care of this myself then? Jie Qingming said with a mouth full of sourness. This, Lu Zhizuan, from start to finish, was observing on the side, so naturally he knew what the ins and outs were. So, after thinking for a while, he arrived in front of Chu Feng with a light smile on his face and politely said, Little brother, I wonder what your name is. Chu Feng. So it's Brother Chu Feng. Brother Chu Feng, I do not know what grudges you have with Jie Bufan, but right now, Jie Bufan is injured because of you. That's the truth. And since this matter happened on the land of my prestigious villa, I should help all of you uphold fairness. How about this? Let us change the big matters into small ones, and small matters into nothing. Just apologize to Jie Bufan's elder brother, Jie Qingming, and this matter will be finished. What do you think? Although Lu Zhizuan's appearance was kind and polite, more or less, there was some forceful attitude within his words. There was even some meanings of threat in his gaze. He wanted to force an apology from Chu Feng to dissolve the matter. But what was the thing Chu Feng could not take the most? It was being threatened. Also, no matter what, he was absolutely never going to apologize and admit any wrongs towards Jie Qingming. So, he coldly laughed, then said, Help me uphold justice. You're upholding justice like this? I have originally done no wrongs, so why do I need to apologize? Since you are from the prestigious villa, you should clear up the cause and effects of this matter. Investigate clearly before coming here to uphold justice, or else you aren't upholding justice but oppressing others. After Chu Feng's words came out, the faces of everyone on scene changed greatly, and within the crowd, one could even hear the sounds of breathing cool air in. They were completely terrified by Chu Feng's actions. Even Su Zhongyu slightly frowned and felt that the situation wasn't good. What status did Lu Zhizuan have? He was the #1 disciple of the prestigious villa. An existence that could fight against him and Jie Qingming. If there was a negotiation with Lu Zhizuan, he, Su Zhongyu, could stand out for him. After all, in terms of strength and status, Chu Feng was not the same as Lu Zhizuan. They were not on the same level. When he said those words in front of the crowd, it clearly meant that he wasn't giving Lu Zhizuan any face, causing him to be in a difficult situation. It was like slapping Lu Zhizuan's face in front of everyone. Even if Lu Zhizuan did not chase after this matter, he would certainly remember this grudge and in the future, think of methods to deal with Chu Feng. Naturally, Chu Feng clearly understood that logic as well. However, as a person, Chu Feng had some baselines. He would not easily lower his head to others. Even if he knew that an enemy would be created from that, he would still not lower his head. There was a sentence that was well said, soldiers can be killed but they cannot be disgraced. Chu Feng was a person who was willing to die but not willing to be humiliated. Well said. But just at that time, when everyone felt that Chu Feng had stirred up a huge disaster, a cheer suddenly rang out from a close place. Looking over towards the voice, on top of a nearby rock, there was a young man sitting on it. The young man was currently clapping his hands and continuously cheering. And he was the apical genius who killed the lewd old man Wang Chang, Jiang Wushang. Chapter 348, Who Gave You That? Confidence. Chapter 348, Who Gave You That Confidence? Jiang Wushang was the first person to pass the limitless underground palace, and he was an apical genius who stepped into the 9th level of the profound realm at the age of 15. Also, his origins were unknown. No one knew where his master came from, nor where he himself came from. No one even knew whether Jiang Wushang was his real name or not, so he had a very mysterious identity. But everyone knew that Jiang Wushang was a peak genius, and in the future, he could possibly even surpass existences like Jie Qingming and Su Zhongyu. So, not a single person dared to not look at the young man with importance. Whoosh! Jiang Wushang's hands pressed against the rock under his body and strength was suddenly put into his waist. With a beautiful carp-like flip and a perfect curve, he leaped down from the huge rock and had rushed into the middle of the crowd. Lu Zhisuan, it's not that Chu Feng is condemning you, but as the #1 disciple of the prestigious villa, you are truly unfair in handling things. No one would handle this like you. Fearlessly, Jiang Wushang started to point and rebuke Lu Zhisuan. In a situation like that, the surrounding people took in a breath of cool air again, and they felt that Jiang Wushang's nerves were too big. They were even bigger than Chu Feng's. However, only Chu Feng knew that Jiang Wushang did indeed have the capabilities to be so haughty. Oh, then you go ahead and say it. How should I handle this in order for it to be fair? Lu Zhisuan was not a simple character. His face did not change, and from the beginning to the end, there was always an indifferent smile as he returned a question to Jiang Wushang. Isn't it simple? Let them to fight together, and the one who loses just needs to apologize and admit that he was wrong. Jiang Wushang said proudly. Hugh. And after he spoke, from shock, the ground was filled with everyone's jaws. Originally, his looked like he was going to help Chu Feng, but now, he was truly pushing Chu Feng into a pit of fire. Letting Chu Feng, who was in the 3rd level of the profound realm, fight against Jie Qingming, who was in the 1st level of the heaven realm. Wasn't that telling Chu Feng to look to die? Oh, you have indeed made a good suggestion, but I'm just afraid that Chu Feng won't dare to agree to the fight. Jie Qingming lightly smiled and disdain was filled in the gaze he looked at Chu Feng with. You're stupid. Are you stupid? But who would have thought that Jiang Wushang's face changed, and in front of the crowd, he started to insult Jie Qingming. Seeing that, Jie Qingming's complexion shifted as he was furious, but after recalling Jiang Wushang's status of unknown origin, he suppressed his anger. Because, as long as one took a guess where a genius like Jiang Wushang could appear from in the continent of the 9 provinces, it wasn't that hard to figure it out. It would be from the Jiang dynasty. So, that was the reason why Jiang Wushang could do what he wished to in this place without fear, and no one dared to do anything to him. Everyone feared that point. They were afraid that Jiang Wushang was a person from the Jiang dynasty. What about me? Am I wrong? I'm not even done speaking yet. You say that he doesn't dare. Say, are you stupid? Jiang Wushang fiercely shot Jie Qingming a glance, then quickly after, he said. Look at how old you are. A person who is running towards 3 is fighting against a young man who isn't even an adult. Not only are you not ashamed, you are even saying that he doesn't dare in such a justly and confidently way. Are you even embarrassed? Jie Qingming's face went blue from anger and his eyes went red. He was truly almost going to explode. How was he even a person who was running towards 3-inch? No matter if it was terms of appearance or true age, he was clearly just out of 20, a handsome young man with elegant style. What about you? Listen up. If you are going to fight Chu Feng, it must be fair. So, how can it be fair? Having a comparison of strength on the same level of cultivation. That's called fair. Aren't you a blue cloak world spiritist? It shouldn't be hard for you to suppress your cultivation, right? As long as you press your cultivation down to the 3rd level of the profound realm, you'll be the same as Chu Feng. At that time, when you two exchange blows, it will be in absolute fairness. So, do you dare or not? Jiang Wushang pointed at Jie Qingming's nose and asked. Why would I not dare? Jie Qingming coldly snorted. If he didn't fear Jiang Wushang's real identity, he truly wanted to kill the damn brat right now. Chu Feng, how about you? Jiang Wushang pointed at Chu Feng. He was still full of arrogance as well, without any increase or decrease. I am willing to at any time. Chu Feng lightly smiled and couldn't help but step forward. Although Chu Feng did fear the current Jia Qingming, if the two of them had the same level of cultivation, Chu Feng was not afraid of Jia Qingming at all. Even if he has the elite armament on him, he was similarly not afraid. Okay, since it is like this, you two can begin. Okay. Everyone, back away and give the two of them some space to extend their fists and kicks. The world spiritists over there. Lay a spirit formation on the ground so that this mountain peak doesn't get destroyed from the overfierceness of their battle. After confirming the resolving method, the little child Jiang Wushang then gestured and commanded the people on scene, but the thing that made people most speechless was that no one dared to not listen to his words. Even the Blue Cloak world spiritists from the World Spirit Guild and Jie clan laid spirit formations according to his instructions. When everything was in place, like a judge, Jiang Wushang pointed at Jia Qingming and said, "That's right. For fairness, you cannot use your Blue Cloak world spiritist methods, and if you're not afraid of embarrassing yourself, go ahead and use your elite armament. God damn. I really want to choke you to death." As he faced more restrictions from Jiang Wushang, Jia Qingming truly gnashed his teeth in anger, so much that it even made creaking sounds, but he could not do anything about it. He could only choose to endure, and even the sentence of cursing could only be said to himself in his heart. After Jiang Wushang left, Jia Qingming went along with his words and suppressed his aura. From the first level of the heaven realm, he pressed it down to the third level of the profound realm. And at that instant, Chu Feng did not conceal his aura anymore. He sent out his aura of the third level of the profound realm and confidently walked towards the middle of the empty space. Chu Feng really agreed to the battle. Who do you think will win? Is there even a need to say it? Do you think that Jia Qingming being recognized as the #1 genius in the continent of the 9 provinces is a joke? Even without the cultivation of the first level of the heaven realm, his battle power is still far above Chu Feng's. That's right. I've once heard that other than Su Zhongyu, there is no one who can defeat Jia Qingming while having the same cultivation as him. Once before, when he was in the 9th level of the profound realm, without borrowing power from his elite armament, he killed a person in the first level of the heaven realm. He's actually that strong. The distance between the profound realm and the heaven realm is the difference between the sky and the earth. Doesn't that mean Chu Feng will be defeated? How strong can the people from the Azure province even be? He is just looking for humiliation. At that very instant, there were more and more people gathering on the summit of the mountain peak. No matter if it was the young geniuses who were participating in the marriage gathering or the native disciples from the prestigious villa, or the senior experts from powers everywhere, at that instant, they were looking at this special contest. In this place, people from almost every part of the continent of the 9 provinces gathered here. Jia Qingming was abnormally happy as he heard the incessant praise that came from all directions. So, he disdainfully said to Chu Feng, "Take out all the abilities you have. I don't need to use any martial skills, and with this single hand, I will defeat you." And as he faced Jia Qingming's incomparably arrogant and attitude of disrespect towards himself, Chu Feng only indifferently smiled and said, "Who gave you that confidence?" Chapter 349, Beat You All Over the Place. Chapter 349, Beat You All Over the Place. Of course self-confidence is given by myself. Don't speak useless words. Go ahead and attack. To avoid being without face when I attack first and instantly finish you off, I'll give you some chances to show yourself. One of Jia Qingming's hands was put behind his back, and one was extended slightly forward in front of his chest. He had the strong appearance of an exceptional expert, and when he spoke very loudly as he wanted everyone to know that in reality, Chu Feng was actually not worthy to exchange blows with him. "Since you're so kind, let me see whether your single hand can block my attacks." Chu Feng coldly smiled, then quickly after, he stepped forward, and like an arrow that just left its bow, he explosively shot out. When he arrived in front of Jia Qingming, he did not use any martial skills. With empty hands and fists, he started his attacks towards Jia Qingming. Every single one of Chu Feng's fists stirred up the wind and he was as fast as lightning. A simple punch from a single style and single move bewitched Jia Qingming's eyes, causing him to not know how to defend. How is this possible? This brat's speed and power is actually so powerful. At that instant, Jia Qingming's complexion changed greatly. His former calmness and unanxiousness already disappeared, and replacing it was incomparable shock. It was because the current Chu Feng was like an army of thousands of people and horses when he was in front of him. With his single hand, blocking wasn't a way, yet attacking wasn't a way either. So, he could only dodge back to avoid the tip of the weapon. Jie Qingming leaped and escaped backwards. But Chu Feng was like a shadow as he followed him, and attacked once again. With that, Jie Qingming tightly frowned, but he could not do anything else but to continue escaping. Thus, in the huge space, a scene that caused people to be dumbfounded appeared. Jie Qingming, the person who spoke arrogantly and said that he could defeat Chu Feng with one hand, was currently being chased around everywhere by Chu Feng, and he was in a very ragged state. What is this? Why isn't Jie Qingming returning attacks? You can't even tell what's happening. Clearly, Jie Qingming is letting Chu Feng do what he wants for a while, and later on, when Jie Qingming attacks, he will certainly be able to defeat Chu Feng in one strike and let him know the huge difference between the two. Some people had plenty of confidence in Jie Qingming. They even thought that Jie Qingming was intentionally playing around with Chu Feng. This Chu Feng is quite strong. His attacks are airtight, and both the speed and power are extremely powerful. The changes in his style are even clever to the extreme. The battle power he is displaying can simply be compared to those in the 7th level of the Profound Realm. It seems like this time, Jie Qingming has been careless and underestimated his enemy. It seems like this time, he will be tripping over himself. But compared to the people who blindly believed in Jie Qingming, Su Zhongyu, who understood Jie Qingming, saw a door to victory. He felt that this time, if Jie Qingming was not going to return attacks at any time, he was likely going to be defeated. I told you that Brother Chu Feng's battle defies common sense. This time you believe it right. Although Jie Qingming is very strong, given that he's in the same level of cultivation as Brother Chu Feng, he will absolutely not be able to defeat him. Even if he uses the elite armament, the outcome would still not be set. Seeing that Su Zhongyu praised Chu Feng, Gubo's face was filled with pride as if the one being praised was him. Little Bo, you don't understand the might of elite armaments. Although Chu Feng's battle power is indeed very outstanding, Jie Qingming is not an ordinary person either. If he truly uses the elite armament, I'm guessing that Chu Feng will certainly have difficulty holding it back. Su Zhongyu shook his head. He who also had elite armament deeply knew how terrifying the might of elite armaments were. Big brother Zhongyu, Chu Feng also has a trump card. On that day, in the Azura Ghost Tower, Jie Bufan also wore Jie Qingming's armor of thorns, but at the end, he was also beaten like a dog by Chu Feng. If I didn't go up to dissuade him, I'm afraid that on that day, Chu Feng would have killed Jie Bufan and the elite armament wouldn't have saved him. Gubo went close to Su Zhongyu's ears and explained in a low voice. There was actually something like that. After hearing those words, Su Zhongyu was a bit shocked, then after that, some expectation was added within the gaze he looked at Chu Feng with as he calmly said. After hearing you say it like that, I do want to see what methods Chu Feng uses to break past the might of the elite armament. But Jie Qingming, oh Jie Qingming, will you go back on your word and use the elite armament? Jie Qingming, you're born in the year of the monkey, right? You're running quite fast. Go faster, go faster. Or else, I will catch up to you. Chu Feng was chasing Jie Qingming all over the place, and occasionally, he even laughed in ridicule. It is only because you are able to use your entire body's power. If I used my full power, it wouldn't even be your turn to act so wildly here. Jie Qingming's face turned red from anger, and he deeply regretted talking big before. Oh. Then use the power of your entire body. Was it me who forbid you from using it? I wonder which bastard said he only needed a single hand to defeat me. What's wrong? Go ahead, attack, and defeat me right now. What's that hand doing? So that hand is just for show. If your legs get tired from running, go ahead and use your hand to run around. At least some of its value can be seen, right? Chu Feng, don't think of taking advantage of your sharp tongue. I admit, I was indeed careless and underestimated your strength, but as a person, it is best not to be too excessive. It is good to leave yourself a road of retreat, or else, beware that you won't even know how you die in the future. Jie Qingming spoke those words very quietly and only Chu Feng could hear them, because when he said those words, even he himself felt embarrassing and it was like he was slapping his own face. But Chu Feng did not care about those things. He yelled the words very loudly,
almost wanting even the people under the mountain peak to hear. "Jia Qingming, what did you say? You said that you regret speaking big words. But no matter. I, Lord Chu Feng, am a big-hearted person. Right now, I'll give you a chance. I'll allow you to use your 2 hands and 2 feet to fight against me. How about it? It's fine, it's really fine. 2. The words you just said, at most, I'll just take it as listening to fart. Although it's pretty smelly. Chu Feng, you are looking to die." Jia Qingming was truly furious because of Chu Feng. Ignoring reason, he spun around, and his hands and feet moved together. He ran with profound running techniques, his fists became a storm of meteors, and he started to counterattack Chu Feng. "Look, Jia Qingming attacked. That isn't right. Didn't he say he would only use 1 hand? Right now, he is clearly attacking with his full strength. What is this situation? Could it be that what Chu Feng said was true? Jia Qingming will not be able to defeat Chu Feng with 1 hand, so he's forced by him to use his full power." Many people felt astonished by Jia Qingming's attack because it was completely different from their expectations. What they expected was that with a single hand, Jia Qingming could beat Chu Feng down to the ground, but right now, the difference was a bit too big, wasn't it? What do you even know? Don't forget, Jia Qingming is in the 1st level of the heaven realm. Right now, his cultivation is pressed down to the 3rd level of the profound realm. He's already going easy on Chu Feng. So what if he uses both of his hands and feet? He just doesn't want Chu Feng to be defeated too badly. Jia Qingming made quite a few friends, so in a situation like that, there were quite a few people who spoke up for him. But no matter what the people on the side said, the true battle situation was not looking well. Because even when Jia Qingming used his full power and fought against Chu Feng, people still astonishingly discovered that not only did Jia Qingming not gain the advantage, he was even in a disadvantage. The Grand Jia Qingming, the future chief of the Jia clan, the person said to be the #1 geniuses in the young generation, was actually, in terms of fighting with fists and kicks, being suppressed by the unfamous brat Chu Feng who came from the Azure province. Chapter 350, Returning Damage. Chapter 350, Returning Damage. Chu Feng and Jia Qingming fought against each other with fists and kicks. Every time they collided, the sound of steel clashing was made. Every time the ripple swept away, it would cause the ground under their feet to shake and the air around them to twist. The punching speed of the 2 people was very fast with innumerable changes in styles. Many people in the profound realm were even unable to clearly see the change in style of the 2 as well as their attacking speed. Only those in the peak of the profound realm could clearly see them. And not a single person who saw them clearly didn't sigh in admiration because both of their methods really did break common sense. Their use of profound power were as pure as fire, and their comprehension in attacking and defending also far surpassed normal people. In a situation like that, it was still fine when all that appeared from Jia Qingming. After all, he was a publicly recognized genius. But when Chu Feng was also able to do that, and even better than Jia Qingming, it caused people to be endlessly shocked because that mostly meant that in terms of martial cultivation attainment, Chu Feng was above Jia Qingming. How is this happening? I clearly operated the high-level mysterious technique, yet I cannot occupy any advantages. Is it possible that he also cultivated a high-level mysterious technique? Such a precious and rare technique such as a high-level mysterious technique. How is it possible for a place like the Azure province to have that kind of thing? Jia Qingming originally thought that with him using his full power to attack, even if he could not defeat Chu Feng, he should still be able to suppress him. After all, he had extremely abundant battle experience and the level of profound power use already reached the apex. However, he never would have thought that even though he used his full power to attack, he was still being suppressed by Chu Feng. In reality, Jia Qingming was indeed very strong. Within all the opponents that Chu Feng had met, other than the purple-clothed young female, he would be the person with the strongest battle power. But sadly, his opponent was Chu Feng. Chu Feng, who had 2 types of lightning merged with his blood, in terms of brutal strength of his physical body and reaction, he was indeed above Jia Qingming. Jia Qingming, right now, I can't see any strength coming from you even after using your hands and feet. Say, after a few more years, when I, Chu Feng, catch up to your cultivation, what will you use to fight against me? Chu Feng coldly mocked and ridiculed and his extremely serious cold glare flashed.
What Chu Feng's nature was either you don't offend a person, but if you did, then offend him to the end because enemies should not exist together. Humph, want to catch up to me? We'll still need to see whether you have that chance or not. Jie Qingming coldly snorted, then his footsteps suddenly began to change. It was actually even quicker than before, and with every step, it laid the foundations for the next step. It was extremely profound. Simultaneously, Jie Qingming's fists also became harder and harder. Every single punch was as hard as a huge peak, and while in that state, he counterattacked Chu Feng and forced Chu Feng to continuously back away. Damn it. Did this guy conceal his strength? Chu Feng lightly frowned. He discovered that Jie Qingming's fists became harder and his speed also quickened. He already surpassed him, and if that went on, by only fighting with fists and kicks, Chu Feng was clearly going to be defeated. Haha, Jie Qingming finally used his full strength, huh? No wonder. I knew that it wasn't possible for Jie Qingming to be unable to defeat Chu Feng. Indeed, once he gets serious, Chu Feng can't go on. And seeing that Jie Qingming gained the advantage and suppressed Chu Feng back, the people who leaned towards Jie Qingming were instantly incomparably joyful, and every single one of them gave out a certain type of atmosphere. Quite despicable. Jie Qingming is actually hiddenly using martial skills. Su Zhongyu lightly furrowed his brows as he already recognized Jie Qingming's methods. Quickly after, with a clever thought, he loudly yelled, Jie Qingming, Chu Feng is still fighting against you with fists and kicks, yet you use cloud walking steps and huge peak fists. Isn't that a bit too dishonest? You're able to trick others, but you cannot trick me, Su Zhongyu. Your cloud walking steps and huge peak fists come from the inside. On the surface, it doesn't seem like a martial skill, but the unique style sold you out. Seeing that, the people from the World Spirit Guild quickly added. One after the other, they yelled their throats out and loudly said, so it's like that. I wondered why Jie Qingming suddenly became so strong. So he hiddenly used martial skills. The transformation in style is indeed the Jie clan's cloud walking steps and huge peak fists. You can conceal it from others, but you cannot conceal it from my World Spirit Guild. So he used martial skills. I wondered why you suddenly became strong. At that instant, Chu Feng also came to a realization and he hurriedly changed his attacking style. He operated the Imperial Sky technique underneath his feet to cause gusts of wind to lift him up, and he opened his fists into palms to start to use the illusionary palms. Whoosh whoosh, Chu Feng had already comprehended the illusionary palms to the highest realm. Currently, when he used it again, how did they even seem like palms? They were simply a wall overlaid by palms. As they came straight towards him, one could not distinguish the real ones and the fake ones. Bang! Suddenly, a single palm from Chu Feng landed and collided into Jie Qingming's chest. However, as it collided into Jie Qingming's chest, a numbing feeling immediately came from Chu Feng's palm and arm. A burst of strong recoil threw him back several meters and he also fell onto the ground. Raising his hand to look at his palm, Chu Feng astonishedly discovered that his palm already went purple and large amounts of hematoseals appeared. His own palm had actually caused injury to himself. If his physical body wasn't overwhelmingly strong, perhaps his hand would have already been ruined. What happened? Clearly, Chu Feng struck Jie Qingming, yet why was he thrown back? Such a change also caught the attention of the observers and every single one of them were similarly endlessly shocked. Damn it. It's the armor of thorns on Jie Qingming's body. It has the effect of returning damage back, and without even him doing anything, he will still receive the defense effect of returning damage. Right now, Chu Feng is exchanging blows with Jie Qingming head-on. It's even better to not hit Jie Qingming. If he hits him, the one who gets injured is only himself. Su Zhongyu worriedly said. Chu Feng, don't physically attack him. The armor of thorns on his body is extremely strong, and even without him doing anything, it will still automatically defend and cause injury back to the attacker. Seeing that, Gubo hurriedly yelled loudly. So it's like that. But that's fine. It just happens to be right for me to try that one. Chu Feng lightly smiled after knowing the reason. Not only did he not retreat, his footsteps even changed and he darted towards Jie Qingming again. But this time, there was a layer of faint green gas that covered Chu Feng's entire body. The faint green gas covered Chu Feng's clothing.
Without looking closely, one could not even see it. But if one looked closely, they would discover that the faint green gas had special patterns and it had a feeling of indestructibility. It was the secret skill, the black tortoise armor technique. You overestimate your own abilities. Seeing that Chu Feng was actually attacking again, Jia Qingming just didn't dodge or avoid it. He just bluntly allowed Chu Feng to hit himself, because he who had the elite armament as protection did not feel that he would be harmed by Chu Feng, and instead, Chu Feng would only be harmed by him. Whoosh, and just at that moment, Chu Feng arrived in front of Jia Qingming. He revolved the profound power in his body, and put strength in his waist and legs. Then, he threw a fist, head-on, towards Jia Qingming. Indeed, just before Chu Feng punch was going to strike Jia Qingming's face, a faint layer of red-colored gas appeared from his body. If one looked carefully, they would discover that thorns were all over the gas and they contained the power to return damage. But even so, Chu Feng did not do any movements to stop. Instead, he couldn't help increasing more of his power, and quickly after, with a bang, Chu Feng's fist crashed into the red-colored gas. And after the boom, this time, Chu Feng didn't fly back. Rather, Jia Qingming floated up and was thrown back by Chu Feng's punch. Chapter 351, It's time to end this. Chapter 351, It's time to end this. Jia Qingming was caught off guard and he was thrown by Chu Feng's punch, and only after flying for dozens of meters did he react to it. He hurriedly turned his body and landed on the ground with his feet, but even so, he was still unable to dissolve the might of Chu Feng's one first. After sliding for a full dozen meters or so, he finally stabilized his body. How is this possible? He can actually strike me without being injured. Jia Qingming's pupils could not stop trembling and astonishment was filled within his eyes. It was the first time that he flew from the power of a person's physical strike while wearing the armor of thorns. A situation like that had never happened even when he was battling a Heaven Realm expert back then with the cultivation of the Profound Realm. Also, when Chu Feng's fist met his armor of thorns head-on and was actually not damaged in the slightest, that truly surpassed his expectations. Very impressive. The layer of inconspicuous gas armor covering Chu Feng's body is completely different from the armor of thorns on Jia Qingming's body. Although it doesn't have the effect of returning damage, it still emanates a feeling that it is indestructible, as if nothing can break through that layer of armor. What actually is it? Is it the method that Chu Feng used to almost break open the armor of thorns last time? Is it possible that Chu Feng also has an elite armament on him? As a Blue Cloak world spiritist, Su Zhongyu used his spirit power to observe Chu Feng's change. After discovering the black tortoise armor technique that covered Chu Feng, shock filled his eyes. No. It's different from the method Chu Feng used last time. Last time, what Chu Feng displayed was a martial skill. A very dominating martial skill, and the might it had was as though it could break through everything without anything that could block it. But this time, it's exactly the opposite. What he is using right now is another method, but it is similarly strong. He has absolute defense covering his entire body, then with the help of that defense, he attacks Jia Qingming. I must say that I haven't seen the methods that Chu Feng is using on anyone else. Gu Bo's face was also filled with shock and he was unable to see through Chu Feng more and more. He felt that the methods Chu Feng grasped was truly too many, and too strong. He was far inferior to them. No. It is not a martial skill, nor is it an elite armament. Just at that time, an aged voice suddenly entered Su Zhongyu and Gu Bo's ears. Turning their heads back to look, the two of them discovered that an old man wearing a world spirit blue cloak was currently standing behind them, and that person was one of the manager elders of the World Spirit Guild. Elder Gongsuan, you said that what Chu Feng is using right now isn't a martial skill, nor is it an elite armament. Then what actually is it? Su Zhongyu and Gu Bo went closely over and asked in a low voice. They were very afraid that others would hear their conversation. It's a secret skill. Secret skill. That's right. Secret skills are extremely powerful and extremely special methods. In terms of might, they are even above rank 9 martial skills. They can be said to be unique skills that are truly unique in the world. Such things had only appeared in the Azure province in my continent of the 9 provinces. 1,000 years ago, the Azure Dragon founder who swept across the continent had grasped an extremely extraordinary secret skill. And exactly because of that,
The seniors of my World Spirit Guild had once even snuck into the Azure province to want to find the origin of the secret skill, but at the end, they returned with no achievements. Finally, they came up with a conclusion. What conclusion? As the same as the legends, secret skills cannot be cultivated. They can only be passed down. But people did not choose the secret skill. Rather, the secret skill chose the person. So, that's why this Chu Feng can be said to be very impressive, because he has actually gained the approval of the secret skill. This child must be well protected by my World Spirit Guild and carefully roped in with us. It is best for him to be tied with my World Spirit Guild. Because, since ancient times, not a single person who gained the approval of a secret skill wasn't an expert that could sweep throughout the continent. For example, that Azure Dragon founder. Back then, he was an existence that even caused headaches for the Jiang dynasty, yet nothing could be done to him. Elder Gongsuan calmly smiled and said, "It's actually that powerful." And after hearing Elder Gongsuan's words, no matter if it was Su Zhongyu or Gu Bo, within the gazes that they looked at Chu Feng with again, they already became brighter because they finally knew how huge Chu Feng's potential was. Explosive wind. Fist. Tornado kick. Bang bang bang. As Su Zhongyu and the others were chatting, Chu Feng and Jia Qingming had already arrived in another area as they fought. The current Jia Qingming no longer covered anything, and he started to use all sorts of methods to attack Chu Feng. However, no matter if he used rank 1 martial skills, rank 2 martial skills, rank 3 martial skills, rank 4 martial skills, rank 5 martial skills, or even rank 6 martial skills, they were useless against Chu Feng, and they had no way of breaking through Chu Feng's black tortoise armor technique. Chu Feng was even more straightforward. Without even using any martial skills and only with the invincible body that the black tortoise armor technique brought him as well as his physical power, he kept on throwing attacks at Jia Qingming. Heavens! That Chu Feng's strength has reached this stage. With only the power from his physical body, he blocked such terrifying attacks from Jia Qingming. Is this boy even a person? Outstanding. Truly outstanding. In my life, this is the first time that I've seen such an outstanding person in the young generation. But why has such a powerful person appeared from the Azure province? Can such a desolate location like the Azure province be able to develop a genius like him? Previously, Zhang Tianyi who appeared from the Azure province was already overpowering enough. I never would have thought that this Chu Feng would be even more overpowering. Could it be that the Azure province is truly going to rise greatly in power? Will geniuses that shake the entire continent appear again in the land that has been deep slumber? If it was said that before, people were quite one-sided about the fight between Chu Feng and Jia Qingming, felt that Jia Qingming was undoubtedly going to win, and even felt that it made sense for Jia Qingming to be victorious, then right now, a large portion of the observers were deeply convinced by Chu Feng's strength that he displayed. Many people already recognized Chu Feng's strength and felt that he was very possibly a person who was going to shake the entire continent in the future, or even a person who was going to cause the Azure province to rise greatly in power. As long as he continued developing, he was not to be underestimated in the future. Why is this happening? Is this guy even a person? He can actually block my rank 6 martial skills. After a barrage of powerful attacks, Jia Qingming's face was already pale white and big droplets of sweat fell. It was the first time in his life that he met such a difficult opponent. It was truly almost forced to a dead end by Chu Feng. In a situation where even his strongest martial skill was useless, he truly did not know how he should fight against Chu Feng. Did he really need to use the might of his elite armament? But if even the elite armament could not work against Chu Feng, wouldn't he be completely defeated and built up Chu Feng's name? Whoosh! Just at that time, Jia Qingming only felt that his vision flashed, and like a ghost, Chu Feng appeared in front of him. With a smile that rose from the corners of his mouth, Chu Feng coldly said, "It's time to end this." And just as he finished speaking, Chu Feng already attacked abruptly. The fist that was covered by the black tortoise armor technique, with sounds of it piercing through the air, headed towards Jia Qingming's chest. After hearing those words, Jia Qingming's complexion changed and his heart trembled. He felt that chills went down his spine and cold sweat permeated throughout his body. He actually felt deterrence that he never felt before from Chu Feng's body, as if the young man who was a lot younger than him could truly defeat him with that one punch. Chapter 352, Beauties Arrive. Chapter 352, Beauties Arrive. Bang! When the punch struck, a berserk ripple instantly swept out. As he was within the ripple, Jia Qingming also flew out, but this time, he did not stably land. Instead, he ferociously fell onto the ground. Boom! Strong force caused the blue-colored spirit formation which covered the ground to wiggle, as if it was unable to hold the power back, and from Jia Qingming's own body, he even felt a wave of heart-tearing and lung-splitting pain. Quickly after, warm liquid flowed in his mouth. It was blood. Jia Qingming had actually coughed up blood by Chu Feng's punch. Damn it. But naturally, Jia Qingming could not vomit out that blood. So, he tightly clenched his teeth and forcibly swallowed it back. At the same time, fury from his heart rose. When he was forced by Chu Feng to that state, an incomparably intense thought emerged into his heart. It was to display his true cultivation, and with the cultivation of the first level of the heaven realm, crush Chu Feng to death with one palm. However, there was a rational voice in his head telling that he could not do that because there was too many experts on scene. Even if he truly used his real cultivation, he still might not be able to kill Chu Feng. If he could not kill Chu Feng even then, he would thoroughly lose face. After all, in the beginning, he already promised Jiang Wushang. If he went back on his word, he would naturally be degraded into a laughing stock. As Jia Qingming was hesitating, Chu Feng rushed to the front of him again and simultaneously, Chu Feng's fists that were covered by the black tortoise armor technique, like a violent storm, were thrown towards Jia Qingming once again. But before Chu Feng's densely packed fists reached Jia Qingming's body, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the two. Also, a powerful big hand tightly grabbed onto Chu Feng's wrist. At that instant, Chu Feng felt a burst of extremely berserk aura drilling into his body from his wrist, but he could not fight against that powerful aura. It was heaven power. The heaven power was extremely strong and it instantly occupied his body. It caused him to be unable to move even an inch as he stood there blankly. But after stopping Chu Feng's attacks, that person quickly released his hand, causing Chu Feng to recover his strength. After he raised his eyes to look, Chu Feng astonishedly discovered that the person standing in front of him was a middle-aged man. The man had sword-like brows, eagle-like eyes, and on his face that was as sharp as a blade, there were some extremely manly features. The most important thing was that he wore unique clothing belonging to the prestigious villa, yet was different from normal people's. As for his cultivation, it was even more outstanding. It could only be described with two words, unfathomably deep. Lord Villa Head. At the same time the middle-aged man appeared, all of the surrounding faces of the people from the prestigious villa changed, and from their words, Chu Feng also found out the identity of the man. The head of the prestigious villa, one of the strongest people in the current continent of the 9 provinces. My friends, stop when appropriate when comparing strength. Today, give me some face and call this fight an end. How about it? The head of the prestigious villa said to the two people with a smile on his face. As they faced the head of the prestigious villa's request, no matter how much more arrogant Jia Qingming was, he still had to give him some face. Besides, stopping the fight was, in reality, helping Jia Qingming out of a predicament as he didn't want him to lose too badly, so of course, he nodded his head and agreed. As for Chu Feng, he already forced Jia Qingming to a very difficult state and everyone there already saw that scene. His goal was already reached, so naturally, he did not chase after the matter. It's almost time, and this marriage gathering should start as well. My friends that came from afar, please enter. After resolving the dispute between Chu Feng and Jia Qingming, the head of the prestigious villa lightly smiled towards the crowd and waved. Then, the crowd of people that were so close to one another that even water could not pass scattered with a cheer and they all walked towards the summit of the mountain peak. Lord Schoolhead. But just at that time, an elder from the prestigious villa walked over and said in a low voice, Zhang Tianyi has not appeared today. It seems like he isn't planning to come. Oh. After hearing those words, the head of the prestigious villa was first taken slightly aback, but there wasn't too much change in terms of expression. He then smiled at Chu Feng and said, Chu Feng, why not come with us onto the stage to rest? After those words were spoken, the faces of almost everyone on scene changed greatly. Especially Lu Zhisuan. The gaze he looked at Chu Feng with was filled with envy, and it was also a bit unkind. It was because everyone knew what that stage represented. In this marriage gathering, there was an extremely luxurious viewing stage. On the stage, there were some special chairs, and at that place, one could appreciate everything even closer. However, the chairs could only be sat on by people with special statuses. It could be said that the people who could sit on those chairs were the most important esteemed guests of this marriage gathering. As for the people of the young generation, there were only 10 seats. They were for the 8 geniuses who received the prestigious invitation letters, as well as Gu Bo and Jiang Wushang who got first place in the limitless underground palace. And at that instant, the reason why the head of the prestigious villa invited Chu Feng was because Zhang Tianyi did not appear, and there was one extra seat. But even so, that seat could not be sat by normal people. After all, even Lu Zhizun did not have that qualification, so Chu Feng still modestly said, "That wouldn't be too good, right? After all." Originally, the seats on the stage are left for the most important guests. Chu Feng, everyone has seen your strength, so you certainly are worthy to sit on that seat. So, Chu Feng, don't push this away and come along with us onto the stage. With a light smile, the head of the prestigious villa had plenty of sincerity. Yeah, brother Chu Feng, don't decline. Let's go. At the same time, some people around him also started to urge him as well. No matter what Chu Feng's current cultivation was, the strength he displayed earlier and huge potential was already recognized by them. Pretty much everyone felt that Chu Feng had the qualifications to go onto the viewing stage. Since it is like this, I'll humbly accept it. Seeing that, Chu Feng did not evade from it anymore. So, under the expressions of envy by Lu Zhizun, he followed the head of the prestigious villa as well as Gu Bo, Jiang Wushang, Su Zhongyu, and the others, and stepped onto the luxurious viewing stage. From then on, all the other people took their seats. The head of the prestigious villa first said some greetings, then quickly after, he announced the arrival of the main characters of this marriage gathering, the 100 beauties. Aoo. Immediately after he finished speaking, ear-piercing cries rang out from the sky. Raising their heads to look, only then did they discover that under the night sky with the starlight lingering, huge colorful cranes flew over. The colorful cranes were also a type of mount. Their speed was quite close to white-headed eagles, but because there were extremely few of them, their prices were far above white-headed eagles, even several times more expensive. And at that instant, there were 100 of those cranes circling around in the sky. Those 100 cranes were extremely beautiful as they were full of color. Especially when the near 100 gathered together and spiraled around under the bright starlight, they were extremely exquisite. At that instant, everyone was raising their heads to look. They tightly stared, with their eyes, at the sky because everyone knew that the prestigious villa's carefully prepared 100 beauties were arriving. Chapter 353, Distant from the Beauty of Females. Chapter 353, Distant from the Beauty of Females. Suddenly, ear-piercing sounds came from the sky and from the colorful cranes, 10 females with skirts descended down. The bodies of the females were all covered with faint brilliance. Their appearances could not be clearly seen, and even their color of their skirts could not be clearly seen. However, one could vaguely see that all of them were holding a beautiful flower umbrella. And just as the 10 females fell in midair, the flower umbrellas in their hands were opened at the same time. Immediately after they opened, flower petals that filled the sky fell and their speed of descent instantly decreased. Also, following their descent, the faint brilliance that covered their bodies became dimmer and dimmer, and at the end, completely disappeared. After the brilliance dissipated, the males who were there widened their mouths almost at the same time and their breathing quickened because in their eyes, 10 extremely beautiful females appeared. The 10 females had tall and slender figures, demon-like bodies, fox-like faces, and they were extremely alluring. Especially the pairs of snow-white beautiful legs under their skirts. When people saw them, they gulped. Despite the fact that the males on scene were all people who had seen countless pretty women, at that instant, a large portion of them were deeply attracted by the 10 beauties. So impressive. They are all in the 7th level of the profound realm. But there were always exceptions for all things. Chu Feng, who was closest to the beauties, were not attracted by their appearance, but he was surprised from their cultivations. Although the females were only around 20 years old, their cultivations were already all in the 7th level of the profound realm. That martial cultivation talent was already, Ishio were already filled with covet. He who had seen innumerable beauties was, at that instant, also attracted by the 9 beauties. Brother Ishio, the leftmost one is appropriate for you. She's white enough. As for me, I like the one in the middle who has 2 ponytails. She's pure enough.
I like. Song Qingfeng's smiling eyes were darting around the 9 beauties, and similarly, he was not lightly captivated. Pure. How do you know she's pure? Bai Yunfei curled his lips. Their relationship was always very good and there was nothing that they didn't talk about. They had also done no small number of bad things. Haha, Yunfei, is there even need to ask? I've heard that the prestigious villa had been preparing many years for this marriage gathering. The beauties on the viewing stage today were all carefully developed, and such beauties have not been tainted by males. They are absolutely pure enough, and they are all young chicks that haven't flown yet. Lu Xiaoyao triumphantly revealed. That means that the prestigious villa is rather sincere. It seems like this time, this trip has truly been worthwhile. After hearing Lu Xiaoyao words, the eyes of the 3 others whose hearts were already moved instantly blasted with radiance. Like a hungry lewd wolf starting to search for the sheep they liked. In reality, not only the 4 of them. Even Murong Yu, who had elite armament, was moved. His eyes already sank into the group of beauties and could not be pulled back out. After the 99 beauties arrived, they started to introduce themselves one after the other. Age, name, everything. And at that instant, while the males were carefully listening, they were also detailedly observing the 99 beauties as they searched for the type they liked. Currently, the only ones who could remain calm were only Chu Feng, Gu Bo, Jia Qingming, and Su Zhongyu. Because Gu Bo was too young and his strength was insufficient, he didn't have any expectations in winning the hearts of any of the 100 beauties. As for the 2 absolute geniuses, Jia Qingming and Su Zhongyu, because their desire for strength was too strong, they gave off a bit of untainted by the mortal world feeling. No matter how much more beautiful the beauties were or how much more excellent they were, in their hearts, they were still thinking how to gain some benefits in the 1,000-monster mountain. As for Chu Feng, although he was very young and it was the first time that he truly stepped onto the stage of the continent of the 9 provinces, there was not a single beauty there that could attract Chu Feng. It wasn't that he was distant from the beauty of females, but not a single one of them could move his heart. Chu Feng, why aren't you taking a good look? I heard that after entering the 1,000-monster mountain, people can get in touch closely with the 100's beauties, and with your strength, I'm sure that you can get some of their favors. Right now, first choose a type you like, then in the future, after entering the 1,000-monster mountain, you can somewhat go ahead. Seeing that Chu Feng's mind was wandering and his eyes weren't even looking straight on the figures of the beauties, Gu Bo couldn't help reminding with a kind heart. Brother Gu Bo, we are still young, and for an event like this, we only need to go along with a bit of the liveliness. Right now, martial cultivation should be the #1 priority. Chu Feng lightly smiled with an appearance of distant from the beauty of females, and separated from worldly matters. Brother Chu Feng, you're correct. In our age, we should indeed focus on martial cultivation and make it our #1 priority. It wouldn't be late to consider the things between a male and a female in the future. After hearing Chu Feng's words, Gu Bo also felt that it was quite reasonable and he couldn't help but nod his head. But if he knew that Chu Feng who spoke those words, was in reality, no longer a young chick, doubtlessly, he would cough up blood from anger. Chapter 354, Ziling. Chapter 354, Ziling. After the beauties on the stage finished their self-introductions, the head of the prestigious villa stood up and loudly said, "Everyone, peak geniuses of the continent of the 9 provinces, are you pleased with the 100 beauties that my prestigious villa carefully chose?" "We are." Clear voices interweaved together, and like thunder, it resonated throughout this land, stating everyone's current excited emotions. As he faced the young geniuses' reactions, the head of the prestigious villa nodded his head in satisfaction and then said, "I'm sure that everyone will be more pleased with the following person." As he spoke, the head of the prestigious villa pointed towards the sky over the main city, and following his finger to look over to that direction, people astonishedly discovered that in the night sky, a beautiful sedan chair was floating over in the air. The sedan chair's materials were extremely special. They were as bright as crystal. Especially in the night sky, they flickered and shone, causing it to be abnormally gorgeous. Almost forgot that there is still one more beauty who hasn't arrived yet. It seems like she's the grand finale. At that instant, almost everyone couldn't help standing up. Even the esteemed guests on the viewing stage were no exception, because when that sedan chair came closer, people discovered that the ones carrying the crystal sedan chair were 4 manager elders from the prestigious villa. Those 4 manager elders were all Heaven Realm experts. Who exactly was the person sitting in the sedan chair, to be able to make the 4 manager elders in the heaven realm lower themselves to carry it. Before the person in the sedan chair even appeared, it already caused everyone who were there to guess. Just at that time, as it was controlled by the 4 manager elders, the sedan chair arrived above the viewing stage. It was currently slowly descending, and the 99 beauties standing in the middle of the viewing stage also quickly made way, and the most sparkling place on the viewing stage was reserved out. Finally, the sedan chair landed on the ground. The 4 manager elders stood on both sides, and 2 people who were close to the sedan chair's exit pulled the curtains simultaneously. At that instant, many people on scene couldn't help but hold their breaths, and without shifting their gazes, they stared at the exit of the sedan chair. They wanted to see what kind of person was able to be the finale of the marriage gathering, who was also able to have the manager elders in the heaven realm carry the chair for her. And under the gazes of countless people, the figure of a young female finally appeared within people's line of sight. After that young female appeared, no matter if it were the males or females, all of them were taken aback, and they couldn't help but be attracted by the appearance of the young female. Indeed, it was a young female, and it was even an extremely young one. However, her appearance was incomparable to any of the other females there. It was said that fresh flowers needed green leaves to accompany them, so beautiful women also needed ugly women as embellishment. However, that young female's pretty appearance needed none of that. Even if she stood within 10,000 flowers and was compared to beauties, she would still be the existence that was the most attracting, a true beauty that could devastate cities and countries and bewitch the living. The snow-white and sparkling skin, the standard and beautiful face, and the eyes as clear as water. Of course, in the instant people saw her, their hearts couldn't help but beat quicker as they were moved. Heavens! How is there such a beautiful female in the world? After the young female appeared, all the beauties on the stage were instantly outshined. Everyone's gazes were focused on her body, and some people even drooled from the young female's beautiful appearance. I truly never would have thought that there would be such an exceptional lady in the world. At that instant, even the eyes of Su Zhongyu, who was not charmed by the beauty of females, lit up as he was deeply attracted by the young female's appearance. As for Jie Qingming, he was the same. He who was usually conceited, after seeing the complexion of the young female, couldn't help but secretly gulp. Even the young genius who came from the Jiang dynasty, who didn't even look straight at the beauties on scene and was always sleepy, Jiang Wushang, couldn't help but widen his mouth at that moment. It's her. But compared to others, Chu Feng's current expression changed slightly despite the fact that he was rather calm before. His eyes were filled with shock, and there were huge waves in his heart in the present that were incessantly surging. Because, at that very instant, the young female who appeared nearby was the same purple-clothed young female who he met in the White Tiger Villa that day, who fought over the White Tiger slaughtering technique. The one with the divine body. However, with the time of a short 1 year, the young female no longer had the original cultivation of the first level of the profound realm, but the 9th level of the profound realm. She was truly in the 9th level of the profound realm. With the time of 1 year, she actually stepped into the 9th level of the profound realm from the first level of the profound realm. Impressive. Looking at her appearance, she should only be 15 years, right? Entering the 9th level of the profound realm at the age of 15, isn't she equal to that Jiang Wushang? After being deeply attracted by the young female's beautiful appearance, people also started to be astounded by the young female's powerful strength. Having this cultivation at such an age meant that her future achievements were simply unimaginable. I never would have expected this girl to be from the prestigious villa, and looking at her appearance, it seems like her status and position isn't low. This won't do. She certainly still has a heart of hatred because of what happened that year. I cannot let her see me. Feeling that the situation was heading towards a bad direction, Chu Feng wanted to smear some oil on the bottom of his foot to secretly run for it. Brother Chu Feng, where are you going? It wouldn't be possible for even this little beauty to be unable to attract your interest, right? But before letting Chu Feng turn around, Gubo grabbed onto Chu Feng's arm. Crap. Chu Feng originally wanted to explain something, but when he turned his head back around, he discovered that some of the people on the stage already noticed their movement and cast their gazes towards himself. The most important part was that even the purple-clothed young female saw Chu Feng. After seeing him, the young female's expression also slightly changed and her beautiful pupils abruptly shrunk. Chu Feng discovered within her eyes, there was a touch of icy cold bloodlust. However, that bloodlust only flashed and disappeared,
so most likely other than him, no other person discovered it. But after looking at Chu Feng, the purple-clothed young female did not say anything. Instead, she pretended as if she didn't know who Chu Feng was and turned her sweet little face away. Seeing that, Chu Feng's heart, which reached his throat, finally went back down. So, he tidied up his clothes, chuckled, and said to the people on the stage, "Slightly tired from sitting, so I moved my body for a bit." After speaking, he sat back down. And at that very instant, the head of the prestigious villa slowly walked to the purple-clothed young female's side and announced with a face full of pride towards the crowd, "This is my foster daughter, Zi Ling. In order to express my sincerity to everyone's arranged marriage here, in this marriage gathering, Zi Ling will also be part of my prestigious villa's 100 beauties and a candidate for marriage." Chapter 355, Special Event. Chapter 355, Special Event. Zi Ling. A purple-colored belle. She took a name rather close to her own ability. It seems like the person who named her knows that she has a divine body. This prestigious villa is not simple. It actually hiddenly developed a divine body. In front of this girl, I'm sure that even Jiang Wushang will be inferior, right? Chu Feng, who personally experienced Zi Ling's strength deeply, knew how powerful she was. Although on the surface, Zi Ling's cultivation was only the 9th level of the profound realm, her true battle power was far superior than Chu Feng's. So, Chu Feng felt that even Jia Qingming, who had elite armament and the cultivation of the 1st level of the heaven realm, would not necessarily be able to defeat Zi Ling. At that very instant, the most apical young geniuses of the 9 provinces were gathered on the viewing stage, but people did not know that the strongest genius was actually the purple-clothed young female who was as beautiful as a fairy, Zi Ling. Zi Ling's pretty appearance undoubtedly stunned everyone. Before, Tang Yixio and the 3 others who were still sweeping over the 9 beauties' bodies were currently looking around Zi Ling's body. They were unwilling to look away, and they were even muttering to themselves without stop, "There's actually such a beautiful woman in the world. If she's already so bewitching at such an age, when she grows up in the future, how outstanding would she look like? What other wishes would one even have if they were able to marry this person?" Not to mention them, even Jia Qingming and Su Zhongyu were captivated by Zi Ling's beautiful appearance. Especially the extremely conceited Jia Qingming. At that instant, even he was hiddenly saying in his heart as well, "If one were to ask me what kind of woman could accompany my left and right, I would answer, none other than this girl. Chu Feng, this is truly a rare chance. You must fight over the affection of this girl in the marriage gathering to get hold of her, or else you will miss this heavenly great chance." Eggy giggled and reminded, "What? Don't joke. It's not like you don't know how dangerous this girl is. Besides, she must hate me to death, yet you want me to hit on her. Aren't you telling me to enter the tiger's mouth as lamb, to look for my own path of death?" Without even thinking, Chu Feng refused. "What do you even know? Divine bodies are people who are cared by the heavens. They innately have abilities that normal people do not have. What they possess are divine powers bestowed by heaven. It would be quite fine if such divine powers get bestowed on the body of a male, but if it gets bestowed on the body of a female, then her future husband will also gain enormous benefits." Eggy reminded. "Enormous benefits? What benefits?" After hearing the word benefits, Chu Feng was instantly interested and he couldn't help but ask closely. "As long as you do the thing between a male and female with her and take away her first time, then a part of her unique divine power will be absorbed by you and transformed into power that only you have. To normal people, that divine power will help extremely greatly in the martial cultivation aspect, but to you, perhaps it will let you understand the power of the divine lightning in your body. Although you can continuously break through 2 levels of cultivation with the power of the golden-colored lightning and the blue-colored lightning, I believe that you also know that it isn't their real power. You have no way of comprehending their power, so naturally, you have no way of using them. However, if you can do the thing between a male and female with that Zi Ling and take away part of her divine power from her body, perhaps you will have a chance to understand the obscurity of the divine lightning. Even if you cannot comprehend it, it will still increase your cultivation by a step." Eggy explained in detail. "There's actually something like this." At that instant, Chu Feng was also incomparably elated and his heart was filled with yearning. It was exactly as how Eggy said it was. From the beginning, he was able to feel how much power the divine lightning in his body contained. It was an ineffable, horrifying power. So horrifying that it was as if it shouldn't exist in this world. However, he was only able to feel the divine lightning, but he could not control the divine lighting, let alone gaining its powers. So, after hearing Eggy's words, his heart instantly changed. Even if there was a mountain of knives or an ocean of flames in front of him, he still had to walk through it. He made a decision. No matter what, he had to get his hands on Ziling because he did not want to miss a chance to gain the power of the divine lightning. Ziling did indeed attract the attention of all the males there. Regardless of age, no matter if it was the young generation or the elderly experts, they were smiling and admiring the young female who was peerless in beauty. Especially when the head of the prestigious villa, Qin Lei, announced that Ziling was his foster daughter, people viewed the young female with even more importance. At that very instant, on the luxurious stage that was on the summit of the mountain peak, a young female called Ziling was doubtlessly the most dazzling person there. Everyone, since the marriage gathering has reached this stage, it's time to announce the method of marrying for this marriage gathering. The reason why my prestigious villa set up this marriage gathering is very simple. First, it's to find a good person for my prestigious villa's excellent ladies to rely on. It's also to make good friends throughout the world with this. To spread the connections of my prestigious villa throughout the continent of the 9 provinces. Perhaps there will be people who ask, right now, there are almost 1,000 males who are participating in this marriage gathering, yet there are only 100 ladies. How should it be distributed? Should a martial competition be conducted? Of course not. Although I, Qin Lei, want to find a husband who has powerful strength for my prestigious villa's ladies, it's not limited to their current strength. What I have my eyes on is their future potential. This is also why I opened 2 limitless underground palaces in the first test. It's also why there are both geniuses in the profound realm here as well as geniuses in the origin realm. Although the distance in your current strength is huge, all of you have the same traits. That is, in terms of martial cultivation, all of you have very good talent, and in the future, all of you will have very good developments. Speaking to that point, perhaps some people will ask, since there is no need to compete martially to judge who can bring a beauty back home, how will this marriage gathering be carried out? Actually, this is still very simple. I hand the power to choose over to my 100 ladies. My prestigious villa will organize a special event. The 100 ladies of my prestigious villa will also participate in this event. This is also a provided chance for you to get closer to one another. While being together, I'm sure that the 100 ladies will have a husband they are pleased with in their hearts, and after this event is finished, the 100 ladies can announce who they are satisfied with, and at that time, it will also be the full conclusion of this marriage gathering. The head of the prestigious villa, Qin Lei, loudly narrated. So it's like this. Let us use our own abilities to attract the attention of the 100 beauties and not purely with martial power. This method is rather interesting. At that instant, the groups of people started to get restless. Many people expressed approval because Qin Lei's method gave everyone a chance. Chapter 356, Prepare to start the battle. Chapter 356, Prepare to start the battle. He wants us to be in touch with the 100 beauties, and use our own strength to conquer the beauties in order to have one. In our embrace. In terms of handsomeness, who here can surpass us 4 brothers? Tang Yixio was filled with confidence. My 3 brothers, choose any of the 9 beauties for yourself. I'll be fine with just Lady Ziling. Song Qingfeng said. Song Qingfeng, do you have no shame? Why not ask, within us 4 brothers, who is still thinking about those 9 beauties? Who isn't thinking about Lady Ziling in their heart? Besides, when compared to Lady Ziling, are those 9 girls even beauties? Bai Yunfei sneered and said. What? From what I hear, Brother Yunfei, you want to have a fight with me, Song Qingfeng. Song Qingfeng's face darkened as he changed his expression. Ah, what is there to argue about? It will suffice if everyone fairly fights. Lu Xiaoyao spoke. Humph. Let's fight then. Who's afraid of who? The other 3 all coldly snorted. The conversion of the 4 people were spoken with mental messages, so other people were not aware what they were discussing about, and after announcing the marriage method of the marriage gathering, the head of the villa, Qin Lei, announced once again. As for the location of this special event, it's the 1,000 Monster Mountain. Hua. After those words were spoken, a commotion instantly rose. Many people who did not know the truth were greatly stunned. What place was the Thousand Monster Mountain? It was a forbidden land. Didn't the prestigious villa always clearly prohibit it and not allow anyone to step into the Thousand Monster Mountain? Compared to the confusion of the bystanders, a smile of yearning rose from the corners of the mouths from the people who already received the information because the real good show was finally going to start. Everyone, no need to be surprised. Since this is a special event, there must be a special place. I, Qin Lei, am looking for husbands for my prestigious villa's 100 ladies, so naturally, the requirements need to be a bit stricter. Although martial cultivation talent is something that absolutely necessary, a person's courage is even more necessary. As for this thing called courage, it can only be shown when one meets true danger. And the Thousand Monster Mountain is the best place to test one's courage. Of course, there are certainly dangers by entering the Thousand Monster Mountain, and one can even lose their life in there. So, I, Qin Lei, will not make things difficult for everyone. If anyone feels that they cannot protect themselves in the Thousand Monster Mountain, they can choose to leave right now. I, Qin Lei, will absolutely not stop them. At that instant, the disturbance got even more serious. Everyone was discussing and whispering. But after a full hour passed, no one chose to leave. The reason was very simple. When a time like this arrived, who would be willing to easily give up? Besides, if anyone left at this time, it was telling everyone that they felt that they couldn't do it. Not only would they lose their own face, they would even blacken their own power, and in the future, after returning to the power, it would be difficult for them to raise their heads again. So, naturally, no one chose to give up, and as he faced that situation, Qin Lei smiled as he got his way. Because everything was within his grasp, and the scene in front of him was exactly within his expectations. It seems like I, Qin Lei, have not been mistaken. The young people here are indeed the most outstanding in the continent of the 9 provinces. Not only in terms of martial cultivation talent, but also in terms of courage. Since it is like this, I will announce the specifics of this event as well as the circumstances of the Thousand Monster Mountain. The Thousand Monster Mountain is a land governed by monstrous beasts. Within it, there are countless monstrous beasts. All their cultivations are dominatingly strong and there is no space for underestimation. The Thousand Monster Mountain is split into 5 areas. The 5 areas are respectively controlled by the 5 Monster Kings. Not only are the strengths of the 5 Monster Kings extremely strong, they have no conflicts between them. Rather, their relationship are extremely good. This also means that the 5 Monster Kings are one group, causing all the monstrous beasts in the Thousand Monster Mountain to be united as one. In addition to their intense dislike of humans, I classify the Thousand Monster Mountain as one of the most risky places in the continent of the 9 provinces. This is also why my prestigious villa views it as a forbidden land to prohibit anyone from stepping into the Thousand Monster Mountain. Qin Lei explained in detail. Since the Thousand Monster Mountain is so risky and the monstrous beasts are so dangerous, if we enter and are discovered by them, aren't we causing them to be enraged? Are you not afraid of their retaliation? You are simply playing fire and burning yourself. Just at that time, Jiang Wushang, who was sitting on the viewing stage, suddenly spoke. Actually, many people had the same question, but only he would dare to ask like that. Oh, your words are correct. If the monstrous beasts discover that we entered the Thousand Monster Mountain, with their methods, they will certainly retaliate over humans. However, the reason why I still want to do this is because in the past few years, the monstrous beasts in the Thousand Monster Mountain are being restless. Again and again, humans outside of the Thousand Monster Mountain suffer misfortunes. Some villages even got slaughtered, and after investigations, what was discovered was that the ones who committed such sins were exactly the monstrous beasts in the Thousand Monster Mountain. The Thousand Monster Mountain has already declared war against us humans. Today, what we are doing is only a counterattack. So, I'm not afraid of their retaliation because what I want is to thoroughly start the war, to let the monstrous beasts in the Thousand Monster Mountain to know the power of us humans, so that in the future, they can know their place a bit more. Qin Lei explained. But you don't have confidence, so you drag us down the water, and you want to borrow our strengths to deal with the Thousand Monster Mountain together. Jiang Wushang started to sharply interrogate. Haha. But at that instant, Qin Lei started to laugh loudly, then quickly after he said, I knew that someone would think like that. Indeed, Through this marriage gathering, my prestigious villa does want to establish a bridge of connection with the powers here, but I never once thought of borrowing everyone's power to attack the Thousand Monster Mountain. That's because my prestigious villa already has the ability to attack the Thousand Monster Mountain on its own. After speaking, Qin Lei waved his big sleeve, and quickly following that, 20 bodies descended from the sky and landed behind Qin Lei. They were 20 old people, and the 4 who carried Ziling's sedan chair were also there. They were all manager elders of the prestigious villa, but the most important part was their auras. They were all experts in the Heaven Realm. There are 20 Heaven Realm elders. The prestigious villa is actually this powerful. At that instant, many people on scene were endlessly shocked. Even Chu Feng felt extreme unexpectedness, because not only were all the 20 manager elders Heaven Realm experts, some of them even stepped into the second level of the Heaven Realm, even the third level. The Heaven Realm was different from other realms. Every level was a difficult gap to go over, causing some middle-aged people with unordinary talent to step in the Heaven Realm, yet in their remaining lives, they could not walk another step forward. In their old ages, they still remained in the first level of the Heaven Realm. But within the prestigious villa's manager elders, there were actually people who stepped into the second level of the Heaven Realm, even the third. Then what realm did the head of the villa step into? What degree of power did the prestigious villa reach? Chapter 357, Beautiful Woman Paying a Visit. Chapter 357, Beautiful Woman Paying a Visit. The strength of the prestigious villa is actually this strong. They have 20 manager elders in the Heaven Realm, so in addition to the head of the villa, don't they have 21 Heaven Realm experts? At that instant, the experts from various powers all tightly furrowed their brows, and indescribable uneasiness started to rise from their hearts. Even if it was a peak power from other provinces, it was the same. Because in certain aspects, the strength that the prestigious villa displayed already surpassed them. Currently, the only ones that could remain calm were only the 2 special powers, the World Spirit Guild and the Jie clan. It's not that I'm looking down on the Thousand Monster Mountain, but my prestigious villa does absolutely have the ability to sweep it away. Right now, the army of my prestigious villa has already gathered, and they are prepared. Tomorrow, they will start the attacks on the Thousand Monster Mountain and let them know the power of us humans, let them know that it is best for them to hide like a turtle in their Thousand Monster Mountain, their tiny bit of land. And the event of the marriage gathering will also start there. Everyone, don't worry. Although it is an event that tests courage, I won't let any of you take any unnecessary risks. We've already scouted out the landscape of the Thousand Monster Mountain. Within the Thousand Monster Mountain, there are 2 zones. In those 2 zones, the least number of monstrous beasts are located there, and their strengths are comparatively weaker as well. The event will be carried out in those 2 zones. Of course, after entering, all of you will need to rely on yourselves. But as advice from me, it is best to kill all the monstrous beasts you see, or else they will certainly kill you. Even if they cannot kill you, they will lead stronger monstrous beasts that will in turn kill all of you. The event will last for 10 days. 10 days later, you can leave the Thousand Monster Mountain, and my prestigious villa will send people to bring you back to the prestigious villa. And at that time, I believe that the 100 ladies from my prestigious villa will already have a satisfied impression in their hearts. As for which of you can win over the heart of the 100 ladies, that'll depend on your performances in these 10 days. Qin Lei spoke again. He had plenty of confidence and was filled with self-assurance. After seeing the strength of the prestigious villa, there was indeed no one who questioned anything, and they all approved of the special event. Soon after, on the summit of the mountain peak, a dance party for breaking the ice between one another was started. On the stage, the alluring figures of many beauties were displayed, as well as their graceful dancing. It caused everyone to be extremely excited, and they incessantly cheered. There were even some shameless people who lost their control from the beauties on the stage. They hid in a quiet corner, and as they looked at the beauties on the stage, their right hand danced around and they secretly did some low-class things. However, Lady Ziling did not participate in this session of the performance. After Qin Lei finished announcing the details of the event, she left first with the escort of elders. As for Chu Feng, he did not have much interest towards the remaining beauties. He focused on Gu Bo, Su Zhongyu, and the others from the World Spirit Guild and drank merrily. Currently, he already made quite a number of big enemies, both intentionally and unintentionally. After entering the Thousand Monster Mountain, there would certainly be someone who would attack him. So, the only people he could rely on were those from the World Spirit Guild. After drinking happily for a while, the night was already dark, and because tomorrow was the day to head towards the Thousand Monster Mountain, Su Zhongyu suggested that the young generation of the World Spirit Guild should go back Rely to rest, and Chu Feng and the others, naturally, responded to the call. After returning to his room, Chu Feng first steeped some green tea. Because he was happy. Today, he really did drink quite a bit. So, he needed that in order to dispel the power of wine a bit. After steeping the tea and with a teacup in hand, Chu Feng walked towards a window. As he drank tea, he raised his head to look at the night sky, but in reality, he was thinking and organizing the map in his memories. The map was shown to him by the mysterious monstrous beast when he was first in the Azura Ghost Tower, and the landscape that the map recorded was the landscape of the Thousand Monster Mountain. In the Thousand Monster Mountain's middle zone, there was a vast underground palace, and within the palace, the thing that Chu Feng needed was there. However, outside of the underground palace, there were also 5 special areas and they were guarded like a castle. Without even thinking, Chu Feng knew what those 5 special areas were. They were undoubtedly the areas that the 5 monster kings were in charge of. So, it also meant that the 5 monster kings knew what treasure Chu Feng wanted was. Perhaps they even had some special relationship with the mysterious monstrous beast in the Azura Ghost Tower. At the beginning, the mysterious monstrous beast did not tell Chu Feng about the dangers of the Thousand Monster Mountain. Although the mysterious monstrous beast told Chu Feng where the treasure was, it was equivalent in giving him a test. But just at that time, a flash appeared in front of Chu Feng's eyes, and a row of purple-colored light, like lightning, rushed into his room from a window. At that instant, Chu Feng subconsciously felt that something was off and with a leap, he wanted to escape through the window. However, after Chu Feng leaped and was pouncing towards the window, with a bang, it was as if he collided into a copper and iron wall and he was reflected back and he fell onto the floor. Blue-colored spirit formation. Chu Feng was thrown and flipped onto the ground. He raised his head to look, and he discovered, with the power of blue-colored spirit formation, a formless spirit formation was covering the window and it already sealed the entire room. Turning his head and looking, indeed, it was the same as Chu Feng's predictions. A beautiful figure was currently standing inside his own room. It was a young female who wore a pretty skirt and had a face that was beautiful beyond compare. It was the young female who stunned the entire mountain peak today, Ziling. She already became a Blue Cloak World Spiritist. Chu Feng's heart was shocked. He never would have thought that Ziling, who was only in the 9th level of the Profound Realm, already became a Blue Cloak World Spiritist. However, clearly, one had to be in the Heaven Realm in order to gain the blue-colored spirit formation power, yet with the cultivation of the 9th level of the Profound Realm, she gained the power of a Blue Cloak World Spiritist. That defied common sense a bit. But after thinking a bit more carefully, it was acceptable. Only those in the Heaven Realm could gain the power of blue-colored spirit formations. That was common sense. However, there were many people could break common sense, for example, Chu Feng himself. He broken it many times, and since even he could, why not people with divine bodies? Oh. So it's Lady Ziling. The so-called males and females must keep a distance. Could it be that you wish to go against such principles by intruding into my room in the middle of the night? Although Chu Feng was shocked by Ziling's strength, he did not overly panic. He stood up, naturally patted the dust on his body away, and revealed a peaceful light smile towards Ziling. But suddenly, Ziling's body flashed, and like a ghost, she appeared in front of Chu Feng. At the same time, her clean white, shiny, and smooth hands already tightly clenched on Chu Feng's neck. At that instant, Chu Feng was able to feel layers of strong power engulfing his body and sealing his entire body's movement. At that instant, he was powerless throughout his body. Not to mention fighting back, he couldn't even say any words. He could only watch as Ziling's face of absolute beauty approached him bit by bit. Finally, Ziling's mouth came right next to Chu Feng's ear, and she said with an extremely icy cold tone, "Do not tell anybody about my matter, or else even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will still split your corpse into 10,000 pieces." Chapter 358, Igniting the Flames of War. Chapter 358, Igniting the Flames of War. Damned girl, she dares to threaten you in such a way. Chu Feng, let me control your body and let me give this damn girl a good lesson. At that instant, Eggy was furious. Chu Feng was clearly able to feel Eggy's fury. Although this wasn't the first time Chu Feng was threatened by someone, this time however, Eggy was particularly angry. "No need, I can take care of it myself." But Chu Feng coldly snorted, and quickly after, the two types of lightning still flowing in his blood were like volcanoes that were going to erupt as they started to boil. Boom! Suddenly, as if an explosion happened within Chu Feng's body, a berserk aura bursted out from his body. In that situation, Ziling's hand that was squeezing Chu Feng's neck immediately trembled, then she hurriedly let go and went a few steps backwards. "Your eyes." Seeing Chu Feng's pupils that had yellow and blue interweaved and feeling Chu Feng's aura that instantly climbed into the 5th level of the profound realm, Ziling's likable little face couldn't avoid changing, and within her eyes, a touch of fear had actually appeared. "You are indeed very special. You don't have a divine body, yet you possess power that is not inferior to divine bodies. But right now, you are unable to defeat me because this is my territory. If I want to kill you, you will have no way of escaping. But you don't need to be afraid. I won't kill you. I just hope that you can keep a secret and don't let anyone learn about my special body. At the same time, I will also guarantee that I won't reveal your secret to anyone. I won't let anyone know that you are an oddity who grasps strange abilities." Ziling spoke with an extremely gentle tone, as if she was bargaining over price. Simultaneously, her bright big eyes also cautiously stared at Chu Feng, as though afraid of any movements from him because truly, she could not see through him. Although Chu Feng's current two pupils were very strange, when compared to the black-colored power that seeped out of Chu Feng's body that day, there was still a huge difference. She knew that Chu Feng did not use his true power, and the power of the darkness was exactly what she was fearful of. Chu Feng did not pay attention to Ziling. He first rubbed his neck, and only then did he shoot Ziling a glance and said, "You were intentionally testing me just now, right? If I didn't have any power to resist, would you have just directly attacked and killed me?" After hearing those words, Ziling's pupils shrunk and she did not reply to Chu Feng. She walked straight towards the window before turning her head back to say, "Remember my words. If you dare to reveal my secret, believe me, you will absolutely die extremely miserably." After speaking and with a thought, the spirit formation that enveloped the entire room instantly disappeared, and with a leap of her beautiful body, like a ghost, she disappeared within the night sky. This girl is too dangerous. Just now, I really did feel her killing intent. After Ziling left, Chu Feng breathed a long sigh of relief as if a burden was lifted. Because he knew that if Ziling truly attacked him, the current him would certainly not be able to defeat her. Even if he borrowed Eggy's power, he would still be unable to defeat her. That girl was indeed very terrifying. But luckily, Ziling seemed to be scared by Chu Feng, so at least up until now, she would still not kill Chu Feng. But the thing that caused the biggest headache to Chu Feng wasn't that. The thing that caused him the headache was that he wanted to do it with Ziling, but as he faced a woman who wanted to kill himself, how could that be accomplished? It was really too hard. But currently, Chu Feng did not have any methods. He could only leave it up to fate and go along with nature. After all, his real goal in this journey was the mysterious treasure inside the 1,000-monster mountain. On the next day, Chu Feng got out of bed very early, followed the peak experts of the prestigious villa and stepped onto the expedition towards the 1,000-monster mountain. On this journey, not only were there the head of the prestigious villa, Chu Feng, and the 1,000 or so others who participated in the marriage gathering, there were also the representative characters from the powers everywhere. In order to express sincerity towards the marriage, they took the initiative to give their assistance to the prestigious villa, to attack the monstrous beasts in the 1,000-monster mountain together. Although on the surface, the representative characters of the powers were very righteous, respectable, and they had very good intentions, Chu Feng and the others from the prestigious villa knew very clearly regarding the reason why they were willing to follow their actions. In reality, it was for the treasures in the 1,000-monster mountain. After several days of hurrying, they finally arrived at the forbidden land of the Qin province, the 1,000-monster mountain. However, at that instant, the vast mountain range was no longer peaceful. In many places, the flames of battle were already lit. The battle powers that the prestigious villa gathered beforehand already started their attacks on the 1,000-monster mountain. And after seeing the flames on the 1,000-monster mountain, the head of the prestigious villa and the manager elders of the prestigious villa, as well as the experts from powers everywhere, immediately joined the battlefield and rushed into the boundless mountain range. Only 2 manager elders remained, who were in charge of Chu Feng and the others' event. Finally, when the white-headed eagles that Chu Feng and the others rode on landed outside of the Thousand Monster Mountain, it was a lot more peaceful when compared to back there. There were no fires burning, but one could still hear bursts of explosions from afar, and occasionally, even the furious roar of monstrous beasts. It caused the land they were standing on to tremble, and from that, it could be seen how intense the battle in the distance was. Everyone, my prestigious villa has already sent 100,000 elites to attack the monstrous beasts in the Thousand Monster Mountain. I believe that after our villa head joins that battlefield, we will have even bigger breakthroughs. The monstrous beasts in the Thousand Monster Mountain will certainly pay the price for their evil actions. However, although the monstrous beasts right now are already as muddled as a pot of congee, there are several hundreds of thousands of monstrous beasts in this Thousand Monster Mountain. So, even if all of you are going to enter a rather safer zone, do not be careless. Because, what you will be facing are cruel and heartless monstrous beasts. It is still possible that you will face life-threatening dangers. Like the words of the villa head, we advise you to kill the monstrous beasts after meeting them in the Thousand Monster Mountain. Do not leave any alive, or else the ones who will suffer will be you. The prestigious villa elders first told them some things they should pay attention to, then quickly after, they gave everyone a map. That map was completely different than the one in Chu Feng's brain. It was a lot simpler when compared to it, and the location of the underground palace was not even recorded. However, on the map, 2 areas were circled out. They were the areas that Chu Feng and the others needed to survive 10 days for, and the first step they needed to do was to first arrive in that area, and 10 days had to pass before they return. And that was the event that they needed to undergo. Because there were 2 safe areas, Chu Feng and the others also needed to be split into 2 groups. Unluckily, Chu Feng was in the same group as Jia Qingming, Tang Yixiu, and the others. They did not like Chu Feng. But luckily, Su Zhongyu and the others from the World Spirit Guild were also together with Chu Feng. As long as Su Zhongyu was there, Chu Feng felt better security. Although Chu Feng was going to split away from them sooner or later, at least before leaving the group, Chu Feng still needed Su Zhongyu to suppress Jia Qingming. Of course, other than Su Zhongyu and Jia Qingming, there was also a person who was unknown whether he was an enemy or friend. It was Jiang Wushang. The genius from the Jiang dynasty was very strange. Although he did help Chu Feng that day on the summit of the mountain peak, on the road, when Chu Feng started a conversation with him, he was rather icy cold. From that, Chu Feng was unable to see through him. That boy. Chapter 359, Public Enemy of Males. Chapter 359, Public Enemy of Males. Elder, is it possible to make an exception? I truly want to go over to their side. I am close friends with Bai Yunfei and the others, so if I go together with them, it will be more helpful in the event. At that instant, Tang Yixiu was tangling a manager elder of the prestigious villa. Because Ziling wasn't in their group, he who had special thoughts towards Ziling was intensely requesting to go to the group that Ziling was in. However, his request was heartlessly denied by the manager elder, because that was the rule. If everyone requested to be in the same group as Ziling, how was the event going to be held? Quickly look. Isn't that Lady Ziling? Wah, it is truly her. It is possible that she will join in our group. But just at that time, there was suddenly a person in the crowd who exclaimed in surprise. Focusing their gazes to look over, Ziling was truly walking towards where they were. Seeing that, the manager elder quickly went up to greet her, and with a quite humble attitude, he chuckled and asked, "Miss Ziling, what's the matter?" "Elder Su, I want a person from you." Ziling's voice was extremely beautiful. Especially when she spoke those words quietly, one would be drunk from listening, and when they saw her smile of absolute beauty on her face, the nerves of the people on scene were stretched and the hearts in their chests almost jumped out. "This. Miss Ziling, I wonder who you want over." The manager elder heard the meaning behind Ziling's words and he was clearly in a bit of a difficult situation. But he did not refuse, and he curiously asked. "Him." Ziling pointed her finger towards Chu Feng and the others. At that instant, the hearts of all the males surrounding Chu Feng couldn't help beating quicker and their breathing turned rougher. Even the thoughts and emotions of Su Zhongyu next to Chu Feng and Jia Qingming behind Chu Feng also rippled. Ziling personally inviting someone to go over to her side meant that Ziling had feelings towards that person. Everyone hoped that they could get that honor. Crap. But compared to others, Chu Feng hiddenly cursed. Over on that side, he did not have a person like Su Zhongyu to look over him. If he was called over, it would really be too dangerous. After all, putting others aside, even Ziling had thoughts of killing Chu Feng. Lady Ziling, you're talking about me. Just at that time, a male who stood in front of Chu Feng walked forward with disbelief and incomparable excitement. Not you. The one behind you. Ziling lightly frowned, then pointed at Chu Feng who was behind that male. Seeing that, Chu Feng's face slightly changed, then he hurriedly turned his body and hid behind Gu Bo. Chu Feng, I'm talking about you. Where are you hiding? But who would have thought that the seemingly insignificant action of Chu Feng hiding forced Ziling to directly call out his name? What? Chu Feng. With that, the situation turned horrible. Almost everyone on scene, no matter male, female, old, or young, cast their gazes towards Chu Feng. With the eyes of females, there was strangeness but also the rare jealousy. Some people even revealed bare killing intent. And the thing that caused Chu Feng to be the most speechless was that as Chu Feng stood where he was with a face full of helplessness, Ziling had actually speedily walked into the crowd, extended her clean white hand and grabbed onto Chu Feng's cuff. As they were being stared by the eyes of the crowd, she forcefully dragged Chu Feng out. Ziling pulled Chu Feng and arrived in front of the manager elder. She then said one sentence, "Elder, it's him." After speaking, without even turning her head back around, she directly tugged Chu Feng into another group. As they looked at Chu Feng's and Ziling's slowly distancing backs, Gu Bo and Su Zhongyu looked at each other with their 4 eyes. Even though their relationship was quite good with Chu Feng, a bit of jealousy couldn't avoid appearing in their eyes. On the other hand, Su Zhongyu was the first to relievely smiled. He said, "Brother Chu Feng does have quite good luck." And Gu Bo also closely nodded his head. On that topic, the two of them do match each other rather well. However, compared to Gu Bo and Su Zhongyu, the people who were unrelated to Chu Feng could only purely envy them. Especially people like Jie Qingming and Tang Yixio. They were so angry that their eyes spit fire and the root of their teeth itched. The person they loved was pulling the person who they felt extreme displeasure, even hatred, towards, away in front of them. That feeling caused them, who were always surrounded by beauties, to taste the pain of jealousy. And as for the males in the other group, they were even more furious. Especially by Yunfei, Song Qingfeng, and Lu Xiaoyao. Their faces turned white from anger, and within the gazes that they looked towards Chu Feng with, cold glare glittered and they wished they could choke Chu Feng to death. Originally, they thought that their chance to chase after Ziling arrived as they were separated into the same group as Ziling. But what was the current situation? Was it possible that in Ziling's heart, she already chose the brat that came from the Azure province? But no matter how much more displeased they were in their hearts, right now, they could only endure because at that very instant, after all, there were still manager elders from the prestigious villa. After Ziling brought Chu Feng and approached her team, a figure was also speedily walking over. It was Lu Zhizuan. Although Lu Zhizuan wasn't a participator in the marriage gathering, as the #1 disciple of the prestigious villa, he also joined the event, and like them, after seeing Ziling's actions, he was similarly displeased. At that instant, he stopped in front of Chu Feng and Ziling, and while smiling, he said to Ziling, "Junior Ziling, the divide of these two teams were prearranged by the elders. By doing this, it doesn't seem to be appropriate, right?" "Oh," as she faced Lu Zhizuan's obstruction, Ziling sweetly smiled, then quickly after, she said, "The elder has already approved of it, so there is no need to trouble yourself." Following that, Ziling also did not care about Li Zhizuan, and directly, she pulled Chu Feng and walked into the crowd. Seeing that, a touch of cold glare flashed by Lu Zhizuan's eyes. However, his eyes were not facing Ziling. They were facing Chu Feng. I'm finished. I've been tricked to death by this girl." As a world spiritist, and at that moment, Chu Feng was naturally able to feel the gazes that revealed killing intent condensing onto his body. He felt that this time, he was tricked by Ziling. He was forced into a predicament and became the public enemy of all males. Yet he could not have done anything. As he faced the little beautiful girl, he couldn't have refused, right? Besides, even the manager elder agreed, so how could he not? But with a thought, Chu Feng felt that since it was already like this, why not just take the chance and touch Ziling a bit? So, he waved the sleeve of his robe and got rid of Zi Ling's hand from his cuff, then quickly afterwards, he extended his hand and grabbed. He had actually grasped Zi Ling's white hand into his own hand. Feeling that her own little hand was being tightly grasped, the face of Zi Ling changed and she quickly retracted her hand, ferociously glared at Chu Feng, then said at a low voice, "Don't think that I have any thoughts towards you. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to control your own mouth when you are together with others." Chapter 360, Unfathomable. Chapter 360, Unfathomable. After the little interlude of Zi Ling forcibly pulling Chu Feng into her group, the event finally officially started. The two groups split up and went forward. As they were led by the two manager elders, they headed towards the so-called safe area. In the group Chu Feng was in, there were almost 500 males but only 50 females. Other than the manager elder who was responsible for leading the road and Lu Jisuan, all of the other males were people who were participating in the marriage gathering. So, because of that, there were many wolves but little meat. In fact, there were many, many wolves, and very little meat. In a situation like that, the young geniuses from all directions started to give it their all to gain the favors of the beauty geniuses. Especially Zi Ling. There were countless males who wanted to approach, but those who did get close to her were all coldly yelled at to scram by Zi Ling. Even those who received the prestigious invitation letter, Song Qingfeng, by Yunfei, and Lu Xiaoyao, were no exception. When they faced that scene, even the manager elders could only helplessly shake their heads and did not dare to interfere. Although by rejecting people 1,000 miles away, Zi Ling went against the idea of the marriage gathering, as long as they thought of the lady's special status and her monster-like strong grandfather, who even the head of the villa feared, that manager elder could only watch and do nothing. But there were exceptions for all things. Chu Feng was such an exception. Although Zi Ling stayed 1,000 miles away from other males, she pulled Chu Feng next to her, and even if Chu Feng wanted to leave, he could not. The thing that was the most intolerable was after a while of escaping without results, Chu Feng actually started to become unrefined, and not only did he start to work his ways in becoming friends with Zi Ling, he even occasionally took some small advantages from Zi Ling. That truly caused other to be unable to continue looking. In fact, Song Qingfeng, Bai Yunfei, and Lu Xiaoyao, the three people who recognized themselves as the pride of the heavens, all walked to the front of Chu Feng, stopped the path in which Chu Feng and Zi Ling was walking on, pointed at Chu Feng, and fiercely reminded, "Boy, behave yourself. How can Lady Zi Ling be touched by you?" At that instant, the face of Chu Feng, who was currently speaking his heart out to Zi Ling, instantly sank. He originally wanted to speak and curse, but before he even opened his mouth, Zi Ling, who was to his side, actually spoke instead. "None of you need to interrupt the matters between me and Chu Feng. If you block my path again, don't blame me for being impolite." Zi Ling's voice was pleasant, yet had plenty of domineeringness, as if she truly did not put the three people in her eyes. We, at that instant, Song Qingfeng and the two others were first taken aback, then following that, their faces instantly turned ashen and they didn't know what to do. They were originally thinking to stick out for Zi Ling, but who would have thought that a burst of lashing was exchanged back? However, they truly did not have any excuses, so at the end, as the crowd was watching, they could only slip away gloomily. They really lost all face, yet they could not do anything about it. "Heh. Are you still saying that you don't like me? If you don't like me, why did you help me?" Chu Feng chuckled, and as he spoke, he extended his hand of evil towards Zi Ling's well-developed little waist and got closer. Although he did not know why Zi Ling kept him by her side, whether it was because she only wanted Chu Feng to be the target of maliciousness or if she truly wanted to have Chu Feng within her line of sight, or other thoughts, Chu Feng took this chance and started scoundrel tactics against Zi Ling. It was to harass her and do all sorts of shameless things. What Chu Feng wanted to do was to cause Zi Ling to be angry so she wouldn't always have her eye on him. Only then could Chu Feng have a chance to escape that group. Because looking at it currently, the group was no longer safe. Chu Feng truly did not know what kind of dangerous situation he would sink into after the manager elder left. Not to mention others, even the unfathomable Zi Ling was a huge threat, so he had to quickly leave. And as she felt the hand of evil that Chu Feng extended over, Zi Ling's little face changed and she quickly evaded it. She also fiercely glared at Chu Feng and said, "You better not imagine that your affection is being returned. I just don't like anyone bothering my business and I was not helping you. Explain, continue explaining."
It's best to explain so that everyone will believe it. I won't believe it anyway. In my heart, I know clearly that without knowing when, you have already deeply fallen for me and you have no way of pulling yourself away, so by making up idiotic reasons, you want me next to you. Chu Feng drew the corners of his mouth back and chuckled. His eyes were even so openly, shamelessly, staring at Ziling's twin peaks that would cause one to be proud. His heart was moved from looking, and he couldn't even help sticking out his tongue and he licked his lips. You. I have never seen such a shameless person like you before. If it wasn't for... Humph. Ziling's little face reddened from anger because of Chu Feng and traces of fury sprung out from her eyes. There were even a touch of killing intent, but that killing intent only flashed past before being suppressed by her. At the end, she coldly snorted and walked forward with quick steps. Hee, I would quite like to see how long you can take me. Chu Feng smiled as he got his way and chased after her. Oi, girl, don't be angry. If not, I'll tell a joke to you to cheer you up. Not listening. If not, then you tell me one to cheer me up. Shut up. People felt that Chu Feng was aiming for something that he could never get, yet others could not do anything about it as she was unfathomable. Although she expressed impatience towards Chu Feng, she didn't allow Chu Feng to leave her side. It gave off a feeling of looking for suffering for herself. As they saw Ziling, who would occasionally rebuke Chu Feng, many people truly wanted to go up and kick Chu Feng from Ziling's side, but as long as they thought of how Song Qingfeng, Bai Yunfei, and Lu Xiaoyao ended up as, ultimately, they dispelled that thought. Damn it. What's so good about that brat from the Azure province to be able to get the heart of Lady Ziling? Song Qingfeng grinded his teeth in anger. He who had done it innumerable times never would have thought that he would lose to a bumpkinly brat. Who knows what that Ziling is thinking? Perhaps they are like a turtle's eyes and green beans and they match like that. Bai Yunfei curled his lips and similarly, his mouth was full of sourness. From what I see, Lady Ziling doesn't really like Chu Feng and they should have already known each other from an earlier date. Perhaps there is some secret that others cannot know between them. Lu Xiaoyao guessed. If you don't understand, don't speak random things. How could Ziling fall for a person like him? But just at that time, an extremely icy cold aura suddenly came from behind the three people. Turning their heads to look, it was Lu Zhizuan. Chapter 361, Leader. Chapter 361, Leader. Oh. Brother Lu, not that I'm saying anything bad, but such an excellent lady like Ziling really shouldn't be participating in this marriage gathering for marrying another person. Clearly, you two are the natural couple. As he saw Lu Zhizuan, Song Qingfeng fawningly smiled and said, That's right. The proverbs have said it well, don't let the fertile water flow into an outsider's field. I truly don't know what Villa Head Qin is thinking. How can he marry a lady such as Ziling off to others? That's right, that's right. Lady Ziling should, of course, be with Brother Lu. At the same time, Bai Yunfei and Lu Xiaoyao also echoed on the side. Humph. No need to trouble yourselves. Instead, take care of yourselves. Remember. Don't let me hear you say anything negative about Ziling. Or else, don't blame me if I don't hold myself back. However, Lu Zhizuan did not buy it. After fiercely glaring at the three people, he waved his big sleeve, and with a wave of icy cold chilliness, he walked towards the foremost part of the group. And after Lu Zhizuan walked far away, Song Qingfeng's face, which was previously filled with a servile smile, instantly sank and he ferociously said, What is this? Wait until the elder leaves, then he'll get it. That's right. First take care of that Lu Zhizuan, then butcher that Chu Feng. Also that Ziling. The three of us will take turns on her. Who let her be so arrogant? After that, even if she wants us, we won't give it to her. Bai Yunfei mentally said. Right, let's do that. This is the 1,000-monster mountain anyway, and at that time, we can push all the fault onto the monstrous beasts of the 1,000-monster mountain and say that they did it. Song Qingfeng approved of it extremely and his eyes were filled with maliciousness. Ah, Brother Qingfeng, Brother Yunfei, the two of you cannot be rash. It is better to not offend this Lu Zhizuan. But just at that time, Lu Xiaoyao sent a mental message and advised. Why not? Will we still be unable to defeat him if the three of us join hands? Song Qingfeng and Bai Yunfei both expressed confusion.
believe me. Lu Zhizun concealed deeply and he hasn't revealed everything. If he truly attacks, I'm afraid that even Jie Qingming and Su Zhongyu may not be able to defeat him. Lu Xiaoyao seriously said, and after seeing that the two of them still had some doubts, he explained more. In my free and unrestrained valley, a senior went to the prestigious villa in an earlier time. He personally saw Lu Zhizun, with his own strength, kill 2 heaven realm monstrous beasts. That Lu Zhizun. After hearing those words, Song Qingfeng and Bai Yunfei both took in a breath of cool air. The bodies of monstrous beasts were extremely powerful and their life expectancy were longer than humans. When compared to humans in the same cultivation level, the strength of monstrous beasts was far above humans. Lu Zhizun being able to kill 2 heaven realm monstrous beasts already stated how powerful his strength was. At least, the 3 of them could not do something like that. Not to mention the 3 of them facing a heaven realm monstrous beast alone, even if the 3 of them face one, they wouldn't be able to defeat it, let alone 2. From then on, Song Qingfeng, Bai Yunfei, and Lu Xiaoyao had no choice but to give up any thoughts on facing Lu Zhizun. However, the thing that depressed them the most wasn't that they couldn't deal with Lu Zhizun, it was that they couldn't touch Zi Ling because Lu Zhizun was there. They truly wanted to see what taste and exceptional beauty like Zi Ling had. But right now, they were going to miss that chance. That caused them to be endlessly sad. The 1,000-monster mountain was very big. If one walked, it would be extremely long. Especially when the strengths of the people on scene weren't equal, as there were people in both the profound realm and the origin realm. So, they had to spend a full day before entering the area of the event. On the road, they did meet quite a few monstrous beasts. However, their strengths weren't too strong, so when a monstrous beast appeared within their range of detection, the males on scene took it as a chance to display their strengths as they fought over killing monstrous beasts. Thus, all of the monstrous beasts that appeared could be said to be unlucky because all of them died very wretched. They were tortured to death by a group of males who did not have a conscience. They didn't even leave a complete corpse. Although this event is testing your individual courage, at the same time, it is also testing your fighting capabilities as a whole. So, I advise everyone to not leave the group. It would be best to choose a leader to command unified actions. As for who will lead your group, that will be left for you to choose. 10 days will start from now. 10 days later, I will come here to pick you up. After the manager elder of the prestigious villa gave some last instructions, he left. And his departure also represented the official start of the so-called event. And after the manager elder left, everyone whispered amongst themselves. They were all discussing who the leader should be. Just at that time, Lu Zhizun walked into the middle of the crowd, looked around him, then loudly said, "Everyone, the event has already officially started." Just now, before the elder left, he also said it. Currently, we are a whole. So, we need a leader. Only a proper leader can let us survive better in this dangerous land. As the #1 disciple of the prestigious villa, I, Lu Zhizun, have a relatively good understanding of the 1,000-monster mountain, and I have also fought against monstrous beasts many times before. So, I'll volunteer to be this leader. I wonder if anyone has any objections. No objects. I approve of Senior Lu leading us. I also approve. No matter if it is in terms of cultivation, ability, or wisdom, Senior Lu is the most excellent person out of all of us. He is the only one who is appropriate for leading us. After Lu Zhizun spoke, the beauties of the prestigious villa all started to agree, and after they expressed their approval, who would raise any objections? Putting aside that raising objections meant offending the beauties, what they said was also correct. Within the group, only Lu Zhizun was most suitable to lead them. Then as expected, Lu Zhizun became the leader of everyone, and the first decision Lu Zhizun made was to not go any deeper, stay where they were, set up camp, and rest for a night, because it was already late and everyone was tired from the journey. It had to be said that Lu Zhizun did have some capabilities in leading. After the decision to set up camp, he started to orderly split up the work. He let the world spiritists lay detection spirit formations and defense spirit formations, forming an invisible defensive fortress in that place. Chu Feng also stated his identity of being a world spiritist. It wasn't that he wanted to show his special abilities, rather, he wanted to use that chance to lay a spirit formation that had a hole so it would be convenient for him to escape. And because of the difference in males and females, there was some distance between where the males were situated in and where the females were situated in. But perhaps because it was resting at night, and it was indeed inconvenient, Ziling did not request Chu Feng to stay by her side. But only when they separated, she gave Chu Feng a sentence of threat: manage your own mouth. As he faced that situation, Chu Feng hiddenly celebrated. He already made a resolution to secretly leave this place when it was deep into the night and when people were quiet. Junior Chu Feng. Is Junior Chu Feng here? But just as the colors of the night descended, a beauty with a beautiful voice arrived in front of Chu Feng's tent and called out with that soft voice. Chapter 362, Xiao Luar. Chapter 362, Xiao Luar. At that instant, Chu Feng was sitting cross-legged in his resting tent and cultivating, but the sudden call awoke Chu Feng from his cultivating state. Although he did not know who it was, since he was called out, then naturally, out of politeness, Chu Feng had to go out to take a look. After Chu Feng walked out of the tent, he discovered that currently, in front of his tent, a beauty was standing there. That beauty had delicate facial features and an extremely good figure. Her eyes were as big as walnuts under her eyelashes that were sticking out. She showed indistinctive eye expressions, making it extremely attracting. If one were to say which part of a female was the most alluring, it would absolutely not be the captivating eyes, but the two mountain peaks in front of her chest that wished to come out when she breathed. As Chu Feng looked at the firm and raised appearance, Chu Feng's heart was truly shaken. That beauty did not have low cultivation. She was in the 9th level of the profound realm, and she was one of the 9 beauties that Bai Yunfei and the others had their eyes on. Junior Chu Feng, I am called Xiao Luar. The well-developed female who called herself as Xiao Luar first charmingly smiled, then politely greeted Chu Feng. So it's Senior Xia. I wonder what matters you have by looking for me at this time. Chu Feng also politely greeted back. Junior Chu Feng, did you have dinner yet? Xiao Luar asked. Not yet. Chu Feng looked around him and he saw many people were indeed eating dinner. After he set up his tent, he was cultivating since then, so he did not eat dinner. On that topic, he really was a bit hungry. Coincidentally, I just finished making dinner, so I would like to invite you to come over and eat together with me, to have a taste of my work. Xiao Luar softly invited. This doesn't seem to be too good, right? Chu Feng hesitated a bit. After all, right now, the resting grounds of males and females were already separated. It would be hard to avoid any disturbances if he, a male, went into the resting area of females. Oh. The sky just got dark, and my juniors and seniors haven't rested yet. How is it inconvenient? Junior Chu Feng, it's not like you're afraid that I'll do anything to you, right? On her face, there was an expression that showed she was in a difficult situation. Of course not. Since it is like this, I'll humbly accept your invitation. Seeing that, Chu Feng hurriedly accepted. After all, she was a female, and if he truly refused after she invited himself in front of so many people, it would really put her in an awkward position. So, since Chu Feng was invited by Xiao Luar, he headed towards the female's resting area. He should really die. Where did this brat get this luck from, to be able to have a beauty invite him over for a meal? Ah, we're so bitterly eating rations, yet he can go have a taste of a table of good dishes made by a beauty. He could truly anger a person to death. God damn. Although this female from the prestigious villa is beautiful enough, she truly doesn't have good judgment of grade. What kind of eyes does she have? How does she have her eyes on Chu Feng, the damn young brat? Seeing the departing backs of Chu Feng and Xiao Luar, some people envied, some people admired, and especially Song Qingfeng and the others who recognized themselves as extraordinary, they gnashed their teeth in fury. After unsuccessfully hooking up with Ziling, they also switched their targets over to Xiao Luar and the other beauties, but what they never would have thought was that even though Xiao Luar and the others did not refuse so directly like Ziling, they still euphemistically refused their good intentions. Right in front of their eyes, the girl they liked had actually went up to invite Chu Feng. How could they accept that? They truly had a stomach full of anger, yet there was no place to let it loose. Simultaneously, their hatred towards Chu Feng became a bit stronger. Wah, I never would have thought that your handiwork would be this good. The tent of Xiao Luar wasn't as simple and rough as Chu Feng's. It was extremely exquisite. Especially the insides of the tent. Chairs, tables, what should be there was there. How did it even look like staying in the wild? It was simply as if it was a warm and comfortable room. But at that very instant, Chu Feng did not have the mind to admire the layout of the room. His appetite was suspended enough by the table of good dishes, and he was currently pulling his sleeve back, revealing his arm, and unrestrainedly stuffing himself with food. It's great if you like it, and eat more if you do. Xiao Luar stayed by Chu Feng's side and kept on pouring wine and bringing food for Chu Feng. She provided extremely good service. Senior Xia, 3 big bowls of wine have already been poured from your little wine flagon. How is there still more? As Chu Feng looked at the wine flagon that wasn't even an inch big, then looked at the huge porcelain bowl in his hand, he felt a bit puzzled. Hee, Junior Chu Feng, my flagon is a treasure. It has the same effect as Cosmos Sacks. Although it is only as big as my palm, within it, there are 3 big tanks of wine, and even if you continuously drink for an entire month, you will absolutely not be able to finish it. Xiao Luar smiled and explained. There's actually such a magical thing. Senior Xia, could you lend it over for me to have a look? As a world spiritist, Chu Feng was very interested in all sorts of new and strange gadgets. After knowing that the flagon was a treasure, he couldn't help but take it over from Xiao Luar's hands and looked over it in detail. But from the surface, Chu Feng could not see anything special about it. So, he projected his overflowing spirit power into the flagon and wanted to seriously study it for a while. But who would have thought that just as Chu Feng's spirit power touched the flagon, it had actually exploded, and at the same time, a huge amount of wine came spilling, and as Chu Feng was caught off guard, it sprinkled over his entire body. Junior Chu Feng, are you okay? I forgot to remind you. You cannot use spirit power to inspect it or else it will explode. Seeing that, Xiao Luar hurriedly wiped the wine on Chu Feng's body and her face was filled with expressions of nervousness and guilt. Senior Xia, I am really sorry. I didn't know that this flagon couldn't be inspected with spirit power. But don't worry, Chu Feng, will compensate for it. Chu Feng felt shame by unintentionally destroying the flagon. Junior Chu Feng, what are you saying? This is but a toy and it is not worth anything. There's no need for you to compensate. Look. Your clothes has been drenched and you'll catch a cold like this. How about I go out first, and you quickly change your clothes? After changing, then continue eating. Xiao Luar wasn't even concerned about her own flagon. Instead, she was worried about Chu Feng's body. That's fine. Seeing Xiao Luar like that, a touch of warmth rose from Chu Feng's heart. Although he didn't feel anything from her beautiful appearance, when she took care of him so considerately, he felt feelings of friendliness. So, after Xiao Luar turned around and walked out of the tent, Chu Feng took off his clothes that were drenched with wine. But just at that time, the tent that Chu Feng was in was suddenly lifted up and Chu Feng, whose upper half was naked, was revealed in the wild. Help! Quickly help me! And just at that time, an incomparably frightened call sounded out behind Chu Feng, and after he turned his head around to look, it was Xiao Luar. At that instant, her beautiful skirt was already ripped to shreds and quite a bit of snow-white skin was revealed beyond the clothes. Both of her hands were crossed in front of her chest, blocking the snow-white double peaks in front, and she was sobbing with incomparable grievance. Senior Xia, what happened? Seeing that, Chu Feng, who had good impressions on Xiao Luar, hurriedly ran up and tensely asked. Leave. But who would have thought that just as he neared, Xiao Luar had actually pushed Chu Feng away, then quickly after, she also powerlessly laid on the ground limply, pointed at Chu Feng, and said. Chu Feng, you beast. I kindly invited you to a meal, yet you put poison in the wine and wanted to take the chance to do immortal things. Are you even a person? Chapter 363, Entrapping Success. Chapter 363, Entrapping Success. Someone. Save me. With an extremely weak voice, Xiao Luar loudly yelled. At the same time, the females from nearby tents already ran over. Ling also ran over. Even the males who were in another area ran over with extreme speed, and when they saw that scene, all of them revealed expressions of fury. And looking at the situation around him and looking back at the appearance of Xiao Luar, Chu Feng truly wanted to yell loudly, "Damn your mother!" Because he knew that he landed into her trap. Although he did not know why Xiao Luar needed to entrap himself, but currently, she did indeed succeed. Senior Xia,
I have no grievances nor hatred with you. Why do you need to set me up like this? Although he knew that the situation wasn't going well, Chu Feng did not panic. He took out clothes from his own cosmos sack, wore them, and questioned Xia Luar. Senior Xia, are you okay? Junior Xia, don't be afraid. We're here and Senior Lu will arrive soon. At the same time, the females from the prestigious villa already went up and covered Xia Luar with clothes. Very quickly, Lu Jizuan also ran over. He went next to Xia Luar and asked with concern, Junior Luar, what's the matter here? What actually happened? Wu, at that instant, Xia Luar first loudly sobbed with incomparable grievance, and only after that did she speak to Lu Jizuan with a timid and trembling voice. Senior Lu, I saw that Chu Feng was young and it wasn't easy for him being alone outside. So, after making dinner, I invited him to have a meal with me. But who would have thought that even though he isn't old, he's a lustful and shameless person with nerves that can cover the sky. He had actually put poison in my wine when I was looking away, and after my powers were all drained, he had immoral desires and he wanted to go violent on me. If it wasn't because the mysterious technique that I cultivated was deep, allowing me to keep a trace of power, I'm afraid that today, I would have been tainted by this beast in my own tent. As Xia Luar spoke to that point, her cries were without sound and her face was filled with tears. As people looked, they felt pity. And with her superb acting, the surrounding people were all successfully tricked by her. All of them looked at Chu Feng with steaming anger. Especially the males. Bloodlust appeared in their eyes, and they truly wished to cut Chu Feng thousands of times and split him in 8 pieces. However, Chu Feng was not too concerned about others. What he cared about was Zi Ling. The thing he cared about the most was Zi Ling's opinion on himself. After all, he still wanted to do it with the divine body. But regretfully, although Zi Ling did not show the killing intent that others had nor the fury, at that instant, her little face of absolute beauty was a bit unnatural. She seemed to be a bit angry, and clearly, Xia Luar brought the negative emotion over to her. Chu Feng, what a good person you are. You are young, yet your heart is so sinister. Junior Xia felt pity for you and generously invited you for a meal, but not only did you not know what gratitude was, you even repaid her kindness with hatred and treated Junior Xia like this. If you are already like this in your current age, when you grow up, won't you become a second lewd old man? How many females in the continent of the 9 provinces would suffer from your poisonous hands? Lu Jizuan stood up, pointed at Chu Feng, and furiously roared. At the same time, several hundred males moved together and tightly surrounded Chu Feng, sealing his escape. Some people were even approaching Chu Feng and they planned to attack him. Damn Lu Jizuan, you only heard her one-sided words yet you determined that what she said was the truth as if you personally saw what happened. Could it be that this scene was directed by you? Chu Feng was also not afraid and instead, he started to rebuke Lu Jizuan. Nonsense. After hearing those words, Lu Jizuan's expression changed, then quickly after, he said, many people have seen your actions. You still dare to provide excuses. Excuses? I, Chu Feng, have no need to provide excuses because I know that they will be useless. But Lu Jizuan, and also Xia Luar, you too remember this well. I, Chu Feng, am not fun to entrap. Sooner or later, I will let you two pay the price. Chu Feng was also angry. Looking at the pair of dogs in the distance, he fiercely yelled. Damn Chu Feng, you even dare to speak such malicious words to threaten. I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to take revenge on Senior Lu and Senior Xia. Brothers. Let's go at the same time and tie this little lustful demon and evildoer, Chu Feng, with the ropes of the law. Within the crowd, someone suddenly loudly yelled, and after that person yelled his throat out, Chu Feng could distinctly feel that from all directions, layers of boundless auras were surrounding and attacking him. There are different types of people who throw rocks at people who fall into a well. I, Chu Feng, remember those who attacked me in my heart. The grudge between us will be returned in the future. Chu Feng leaped, and with a flash under his feet, he rose into the air and shot towards the night sky like an arrow leaving a bow. How is this possible? This brat can actually fly. Seeing Chu Feng rise into the air, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. After all, walking on air wasn't something that those in the profound realm could do, yet such a young man like Chu Feng had actually done it. How could they not be shocked?
He only grasps a special type of martial skill. Everyone, don't worry. A defense formation has already been laid here. Not only does it block the outside, it also blocks the inside. Today, even if Chu Feng has wings, he will not escape. However, when he faced Chu Feng's escape from flight, Lu Zhizun disdainfully snorted coldly, and with a thought, an invisible layer of spirit formation appeared and it enveloped the mountain, the forest, everything. Lu Zhizun was also a world spiritist and he grasped the power of gray-colored spirit formations. When the spirit formation was being laid, he became the person who controlled the opening and closing of the formation. However, facing the spirit formation that already covered the sky, Chu Feng only coldly snorted, and with a thought, the power of gray-colored spirit formation covered his body and it actually had the appearance of a key. Then, he faced towards a point in the spirit formation above and charged straight at it. With a boom, the spirit formation was actually destroyed. Chu Feng passed through, and he started to escape towards the distant horizon. Damn it. This brat laid a hole in the spirit formation. He already planned this out for a long time. Seeing the spirit formation he opened up was so easily broken through by Chu Feng, Lu Zhizun was not lightly angered. He heavily regretted letting Chu Feng join in laying the spirit formation because otherwise, he wouldn't have left an opportunity for him to safely escape. Don't worry, he is but a mere brat in the third level of the profound realm. How could he possibly escape from our hands? Hand this brat over to us. However, when Chu Feng broke open the spirit formation, 3 bodies in the crowd rose into the air, and with even faster speeds than Chu Feng, they chased after him. The 3 of them were none other than Song Qingfeng, Bai Yunfei, and Lu Zhizun, who were already filled with displeasure, even hatred, towards Chu Feng. After seeing 3 people leaving, many people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the 3 geniuses didn't have 2 proper behaviors, after all, they were Heaven Realm experts. Since they went out, no matter how much more Chu Feng's methods defied common sense, he was certainly going to be caught. Chapter 364, Come Chase After Your Grandfather. Chapter 364, Come Chase After Your Grandfather. At that instant, Chu Feng was using the Imperial Sky technique and resisting the air to walk. However, before escape for too far, he felt 3 boundless auras quickly chasing after him. He turned his head to look back, and in the horizon behind, they gave off 3 atmospheres so horrifying that they surged. The 3 auras were extremely powerful and even the air twisted. In the night sky, the surging atmospheres did not even seem like atmospheres. They seemed more like 3 horrifying faces, and the reason why they were like that was because the ones who emanated them were filled with bloodlust. And as the 3 terrifying atmospheres neared, Chu Feng saw their faces clearly. They were exactly Song Qingfeng, Bai Yunfei, and Lu Xiaoyao. Song Qingfeng, Bai Yunfei, Lu Xiaoyao. Are you 3 not the dog legs of Lu Zhizun? He doesn't come chase after me, so why the hell are all of you coming over? Chu Feng turned his head around and cursed. Damn brat. Continue cursing. Curse louder. In a while, you'll know the consequences of cursing us. Song Qingfeng and the others disliked Chu Feng already before, so since there was actually a chance to openly and justly deal with Chu Feng, how could they let it go? 3 scums, do you truly think you can catch up to your grandfather, me, with your tiny short legs? I know that the 3 of you hiddenly love Ziling, but let me, your grandfather, tell you this. Sooner or later, Ziling will be mine. The 3 of you shouldn't even think about getting her. Come. Chase. Continue chasing. Come chase your grandfather. If today, you are able to catch up to me, I'll say that all of you are impressive. If you can't catch up to me, then go and regret. Not only you 3, the powers behind your backs will also pay the price for today's actions. Wait for me, your grandfather, to go over to your fire. God School, Hidden White Sect and Free and Unrestrained Valley to pay some visits. After speaking those words, the profound power in his body suddenly started to change, and quickly after, a large area of azure-colored gas started to surge out of his body and it became the appearance of an azure dragon as it condensed under Chu Feng. Brat, quite big words you have there. Right now, I'll come over to rip your mouth. Song Qingfeng could really not endure it anymore. Change happened to his steps and his speed immediately increased significantly. He used a special bodily martial skill. At the same time, Bai Yunfei and Lu Xiaoyao similarly also displayed the bodily martial skills that they were all proficient in as they speedily forced their way towards Chu Feng. 3 garbages. You should be ashamed of being in the heaven realm. You can't even catch your grandfather here who is only in the 3rd level of the profound realm. All of you truly wasted so many years in martial cultivation and threw away countless resources. Look at all of you. You're running towards 30 years old, yet you can't even catch a child who isn't even an adult. Has your lives been lived as a dog? Whatever, I, your grandfather, am in a hurry and I don't have time to play with you. You can slowly stroll around. Heaven realm. It is truly a waste for this realm to be put on your bodies. Chu Feng kept on insulting the 3 people, and only when the 3 were going to reach him did he urge the azure dragon under him and darted towards the distant horizon. Little brat, not only will I rip your mouth, I cut off your tongue, split you into 8 pieces, then shatter your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Song Qingfeng gnashed his teeth in anger and with a grab of his hand, a huge hand condensed by heaven power wanted to crush Chu Feng. According to his estimations, with that distance, his hand formed by heaven power should absolutely be able to grab onto Chu Feng. But he never would have thought that the azure-colored thing under Chu Feng's body swayed, its tail twisted, and it ran several thousands of meters away extremely swiftly. They were all flung far behind, and with a blink, it drilled into the forest underneath and disappeared. When they personally saw Chu Feng disappear with speed like lightning, Song Qingfeng and the others simultaneously stopped their steps. They stood in the air, their expressions were strange, and they looked at one another. Only after staring at each other without knowing what to do in that situation did they say at the same time, "How is this brat so quick?" As Song Qingfeng and the 2 others were chasing after Chu Feng, Xiao Luar also returned to her own tent as she was accompanied by the crowd. In order to calm her emotions, several beauties decided to rest with her in this night. However, there were still people gathering in the place where Chu Feng was wrongly accused and they were still incessantly talking about Chu Feng's matter with interest. Especially the males who endlessly envied Chu Feng. They insulted him by saying he was a beast, inferior to even dogs and pigs, and in short, all sorts of horrible words were all thrown onto his body. The people who knew nothing had actually wanted to use that method to gain the admiration of the beauties. Junior Ziling, before, I already thought that Chu Feng's character was inappropriate, but I never would have thought that he was truly a person like this. Luckily, his abilities weren't enough and he revealed his true form. If not, then given that my prestigious villa truly gave a lady to him, that would simply be the same as my prestigious villa pushing a good female into a pit of fire. Lu Zhizhuan walked to Ziling's side with a face of concern. And after hearing those words, Ziling's eyes flashed as if she detected something, but she didn't say much. She only sweetly smiled and said to Lu Zhizhuan, "Luckily Senior Lu is here, or else there would truly be no safe feeling while having an event in this place. Junior Ziling, if you are afraid, I can set up my tent next to you. With me by your side, not to mention scum like Chu Feng, even if it is a monstrous beast, I will absolutely not let it return where it came from." Seeing Ziling who was like a little bird relying on a person, Lu Zhizhuan instantly rejoiced as he patted his chest and guaranteed, "Oh, I've taken your good intentions to heart. However, males and females splitting up to rest was the rule you set. As the leader of this event, you can't break your own rules, right?" Ziling sweetly smiled. Her smile could bewitch tens of thousands and it moved one's heartstrings. This, after hearing Ziling's words, Lu Zhizhuan's face was filled with depression and he truly wanted to fiercely slap his mouth. He regretted setting such a rule. In reality, when he set that rule before, it was to prevent Ziling from keeping Chu Feng by her side, which gave Chu Feng advantages. But he never would have thought that the rule that he set messed himself up. So, he hurriedly thought cleverly, and said while smiling, "Today is the first day that everyone is getting close, and after all, we are still not familiar with one another so it wouldn't be too appropriate to sleep together. When everyone is familiar with one another tomorrow, we can set up tents together. After all, if there are any sudden situations, it would be easier to deal with if everyone gathers closer to one another. We'll all listen to your arrangements." The beautiful smile was, from start to finish, still hung on Ziling's face. She seemed abnormally cute, and quickly after she also said, "Senior Lu, I feel a bit sleep so I'm going to go back and rest first. Senior Lu, you should also rest early." "Ah, yes.
Don't worry, even if I'm not next to you, I can still guarantee that you won't be disturbed by others. Lu Jizuan's face was filled with consideration and his lustful eyes were constantly staring at Ziling. Only after Ziling walked into her own tent did he smile and said as he got his way. Only I, Lu Jizuan, am worthy of such a beautiful person. All other males should not even think of approaching her. Those who go near, I will put to death. Chapter 365, Horrifying Force. Chapter 365, Horrifying Force. Soon after Ziling returned to her tent, 3 bodies descended from the sky and landed within the group of people. Bai Yunfei, Song Qingfeng, and Lu Xiaoyao have returned. After seeing the 3 people, everyone was in ecstasy and they all surrounded them at the same time. However, after they saw that Chu Feng wasn't next to the 3 of them, the joy on their faces instantly froze. What happened? Where's Chu Feng? Lu Jizuan also walked over and asked the 3 people. That brat was too strange. He used an extremely powerful method and a thing that looked like a snake yet was not a snake, looked like a dragon yet was not a dragon appeared under him. I don't know if it was a monstrous beast or something. Anyway, its speed was oddly quick and it disappeared with a blink. We could not have caught up. Song Qingfeng said exactly what happened. What? Even 3 peak geniuses in the heaven realm could not catch up to Chu Feng. That Chu Feng is a bit too strong, isn't he? What should we do? That brat is too mysterious. Who knows what other special methods he grasps? If he comes back in the future for revenge, what should we do? At that instant, people panicked. They couldn't help but remember the words of revenge that Chu Feng said to them when he was escaping. Especially when they recalled Chu Feng's super strong battle power when he fought Jia Qingming as well as his strange and special methods, more and more, they felt that Chu Feng was too dangerous. If he were to be developed, his might could not be blocked and all of them would suffer. Truly garbage. And after knowing that Chu Feng had actually ran away, Lu Jizuan's face also immediately sank. Originally, he wanted to use their hands to remove Chu Feng and with that, many troubles could be avoided. After all, Chu Feng was part of the World Spirit Guild, and to the World Spirit Guild, he had many hesitations so he didn't want to personally kill Chu Feng. But he never, ever, would have thought that Song Qingfeng and the 2 others were that useless. Not to mention catching Chu Feng to give him a lesson, they didn't even touch his shadow and they directly let Chu Feng run away. He was extremely furious because that was equal in losing a huge chance in killing Chu Feng. It's not early now. My seniors and juniors from the prestigious villa also need to rest, so everyone, return and rest. After Lu Jizuan, who was in a very horrible mood, yelled at the crowd for a while, he took the lead to walk back to his own resting area. As for Song Qingfeng and the 2 others who were insulted as garbage by Lu Jizuan in front of the crowd, they were extremely displeased, but they who knew the strength of Lu Jizuan did not dare to say any more. He could only mutter in a quiet voice, "God damn, you're truly taking us as your subordinates. Just you wait, sooner or later, you'll receive the consequences." At the same time, after getting rid of Song Qingfeng and the others with the wondrous bodily martial skill, the dragon traveling through 9 heavens, just in case, Chu Feng speedily flew for quite a bit more. Only after feeling that an absolute distance had been pulled apart and that there shouldn't be anyone chasing after him did he sneak into the mountain range. This dragon traveling through 9 heavens is truly an outstanding bodily martial skill. The ancestor said that this martial skill was evolved from the secret skill he grasped, which also means that the secret skill is undoubtedly more profound than this martial skill. Which means that the secret skill the ancestor grasps should be an extremely miraculous bodily martial skill. I truly want to get my hands on it. Right now, I have the peerless attacking white tiger slaughtering technique as well as the indestructible black tortoise armor technique. If I also get an extremely quick secret skill, when I exchange blows with others, wouldn't I be unbeatable? For the first time, in a real battle, Chu Feng felt the wonderfulness of the dragon traveling through 9 heavens and he looked more and more forward to the secret skill the Azure Dragon founder grasped because he knew that it would certainly be a method that was above the dragon traveling through 9 heavens. Wah! But just at that time, an angry roar suddenly rang out from a distance. The sound was extremely deafening and it was even more horrifying than the roar of a fierce tiger. After that sound rang out, Chu Feng could feel the ground under his feet tremble like an earthquake. Quickly after that, there was even a violent gale that came crashing on him and the trees around Chu Feng were swaying from the wind blowing. Monstrous beast.
It's a heaven realm monstrous beast. After hearing that sound as well as the might it created to its surroundings, Chu Feng already confirmed his opponent's strength. It was a monstrous beast. A heaven realm monstrous beast. Suddenly, the monstrous beast miserably cried out, and following that, Chu Feng could clearly see and hear the forest in front of him booming. A large area of trees quickly collapsed, dense smoke rolled and charged into the sky. With his sharp spirit power, Chu Feng felt the presence of an extremely terrifying current of air in front of him, and that terrifying current of air was currently engulfing everything and heading straight towards him. Aware that the situation was going towards a bad direction, Chu Feng subconsciously wanted to escape. But he was still one step slower. Boom! Just as Chu Feng wanted to turn around, a huge force flew and charged straight towards him head-on, and as he was within that force, he had no way of resisting. He could only go along with the flow and be pushed by the force. At that instant, Chu Feng could feel that sand, rocks, broken wood, and even a monstrous beast with petty strength, being blown by that huge force. Finally, that burst of force weakened and Chu Feng finally fell onto the ground. He raising his head to look at his surroundings, and he discovered that everything was in chaos around him. Especially behind him, there was a road caused by the destruction of terrifying force. From the powerful force, the monstrous beast that was blown along with Chu Feng was already crushed to death. Even Chu Feng suffered some slight injuries and his clothes were all tattered. So strong. What level of power does one need to have to create such powerful destruction? Seeing the large area of destroyed forest, Chu Feng was shocked because he felt that the guy who had such level of destruction power would certainly be an extremely frightening existence. But just at that time, with crashing sounds, the ruins in front of Chu Feng suddenly dashed into the air. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere and an enormous huge thing bore out. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura engulfed everything. It was a monstrous beast. That monstrous beast did not transform into a human shape and it was still, completely, in a monstrous beast state. It was 3 meters tall, 10 meters long, its shape was like a wolf, but every single fur on its body was like a sharp blade. From the insides of its body, it emanated extremely powerful aura. It was the heaven realm. It was that monstrous beast in the heaven realm. However, it was injured because several of its sharp fur were broken off and a large amount of blood flowed out from its flesh. Even quite a few of its huge and pointy teeth were snapped off. After seeing Chu Feng, its dim green-colored eyes instantly lit up. It emanated incomparable fury and hatred, opened its mouth, and wanted to bite Chu Feng. At that instant, Chu Feng hid and cursed. With such a distance, he had nowhere to escape. The monstrous beast's powerful aura already thoroughly locked Chu Feng in place. Seeing the continuously approaching blood big mouth, Chu Feng felt that he was going to become its food, be torn into shreds by it, then swallowed into its stomach and refined into blood. Chapter 366, Sudden Change. Chapter 366, Sudden Change. But just as Chu Feng thought he was doubtlessly going to die, a row of light abruptly descended from the sky and fiercely slammed onto the body of the monstrous beast. That object's speed was extremely quick and its power was extremely strong. When it collided into the body of the monstrous beast, the beast's body instantly sank, and not only did it stop its attack on Chu Feng, it even sank into the ground and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. It had actually died and breathed no more. That sudden change caused Chu Feng to be shocked. When he raised his head and looked, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Because he astonishingly discovered that the heaven realm monstrous beast was crushed to death, and it wasn't even some unknown object. It was a thin little old man. That old man wasn't even 1.5 meters tall, and he was very skinny, as if a gust of wind could bring him away. Although the old man's appearance was nothing special, his eyes were particularly spirited. The most important part was that Chu Feng was unable to see through the old man's cultivation, and he was like the head of the prestigious villa, being so unfathomably deep. "Hey, boy, you're here for the marriage gathering, right?" The old man also discovered Chu Feng. Putting strength into his waist, he did a beautiful flip in the air and landed next to Chu Feng. He raised his head, looked, with his spirited eyes, he assessed Chu Feng in detail. "Senior, may I dare to ask who you are?" Chu Feng did not directly reply, and he wanted to know the identity of the old man. "I am the guest elder of the prestigious villa, Zishan. The old man patted his chest and said, "Zishan.
That surname. Perhaps he is related in some way to Zi Ling. After hearing those words, a thought rose from Chu Feng's heart. After all, there weren't many people with the surname of Zi, and up until now, he only knew 2 people who had that surname. One was Zi Ling, and the other was the old man in front of his eyes. On that topic, my baby granddaughter seems to also be participating in the marriage gathering, and she is also in the event in this 1,000-monster mountain. Boy, do you know my granddaughter? Do you know where she is? Zi Xianyuan suddenly asked. Elder Xianyuan, your granddaughter is. Ah, that girl is called Zi Ling. You should know who she is, right? This, although he already suspected, after that guess was confirmed, Chu Feng still felt that it was a bit inconceivable to have actually met Zi Ling's grandfather in this place. Obviously, that was not anything good. The most important thing was that Zi Ling's grandfather seemed to be even more overpowering than Zi Ling. He was an unfathomably deep expert. If Zi Ling told her grandfather about the matter of him taking the secret skill away from herself, wouldn't Chu Feng receive the consequences? So you're Lady Zi Ling's grandfather. Of course I know who she is, but without hiding anything, Elder Xianyuan, although I came to participate in the marriage gathering, I am here for the event. However, I accidentally got lost. I've already been separated from them for a whole day, and right now, I truly don't know where Lady Zi Ling and the others are. Chu Feng had just escaped from that place, so how could he throw himself back into the net? And even bringing such an overwhelmingly powerful old man. He would simply be looking to die. Oh, so it was like that. Boy, you're truly stupid enough. But no matter. Your luck is good as you met me. I'll bring you back to them. As Zi Xianyuan spoke, he got a map out from who knew where. The map was the same as theirs, the map where the event area was marked. Elder Xianyuan, there is no need to trouble you. You can go find themselves on your own, as I don't want to rely on your strength to return. After all, this is an experience. I carelessly got lost, and that is because I am not capable enough. I must fill in such incapability. So, I want to rely on my own power to find my way back. Chu Feng shook his head and refused. Ah, you just don't know how dangerous this place is. Boy, with your strength, you are simply looking for your own path of death by walking around here randomly. Senior, it's really fine, I should still. No more useless words, let me bring you back. Zi Xianyuan did not listen to Chu Feng's nonsense. He extended his hand, grabbed onto the front folds of Chu Feng's clothes. Quickly after, Chu Feng only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and gusts of violent wind started to blow next to his ear. He was already brought into the air by Zi Xianyuan. His speed was quick, and it was actually several times quicker than when Chu Feng used his dragon traveling through 9 heavens. Also, Zi Xianyuan had very strong sense of direction, and he seemed to understand the landscape of the 1,000-monster mountain quite well. So, after going around in the air for several loops, he quickly locked onto the location where the event was held. Within the area of the event, and after circling around for a while more, Zi Xuanyuan's face suddenly changed, and along with Chu Feng, they stabbed straight into the forest underneath. As they landed into the forest, Chu Feng hidden cursed became from the appearance of the forest. He could tell that it was the place where Lu Jisuan and the others set up camp. It seemed like this time, a disaster was heading his way. However, after Chu Feng landed into the forest and saw everything in front of his eyes clearly, his face couldn't help but change. Because, he astonishingly discovered that in the forest, it was in completely chaos. The spirit formation was destroyed, and the tents that were set up were also ripped into shreds. Even from a nearby place, there were dozens of various corpses laying there. They were the ones who participating in this marriage gathering, and their deaths were all very wretched. Not a single complete corpse was left behind. Damn it. Seeing that scene, Zi Xianyuan seemed to have guessed something, and the uneasiness on his face couldn't help becoming a bit stronger. Why did this happen? They were just nice and well, so it is possible that. And Chu Feng's face was also, similarly, filled with shock. He never would have thought in the short amount of time that he left, such a change happened. Obviously, Zi Ling and the others had met with misfortune. Looking at such cruel methods and the traces of destruction from claws, Chu Feng roughly guessed who did all of that. Clearly, they were attacked by monstrous beasts, and they were extremely strong monstrous beasts, or else with Zi Ling's, Lu Jisuan's, and the others' power, it would not be possible for everything to end up like this. Chu Feng was not concerned about the life or death of others, but after all, Zi-Ling had a divine body and Chu Feng still wanted to gain some benefits from her body, so naturally, he did not hope that anything bad would happen to her. Thus, Chu Feng hurriedly spread out his spirit power as he wanted to find some clues. Although he did not expect much, he had actually felt some signs of life. Within the corpses that laid on the ground, there was still someone living. Elder Xianyuan, this way. Chu Feng hurriedly ran towards that person. Only after running near did he discover it was a male. He no longer had any of his legs, and it was as if someone forcibly ripped them off with brute force. But that person was indeed still living. Chu Feng could feel that he was still living. "Oi, what happened to you?" Because that person was laying on the floor without moving, Chu Feng could only flip him over. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." However, just as Chu Feng touched him, he started to loudly yell. So it turned out that he wasn't unconscious, and he was just broken from fright. "My friend, don't be afraid. I'm an elder from the prestigious villa." Just at that time, Zi Xianyuan also went close. He put his skinny palm onto that person's head and imbued some special power. With Zi Xuanyuan's interference from his special power, the male's incomparably frightful expression started to gradually steady and he had actually recovered his reason. Chapter 367, Taking a Risk to Save People. Chapter 367, Taking a Risk to Save People. "My friend, what actually happened here? Where are the others?" After that person cleared up his mind, Zi Xianyuan asked. We were attacked. There were traitors within the people who joined the event. There were spies sent by the monstrous beasts and with their special methods, they transformed into a human shape and blended with us, hiddenly selling us out. We were attacked by monstrous beasts and many people were killed by monstrous beasts. The others were taken away by the monstrous beasts and they want to use those people to threaten the other big powers. We were plotted against. We were plotted against by the monstrous beasts. Although he recovered his reason, that male's nerves were still tight and he was extremely frantic. Obviously, he was not lightly terrified. They were all taken away. How about Lu Zhizuan? Is it possible that even he wasn't able to defeat the monstrous beasts? Zi Xianyuan continued asking. Very strong. That monstrous beast was very, very strong. It was a black-colored toad and Lu Zhizuan had no way of defeating it. No one had any way of defeating it. We didn't have any power to fight back, and those who did all died. Even those who wanted to escape were all killed. As he mentioned the people who were taken away by the monstrous beast, that male's face greatly changed as he was even more scared. Even his body started to intensely tremble. What about Zi-Ling? Was Zi-Ling also taken away? She was taken away, everyone was taken away, Lady Zi-Ling was also taken away. After asking to that point, Zi Xuanyuan's brows were slightly furrowed as if he already knew everything. So, he no longer continued asking and he said to Chu Feng, "Boy, dress up his wounds." Ah. Without delay, Chu Feng hurriedly treated that male. You. Ah, a bit lighter. That male clearly recognized Chu Feng, but seeing that he came with Zi Xianyuan, he did not say much and he only silently endured the pain of his legs being teared off while letting Chu Feng take care of his wound. As a world spiritist, taking care of injuries was a piece of cake. With a blink, Chu Feng finished treating the man's injuries and he also gave him a medicinal pellet. He said it was a pellet that stopped pain, but in reality, it was a pellet that caused people to lose consciousness. Of course, if one lost consciousness, they would naturally not feel any pain. And the reason why Chu Feng gave a medicinal pellet such as that was actually also because he was worried that the male would say anything extra to Zi Xianyuan. It had to be said that the effect of the pellet was very good. Soon after the man took it, he started to become sleepy and very quickly, he went unconscious. Only after handling that male did Chu Feng go up to ask, "Elder Xianyuan, do you know what monstrous beast the black-colored toad is?" Even Lu Zhizuan and the others weren't able to defeat it. It is one of the 5 monster kings, the Black Toad King. Zi Xianyuan replied. Black Toad King. Naturally, Chu Feng had heard of the 5 monster kings. Although he did not know what they were specifically called, he knew that they were the rulers of the 1,000 Monster Mountain. The 5 strongest monstrous beasts in the 1,000 Monster Mountain.
No wonder. No wonder we didn't see any signs of the Black Toad King. I never would have thought that we were tricked by the monstrous beasts. This matter isn't easy to deal with now. This event is arranged by my prestigious villa, and the ones who are participating in the event are the most excellent people in the young generations from the schools everywhere in the continent of the 9 provinces. If anything happens to them, my prestigious villa cannot carry that responsibility. Zixuanyuan's face was filled with worry, but from Chu Feng's perspective, he did not seem to be worried about those in the young generation in the other powers. He was clearly worrying about his own granddaughter, Ziling. As for why he was so worried about Ziling, Chu Feng could generally guess the reason. Although Chu Feng had not seen the Black Toad King before, Chu Feng had heard that within monstrous beasts, some were naturally extremely lustful and they had extremely strong desires. Also, they liked the human beauties, and things such as monstrous beasts going violent on human beauties had happened in many places before. And the toad species were the ones with the vilest reputation within monstrous beasts and the ones whose horrible names spread the farthest. So, not only was Zixuanyuan worried, even Chu Feng was worried. Toad species monstrous beasts were originally very lustful, and Ziling was also an exceptional little beauty. Currently, she was being held as captive by the Black Toad King, and it would be hard for her to avoid being the best choice of defilement by the Black Toad King. However, Ziling was Chu Feng's target. An existence that gave him a chance to unlock the divine lightning's power in his body. If Ziling's first time was taken away by the monstrous beast, it was equal to Chu Feng missing out a chance to unlock the true power of the divine lightning in his body. Naturally, Chu Feng did not want something like that to happen. So, Chu Feng hurriedly asked, Elder Xianyuan, since we know that it was done by the Black Toad King and it was carefully planned out by them, where do you feel that Lady Ziling and the others were taken off to? The 5 monster kings control 5 areas, and this place is indeed the area that the 5 monster kings control. If I'm not mistaken, in this moment, Ziling and the others should have already been taken back to the Black Toad King's nest. Zixuanyuan said. Black Toad King's nest. Elder Xianyuan, what are you waiting for then? Quickly go save them. Chu Feng urged. You boy, it's easy when you say it. You think you can go to the Black Toad King's nest whenever you want to. Besides, I don't even know where its nest is. If we knew where the nests of the 5 monster kings were, we wouldn't need to spend so much effort in attacking them, and we would have just directly surrounded their nest and slaughtered them. Zixuanyuan impatiently shot a glance at Chu Feng. And only at that instant did Chu Feng come a realization. He finally knew why Zixuanyuan's face was filled with worry. So he didn't even know where to go to save them. In a situation like that, Chu Feng pondered for a long time. At the end, he looked at the advantages and disadvantages, and for the sake of getting a chance to unlock the divine lightning power in his body, he decided to take a risk, and he said to Zixuanyuan, Elder Xianyuan, I think I know where the nest of the Black Toad King is. What? You know? After hearing those words, Zixuanyuan's expression changed, but he did not believe him yet. He cast his gaze of doubt towards Chu Feng, as if wanting to pierce through his lies and see through Chu Feng's essence. I truly know. Without hiding the truth, I've seen a map in a place, and on that map, what it recorded was the 1,000 Monster Mountain. On the map, there were 5 underground castles, so I'm guessing that they should be the nests of the 5 monster kings. Chu Feng explained, as if everything he said was true. Oh. You're speaking the truth. Where did you see it? Zixuanyuan closely asked. Within some remains in the Azure province. Elder Xianyuan, if you don't believe me, I can bring you over to the remains in the future for a look, but right now, saving people is the important part. Even if I cannot confirm that it's the nest of the Black Toad King, it should be at least attempted right. Chu Feng spoke lies as though they were the truth, and only he himself knew that he was lying. However, Zixuanyuan was very cautious, and only after thinking for a while did he nod his head and agree, okay, I'll believe you once. Chapter 368, Entering Deep into the Enemy's Territory. Chapter 368, Entering Deep into the Enemy's Territory. After deciding, Zixuanyuan didn't bother with the male who fainted away. Bringing Chu Feng, they headed straight towards the so-called nest of the Black Toad King. It could be seen that he was impatient to go saving, and he didn't want to delay it anymore. Although the 1,000 Monster Mountain was extremely big, at that instant, by flying in the air, the entire thousand-monster mountain could be seen by their eyes. In addition, Chu Feng was a world spiritist and he had extremely powerful sense of direction, so it wasn't too difficult to find the nest of the Black Toad King. However, what was required beforehand was the map. It must be said that the map in Chu Feng's brain was indeed accurate without mistake. With Zixuan Yuan's flight of extreme speed, very quickly, they found a hidden area. That place was a rock forest. Rocks of unequal sizes and shapes were erected under the huge tree that reached the sky. And within the rock forest, many monstrous beasts were roaming around, and within them, there were 2 heaven realm monstrous beasts. Although they seemed to be roaming around, very clearly, they were patrolling. Which also meant that it was very possible that it was their nest. Or else, it would not be possible for such savagely strong monstrous beasts to guard in that place. How about it? Elder Xianyuan, I didn't trick you, right? At that instant, Chu Feng and Zi Xianyuan were hiding within a forest, as Chu Feng said with pride. Because, as long as he found that place, it at least meant he didn't trick Zi Xianyuan. Not bad. I never would have thought that you would be rather not simple. Already a Greycloak world spiritist at such a young age, and your detection power is even so strong. Zi Xianyuan nodded his head in satisfaction, then quickly after, he asked, that's right. Boy, I still haven't asked what your name is. Chu Feng already pondered that question at an earlier time and how he should reply if Zi Xianyuan were to ask for his name. At the end, he decided to not hide it from the senior expert. So, he said the truth, I am Chu Feng. Ah, so it's Chu Feng. Not a bad name. Chu Feng, have a good trip. Suddenly, Zi Xianyuan strangely smiled and said, Elder Xianyuan, what do you mean? Seeing that, Chu Feng slightly frowned and was aware that something was off. He subconsciously backed away. Hey, walk well, you. And just at that time, Zi Xuanyuan's palm already grasped onto Chu Feng's shoulders, and following that, with the wave of his big arm, like a scarecrow, Chu Feng was thrown out by him. Everything happened too fast, and before Chu Feng even reacted to it, he fiercely fell into the rock forest. The strong power forcefully created a deep pit. Damn it. And when Chu Feng stood back up, his face couldn't help but freeze and he hidden cursed in his heart. Because at that very instant, he was already surrounded by monstrous beasts. To his front and back, there were 2 heaven realm monstrous beasts that emanated unique heaven power that only belonged to the heaven realm, and they sealed all his escapes. So it's a human brat. Apprehend him. One of the heaven realm monstrous beasts' gaze was filled with fury. It could be seen that it already felt plenty of hatred towards humans. However, after discovering Chu Feng, they did not directly kill him. They caught him, and after binding his entire body once with special vines, they carried Chu Feng and walked deeper into the rock forest, seeming to be bringing Chu Feng into their nest. At that instant, Chu Feng was not panicking too much. He was endlessly pondering, thinking why Zi Xianyuan had to do this to him. He didn't have any reason to harm him because from everything before, the powerful old man clearly did not know the grudge between him and Zi Ling, and he also did not know that he was an escapee. At the end, Chu Feng thought of 2 possibilities. The first was that Zi Xianyuan wanted to use Chu Feng. He wanted Chu Feng to shift the attention of the monstrous beasts. After all, it was uncertain whether that place was the nest of the Black Toad King or not, nor was it known what kind of defenses were in that place. Rashly intruding at a time like that was indeed not the best tactic. Letting Chu Feng scout out the road was quite a nice choice. Another possibility was that Zi Xianyuan still had some cautiousness towards Chu Feng. He was afraid that Chu Feng was a spy sent by the monstrous beasts, so he wanted to test it out to see what reactions the monstrous beasts would have after seeing Chu Feng. And no matter which reason it was, it at least showed that Zi Xianyuan wasn't harming him directly, so Chu Feng did not have anything to worry about because he felt that sooner or later, Zi Xianyuan was going to come out. After all, Zi Xianyuan was still impatient to save his own granddaughter. At the same time that Chu Feng was pondering, the group of monstrous beasts were not in leisure. They moved Chu Feng from the rock forest into the underground cave. Everywhere on the walls of the cave, special pictures were engraved. Most of them were pictures of monstrous beasts, but there were also pictures of humans. There were even pictures of humans and monstrous beasts battling, and roughly, Chu Feng could see the meaning behind the pictures of the mural.
It was the story of humans often bullying and humiliating monstrous beasts, and the monstrous beasts opposing intensely. As a summary, it portrayed the monstrous beasts as very just, and in contrast, humans became the side of evil. From that, it could be seen that monstrous beasts already felt clear enmity towards humans at an earlier period of time. However, that wasn't what Chu Feng was concerned about. What Chu Feng was concerned about was where specifically were they bringing him to. But the mystery was going to be unraveled soon. After going around in a few circles in the rugged cave, they entered an extremely wide one. The wide cave seemed more like a palace. But compared to the golden and dazzling big palaces created by humans, that palace was too simple and crude. However, as long as one remembered that it was a palace created by monstrous beasts, it would be rather acceptable. After all, monstrous beasts didn't seek for things like appearances. Besides, their taste in beauty was also an existing problem. At that very instant, within the big palace, several thousand monstrous beasts were gathered. They stood orderly on the two sides in the palace, and all of their cultivations weren't weak, as they were all in the profound realm. But if one were to say who the strongest one was, it would be the one sitting on the chair made of skeletons. That monstrous beast had a human body but a head of a beast's. It actually had a head of a toad, and it was even a black-colored toad head. It was as disgusting as one could get. However, although its appearance was very disgusting, its cultivation could be said to be unfathomably deep. At least, with Chu Feng's spirit power, he had no way of detecting what cultivation it had. With its revolting appearance in addition to its undetectably deep cultivation, without even thinking, Chu Feng knew that it was the Black Toad King. But that wasn't the key thing. The key thing was that in the middle of the big palace, there was a group of people gathered. The group of people were the same as Chu Feng, as they were binded with special vines, and that group of people were exactly the same people who joined the event with him, Zi Ling, Lu Jisuan, and the others. Chu Feng. Seeing Chu Feng, Lu Jisuan, and the others were all taken aback. Their faces were filled with surprise because they never would have thought that even Chu Feng, who ran so quickly, was caught to this place. And after seeing them, Chu Feng was elated in his heart. First, at least it meant that Chu Feng did not come to the wrong place, as he had already found Zi Ling and the others. It was also because Chu Feng discovered that Zi Ling was within the group of people. Her undamaged purple-colored skirt and her unique calm expression told Chu Feng one thing. It was that Zi Ling hadn't been defiled by monstrous beasts, and she was still a pure chick. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.